Chapter 1: The Friends System. In the hazy border between sleep and wakefulness in my home in Bayun City, I vaguely sensed something dart across my vision. Didn't I close the window? How'd another bug get in? I thought idly, waving my hand instinctively before attempting to return to sleep. Then a voice resonated directly in my mind, jolting me fully awake. Friend system scanning in progress. Target confirmed. Mu Qingji. Automated binding initiated. Binding complete. As the voice faded, a page of text automatically appeared in my mind, detailing the functions of the friendship system. This friendship system required recruiting people into my friends list. Anyone with a favorability rating over 50 could be added. When favorability exceeds 50, I gain identical cultivation progress. Whenever a friend cultivates above 70, I receive double the progress. Surpassing 90 grants me triple the gains, and should favorability reach 100, each friend's cultivation session directly gives me 5-fold rewards. My first reaction wasn't joy, but suspicion that I might still be dreaming. I used the trendy online method to verify, pinched my thigh. Ouch! Seeing the bruise, I confirmed this wasn't a dream. I've heard classmates discuss system novels where the protagonists are usually at the bottom of the class, only to rise from last place to first after obtaining a system, changing their lives. My talents aren't bad. I'm actually a bit of a top student in our class. I never imagined something like this would happen to me. Realizing the scenes from novels were happening to me, I was too excited to sleep. The wall clock showed 2 a.m., still early before morning, so I began studying the system in my mind. At 7 a.m., my mother Zhong Xiaoyan knocked on my door and was shocked to see my dark under-eye circles, asking in confusion, "Qingji, what happened? Didn't you rest well last night?" Rubbing my sore eyes, I forced myself to appear energetic and said, "Mom, I'm fine. I just couldn't sleep last night, so I got up to practice cultivation." Mom listened, both pleased and worried. She knew how hard I'd worked since childhood, and now in my first semester of senior high, I was staying up late cultivating. Fearing it would take a toll on my health, she said softly, "Son, I know you're ambitious, but you need to take care of yourself too. You spend so many hours at school during the day, staying up all night to cultivate is too much." I knew she meant well, so I nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mom. I know my limits." She didn't press further, silently resolving to keep a closer eye on my routines and not let the stress overwhelm me. At breakfast, I took a sip of soy milk and noticed Dad's usual seat was empty. Since I hadn't seen him all morning, I asked Mom, "Where's Dad? I haven't seen him yet today." Mom sighed and said, "Where else? It's about those demon beasts again. Nowadays, there are more and more demon beasts. Your dad got called up as a certified martial artist." I was a bit worried. Though Dad usually doesn't act very seriously, we have a pretty good father-son relationship. Certified martial artists may seem impressive to ordinary folks, but they're nothing special on the battlefield. Mom quickly added, fearing I might overthink it, "Don't worry, your dad's skills aren't frontline material, he's just doing support work and cleanup duty." I grinned and said, "Oh Mom, is that really the right way to describe Dad?" We exchanged amused glances. Half an hour later, I sat in the classroom waiting for Lu Xuanwen. These dark circles under my eyes weren't for nothing. After studying the system for several hours, I discovered that with my current level 6 warrior disciple strength, I could only add one person to my friend list. Besides requiring over 50 favorability points, the candidate's strength couldn't exceed mine by more than 3 levels, and physical contact was mandatory for adding them. After much deliberation, Lu Xuanwen best fits the criteria. He reached the 7th stage of warrior apprentice right at the start of the semester, making him the only one in class with higher cultivation than me. Plus, we've been sitting next to each other this term and get along quite well. The classmates from class 2 were astonished, normally the type to arrive at the classroom at the last minute. Today I was seated early, intently staring at the doorway, which drew quite a few curious glances my way. "Look, Brother Mu came so early today? No idea. Could there be some important occasion today? Strange, I don't recall anything special." Brother Mu's been staring at the door, probably waiting for someone. Wait for someone? Who in their right mind waits in the classroom? Everyone nodded in agreement. A few more minutes passed before Lu Xuanwen arrived. The moment he entered the classroom, he felt my intense gaze fixed on him, stopping mid-step and even touching his own face reflexively. I quickly called out to him, "Lu Xuanwen, come here quickly." Suppressing his confusion, he returned to his seat. Just as he was about to speak, I placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Lu Xuanwen, I need to talk to you about something." As soon as my hand touched his, the system's voice chimed in, "Detected bindable target Lu Xuanwen. Current favorability, 65. Proceed with binding?" I didn't hesitate. Bind. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Current friend list, 1. Keep up the good work, host. Even as the binding completed, I kept talking. "We're seniors now. Practicing alone behind closed doors isn't ideal. Why don't we form a mutual support group? We can share cultivation methods, keep each other accountable, and improve together. What do you say?" Lu Xuanwen thought for a moment and asked, "Forming a group isn't a problem, but will it really help?" In the end, it might just delay our progress, he said, making a valid point. Many groups end up barely functioning in name only. I smiled and said, believe it or not, after forming this group, your cultivation speed could increase by half. Lu Xuanwen widened his eyes and exclaimed with the nickname commonly used in class, Brother Mu, you're not joking, are you? Doubling training efficiency sounds like. I picked up the conversation, like something out of a fairy tale? Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. Forming a group doesn't cost us anything anyway. If it doesn't work, we can just quit after a week. For now it's just the two of us. Are you in? He was persuaded and nodded in agreement. Chapter 2, Favorability plus 5. I dared say this because I had solid backing. With my friend-making system, I could gain cultivation progress from my friends' improvements. Those on my friends list would also get boosted training speeds, with the enhancements scaling according to their favorability rating. The higher the favorability, the faster their cultivation would progress. When favorability exceeds 60, cultivation speed increases by 50% each time. At 100, cultivation speed doubles. If one person's favorability reaches 100, their cultivation speed doubles, and I can further increase it by 5 times more. This cultivation speed is simply terrifying. By forming a study group, if the other person knows the doubling effect is related to me, their favorability toward me will rise. The higher the favorability, the greater the multiplier, truly benefiting both them and me. With this in mind, my gaze at Lu Xuanwen became as affectionate as if he were my own beloved son. Lu Xuanwen had the highest cultivation level in Class 2 and ranked 5th in the grade. With decent talent and diligent effort, he was my first choice. The classroom gradually filled with students as the morning self-study bell rang, heralding the arrival of Old Wang, our balding homeroom teacher whom we all affectionately called by that nickname. Old Wang swept his gaze across the room and, satisfied by the full attendance, gave a pleased smile before stepping onto the platform to address us. Time flies, students. You've now entered your senior year of high school this semester. How important the final year of high school is requires no further elaboration from me. At this critical moment. Another morning of empty platitudes, giving me a splitting headache. Hearing certain words the first time can indeed be motivating. The second time is tolerable. By the third time, they lose almost all effect, and after that, numbness sets in. Lu Xuanwen chimed in beside me. Exactly. These speeches have given me calluses on my ears. I could recite his next line before he says it. The rest of the class wore equally vacant expressions. Seeing this, Old Wang immediately checked himself. Clearly, he'd gotten carried away with his lecture again. By the way, I have something important to discuss with you all today. Since you'll be entering your senior year soon, your time is extremely precious, so the school has decided to cancel morning self-study sessions in the classroom. In the past, these morning sessions were used for class meetings and liberal arts review, but now that you're seniors, we should focus more on martial arts training. From now on, all senior year students will have unified martial arts practice during morning self-study, which will take place on the second floor of the adjacent martial arts building. As soon as Old Wang finished speaking, eager discussions broke out in the classroom. The rare chance to sit through a class is gone just like that. Does this mean we'll be training from morning till night from now on? This semester's humanities classes have already been cut in half, and now we've lost morning self-study too. How are we supposed to survive like this? While some despaired, many students with strong aptitude for martial studies secretly rejoiced. Perfect. This gives us extra cultivation time. Practicing an additional half-hour daily could help me break through to warrior rank 8 before the college entrance exams. Schools are deliberately built on chi-rich grounds. Cultivating here yields far better results than practicing at home. Every additional minute of training here accumulates real progress, and over time that makes a substantial difference. I was quite pleased. I had always been extremely diligent, otherwise, I wouldn't have reached the 6th stage of warrior apprentice. This achievement ranks 2nd in the class and 9th in the grade. If I could maintain it, getting into a top martial arts school wouldn't be a problem. Now, with the system's boost, every bit of cultivation Lu Xuanwen did would directly benefit me. A year's worth of progress like this would undoubtedly be significant. Lu Xuanwen was also thrilled. This meant his chances of becoming an official martial artist before the college entrance exams had just increased significantly. The morning passed quickly. In the 3rd year of high school, only Tuesday and Thursday mornings were dedicated to liberal arts subjects, while all other times were reserved for martial studies. Martial arts training for all is no joke. In the college entrance exams, liberal arts account for 200 points, while martial arts make up a hefty 550 points. Their importance speaks for itself. At lunchtime, I made a series of odd hand gestures before suddenly pressing my palm against Lu Xuanwen's forehead. This is a random hand gesture I made up myself, though of course I wouldn't put it that way. I just said with an enigmatic smile to the utterly confused Lu Xuanwen, "This is a secret technique, signifying that you've gained my recognition. From now on, the cultivation progress you gain during practice will increase." Having said that, I immediately buried my head in eating. My whole act made Lu Xuanwen start doubting the reliability of this study group, but soon, his skepticism vanished. because in the afternoon cultivation class, he discovered his cultivation speed had genuinely improved significantly. Usually, he'd gain 1 spirit power point per hour of meditation, now he could gain 1.5. A single class lasted 2 hours, and during that time he gained 3 points. Everyone can sense their own spiritual power when looking inward, they don't need to count deliberately to know how many points they have. He had just broken through to the 7th stage of Warrior Apprentice, with 702 points of spiritual power. Now, after one class, it had risen to 705 points. This discovery thrilled him beyond measure. Suddenly, he recalled the strange hand gesture and confident words I had during lunch. At the time, he hadn't believed it, but now, with undeniable proof before him, my image in his eyes became shrouded in mystery. Perhaps Mu Qingji came across some miraculous opportunity, or maybe this is a secret technique from his family, one that can double a person's cultivation speed. He actually thought of me for something as important as cultivation improvement. Seems he truly considers me a real brother. With this thought, his fondness for me grew significantly. Your friend Lu Xuanwen is meditating and cultivating, spiritual power +3. Detected that listed friend Lu Xuanwen's fondness for host has increased by 5. Current fondness level, 70. I felt invigorated. After 1 hour, my own spiritual power had increased by 2 points, and with Lu Xuanwen's contribution, that made a total of 5 points. I originally had 683 spiritual power points, and now I have 688, getting closer to 700. At this rate, it won't be long before I break through to level 7 martial disciple. My innate talent was originally on par with Lu Xuanwen's, it's just that his family background is better than mine. With the help of expensive medicinal herbs and supplements, he was able to reach level 7 martial disciple before me. During the 10-minute rest period after meditation, Lu Xuanwen rushed over to express his gratitude. Brother Mu, my cultivation speed has really improved. Lu Xuanwen was so excited that his brother Mu sounded even more sincere than before. At the martial apprentice stage, each person can only increase their spiritual power by a maximum of 5 points per day, any more than that would violate the rules. Most people gain 1 point per day, a small minority gain 2 points. Those with exceptional talent or sudden insights might gain 3. Gaining 4 points in a single day is already considered extraordinary, while those who achieve 5 are exceedingly rare, you could count them on one hand. For the first time, I managed to gain 5 points in a day. I couldn't help but feel delighted. I wouldn't lie. I said I'd improve, and I did. And as long as you follow me, the cultivation results will definitely be better than having a mentor guide you. Wealthy young cultivators often have masters by their side to teach them, preventing them from going astray in their practice and greatly improving their efficiency. But once you're on my friends list, your cultivation speed will be much faster than having a master by your side. Really, Brother Mu? You're not joking, are you? Lu Xuanwen felt like his heart couldn't take much more. I merely smiled without speaking. There was nothing to question, the results would speak for themselves. Though Lu Xuanwen didn't get a verbal reply, he already believed most of it. The spiritual energy value he just gained was the best proof everything I said was true. The 10-minute break passed quickly, and next came the 3-hour-long martial arts class. Martial arts techniques could only be learned in high school. This was to prevent certain competitive parents from pushing their children to study martial arts from childhood, prematurely exhausting their potential. Over 100 years ago, many parents hoped their children could get ahead early and have them practice martial techniques at a very young age only to accidentally harm them instead, ruining their lives permanently. There were far too many such cases, so the Star Nation government stepped in, decreeing that martial techniques could only be learned after high school. Violators would be barred from attending any university, their guardians sentenced to 10 years in prison with half their assets confiscated. Under such severe measures, many parents gradually abandoned their intentions to force premature growth. Martial techniques are tied to combat effectiveness. The better one masters them, the greater their confidence when facing enemies. Last year, First High School was allocated the martial skill rock shattering technique, rated as a lower Ding tier, which is the most basic and simplest type of martial skill. The martial skills instructor happens to be Old Wang. Since martial arts teachers are among the strongest in the school, they typically serve as homeroom teachers as well. For the first hour, we'll review the rock shattering technique. Later, I'll teach you a new martial skill, so stay sharp. Old Wang then led Class 2 in practicing the technique. Your listed friend, Lu Xuanwen, is diligently practicing the rock shattering technique. Proficiency +1. Proficiency value? My heart stirred as I continued practicing, and suddenly a status panel appeared before my eyes. Host, Mu Qingji age, 17 cultivation, martial disciple 6th stage, 688 spirit points. Comprehension, LV.1, 80 out of 100, martial skills, boulder breaker technique novice, 84 +1/100, T-class low grade. Energy barrier technique proficient, 152/1000, T-class low grade friend list, Lu Xuanwen affinity 70, double amplification. Lu Xuanwen's cultivation speed increased by 50% due to the rise in affinity, and mine doubled again on his foundation. This is significantly more than what meditation provides. The speed boost is truly terrifying. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practiced boulder breaker technique, proficiency +1. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practiced boulder breaker technique, proficiency +1. The system's chime sounded 4 consecutive times before stopping. The proficiency value on the panel also changed. Martial skill, stone shattering technique novice, 89 out of 100. I could feel each hand movement becoming smoother and more natural with every execution, and my own practice alone had added a bit to the proficiency value. Combined with the gains from Lu Xuanwen, the stone shattering technique had increased by a total of 5 points. Old Wang said, "We've been learning the stone shattering technique for over a year now. If anyone's still stuck at the beginner stage at this point, all I can say is good luck." With a look that said, "I'm disappointed in you," he glanced over the few students in the class who were still at the initial insight stage. The mastery levels of martial techniques are divided into initial insight, novice, small achievement, great achievement, and perfection. In the final year of high school, we will be learning a spiritual energy technique. This technique is ranked as a high-grade Tier D skill and can significantly enhance our long-range attack capabilities. The students perked up immediately upon hearing this. Spiritual energy techniques could only be learned in the final year of high school and university. These were the real deal, allowing them to step beyond close-quarters combat and reach the threshold of using spiritual energy for attacks. This technique is called Spirit Thorn, where one condenses their own spiritual energy into small thorn-like shapes to achieve the effect of harming enemies. A group of classmates stared intently at the small thorns condensed in front of Old Wang, their eyes full of curiosity. Seeing Lu Xuanwen being pushed to the very back, I got anxious. No one can block my brother's path. So I turned back to Lu Xuanwen's side, grabbed him, and pushed forward through the crowd. This was no time to worry about face. What matters is mastering the technique for yourself. Even if there will certainly be opportunities to watch up close later, every step you're slower puts you further behind. If others start cultivating one step ahead of you, their progress will be faster than yours. Brother Mu. Lu Xuanwen was deeply moved. With his abilities, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to stand at the front, but he cared about his pride and was too shy to push forward. Enough, no need for mushy talk. If you want to really thank Brother Mu, then pay close attention to Old Wang's demonstration and learn well. I interrupted him. Lu Xuanwen immediately agreed. So we stood in the front row watching Old Wang demonstrate. The spirit needles flew at incredible speed and, under Old Wang's control, effortlessly pierced through the iron plate, making many eyes gleam with excitement. Everyone couldn't wait to master the technique immediately. I watched Old Wang's technique and gained some insight. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen has gained insight, hosts perception +2. Ha, perception can be increased too? I originally thought this system's function was just cultivation amplification. I never imagined perception could be doubled. Perception is related to thinking and requires extensive reading to accumulate knowledge later on. It grows through repeated practice. It's hard to improve without significant accumulation. I just understood Old Wang's technique too and had an insight that should have added 1 point to perception. Combined with Lu Xuanwen's increase, I've now gained 3 perception points. As I was pondering, I suddenly felt an epiphany. Raising my hand, I saw a spiritual thorn formed from condensed chi resting in my palm. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Old Wang, so no one noticed me. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the peak D grade martial skill, Spiritual Thorn, which has reached the initial enlightenment realm. Another entry was added to the martial skills section. Martial skills, stone shattering technique novice, 89 out of 100, low D grade. Block technique minor achievement, 152 out of 1000, ding tier lower grade / spirit thorn novice glimpse, 1/20th, ding tier upper grade. Even I was startled this time. Martial techniques aren't learned so easily, it's impossible to grasp them at a single glance. One must repeatedly contemplate the key principles, achieving enlightenment being the ideal outcome. The entire 3 hours of a new lesson are typically reserved for students to explore these techniques independently. Students engage in discussions, meditation, practice, and other methods before finally manifesting the Spirit Thorn technique. Only then can they be considered to have entered the novice glimpse realm. On the other side, Old Wang had just finished his demonstration. Class, the Spirit Thorn martial skill is currently the highest grade technique we've learned so far. Unlike lower grade ding tier skills which can be easily grasped at the novice level within days, if mastering an inferior ding tier skill takes 3 days to reach the initial comprehension stage, this superior ding tier skill will require 10 days to achieve the same breakthrough. Everyone should focus more training on this technique recently. Mastering an extra martial skill means gaining an additional edge during the college entrance exams. Anyone who reaches the initial comprehension stage within 3 days will receive 2 basic spiritual energy fruits as a class reward. If someone reaches the initial insight realm by noon tomorrow, the school will reward them with 3 basic spirit chi fruits and 1 low-grade spirit chi fruit. At this point, even Old Wang himself felt a bit uneasy. How could anyone possibly break through to the initial insight realm in just a single day? The principal must be desperate for talent, delusional even. The school is surprisingly generous today, bringing out foundational spirit fruits? It's always been stingy, usually just tossing us a 200 yuan red envelope as a token gesture is considered big of them. It feels unreal to just take out basic spirit fruits worth 5,000 yuan each all of a sudden. Basic spiritual fruit is a common fruit found in major forests, often used to boost spiritual energy. One spiritual fruit can increase spiritual energy by 1 point. A person can only consume up to 10 basic spiritual fruits in their lifetime. Eating more won't increase spiritual energy, which is why these fruits aren't too expensive and are affordable for everyone. One student, intrigued by the reward, asked Old Wang, "Teacher, do you think I might reach the initial enlightenment stage in 3 days?" Old Wang neither confirmed nor denied it. Having this ambition is good. As long as you train diligently, anything is possible. Perhaps you're exceptionally suited to this martial skill. Reaching the initial insight stage in 3 days isn't impossible. As he spoke, Old Wang became somewhat proud again. Back in my day, I had a special connection with this martial skill. I reached the initial breakthrough on the 3rd day, stunning everyone at our school. With a living example right before their eyes, the students all felt a surge of hope, each convinced they might be the chosen one. Lu Xuanwen was no exception. He had already grasped a bit of it earlier. With a little more refinement over the next 2 or 3 days, he was certain to step into the initial insight stage. Seeing everyone's excitement, I raised my hand. "Teacher, what rewards does the school offer for reaching the initial insight realm right now?" What did you say? Old Wang questioned whether his ears were failing him. Reach the initial insight realm now? He checked the time. Class had only started about 20 minutes ago. Subtracting the time spent talking, it had barely been over 10 minutes. In just a little over 10 minutes, how could anyone possibly reach the initial insight realm in such a short time? Not even someone at the lowest grade of the Ding tier could achieve it that quickly. The surrounding classmates all turned their gazes toward me. "Brother Mu, I know your grades are good, but you shouldn't joke around like this. To reach the initial insight stage after just one glance, I only know of a handful who've done that, and those individuals are all renowned figures now. Are you guys dumb or what?" Brother Mu was just kidding. "Why so serious? Haven't you heard a joke before?" I didn't say anything, merely raising my hand to reveal a shimmering spiritual thorn formed from condensed aura resting in my palm. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw what I held in my hand. Holy crap, isn't that the thing Old Wang just created? Brother Mu is amazing. Who knew he could actually master it after seeing it just once? I haven't even grasped the concept yet. Old Wang's eyes widened in shock. He had practiced it himself and knew perfectly well how difficult it was. He just said it was impossible for anyone to enter the initial insight realm so quickly. And now, a student he'd brought along had achieved it after just one glance, taking mere minutes. It was more unbelievable than someone telling him he'd won a $100 million lottery. He walked up to me for a closer look. It was indeed an early-stage spirit thorn. Once confirming it, he didn't hesitate and immediately took out his phone to call the principal. Normally he couldn't be bothered to read messages from the principal, let alone initiate contact. This was the first time he'd ever proactively called the principal. He just hoped the principal wasn't too busy. In the principal's office of number 2 high school's teaching building, Li Yiping was leisurely savoring the premium spirit tea gifted by his good friend. This tea was exceptionally rare, capable of soothing one's mind and offering tremendous benefits to mental energy. At this moment, the phone placed nearby rang. Li Yiping saw it was Old Wang calling and couldn't help but feel puzzled. It's class time right now, why would he call me? Considering this person had never proactively contacted him before, could something major have happened at school that made him call now? With this thought, he lost all mood to enjoy his tea and immediately answered, "Hello? Old Wang, isn't this your teaching time? Why are you calling me? Has something major happened?" Old Wang across the street was extremely agitated. "Headmaster, something terrible has happened. Something terrible." Li Yiping's heart tightened, countless thoughts instantly flashing through his mind. Could it be that a terrorist organization had targeted the school? Otherwise, how could the normally calm Old Wang be so frantic? "I'm Mu Qingji, and today's events have given me quite a shock." Old Wang anxiously reported to the headmaster about discovering an exceptional talent, startling Headmaster Li Yiping half to death. When Old Wang revealed that I had only watched him demonstrate the spirit thorn once and reach the initial perception stage in just over 10 minutes, the principal spat out his tea in shock. The pioneering realm may be the most fundamental level of martial arts, yet everyone else takes several days to master it. My speed is truly astonishing. The principal was so thrilled that he told Old Wang to bring me to his office right after class, promising the school wouldn't skimp on rewards. Old Wang hung up the phone and said to me, "Kid, you're like a quiet dragon, you stay silent for ages, then astound everyone with a single roar. Don't leave after class. The principal wants me to bring you to him." I nodded obediently. From Old Wang's expression, I could tell something good was coming. A trip to the principal's office surely meant receiving a reward, and maybe even getting recognized by the principal himself. The classmates around us were all envious, but without resentment. Everyone was happy for me. After all, with humanity fighting against demonic beasts these days, discovering a talented seedling wasn't easy. Some classmates jokingly told me not to forget them when I became successful, making everyone laugh. Old Wang turned serious, urging everyone to take me as an example and cultivate diligently. For the next few hours, the class worked even harder. Even Lu Xuanwen got fired up with competitive spirit, constantly trying to condense spiritual spikes. I didn't sit idle either, continuing to practice Spirit Thorn to boost my proficiency. After over 2 hours, my proficiency had increased by a bit. At that moment, the system notified me that because Lu Xuanwen had been diligently practicing Spirit Thorn, my comprehension of the spell had unexpectedly increased by an additional 50%. Near the end of class, Old Wang directed the students to line up and leave the training hall. Seeing me trying to slip away with the crowd, he quickly called out, "Mu Qingji, don't run off. Come with me to the principal's office." I sighed helplessly and mentioned that my things were still in the classroom and needed to be packed up. Lu Xuanwen stepped up to help me retrieve them, which I was truly grateful for. Old Wang had me demonstrate the Spirit Thorn again and was absolutely thrilled. Soon after, we arrived at the principal's office, where I met the principal. The principal praised me as a talented young man, mentioning that with a year left until the college entrance exams, if I worked hard to advance the Spirit Thorn to the minor achievement stage, my martial skills score would surely be high. I naturally understood what he meant. The Spirit Thorn was of the highest tier, and mastering it to a higher level would indeed yield better scores. I assured him I would strive diligently. Suddenly, the principal remembered the reward matter. He said that since I had reached the initial insight stage of the Spirit Thorn in just over 10 minutes, he would exceptionally award me a marrow cleansing pill along with 3 additional basic spirit fruits. At Old Wang's signal, I picked up the exquisite wooden box on the table and promptly thanked the principal. A marrow cleansing pill costs 100,000 yuan on the market, far more valuable than basic spirit fruits. I hadn't expected the school to be so generous. I mentally noted that I might be able to squeeze more benefits from them in the future. After retrieving my backpack from the security guard, I carefully placed the wooden box containing the pill inside and headed home with a spring in my step. Today was the first day I bound with the system, and I'd already obtained a marrow cleansing pill. This bone marrow cleansing pill has a market price of 100,000, and not everyone can buy it. There are only 2 ways to purchase it. One is through government connections, but besides the cost of the medicine, treating people to meals and giving gifts also adds up to a significant expense. The other is through exchanging military merits. Military merits can only be gained by going to the battlefield and killing enemies. 1 military merit point is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. But if you were to buy it with money, it would cost 20,000 yuan per point. Moreover, trading military merits is illegal, and getting caught could lead to a prison sentence. I silently calculated in my mind, right now, I can gain up to 5 spiritual power points per day, which is the upper limit for the martial apprentice stage. At this rate, reaching the next level only takes 3 days. In 3 days, I'll be a 7th rank martial apprentice. Thinking this, I was filled with anticipation. When I got home in the evening, father wasn't back yet. I didn't ask mother much about how he was doing on the battlefield. She had average aptitude and couldn't break through to the martial artist level, so pressing her would only make her worry more. In this world where strength reigns supreme, I used to come home and relax by watching TV, but now all I want to do is cultivate. By national decree, during wartime, households with someone at the martial artist rank must send 1 person to the battlefield. Once my strength grows, I'll go to the front lines in father's place. I've already maxed out today's spiritual energy reserves, but I can still keep training my martial techniques. Martial skills are crucial means for self-preservation and attack. There's no downside to extra practice. Moreover, before returning today, my comprehension of Spirit Thorn improved by another 50%, so I'll definitely progress faster than my classmates. Relaxing my body and mind, I attuned myself to the surrounding spiritual energy, smoothly circulating the internal spiritual power within me as I gradually condensed a Spirit Thorn. Go! I pointed in one direction, and the Spirit Thorn shot out to pierce a stainless steel bowl. This bowl was something I dug out from a corner of our home cabinet. After getting mother's permission, I brought it to serve as my cultivation prop. I've just entered the early insight realm. The spiritual thorn technique isn't powerful enough yet. It can't pierce through the iron bowl, only embed itself in the surface. Perhaps once I break through to the novice level, it'll penetrate. To reach novice level as quickly as possible, I redoubled my cultivation efforts. Host diligently cultivating, spiritual thorn proficiency +1. Your friend Lu Xuanwen from the contact list is diligently practicing stone shattering skill, proficiency +1. Your friend Lu Xuanwen from the contact list is diligently practicing stone shattering skill, proficiency +1. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practiced the blocking element technique, proficiency +1. The entire night passed by with the system's constant notifications. Early the next morning, after getting up, I practiced all 3 martial techniques I had learned over the past 3 years of high school before finally stopping. By now, my attribute panel had improved significantly compared to yesterday. Host, Mu Qingji. Age, 17. Cultivation level, 6th stage martial apprentice, 688 spiritual points. Comprehension, LV.1, 85/100. Martial skill, rock shatter technique novice, 97 out of 100, low grade ding tier. Energy block technique small mastery, 170/1000, low grade ding tier / spirit thorn initial insight, 5/20, high grade ding tier friend list, Lu Xuanwen affinity 70, double amplification. The rock shatter technique should reach small mastery today. Having 2 small mastery skills just after the start of the second semester in senior high will definitely improve my monthly exam results. All thanks to Lu Xuanwen. His diligent cultivation last night helped me almost break through with the rock shatter technique even though I didn't practice it yesterday. Yesterday I focused specifically on practicing Spirit Thorn, with Lu Xuanwen providing the buffs for blocking energy technique and stone shattering technique. I have to say, choosing Lu Xuanwen was truly a wise decision. As days passed, my fame skyrocketed after mastering a martial technique in just over 10 minutes. Many teachers began using me as an example to motivate their students during martial technique instruction, and quite a few students remembered my name. Not just at second high, Principal Li Yiping boasted everywhere. The principals at first high, third high, fourth high, and fifth high all knew that second high had produced a talent like me. Naturally, they were jealous and even used me as an example to pressure their own school teachers. After being lectured, those teachers would then go and admonish their students. Those students probably cursed me 1,000 times in their hearts after hearing things like, "Look at Mu Qingji from number 2 high school," day after day. If resentment could physically harm, I'd already be riddled with holes. I noticed people turning to stare at me more often on campus, with many students giving me resentful looks. At first, it made me uneasy, but over time, I got used to it. A little over half a month passed, and soon it was time for the first monthly exam of the semester. For the past half month, my spiritual power has been maxed out daily. I've already broken through to Martial Apprentice Stage 7 and am not far from reaching Stage 8. Lu Xuanwen received Cultivation Amplification and mastered Spirit Thorn to the beginner's realm in just 2 days. He diligently practiced 3 martial techniques daily, significantly boosting my proficiency levels. During this period, our friendship grew stronger. We've been eating and training together constantly. Many classmates tried imitating us by forming study groups, but not only did they fail to improve, their own cultivation progress actually suffered. I sighed inwardly, thinking that if not for the system, I really wouldn't recommend forming a team. 2 people together would definitely waste time. Fortunately, I had the system, and Lu Xuanwen had the doubling buff. Both of us were cultivation fanatics, so our cultivation speed skyrocketed, making old Wang overjoyed. On the night before the monthly exam, I checked my cultivation progress as usual. Host, Mu Qingji. Age, 17. Cultivation, Martial Disciple Stage 7, 798 Spirit Power. Comprehension, LV2, 26/200. Martial Skill, Rock Breaking Technique, Minor Mastery, 230/1000, Grade, Ding, Low Class. Blocking Technique, Minor Mastery, 450/1000, Grade D, Lower Tier Spirit Thorn Entry Level, 70 out of 100, Grade D, Upper Tier Friends List, Lu Xuanwen Affection Level, 80, Double Amplification. Tomorrow's monthly exam will be my chance to break through to the 8th level Warrior Apprentice stage. Even Yi Tao, the top-ranked student in our grade, is at this same cultivation level. He's my biggest competitor in this upcoming exam. Although I have reached the 8th level of Warrior Disciple, he entered it before me and is probably about to break through to the 9th level by now. His spiritual power must be higher than mine. Even if tomorrow's test shows I've reached the 8th stage, nobody would believe I could defeat him. He's a seasoned academic elite. His Stone Shatter and Yuan Block techniques have long reached minor mastery. My spiritual energy value can't match his. The only variable is the Spiritual Thorn technique we learned this semester, the single combat skill where I surpass him. To win, I must rely entirely on this. For these past 20-some days, only Lu Xuanwen knew my spiritual thorn had broken through to entry level. Not even old Wang knew. He's got a big mouth. If he found out, the whole school would know, and my true capabilities would be thoroughly exposed. I wanted to keep some trump cards up my sleeve. An unexpected move might secure victory. Just as I was pondering how to deal with Yi Tao in tomorrow's monthly exam, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Your friend Lu Xuanwen has consumed a basic spiritual fruit, spiritual energy +2. Congratulations, host, you've broken through to Martial Apprentice Stage 8. My mind short-circuited from shock. I'd already boosted my spiritual energy by 5 points today. How could it increase again? Chapter 7, No Upper Limit? The laws of the world dictated that during the Warrior Apprentice stage, each person could gain a maximum of 5 spiritual energy points per day. During this period, he had consistently gained exactly 5 points daily. He had tried continuing his cultivation beyond this limit, but whenever he attempted to absorb more spiritual energy, his meridians would instantly swell with excruciating pain, making further absorption utterly impossible. Since his spiritual energy replenished fully every day, he hadn't consumed those 3 basic spirit fruits, fearing they would go to waste if eaten now. Lu Xuanwen reached the initial insight realm in just 2 days and was rewarded by the school with 1 basic spirit fruit and 1 low-grade spirit fruit. He hadn't consumed them before, most likely saving 1 for a final push during the monthly exam. What exactly is the principle behind this? He had never heard of anyone being able to increase spiritual power by consuming external substances after already reaching full capacity. If merely ingesting something could break the laws of the world, wouldn't that be too arbitrary? He immediately went online to search whether spiritual power could still increase after reaching the daily maximum of 5 points during the martial apprentice stage. Soon, a pile of forum posts popped up. The 2 most clicked post titles were, "Can spiritual power still grow after consuming power-boosting items upon reaching 5 daily points in the martial apprentice stage?" and, "Is 5 spiritual power points truly the daily cultivation limit for martial apprentices?" The first post's title perfectly matched his thoughts, so he clicked it open. Can consuming spiritual power-boosting items still increase spiritual power after a warrior apprentice has already cultivated 5 points in 1 day? As the title says, I believe everyone knows that a warrior apprentice can gain at most 5 points of spiritual power per day. This goes without saying, as even elementary school students know this. However, the books don't specify whether the 5-point limit applies solely to cultivation or also includes elixirs, or other spiritual power-boosting items. If cultivation alone maxes out the gain, does taking elixirs afterward still increase spiritual power? I often pondered this question, so I decided to conduct an experiment. I first cultivated and increased my spiritual power by 5 points, then consumed a low-grade spirit fruit. Right after consuming that low-grade spirit fruit, trouble struck. My body couldn't digest that surge of spiritual energy, causing it to run wild through my system and nearly destroy me. Fortunately, there was a martial commander practicing beside me who noticed something was wrong and helped channel the rampaging energy in time. The sensation of wild spiritual energy coursing through you is truly unbearable. Even remembering the scene now makes my scalp tingle. I advise fellow cultivators not to test dangerous limits by assuming you're some chosen one. In the end, I reached a conclusion. There's no loophole to exploit in the world's rule that martial apprentices can only gain 5 spiritual power points per day. I advise fellow netizens not to push as hard as I did. Had there not been a martial commander by my side, you might never have seen this post. Stardate 2000. This is a post from 10 years ago, with all sorts of comments below. The top-voted comment expressed envy that he had a martial commander overseeing his cultivation, followed by jokes about his daring experimentation, and then came the usual requests from powerhouses seeking patronage. Seeing this, Mu Qingji had grasped the general idea, but it only deepened his doubts. It had already been proven that at the martial disciple stage, one could only increase a maximum of 5 spiritual power points per day. So why had he managed to raise it by 7 points today? This question was crucial. If he could figure it out, his cultivation speed would become even faster. Lu Xuanwen could improve by 3 spiritual power points daily, while he himself could achieve twice that, which theoretically should be 6 points. But due to the established rules, he could only reach 5 points. That was why he had always believed the limit was 5 until today when Lu Xuanwen consumed a basic spiritual fruit and gained 1 point, while he surprisingly gained 2 points. The issue lies precisely with this foundational spiritual fruit. The system ought to know all this. He deliberately hadn't asked earlier, wanting to see if he could find the answer himself. Turns out he couldn't. Mu Qingji initiated a mental conversation with the system. System, I thought the daily limit for spiritual power increase during the warrior apprentice stage was 5 points. Why did I gain 2 extra points today without feeling any discomfort? Host is bound by rules, but the system is not. During the warrior apprentice stage, the host's daily cultivation limit is 5 points of spiritual power. Consuming pills and spirit fruits can provide unlimited increases. What? Mu Qingji found it hard to believe his true limit was actually having no limit at all. This was actually a benefit provided by the system, one he simply hadn't discovered until now. The thought of only gaining 5 spiritual points daily over these past 20 days suddenly made him feel like he'd lost several hundred million. But he quickly calmed himself down. While spiritual energy could be boosted daily through external methods, where could he possibly obtain so many miraculous elixirs? He only possessed 3 basic spiritual fruits and 1 marrow cleansing pill in his possession, the latter reserved for his breakthrough to warrior rank and currently unusable. The spiritual energy provided by basic fruits was far too limited and unsuitable for his needs. Now he knew the method to gain additional spiritual energy, yet he remained penniless. There's a saying that rings absolutely true: money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. To maximize the effect of the 3 basic spirit fruits, he decided to give all 3 to Lu Xuanwen. If he ate one himself, it would only increase his spiritual power by 1 point. But if given to Lu Xuanwen, Lu would gain 1 point while he himself would gain 2 points per fruit. By letting Lu Xuanwen consume them, both could enhance their own strength. With this in mind, he took out the 3 basic spirit power fruits and placed them in a small pocket of his school bag, planning to give them to Lu Xuanwen the next day. Mu Qingji chose not to stay up late, wanting to face the monthly exam in the best possible mental state. This exam would be his moment to showcase his abilities in front of his entire grade. In the past, he had always been at the tail end of the top 10, never able to stand on the podium, only watching from the sidelines as the top 3 received their teachers' praise and the envious gazes of their classmates. No student wouldn't want to stand there themselves, and the higher the ranking, the fiercer the competition. Everyone longed for that top spot, eager to prove themselves. This time, I will stand at the center of the podium. On the other side, Lu Xuanwen finished absorbing the basic spiritual fruit and completed several meditation cycles before stopping. These brief 20 days of cultivation made him feel his progress was astonishingly rapid. Whether it was refining spiritual power, martial techniques, or even the efficiency of absorbing the basic spiritual fruit, everything had improved by 50% compared to before. Forming a team with Mu Qingji was truly the wisest decision he had ever made. Seeing his daily progress accelerate so quickly filled him with an immense sense of accomplishment. Tomorrow is the monthly exam. I hope I can make it into the top 3. Lu Xuanwen thought to himself. He now only regretted not forming a study group with Mu Qingji earlier. If they had established the group back in their first year of high school, his current strength would surely have reached martial artist level by now. Little did he know, forming the group in their first year wouldn't have boosted either of their strengths. Chapter 8, Exam Hall Assignments. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen consumed a low-grade spirit fruit, gaining plus 10 spiritual energy. Mu Qingji was awakened in the morning by the system's notification sound. He hadn't expected Lu Xuanwen to work so hard this time, actually consuming the low-grade spirit fruit directly. Each low-grade spirit fruit could increase spiritual energy by 5 points, leaving Lu Xuanwen unable to gain further improvements through cultivation for the rest of the day. Nevertheless, compared to his usual daily gain of just 3 spiritual energy points, it was still worth it. Lu Xuanwen's improvement speed had been quite rapid lately. It probably wouldn't take long for him to advance to the 8th stage of martial disciple. Unable to fall back asleep after being startled awake, Mu Qingji decided to cultivate instead, stopping only after gaining 2 additional points of spiritual energy. Host, Mu Qingji, age, 17. Cultivation level, Martial Apprentice 8th stage, 812 spiritual power points. Comprehension, LV.2, 26/1000. Martial techniques, Boulder Breaker Technique, Minor Achievement, 230/1000, Ding Rank Low Grade. Blocking Technique, Minor Achievement, 450/1000, Lower Grade Tier D. Spiritual Thorns Novice, 70 out of 100, Upper Grade Tier D. Friend List, Lu Xuanwen Favorability 80, Double Boost. His cultivation level increased by another 12 points, further bolstering his confidence. When he arrived at school, Mu Qingji found Old Wang already sitting in the classroom early. Before every exam, Old Wang would come to the classroom ahead of time to cheer the students on. Setting aside other merits, Old Wang genuinely wished the best for his students. He wasn't harsh or snobbish, and his personality was quite easygoing. Old Wang saw Mu Qingji and waved at him, gesturing for him to come over. Mu Qingji walked up to him and said, "Morning, Old Wang. What's up?" Old Wang stood at the podium this time, finally able to pat Mu Qingji on the shoulder. He couldn't help himself and gave it a couple extra pats before speaking up. "Student Mu Qingji, considering your recent progress, the organization has placed great expectations upon you. Your teacher hopes you'll perform exceptionally well today and dazzle everyone else in class." Mu Qingji stared at Old Wang in confusion. What was up with him today, spouting all this incomprehensible nonsense? Actually, when Old Wang said those words to him, it wasn't just encouragement, there was some self-interest involved too. Because just yesterday, while he was in the office with those teachers discussing student grades, the conversation gradually turned into an argument. Class 1 was the strongest in their grade, with the top 3 students all in their class. As a result, their homeroom teacher often felt that her students were superior to those taught by others. Until recently, Mu Qingji from Class 2 gained sudden popularity among teachers and students due to mastering a martial arts skill, which made the homeroom teacher of Class 1 feel their students were being overshadowed. The students in Class 2 were leftovers from Class 1's selection process from the very beginning. Yet now, one of them has become somewhat famous, not enormously so, but at least more well-known than any student from Class 1. This made him feel utterly humiliated. Others rise with the students he deemed unworthy, while he, despite having access to superior candidates, is surpassed. Does this mean his teaching ability is lacking? Of course, while thinking this way in his heart, Class 1's homeroom teacher would never say it out loud. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 was surnamed Jiang, an extremely stern man. Having previously mentored outstanding students, he had long been assigned as the homeroom teacher for Class 1. Because of his high status at school, he was particularly concerned about saving face. Even though Old Wang hadn't gone up to show off in front of him, he still felt his authority as the top teacher at second high school was being challenged. So he wanted to take Old Wang down a peg and deliberately went up to him, saying, "Old Wang, I heard your class has sprouted quite a promising seedling. Not sure how the news leaked, but now half the schools know, even my buddy at number 4 high knows. And my cousin's kid at number 1 high was asking if I knew him too. With someone that outstanding, he's bound to top this month's exam, don't you think? This remark carries a double meaning. First, it implies that old Wang's exaggerated publicity has made Mu Qingji widely known, suggesting his student's reputation is mere hype. Second, it sarcastically points out that despite Mu Qingji's fame, he can't even outperform students from their own class. Heh, thanks for the auspicious words. Old Wang smiled perfunctorily, not intending to engage with him. Just then, a teacher nearby chimed in. What are you saying, Teacher Jiang? No matter how talented Morong Qingji is, he's only at warrior level 6. His cultivation is still far behind your class's Yi Tao. I heard Yi Tao has been at warrior level 8 for some time and is almost ready to advance to warrior level 9. Exactly. Exams test real combat abilities. To face someone like Yi Tao in battle, your spiritual power ranking needs to be among the top 2 in the entire school. Morong Qingji may have high comprehension, but he doesn't even have the qualifications to be Yi Tao's opponent. Old Wang couldn't take it anymore upon hearing this. I didn't speak up earlier just to avoid arguing with Teacher Jiang, but then a bunch of people started sarcastically mocking his student right there. He can tolerate disciplining his own student behind closed doors, but letting others speak disdainfully in front of him, that he won't stand for. What's with the bitterness? With Mu Qingji's abilities, breaking through to warrior rank is guaranteed. Once he becomes a warrior, there'll be no daily cultivation limit, and he'll catch up to Yi Tao in no time. Given his talent, prestigious mentors at university will surely take a liking to him. With just a few elixirs from them, he'll bridge the gap. The difference at the martial apprentice stage won't hold him back much. Some teachers weren't buying it. University is still a long way off. Who knows what'll happen then? Let's talk about something closer, tomorrow's monthly exam. I say Mu Qingji definitely can't beat Yi Tao. Forget winning, even making top 3 would be a stretch. Old Wang was furious and immediately engaged in a heated debate with all the teachers. In the end, Old Wang even made a bet with the homeroom teacher of class 1 over this. As for who would take the top spot in the grade, Mu Qingji or Yi Tao, almost all the teachers bet on Yi Tao, except for Old Wang, who wagered on Mu Qingji. Deep down, he knew Mu Qingji's spiritual power couldn't match Yi Tao's, but as a teacher, he didn't want his student to be looked down upon. Even if Mu Qingji couldn't win, he would still properly encourage the student. Old Wang even optimistically thought that losing might not be entirely a bad thing. When the time came, he could appear before the student as an angelic teacher, comforting the wounded heart of the student, thus fostering a closer student-teacher relationship. Naturally, Mu Qingji was unaware that a group of teachers had placed bets regarding this monthly exam, with him being one of the central figures. He simply returned to his seat and waited for the class bell to ring. The class bell rings at 7:50, and the monthly exam begins at 8 o'clock, giving them 10 minutes to get to their respective exam halls. This time, there are 10 exam halls, each with over 100 examinees, and everyone is randomly assigned to a different hall. Seeing that most of the classmates had arrived, Old Wang cleared his throat to quiet them down and began announcing each student's assigned exam hall. Li Pu, Hall 3, Seat 38. Sheng Baijue, Examination Hall 5, Seat 100. Tian Gue, Examination Hall 10, Seat 77. Wang Chunhua, Examination Hall 2, Seat 18. After about a dozen names were called, Lu Xuanwen's name finally appeared. Lu Xuanwen, Examination Hall 8, Seat 99. Lu Xuanwen noted down his examination hall and seat number, then prepared to listen for which hall Mu Qingji would be assigned. Chapter 9, Examination Hall 6, Seat 66. Fortunately, Old Wang didn't keep him waiting long. Mu Qingji, Examination Hall 6, Seat 66. Old Wang paused slightly when calling out Mu Qingji's number, remarking, "This is quite an auspicious number," before continuing with the roll call. "Brother Mu, your number is so lucky. Too bad we're not in the same examination hall." Lu Xuanwen had been spending every day with Mu Qingji lately. Naturally, as their friendship grew, he longed to do everything together, including hoping they'd be assigned to the same examination hall. Mu Qingji patted his head affectionately and comforted him. "It's alright, it's just an exam. You should focus your energy on this monthly test and get yourself in better shape. Don't forget we still have a sparring match today." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanwen stopped sulking and readjusted his attitude. Brother Mu is right, I should take every exam seriously. But why did Brother Mu pat my head? Dad always says a man's head shouldn't be touched casually, but Brother Mu and I are so close, so maybe it's fine if he does it? As he was struggling with his thoughts, the class bell rang. The bell's rung, the monthly exam starts in 10 minutes, everyone get to your assigned exam halls. Old Wang called out to the students to find their exam rooms. He made a point of walking over to Mu Qingji, asking with feigned casualness that was actually probing, "Mu, what ranking do you think you'll get this time?" Mu Qingji considered briefly, "Definitely top 2, aiming for first." Old Wang's hopeless heart rekindled upon hearing this. From Mu Qingji's tone, it seemed he had made significant progress recently. Though unsure if he could rival Yi Tao, at least he could climb a few rankings. Indeed, Old Wang didn't take Mu Qingji's claim of securing second place seriously. He merely saw it as a display of the boy's confidence. Alright, student Mu, you better put in the effort. Your teacher's betting on you against others. Even if we lose, I'd like to go down with some dignity. Noticing Mu Qingji stopping to give him a puzzled look, Old Wang shoved him forward. What are you standing around for? Hurry to the exam hall. Inside classroom 6. Many examinees had already entered the exam hall and were seated at their desks. Heads turned when a tall, handsome student walked into the classroom. The young man stood around 190 centimeters, somehow turning the drab school uniform into casual fashion with his effortless style. With his striking facial features and naturally relaxed demeanor, he looked more like a movie star. This was Mu Qingji. Mu Qingji stood at 187 centimeters tall, and with any shoes he'd easily reach 190 centimeters. He found his seat without paying attention to the gazes around him. Since childhood, he'd been stared at by countless people, and recently after gaining fame, he'd attracted even more onlookers. He'd grown accustomed to others' stares. As long as they weren't malicious, he could ignore them effortlessly. Soon, the exam proctor entered with test papers in hand. The monthly exam began with the humanities section, worth 200 points over 2 hours, testing battlefield knowledge frequently used in combat and students' ability to identify different demonic beasts. Mu Qingji had always been diligent in his studies. If ranked solely by liberal arts scores, he would take first place. Naturally, acing the liberal arts exam was a breeze for him, and he breezed through the questions with ease. After finishing, he meticulously reviewed his answers once more. Finding no mistakes, he submitted his paper early. Only an hour and a half had passed, still 30 minutes before the exam ended, giving him time to practice Spirit Thorn again. His comprehension of Spirit Thorn was exceptional, allowing him to master this martial technique several times faster than the other two. 30 minutes later, Mu Qingji concluded his practice. Spiritual Thorn Proficiency, 72 out of 100, Upper Tier Ding Class. 2 more points gained, he was quite pleased. After the written exam concluded, the screen at the front of the examination hall lit up. All the students were familiar with this display. Every major exam since entering high school had used this screen to show rankings. The invigilator in charge of the martial arts exam unlocked a latch on the classroom wall and pushed lightly, revealing a hidden room inside. The room contained specialized equipment for testing spiritual energy. Only one person could enter at a time, and the results would be displayed in real time on a large screen outside. Moreover, this screen didn't just rank students within one examination hall, it displayed unified rankings for all examinees across 10 examination halls. Students whose names I call now, please enter the room to test your spiritual energy. The rest of you, remain quietly at your seats and do not disturb others. Student number 1, Manhwa, please come forward for your spiritual energy test. A plainly dressed young man stood up and walked into the room. Before his spiritual power could even be measured, 5 or 6 names had already appeared on the display screen. After a while, Manhwa walked out. His name ranked 9th, indicating he was currently second to last among the 10 students tested. Student number 2, Maoing, please come test your spiritual power. This is a neatly dressed girl with a spiritual power measurement of 680 points, instantly securing the top position currently. Though she only ranks first among 20 students, even among the 1,000+ students in this grade level, her results would easily place her within the top 10. Student number 3, Xia Zhao, please come forward for your spiritual power test. Student number 57, Ding Bing, please come forward for your spiritual power test. When number 57 was detected, the leaderboard had already displayed the rankings of over 500 people. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the first place." Everyone turned to look and saw that the top spot was unexpectedly occupied by Yi Tao from examination hall number 8, with a spiritual power value reaching 890. Truly incredible. To have such a high spiritual power value in just the first semester of senior year, by the time of the college entrance exams, he'll likely have achieved martial artist level 1, maybe even level 2. I've seen this guy's name ranking first from freshman to senior year every time. It's practically a given at this point. Actually, I think he's the only one in our school who's broken through to Martial Apprentice Stage 8. Every time he fights the runner-up, he completely dominates them without any suspense. Can't be helped. The gap in their abilities is just too big. Mu Qingji was paying close attention to Yi Tao's condition. This was the person he'd be facing today. Rumor had it that Yi Tao was nearing Martial Apprentice Stage 9, and seeing now, it was clearly true. Being just 10 spiritual energy points away from breaking through, 890 versus 900, he'd undoubtedly reach Stage 9 within days. Student number 62, Wang Xing, please come for your spiritual power test. Student number 65, Li Lin, please come for your spiritual power test. Student number 66, Mu Qingji, please come for your spiritual power test. Upon hearing his name, Mu Qingji stood up to take the spiritual power test. Many people around looked at him, somewhat surprised upon hearing his name. Mu Qingji? So this is Mu Qingji. Not only is he handsome, but his grades are also excellent. They say he's a 6th level martial apprentice, ranking in the top 10 of his grade academically. The examiner also smiled at Mu Qingji, clearly having heard of his name before. Mu Qingji lay on the spiritual energy detection device as a blue ring of light swept over his entire body before beginning its announcement. Mu Qingji, 812 spirit power points. Chapter 10. Another 8th level warrior apprentice. Mu Qingji's name also appeared on the display screen outside, his scores placing him directly in 2nd position, right beneath Yi Tao. Noah 2 Mu Qingji Exam Hall 6, Seat 66, Class 2, Spiritual Power Value, 812. Holy crap, another 8th stage martial disciple. Everyone had their spiritual power tested just 2 days before this semester started. I remember he was only a 6th stage martial disciple back then. How did he jump straight to 8th stage? It looks like Yi Tao's opponent will be Mu Qingji this time. Though since both are at 8th stage martial disciple level, the match probably won't end too quickly. Several students in exam hall number 6 who had previously ranked high looked at Mu Qingji in surprise. The top 10 students in the grade were generally familiar with each other, and they clearly remembered everyone's strength. No one expected that in just over 20 days since the start of the semester, Mu Qingji had improved so much. Inside exam hall number 8, Lu Xuanwen was somewhat surprised when he saw Mu Qingji's results, but he felt even happier. Yi Tao also carefully studied Mu Qingji's spiritual power value. He used to stand alone at the top, always leading the 2nd place by an entire realm. Who would have thought someone at the 8th stage of warrior apprentice would emerge today? Although there's still a gap in spiritual power between them, they're ultimately at the same stage now, which might lead to a prolonged battle between the two. Then he suddenly recalled how some of his classmates couldn't stand Mu Qingji. Out of the top 10 in the grade, Class 1 occupied 7 spots, Class 2 had 2, and Class 3 only had 1. Several students in Class 1 believed they were stronger than Mu Qingji, yet Mu Qingji was more famous than them, which left them feeling resentful. Now that Mu Qingji's strength has been revealed, those few people will surely shut their mouths. It's not that Yi Tao is arrogant, it's just that his sights have never been set on just a small school. He wants to achieve results at the city and provincial levels. He couldn't care less about who becomes famous. Everyone has their own strengths, and he doesn't waste time feeling jealous of others. Time passed second by second, and the spiritual power test was nearing its end. Student Lu Xuanwen, number 99, please come forward for your spiritual power test. In examination hall number 6, Mu Qingji heard the examiner call out candidate number 99. Remembering that Lu Xuanwen was number 99, he perked up and stared at the results displayed on the large screen. Soon, the results appeared. 3rd place, Lu Xuanwen, candidate number 99, examination hall 8, class 2, spiritual power value, 774. In an instant, everyone was stunned. This time, 2 out of the top 3 are actually from class 2, unprecedented and unheard of. Moreover, Lu Xuanwen's spiritual power level is considered high even among the 7th stage martial apprentices. It seems class 2 is truly rising this time. Holy crap, am I seeing things? 2 of the top 3 are from class 2. Only 1 from the top 3 is from class 1. Now let's see how those class 1 guys act all high and mighty. They're always showing off. But this time they lost the 2nd and 3rd places. This time, Yi Tao was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Class 2 to improve so much this time. It seemed the homeroom teacher would thoroughly criticize Class 1 again after the monthly exam. The thought gave him a headache. He felt the homeroom teacher of Class 1 was too emotionally volatile, always comparing everything with others and far too competitive. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 wasn't particularly skilled in teaching. He had merely been fortunate enough to have some exceptionally talented students in his first batch, which earned him undeserved credit and allowed him to continue teaching Class 1. Since Class 1 students were originally the top 60 in their grade, he believed any teacher could handle them well without much effort. If the Class 1 homeroom teacher were to throw another tantrum after this exam, he might consider transferring to another class. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room on the 3rd floor, the room was packed with senior teachers, all quietly observing the students' performance on the field. Not long ago, Yi Tao's results came out, and Class 1's homeroom teacher immediately became smug, with many teachers offering him flattery. This Yi Tao is truly outstanding. He's the only 8th level martial apprentice in the whole grade, isn't he? Truly worthy of being Teacher Zhang's student. Teacher Jiang looked at old Wang and deliberately said loudly, "Teacher Wang, didn't you make a bet with me yesterday about who would win between Yi Tao and Mu Qingji? Now that so many teachers are here, I'd like to ask them to bear witness together. What do you say?" A group of teachers turned their gaze toward old Wang. None of them believed any student could defeat Yi Tao. Old Wang's bet with Teacher Jiang was most likely spurred on by a moment of provocation. Old Wang wasn't intimidated either. What's there to ask? You've already said it all, so don't hypocritically question me now. Isn't it just that the loser has to fulfill one request from the winner? Old Wang here isn't someone who can't handle losing. Good. Don't you dare go back on your word. Teacher Jiang immediately seized the opportunity. After quite a while, only 2 7th-level martial apprentices appeared, and both were from Class 1. Teacher Jiang felt confident in his victory already, even beginning to consider what demands he should make. He thinks that Mu Qingji is quite good and should be in Class 1. Being placed in Class 2 is simply holding him back. As his thoughts wander, he suddenly hears a teacher exclaim nearby, "Has Mu Qingji improved this much?" He glances at the monitor and sees Mu Qingji's name in second place on the display, with strength at the 8th level of warrior apprentice. "How is this possible?" he exclaims in shock. Although Old Wang was also startled, he didn't show it on his face, putting on an expression as if he had known everything all along. What's so impossible about it? Are only your Class 1 students allowed to have 8th level martial apprentices, while my Class 2 students aren't? Inwardly, he praised Mu Qingji. This kid truly kept his strengths hidden, and this time he really shone for him. Teacher Zhang's face darkened. Still, she refused to back down. Even if they're 8th level martial apprentices, their spiritual power levels are still lacking by a fair margin. Old Wang was in high spirits and dismissed her words as mere noise, paying them no heed. His mood improved further because Lu Xuanwen's spiritual power ranked 3rd. Previously, he had barely broken through 700, yet now he had made such significant progress. Old Wang glanced subtly at the homeroom teacher of Class 1 and saw his face dark as a pot bottom. The machine's prompt sounded. "Students, the spiritual power testing has now concluded. According to the results, the 1st and 2nd place will compete in combat, the 3rd and 4th will face off, and so on. Next, the students whose names are called, please leave the examination hall and reach the combat platform on the 1st floor within 3 minutes. Those who exceed the time limit will be considered as forfeiting. 1st-ranked Ji Tao and 2nd-ranked Mu Qingji, please proceed to the combat platform within 3 minutes. Other students, remain in your seats to watch the live broadcast." The combat platform is surrounded by surveillance cameras, allowing examinees from different examination halls to observe the battles taking place on stage. The school exams are conducted in order from first to last. Students who have finished may return to their classrooms to rest or stay to continue watching the matches. This method ensures everyone can witness the emergence of the top-ranked student and also learn some practical combat techniques from the fights. When Mu Qingji arrived at the combat platform, Yi Tao was already standing there. Without hesitation, Mu Qingji quickly stepped onto the platform and nodded at Yi Tao as a form of greeting. "Both participants have arrived. Ready to begin the duel? Begin!" The two on the platform answered simultaneously. Chapter 11, Victory over Yi Tao. First match, Class 1's Yi Tao versus Class 2's Mu Qingji. The duel begins now. As the mechanical voice faded, Yi Tao launched the first strike, a razor-sharp palm strike slicing directly toward Mu Qingji. Everyone could see this palm strike carry formidable momentum. If it connected, Mu Qingji would undoubtedly be injured. Students from different exam halls were all watching with rapt attention. Watching high-ranking students duel is truly more exciting. Their martial techniques are mostly at the minor achievement level. Yi Tao's stone-shattering technique reached minor achievement some time ago. If I remember correctly, Mu Qingji's stone-shattering technique hasn't reached that stage yet, it's still at the entry level. That being said, Mu Qingji's offensive capability would be slightly inferior to Yi Tao's. Just as the palm strike was about to hit Mu Qingji, a transparent disc suddenly lit up in front of him, blocking the attack. It's the minor mastery shield skill. That seems to be the only martial technique Mu Qingji has trained to minor mastery. Seeing his first move blocked, Yi Tao launched another attack. This time, however, he changed his angle, attacking from Mu Qingji's side. His intention was clear, he wanted to engage Mu Qingji in close combat. Yi Tao's stone-shattering technique and energy-blocking technique had both reached minor mastery, while Mu Qingji had only achieved minor mastery in the energy-blocking technique. Therefore, in terms of offensive power, Mu Qingji was inferior to Yi Tao. Of course, these were just the spectators' perspectives. If they knew that Mu Qingji had not only perfected the rock-shattering technique and blocking energy technique but even grasped the basics of Spirit Thorn, they might reconsider their opinion. Mu Qingji reacted even faster. His proficiency in blocking elemental techniques had improved significantly during this period, so facing attacks of the same mastery level didn't faze him at all. Thus, everyone saw Yi Tao relentlessly attacking on the field while Mu Qingji continuously cast defensive techniques. Just defending without a single counterattack? How boring, someone remarked, thinking Mu Qingji was too cowardly to strike back. Immediately, someone retorted, "Why don't you try taking that hit yourself? Simply blocking without injury is impressive enough. All of us here are weaker than them, what right do we have to judge their strength?" In the monitoring room, Teacher Zhang's expression softened slightly. Although Mu Qingji's spiritual power has improved, his courage remains lacking. He only knows how to defend. Once his energy is depleted, he'll have no choice but to endure the beating and lose immediately. Old Wang scoffed. In the past, people would be defeated in 3 to 5 moves under Yi Tao's hands. Mu Qingji being able to hold out this long is already quite impressive. Yi Tao was also feeling helpless. Previously, even if his opponents had defenses, his strength would easily break through. But Mu Qingji was on the same level as him, and his mastery of defensive techniques was decent, making it hard for Yi Tao to penetrate his defenses in a short time. If things continued like this, it would take quite a while to wear him down. Mu Qingji had been observing Yi Tao the entire time while secretly gathering his strength. Up until now, he had only used one martial technique to avoid revealing his full capabilities too early, planning to catch Yi Tao off guard once he showed signs of fatigue. Finally, his moment arrived. The instant Yi Tao showed fatigue, Mu Qingji unleashed the long-prepared stone-shattering technique with a fierce punch. The force of this strike was so immense that even the spectators watching through the screen could hear the piercing whistle of the wind. Look, Mu Qingji is finally making his move. The power behind that punch is immense. It doesn't look like Novice Realm at all. Of course it's not Novice Realm, that's the shattering stone technique at minor achievement level, you fool. If Mu Qingji has also mastered 2 minor achievement combat skills, their combat power shouldn't be too far apart now. Yi Tao wasn't foolish either, he had long anticipated Mu Qingji making a move against him. A transparent disc materialized before him. His defensive technique had also reached minor mastery. While he couldn't harm Mu Qingji couldn't land a hit on him either. Damn, Yi Tao sharp totally saw that move from Mu Qingji coming. Some classmates cheered for Yi Tao's quick reflexes. Just as everyone assumed this palm strike would be harmless, the disc suddenly developed a tiny puncture. In the next instant, a spiritual thorn pierced Yi Tao's wrist. The instant the spirit thorn pierced Yi Tao's wrist, Mu Qingji dashed in front of him and delivered several more palm strikes in succession. The wrist injury was meant to stall his defenses, leaving him unable to block the ensuing attacks. This was his true tactic. Everything happened in an instant. The moment Yi Tao's hand was injured, a barrage of shattering stone strikes came crashing toward him, leaving him no time to defend himself. Spiritual energy slammed directly into his body, sending him flying several meters backward. Your spirit thorn, you've mastered the basics? Yi Tao stared at Mu Qingji. That was the key to his defeat. It was only by breaking through his defenses with spirit thorn that Mu Qingji had prevailed. Without that variable, the two of them would have simply been locked in a battle of endurance, waiting to see who would falter first. Since his abilities had already been revealed, Mu Qingji saw no reason to hide them any longer. I've reached the entry level. The spiritual thorn at the initial perception stage didn't have much lethal power and couldn't be projected too far from oneself. Only the entry-level spiritual thorn could remain hidden for some time before striking. This was something Mu Qingji had discovered during his practice. Yi Tao listened to his words before slowly admitting, I concede. He wasn't the type who couldn't accept defeat. Being obsessed with winning or losing too much would only breed inner demons. Truthfully, he'd only been hit once. Had he stood up and continued fighting, it wouldn't have been impossible. But since he hadn't managed to land a single blow on Mu Qingji while receiving one himself, there was no point prolonging the battle. Mu Qingji clearly wasn't weaker than him. The examination hall and monitoring room fell into complete silence. They had been silent since the moment Mu Qingji's spiritual spike pierced through the defense. No one had expected Mu Qingji to be the final victor. By concealing the true realm of his spiritual spike and rock-breaking technique, Mu Qingji secured his victory in the later stages. His consistent use of the energy-blocking technique throughout earlier clashes not only lulled Yi Tao into complacency, but also made all spectators believe that energy blocking was the only technique Mu Qingji had mastered well. Who would have thought that Mu Qingji would be the one to come out on top in the end? Yi Tao has always been the top student in our grade. We're used to seeing him crush everyone else, so watching him get defeated feels like a dream. Old Wang joyfully ruffled his own hair. Mu Qingji had truly brought him immense pride this time. This was the first top-ranking student he'd nurtured in his entire teaching career. After all, the homeroom teacher position for Class 1 had long been occupied, and the students they taught were the leftover seedlings. Even if there were excellent ones, they still couldn't compare to the best batch that had been picked first. This time, he could finally proudly say to his daughter, your dad has also produced a grade level number 1 student. The atmosphere on Teacher Zhang's side froze solid. He never expected Mu Qingji to have mastered all 3 martial techniques so well, especially Spirit Thorn, which he had only been learning for about 3 weeks. To reach proficiency, and not just barely at that, was something no one had anticipated. However, his expression was about to turn even darker. Because in the match between the 3rd and 4th place contestants, Lu Xuanwen of the 3rd place won. Dao Ming of the 4th place not only lost but also suffered a humiliating defeat. And this Dao Ming was a student from Class 1. The expressions of everyone present were quite remarkable. Chapter 12, Triple Amplification. Old Wang, I never expected your class to have 2 such outstanding students this time. You've really taught them well. That's right, 2 out of the top 3 are from your class. The principal will surely give you a reward. Listening to his colleagues flattering old Wang, Teacher Jiang remained silent. He hadn't expected these people to change their attitudes so quickly. One moment they were buttering him up, the next they were all smiles for someone else. Old Wang gladly accepted the praise, then turned to Teacher Jiang with a smile. Teacher Jiang, You just publicly announced our bet in front of everyone. Now that the results are out, you'll have to fulfill my request. Just say what you mean. Teacher Jiang snapped impatiently. I can't think of any request right this moment. How about this? I'll make a demand within 3 days, and you'll have to honor it when the time comes. Teacher Jiang stared at old Wan's unbearably punchable expression, practically shaking with anger. Mu Qingji stayed behind to watch Lu Xuanwen's match and afterward returned to the classroom with him. Mu Qingji was quite satisfied with his progress. You did well this time, ranking 3rd in the martial arts division for your grade. Old Wang must be over the moon with joy. Lu Xuanwen couldn't help but smile, it had been so hard-earned, this being the first time he'd ever entered the top 3. Back during the placement exams, he hadn't performed well, ranking 61st in the grade and ending up in class 2. Since then, he'd been diligently cultivating, steadily maintaining a position within the top 8 of his grade. After every major exam, watching others step onto the awards podium always stirred envy in him. It was impossible not to feel that way. But that gap of just a few places had always seemed insurmountable. He was improving, but so were others. They wouldn't foolishly stand still and wait for him to catch up. This is my best performance yet. I know the recent boost in my cultivation speed is all thanks to you, Brother Mu. Words can't express my gratitude. From now on, even if you ask me to climb mountains of swords or brave seas of fire, I'll do it. Mu Qingji found himself torn between laughter and tears. I'm not asking you to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Just focus on cultivating properly. Friend list update. Lu Xuanwen's favorability toward you +5. Current favorability, 85. A favorability score of 85 was already remarkably high. Scores of 90 and above were typically reserved for immediate family members, like parents. He'd already reached the level of closest friendship. When the two arrived at the classroom, it stood empty and silent. No one else was there yet, as the others were still waiting to take their exams. Seizing the moment, Mu Qingji slipped 3 basic spirit fruit into Lu Xuanwen's hand. Lu Xuanwen kept refusing. Just kidding, he'd already benefited from Mu Qingji's kindness. How could he possibly accept someone else's possessions? But he couldn't withstand Mu Qingji's friendship threat. That refusal would mean not treating him as a brother, so he had no choice but to accept. In this world, aside from his parents, no one had ever treated him so well. It was their senior year of high school, and Mu Qingji's family was only moderately well off. 3 basic spirit chi fruits worth 15,000 yuan, based on his understanding, could cover his family's expenses for 2 to 3 months. Yet Mu Qingji gave them to him anyway, saying he needed them more. How could Lu Xuanwen not be deeply moved? Friend list. Lu Xuanwen's favorability towards you has increased by 5. Current favorability, 90. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a triple amplification effect. Triple amplification. Mu Qingji knew that as his relationship with Lu Xuanwen improved day by day, the favorability would eventually reach 90. However, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. They had just gained 5 points of favor during their walk, and he thought no more would be added today. It seems his kindness towards this brother wasn't in vain. Although he's currently at the warrior apprentice stage where the triple amplification seems insignificant due to the 5-point spiritual energy cap, given his cultivation speed, he'll break through to the official warrior level in just 38 days. Then, with no daily limit on spiritual energy cultivation, the triple amplification effect will become truly formidable. Mu Qingji had pondered many things regarding how to accelerate his current cultivation speed. With his strength, he would undoubtedly have no trouble aiming for the top martial arts school in the future. But gaining entry to such a school would require a thorough investigation of his family history for 3 generations. On the first day of school, his spiritual power tested at 670. By the monthly exam a month later, his spiritual power had reached 812, equivalent to an average daily increase of 4 to 5 points. This growth rate was nothing short of terrifying. In a month and a half, there would be a midterm exam. By then, showcasing the strength of an official martial artist would be perfectly reasonable timing, and no one would suspect him of cheating. Improving strength is important, but protecting the system from discovery is even more crucial. No one can break the rules. If others discover he violated any of them, he would surely be seized for research, becoming another so-called sacrifice in the name of human progress. When Mu Qingji returned home, his mother Zhong Xiaoyan was already bustling about in the kitchen. He walked into the kitchen to help, only to be shooed out. Cooking is my job. You've had a long day at school, go sit on the sofa, watch some TV, and rest. Mu Qingji didn't dare disobey Her Majesty's command, but before leaving the kitchen, he leaned close to Zhong Xiaoyan's ear and told her about today's monthly exam results. What? You ranked first in the martial arts exam? Zhong Xiaoyan was surprised but held not a trace of doubt in her heart. She's been a top student since childhood, always ranking at the front of her class. Most importantly, she has an honest character. She never lies, meaning what she says. If she says she ranked first in this month's martial arts exam, then she undoubtedly placed first. Meanwhile, Mu Qingji consistently ranked first in the humanities subjects. Combined with this, clinching the top spot in the monthly exam was practically guaranteed. That's my boy, you've really made me proud. Zhong Xiaoyan let out a sigh of admiration. At the dinner table, Zhong Xiaoyan kept piling food onto her son's plate, her already overflowing affection now spilling over completely. After dinner, Mu Qingji practiced the spirit thorn technique in his room as usual. The shattering stone technique has tremendous destructive power, practicing it indoors would likely cause damage. The spirit thorn is different. While equally lethal offensively, its compact form makes it far easier to control without disrupting the room's layout. Otherwise, Mu Qingji's quarters wouldn't survive his training sessions. Host diligently cultivating, spirit thorn proficiency +1. Host diligently practicing, proficiency in spirit spike +2. His comprehension had leveled up from tier 1 to tier 2. With an additional 50% boost specifically for the martial skill Spiritual Thorn, making his cultivation progress significantly faster than ordinary people's. Your friend Lu Xuanwen on the list practiced the barrier skill diligently, proficiency value +2. Your friend Lu Xuanwen on the list practiced the barrier skill diligently, proficiency value +3. An hour later, the prompt in his ears changed to something different. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practices stone shattering technique, proficiency +3. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practices stone shattering technique, proficiency +2. Lu Xuanwen's home had a dedicated training room where he could practice the stone shattering technique. During this period, Mu Qingji gained most of his stone shattering technique experience points from Lu Xuanwen. Additionally, since he no longer needed to cultivate spiritual energy daily, as his reserves were already full, he could focus entirely on martial techniques. This was why his combat capabilities kept pace with his rising spiritual energy levels. Otherwise, even with reaching the 8th stage of warrior apprentice, lacking corresponding combat strength would have guaranteed his defeat against Yi Tao in the monthly exam. Chapter 13 Tying Shoelaces Under the Streetlight. Early the next morning, Mu Qingji was summoned to the office by Old Wang. The monthly exam results are out, and so are the rewards. Old Wang pushed a martial skill scroll toward him. This time, you ranked first in your grade, and the principal is very impressed. He said you not only have high comprehension but also cultivate rapidly, so he specifically chose this for you. Mu Qingji lowered his head and saw 3 large characters written on the martial skill scroll, Cloud Treading Steps. This martial skill is a tier C, lower grade technique, a fairly good speed-based one. The principal said you've already got offense and defense covered, so now it's time to work on your speed. Mu Qingji had considered learning a speed-based martial skill, but he never expected that just as he longed for it, someone would present him with a pillow to rest his head. Today, someone handed him a speed-based martial technique. As he picked up the martial skill scroll, Old Wang added, "This technique is inscribed on a single-use scroll. It can only be inherited once, and it will vanish by itself afterward. I suggest you find a quiet place to receive the inheritance without any interruptions." "Got it, Old Wang. You can count on me." When Mu Qingji obtained the Cloud Treading Steps, he had already devised a plan for how to utilize it. His first thought was to gift this martial technique to Lu Xuanwen, which would grant him triple amplification and significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. However, this technique could only be passed down once. If given to Lu Xuanwen, he would theoretically lose the opportunity to learn it himself. If both of them mastered it, suspicions would inevitably arise. He had no choice but to compromise, first mastering Cloud Treading Steps himself and only teaching it to Lu Xuanwen once he reached perfection. Any martial skill can only be comprehended by others when demonstrated at the mastery level or above. If he abandoned practicing the 3 weapons techniques taught at school from today onward and focused solely on this one skill, he could reach mastery within a few months. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanwen diligently practiced all 3 martial skills every day. With the triple amplification effect, his progress would only accelerate even faster than before. After obtaining Old Wang's approval, he applied for a private training room at school. To avoid complications, he decided to undergo the inheritance right there on campus. Once inside the training room, he slowly unrolled the scroll. The moment it opened, the characters on the parchment seemed to come alive, transforming into a cloud of spiritual energy that entered his mind. Within his consciousness, they meticulously demonstrated every step of Cloud Treading Step, from the initial understanding to the novice stage, all the way to perfection. In that instant, he grasped every detail, the variations, applications, key points, and insights of each movement phase. Slowly digesting this information, Mu Qingji opened his eyes. He let out a sigh and marveled, "This is truly miraculous." The martial technique must have been written on this scroll by someone who had mastered it to perfection, then imbued with spiritual energy to give the inheritor a more intuitive understanding of the cloud steps. He had heard of this one-time scroll before. It was meant to prevent martial techniques from spreading indiscriminately and becoming common. And it was quite expensive, costing a full 10,000 for just one scroll. After receiving the legacy, Mu Qingji didn't plan to leave immediately. The time spent in the cultivation chamber is usually within 24 hours. Mu Qingji didn't plan to waste any of this opportunity. The school's spiritual energy was already dense, but the cultivation chamber's concentration was even higher. Training here was noticeably faster than practicing outside. He began practicing the drifting cloud steps, his legs swiftly moving across the training room. Several times he nearly grasped that sensation of walking on clouds, but each time it eluded him at the last moment. Yet he didn't lose heart and kept practicing relentlessly. His persistence paid off. Within half an hour, his drifting cloud steps finally reached the novice stage. Congratulations, host! Drifting cloud steps has broken through to the novice realm. The martial skills column now displayed drifting cloud steps. So, apart from eating, drinking, and using the bathroom, Mu Qingji spent the entire day in the cultivation chamber, thoroughly embracing the concept of taking full advantage. The cultivation chamber is usually reserved for teachers, but he had earned the opportunity to enter once due to his monthly exam results and didn't want to waste it. After a full day of cultivation, Mu Qingji's progress was quite impressive. Host, Mu Qingji, age, 17. Cultivation, Warrior Apprentice 8th Stage, 820 Spiritual Power Points. Comprehension, LV.2, 28/1000. Martial Arts Technique, Stone Shattering Skill, Minor Achievement, 260/1000, Lowest Tier, Inferior Grade. Blocking Technique, Minor Achievement, 465/1000, Lower Grade D Tier. Spirit Thorn Beginner, 90 out of 100, Tier D High Grade. Cloud Treading Steps, First Glimpse, 15/20, Lower Grade C. Friend List, Lu Xuanwen Affinity 90, Triple Boost. His spiritual power increased by 5 points as usual. Today he didn't practice any of the 3 martial techniques taught at school at all, yet his progress surpassed all the students who trained diligently. The Spirit Thorn technique was visibly nearing minor mastery. Even the flowing cloud steps were on the verge of preliminary mastery. Just one more day's effort would achieve it. What an incredibly productive day today was. It was already 9 p.m. when he left the cultivation room. Outside was pitch black, and the buses had stopped running long ago, so he decided to walk home slowly, taking the opportunity to practice his cloud striding steps. Having walked too fast, the shoelaces that had held firm all day finally gave way, coming undone. He had no choice but to walk under a streetlight and crouch down to tie them. Yet, just as he finished tying his shoelaces, he sensed an aura rapidly approaching him. A voice rang out behind him. "You finally came. I've been waiting for you for so long." Mu Qingji was utterly confused, while also feeling a sense of vigilance. He didn't dare to turn around and see what the person looked like, only catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye that the other was dressed in black from head to toe. Who was this person? He could swear he'd never met this person before, so the person in black must not have been waiting for him. But he didn't dare speak. What if the man in black realized he wasn't the one he'd been waiting for? Would he kill him on the spot? It wasn't that Mu Qingji was overthinking. The aura radiating from the figure in black clearly marked him as a true martial artist. A mere martial disciple like himself was no match against a true martial artist. The man in black eyed his outfit and tossed him a black robe. "Did you seriously come out dressed like that? Too conspicuous. Put this on, quick." Mu Qingji obediently threw on the robe, still too afraid to turn around. He feared the black-clad man would discover he wasn't the person he was waiting for. At that moment, the black-clad man handed him a black mask. "Quick, put on the mask. We need to depart." This was too considerate, giving him exactly what he needed. Mu Qingji took the mask and put it on, feeling relieved. The man in black, seeing that he was properly dressed, picked him up and ran off. This person might have a chatterbox personality. His mouth hadn't stopped the entire way. "The organization's recognition signals are so weird," he said. "Last time it was doing somersaults in the street, and this time it's tying shoelaces under a streetlight. Who knows, next time they might want us to dance in the water." Listening to this, Mu Qingji finally understood why the man in black had mistaken him for someone else. Tying shoelaces under a streetlight is their secret signal. He really was unlucky. His shoelace happened to come undone on his way home at night. To see better, he stepped under a streetlight to tie it, accidentally matching their signal. The man in black mistook him for an accomplice. Chapter 14, Accidentally Joining an Evil Organization. Mu Qingji was also somewhat curious about the organization the man in black had mentioned. He recalled the inhuman organizations frequently mentioned in the news, along with human traders who worked for demonic beasts. This person dressed all in black with a mask in the dead of night, using an unusual rendezvous code. Nothing about him seemed decent. The black-clad figure kept talking throughout the journey, providing Mu Qingji with plenty of useful information. For instance, the identity he was impersonating was member number 4 of Group 8, a newcomer recently recruited by the group leader. The leader was number 1, the man escorting him was number 2, and since number 2 had never met number 4, he couldn't see through the deception. The team leader recently went on a mission to assassinate an elite student from the Flame Dragon Martial Arts School. Unexpectedly, the student he targeted had a martial king protecting him, so the team leader was captured. But the team leader showed great integrity. He committed suicide in prison. Ah, you see how dangerous this profession is? One wrong move and you lose your life. It was the team leader who brought me into this organization back then, and now that he's gone, I'm even thinking of quitting. As he spoke, it suddenly occurred to him that the person beside him was still a rookie. His words might give a bad impression of the organization, so he quickly changed the subject. Mu Qingji beside him was completely dumbfounded by what he had just heard. Assassinating an elite student of the Yanlong Martial School? Wasn't that exactly the news he had seen on TV earlier? At that time, the news report mentioned that recently, many human traitors had been assassinating human elites. The instructors of the Yanlong Martial School had secretly been protecting students during their missions, and surprisingly, they had actually caught one of the traitors. The interrogators showed no mercy to the traitor, employing every form of torture. The traitor suffered unbearably and confessed a great deal only to be found dead in his cell the very next day. Back when he'd read the news, he'd already suspected that the traitor's organization must have silenced him to prevent any dangerous leaks. These people routinely treated human life as worthless. Killing one of their own probably wouldn't weigh on their conscience at all. The man carrying him moved with exceptional speed, likely having mastered some agility-based martial skill, and soon arrived at an abandoned residential complex. This is our hideout. Number 4, pay attention so you don't get lost when you come out later. Number 2 led Mu Qingji through a dense thicket of grass, winding around numerous buildings before finally stopping at the farthest apartment unit. As soon as the two stepped into the area, a beam of light swept over them. Who is it? A voice rang out as Mu Qingji sensed a trace of murderous intent. We're from Group 8. I'm number 2, he's number 4, number 2 replied without hesitation, his response practiced and smooth. Where are members 1 and 3 from your group? They died on a mission a few days ago. Number 3 died on the spot, number 1 died in prison. It was that mission to assassinate the elite student from Yanlong Martial Arts School, it even made the news. As he said this, number 2's tone grew somber. The other person fell silent for a moment, clearly aware of the incident. He moved the flashlight away, his gruff voice breaking the quiet. Go in. Number 2 walked ahead, obviously intending to lead Mu Qingji on his way. Mu Qingji didn't make a sound, forcing himself to appear natural to avoid giving anything away. Following number 2 for quite some distance, it was only then that the fierce gaze finally left him. He sighed inwardly with relief, betraying nothing on the surface. Never did he expect that in such a short time, he'd actually infiltrated the enemy's stronghold. And everything had aligned so perfectly, the team leader and number 3 were both dead, number 2 had never met the new member, and he'd replicated their group's secret signals. Just like that, through sheer dumb luck, he'd stumbled right into their headquarters. He came here compelled by circumstances, but honestly, he genuinely wanted to know what these heretics were up to and what drove them to such madness, even betraying their own kind. After passing through a corridor, the two arrived in a hall. Inside, many people were already seated in small groups, drinking and chatting, the atmosphere seemingly pleasant if one ignored the black robes they wore and the masks covering their faces. Number 2 led him to an empty seat and began explaining the rules of the place. You're new here and haven't been around before, so I need to make some things clear to you. Mu Qingji nodded to show he was listening. People here are different, there are plenty of lunatics. When they're happy, they'll drink with you, chat like brothers, but when they're unhappy, they can make your life hell. The only people you can trust are your team members. Only within the same group are interests truly intertwined. Competition exists between every group, others won't do you favors without reason. Unless, you have something they want to scheme for. At this point, number 2 seemed to recall something and took a sip from a bottle of drink on the table. Number 2 said, gesturing for him to look at a person wearing a blue and white mask. See that guy? He's member number 2 from Team 1, and everyone calls him Blue-White. That guy is a complete freak, he's obsessed with collecting different body parts, the weirder, the better. He once met someone abroad with exceptionally beautiful eyes. He earned their trust and affection, and then, at the height of their love for him, he gouged those eyes out alive. He said he wanted to take them when the eyes were at their most beautiful. Mu Qingji felt every hair on his body stand on end. He could only be grateful that his voluminous black robe concealed his shuddering frame. He had always received a normal education growing up, and his classmates weren't particularly scheming. Having never entered society, how could he have witnessed the darker side of human nature? Now, a living, breathing psychopath was right beside him. No, not just one. Who knew what unspeakable atrocities the people in this room had committed? Even number 2 in front of him, currently friendly, would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation if they discovered he wasn't the real number 4. He began to regret tying that shoelace. Why couldn't he have waited until he got home? When luck turns against you, even tying a shoelace becomes a stroke of misfortune. The person next to him checked the time and reminded him that the high priest was about to appear. When the high priest appears, don't stare at him. He hates being stared at the most. Mu Qingji nodded. Just kidding, the people below were already twisted enough. Who knew what kind of issues that damned high priest had? With his strength at only the 8th stage martial apprentice level, it was better to keep his head down like a turtle. A terrifying pressure appeared, instantly silencing the arena. Mu Qingji's expression turned grave. In real life, he had never experienced pressure of such intensity before. His back was bent to the point where he couldn't straighten it. He could only be grateful he wasn't standing, or else he might have immediately dropped to his knees. Chapter 15, Divine Beast Assembly. The great cult leader's oppressive aura didn't last long. He had only released a bit of pressure to intimidate the crowd. To put it more bluntly, it was just showing off. Welcome, members of the Divine Beast Society. I know recent events have been painful for everyone. Losing a martial general is indeed a significant blow to our strength. But as old members pass, new ones join. What's done is done. We must learn to look forward. Divine Beast Society? Mu Qingji mentally mocked this name, thinking Evil Beast Society would have sounded far more fitting. These people worshipped demonic beasts as divine creatures, willingly becoming slaves and lackeys to those beasts. It was practically devilry. Through our relentless efforts, we've finally earned the opportunity to welcome the arrival of the Divine Beast. Though everyone present wore masks, their rapid breathing betrayed their overwhelming excitement. Mu Qingji was utterly shocked. The descent of the Divine Beast, does that mean a monstrous creature will come here? This time, we must execute the welcoming ceremony flawlessly. It's our chance to prove ourselves before the Divine Beast. As long as we perform this ceremony well, all future arrivals of the Divine Beast will be entrusted to us. Once the Divine Beast conquers the entire human race, we will be heralded as great contributors. The Divine Beast will bestow upon us its supreme and noble divine blood. With it, we'll break through our limits, surpass those so-called human prodigies, and finally rise above everyone who has always looked down on us. The Grand Cult leader's words stirred a passionate fervor, deeply infectious and compelling. Everyone couldn't help but imagine the profound transformation that awaited them upon obtaining the divine blood. Many grew exhilarated, shouting fervently to welcome the Divine Beast's arrival. Host detected experiencing mental contamination. System defense activated. Defense successful. Host's mental strength +1. Mental strength can only be cultivated after reaching the warrior stage, enabling resistance against mental attacks. However, the Grand Patriarch's level was too high. Everyone present fell victim except Mu Qingji, who was protected by the system from mental corruption. The Grand Patriarch's attempt to corrupt all members of the Divine Beast Society suggests he didn't consider them completely loyal. Some might have joined out of desperation, only to become bloodthirsty under his mental influence. Others could have been undercover agents planted by rival organizations, but ended up truly converted into Divine Beast Society members through this mental corruption. At this thought, he finally understood why the news always reported that the authorities had sent so many undercover agents, yet not a single one had ever succeeded in obtaining valuable intelligence. Turns out those undercover operatives were sent over only to switch sides immediately. The Grand Cult leader gave many more instructions, and of course, the corrupted crowd obeyed without question. Mu Qingji also imitated their fervor, enthusiastically cheering for every word uttered by the Grand Cult leader. Once most arrangements were settled, the Grand Cult leader handed each person a token. Mu Qingji caught the token as it flew toward him through the air. It was pitch black in color, with a red teardrop-shaped pattern at its center. The texture was incredibly smooth, suggesting the material used must have been quite expensive. This token will serve as our communication tool within the Divine Beast Society. The organization will use it to inform every member of major events, and members of the same group can also communicate through this token. After arranging everything, the Grand Cult leader vanished in a flash. Number 4, did you hear that? The Grand Cult leader just said we'll witness the Divine Beast's descent ceremony. I've been in the organization for so many years and never seen the Divine Beast descend. Who would have thought you'd encounter such good fortune on your very first day? You're truly lucky. Number 2 excitedly chatted with Mu Qingji. While verbally responding to the enthusiastic words, Mu Qingji felt a chill in his heart as he observed the other's excited demeanor. Ming number 2 had been in low spirits, grieving over the matter concerning the group leader, even saying he no longer wanted to stay in the Divine Beast Society. Clearly, the group leader had been very important to him, and this incident had hit him hard. In the end, the great cult leader used a mental martial technique related to corruption, making number 2 become extremely focused on the Divine Beast's summoning ritual. It seemed as though he had completely forgotten about the group leader. It appears that those who join the Divine Beast Society, whether willingly or not, gradually become cold-blooded and ruthless. No matter how important certain people or events may have been to them, under the influence of such corruption, they slowly forget. Leaving the Divine Beast Society's hideout, Mu Qingji walked alone through the desolate night, his figure utterly solitary. In just a couple of hours, he had come across secrets that ordinary people could never hope to encounter in their entire lives. But for him, someone who was still just a martial apprentice, this revelation was too enormous. He wanted to report it, but it would be meaningless right now. The Beast God Society changed their stronghold location every time. The place he visited today had only been used twice, and the next location would be notified through their tokens. and the Grand Priest, being inherently paranoid, wouldn't hesitate to corrupt every member of the Beast God Society. He must have left some method of tracking or surveillance on each of them. Most likely, that method was the tokens distributed to every member. He didn't believe the Grand Priest would be so generous to everyone. The token felt incredibly valuable to the touch. Forging it must have cost a fortune. Unless it served some major purpose, the priest wouldn't distribute them to every member, especially not to newcomers like himself who'd just joined the day before. Perhaps the moment he reported them, he'd meet an untimely end. Even more chilling, maybe just the intent to report them, like dialing the city guard's number or stepping near the city guard headquarters, could cost him his life. All he could do now was hide himself as best he could and observe what those Sacred Beast Society members were plotting. Following the Grand Priest's plan, within 1 to 3 months, demonic beasts would descend upon human settlements through the altar. If this were to truly happen, the blow to humanity would be catastrophic. The demonic beasts outside the cities or within the 10,000 races passage at least face prepared human experts as opponents. But the demonic beasts that suddenly descend upon the cities target defenseless civilians. Cities are filled with residents who aren't even martial artists. Students under 16 whose spiritual energy hasn't awakened are mere ordinary people. Even high schoolers who can cultivate haven't practiced long and are usually still at the warrior apprentice stage, their attack power utterly negligible. A demonic beast could crush them with a single swipe of its claws. If he could infiltrate the Divine Beast Society and disrupt the ritual before the demonic beasts descended, the city's residents might escape this calamity. This task was too difficult for him, but he had to do it. He had family he wanted to protect, and he couldn't bear to watch innocent lives vanish before his eyes. Detected a shift in the host's state of mind. Standing consistently on humanity's side and serving the people is our purpose. Congratulations, host, for passing the final assessment. From this moment onward, host Mu Qingji has gained the recognition of the rules and become the sole candidate selected for the Guardian Deity project. The system's true authority will now be unlocked for the host. Chapter 16, The System's True Authority. Only after returning home, washing up, and lying in bed did Mu Qingji finally have time to process the information swirling in his mind. The Friends system was the last glimmer of hope the world consciousness had given to a humanity on the brink of extinction. Sanctioned by the rules, it continually sought hosts capable of altering history during humanity's most critical junctures. And this year, Stellar Calendar 2010, marked the very time when demonic beasts would descend upon human settlements. Since the star calendar year 2010, the first wave of monstrous beasts descended upon Baiyun City, turning the entire metropolis into a living hell. With Baiyun City as the epicenter, countless beasts surged toward neighboring cities one after another. More and more urban centers fell, and countless budding human geniuses perished in the jaws of these creatures. While humanity was already struggling against the beasts on the battlefield of 10,000 races, the cities behind their defensive lines were being breached. The human population plummeted at a terrifying rate. In just 10 short years, most human cities had been overrun by the beasts, forcing all survivors to flee to a single fortress, the last bastion of human defense. The Friends system became humanity's final hope. Yet it had cycled through countless hosts, none of whom could pass its trials. The first level's test was the simplest, a judgment of character. This phase alone would eliminate 50% of candidates. The second test examines intelligence. Many hosts, upon obtaining the system, endlessly allocate attribute points and prematurely expose the system's existence. Their eventual fate is to be captured for research, unable to halt the arrival of demonic beasts, and they ultimately perish in the jaws of these creatures. The second test eliminates 40% of candidates. The final challenge is also the most difficult. Failing to infiltrate the Divine Beast Society leads to being unable to stop the demonic beast's arrival. Exhibiting nervousness alerts the society's members, getting silenced when reporting the threat, lacking the courage due to cowardice, or being too weak to protect others, all these result in elimination. Only Mu Qingji passed the system's trials and became its acknowledged host. All of this was simply too astonishing. If Mu Qingji were to speak of these matters, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a fool. But he knew all of this must be real, because he had seen those scenes with his own eyes. Countless demonic beasts descended upon Baiyun City, charging onto the streets and devouring pedestrians in their path. They stormed into schools, relentlessly spewing fire while grinning hideously at the terrified teachers and students trapped in the flames. Buildings collapsed one after another as the once prosperous city was reduced to utter chaos. In just a few short breaths, the air was filled with incessant howls, desperate pleas, and heart-wrenching sobs. Centuries of painstakingly built civilization and order were thus destroyed in an instant. The scenes that followed were even more horrifying. He witnessed city after city being conquered with his own eyes. Humanity's powerful experts were pinned down at the front line and utterly unable to return for rescue. The guardians remaining in the cities were severely wounded by the Grand Hierophant of the Divine Beast sect, who did this to curry favor with the demonic beasts. By the time those powerful experts returned, everything had already been settled. Hundreds of millions of lives had vanished between heaven and earth. There was simply no way they could have saved them. They had held the front line, yet lost their homeland behind them. Mu Qingji lay on his bed, his mind flooded with endless pain. He struggled to keep his eyes open, blinking uncontrollably as teardrops slid down one after another, yet these were not tears of cowardice. Seeing him like this, the system actually comforted him with human-like empathy. Host, please don't grieve excessively. Before the disaster begins in earnest, improving your strength to prevent the demon beast's descent is what matters most. I understand. I just need a moment to steady myself. Mu Qingji silently replied to it. The system's true authority is binding 10 individuals during the warrior student stage. With each level ascended, the number of possible bindings increases tenfold, equivalent to adding an extra 0 to the number of people that can be bound with each level up. Previously, he could only bind one person because he was still in the trial phase. Now that he has passed the trial, he has unlocked all the system's detailed functions. Everyone he binds will receive notifications for cultivation progress and potential life-threatening situations. He can also designate special attention. Any injuries sustained by those marked as such will trigger immediate alerts. Moreover, he no longer needed physical contact to bind someone. Now he could bind anyone in the world whose affection for him exceeded 50 points. Without hesitation, he immediately bound his parents and set them as special focuses. Congratulations, host, for binding friend Mu Baomin and setting them as a special focus. Mu Baomin's affection for the host is 100, granting a 2x multiplier. The host receives a 5x multiplier. Congratulations, host, for binding friend Zhong Xiaoyan and setting them as a special focus. Zhong Xiaoyan's affection for the host is 100, granting a 2x multiplier. The host receives a 5x multiplier. His parents' favorability toward him was naturally at 100, which didn't surprise him. His current permissions were remarkably broad. He could even bind with cultivators 3 major realms above him. For instance, though he was merely a martial warrior now, he could theoretically bind with a martial general. The only problem was that binding required the other party's favorability. Even if he knew some extraordinarily powerful figures, they simply didn't know him. Even those who'd heard of him lacked any meaningful connection or goodwill toward him. For now, his options were limited to family members and school acquaintances, since his social circle scarcely extended beyond home and campus. The moment the thought flickered through his mind, the system's notification chime sounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding Wang Yang as a friend. Wang Yang's affection level towards you is 80, granting a 50% increase in cultivation speed. You have received a 2x multiplier boost. Congratulations, host, for binding with friend Li Yiping. Li Yiping's favorability toward you is 60, increasing cultivation speed by 50% during practice. You will gain equivalent cultivation progress from their improvements. Besides old Wang and the principal, who else has high cultivation and a favorable opinion of him? A name surfaced in his mind. Yi Tao. Though their only interaction had been that exam duel, his impression of Yi Tao was excellent. In his view, Yi Tao was someone who could take things as they came, strong in both ability and talent, truly admirable. He just wondered what Yi Tao thought of him, and whether his favorability rating had surpassed 50. System, bind Yi Tao. Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound friend Yi Tao. Yi Tao's favorability towards you is 50, granting a 50% cultivation speed boost. You will gain equivalent cultivation progress from his improvements. Done. A favorability rating of 50 meant Yi Tao had a fairly good impression of him. This left 4 remaining slots in his friend list. Mu Qingji had no specific candidates in mind for these 4 spots, but he wasn't anxious. With 6 people already on board, this was far better than he had anticipated. Perhaps he should approach those renowned students who were already famous. Their strength and talent were undoubtedly exceptional. But after only a few seconds of consideration, he dismissed the thought. That would feel too deliberate, possibly making others think he was just chasing fame, only wanting to associate with high-ranking students. Moreover, as far as he knew, many high-achieving students from Class 1 had openly criticized him, bluntly expressing their dislike for him. If he approached them now, it would only make him appear cheap and invite disdain. System, said Lu Xuanwen as a special focus. Chapter 17, Unworthy of Being a Teacher. Lu Xuanwen was the first friend he had bound to the system, carrying a special significance. It's like the first capital a person earns after starting a business. No matter how much money they make later, the experience of earning for the first time is always unforgettable. That day, he had practiced speed-based martial arts, inexplicably entered the Divine Beast Society, and finally uncovered the truth about the system. With so many events in a single day, he was utterly exhausted. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep in no time. The next day, something major happened at school. Yi Tao was transferring to Class 2. A single stone stirs 1,000 waves. This news quickly spread throughout number 2 high school. Yi Tao was practically a household name at number 2 high school. Even after being defeated by Mu Qingji, no one considered him weak. He was the academic deity among his peers, the eternal someone else's child held up as the gold standard. For someone so formidable to suddenly announce his departure from Class 1 to transfer to Class 2, how could this not set imaginations running wild? Transfers between classes weren't unheard of, but they typically occurred among mid to lower ranking classes. Never in living memory had a student from Class 1 requested to transfer elsewhere. After all, Class 1 represents the strongest class in any school. When asked which school they attend, students from Class 1 would always straighten their backs with pride and declare, "I'm from Class 1 at XX school." This time, 2 of the top 3 spots in the monthly exam were taken by students from Class 2, breaking Class 1's usual dominance. Both students and parents were shocked when they heard the results. As for the homeroom teacher of Class 1 being directly involved, their face darkened as they reviewed the remaining grades. So, they took out their frustration on the students. "Your performance in this exam was utterly disappointing. I've never taught such a weak class, such terrible students before. Only one of the top 3 scorers was from our class, and even the top rank across the whole grade was snatched away by someone else. If this gets out, what will people think of me, of our Class 1? I've never heard of any school where the top student wasn't from Class 1. Well done, you've made history by achieving the most humiliating, disgraceful results ever from a Class 1. The students of Class 1 had never been subjected to such insulting words before. While their homeroom teacher had occasionally been strict and reprimanded them, they had never experienced such harsh criticism. Many of them wore unpleasant expressions. Among them were many students from wealthy and powerful families, each accustomed to being pampered at home. With their innate talent, they had grown up showered with praise, never subjected to such humiliation. But today, here they were, insulted by a teacher's words. How could they possibly endure this? They were all youths of vigorous spirit, at an age when self-esteem mattered most, and some students immediately retorted, "What are you yelling about? Do you honestly think we don't want better grades? We've clearly improved, but you just can't see our progress, all you care about are rankings." Teacher Jiang, already at the peak of his anger, was stunned to hear a student dare to stand up and argue back, acting faster than thought itself. Bang! A sharp slap rang out, silencing the entire classroom. The student who got hit was named Zhang Yu. Right now, his head had been knocked to one side, and a bright red slap mark was visible on his left cheek. Zhang Yu touched his left cheek with his hand, the sharp pain a stark reminder. That slap reawakened years of suppressed memories of being oppressed by their homeroom teacher throughout high school. This homeroom teacher loved verbally humiliating them, constantly comparing them to previous students. While basking in the praise earned through their academic achievements, he never missed a chance to belittle them. Zhang Yu's family was extremely wealthy. His father wanted him to excel academically so he could inherit the family business. Zhang Yu had complained to his parents countless times about how the homeroom teacher always berated them and flew into rages, but his parents would just say, "He's your teacher, teachers would never do you wrong." So he had been enduring the homeroom teacher, but the long-suppressed anger, once awakened, would erupt with terrifying intensity. "Fuck your damned uncle." Zhang Yu's temper flared as he swung his fist at the homeroom teacher Jiang Lan, and the two began brawling. Jiang Lan was, after all, a martial arts instructor. Teachers in that subject were required to be at least 9th-level martial artists. Naturally, Zhang Yu, a mere student, stood no chance against him and was quickly subdued. When Jiang Lan realized he had actually slapped a student, he felt a pang of guilt. He might love to scold, but he had never laid hands on a student before. It just shows how in a split second, people sometimes make moves they regret. Given that a teacher's cultivation level far surpassed a student's, any physical confrontation could lead to serious consequences, which is why Xing Nation strictly forbade teachers from beating students. But there's no turning back once the arrow leaves the bow. Having already struck the student, the only way to prevent this matter from escalating was to distort the truth and claim the student had attacked the teacher first. So when reprimanding Zhang Yu, he deliberately raised his voice loudly, utterly lawless. "At such a young age you dare strike a teacher, what kind of menace to society will you become when grown up? As your teacher, I must discipline you properly." He then turned his gaze to the entire class. "Classmates, who did you see throw the first punch?" His face remained expressionless, but his tone was full of threat. He was far too presumptuous. Years of teaching without correction had led him to believe students were nothing more than impressionable children, kids who'd never seen the world properly and would obey teachers if just scared into submission. He seemed to have forgotten that most students in this class came from backgrounds far beyond his reach. Their parents respected him not because of his social status or any great contributions, but simply because he was their children's teacher. At this moment, his actions had rendered him unworthy of being called a teacher. No one responded to him. The students just watched him coldly, as if seeing their homeroom teacher's true face for the first time. Jiang Lan grew slightly panicked when he saw their silence. Enough! Yi Tao finally couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and glared at Jiang Lan, his eyes filled with impatience. "I've never liked troublemakers. I tolerated you for the past 2 years because you hadn't crossed the line yet, but today, you went too far. You blamed students for your own incompetence, even hit someone in front of the whole class. After hitting someone, you didn't dare take responsibility and even tried to twist things to make us your accomplices. Did you forget you're just a minor teacher? What makes you think the only child of the Zheng family would let you bully them? Or do you really believe students wouldn't dare sue a teacher? %. Yi Tao finished speaking without paying attention to Jiang Lan's ugly expression and walked straight toward the classroom door. Wait, where are you going? Jiang Lan was terrified upon hearing his words, fearing he might go out to call the city guards. I won't interfere with Zhang Yu's matter, his family will handle it. Starting now, I'm no longer a student of Class 1. I'll immediately transfer to Class 2. At the very least, Class 2's homeroom teacher has never beaten or verbally abused students. Chapter 18, Yi Tao transfers to Class 2. The paperwork was processed quickly, and by afternoon, Yi Tao had already transferred to Mu Qingji's class. Though Class 2 students had heard the rumors, actually seeing Yi Tao appear at their classroom door still felt unreal, like a dream. My God, Yi Tao really came to our class. I thought it was a joke when I first heard the news, wondering who would spread such a pointless rumor. Never imagined it was actually true. By the way, why is Yi Tao transferring to our class? Did something happen in Class 1? With this, the top 3 students in our grade are all in our class now. Holy cow, if this gets out, it's going to be absolutely explosive. The top 3 students in the entire grade all in Class 2? Not just in Baiyun City, I've never heard of this happening anywhere in the country. Yi Tao's arrival was warmly welcomed by the students of Class 2. Unlike most students from Class 1, Yi Tao didn't put on airs at school, leaving everyone with a positive impression of him. Yi Tao stood at the classroom door, never expecting such enthusiastic attitudes from the students of Class 2. This genuinely surprised him since everyone in Class 1 considered themselves unbeatable. Even if they couldn't match Yi Tao in a fight, they'd never admit his strength out loud. He always assumed students from other classes merely recognized him in passing. To his surprise, their impressions of him were actually quite positive. A subtle joy of acceptance warmed his heart. Old Wang looked at Yi Tao standing beside him, grinning from ear to ear. His luck this semester had simply been too good. First, Mu Qingji mastered the martial arts skill at first glance, achieving fame with a single battle, then topped the monthly exam rankings, followed by Lu Xuanwen securing 3rd place. Now, even Yi Tao, the second-ranked student, was transferring to their class, effectively gathering the top 3 students in their grade all in one class. With such academic superstars as role models, the rest of the classmates were bound to work even harder. When he learned in the office that Yi Tao would be transferring to their class, all the teachers looked at him with a mix of envy and resentment. To those teachers, Wang Yong seemed to be riding an incredible streak of luck. His students had been improving at an alarming rate lately, making homeroom teachers of other classes green with jealousy. The only consolation was that at least the top 10 rankings hadn't been completely dominated, preserving Class 1's last shred of dignity. Unexpectedly, news of Yi Tao's transfer spread almost immediately, and Yi Tao himself went to the office to find Wang Yong, asking him to sign the transfer paperwork. Old Wang took the transfer procedures in a daze, still feeling bewildered. He found it hard to believe. Would the homeroom teacher of Class 1, given their usual attitude, really agree to let Yi Tao leave? So he eyed Yi Tao tentatively and asked, "Has Class 1's homeroom teacher approved your transfer?" Yi Tao cracked a smile. Even if he didn't agree, it wouldn't matter, soon he won't be the homeroom teacher anymore. Old Wang didn't grasp his meaning but sensed something must have happened in Class 1. A good citizen's traditional virtue is not to pry into others' affairs, so he didn't press further. He picked up a pen and signed his name on the transfer approval form. "I'll take you to Class 2 later to get you acquainted with your new classmates." Yi Tao was unanimously recognized by all their grades teachers over the past 2 years as an outstanding student. Even Jiang Lan, who consistently taught Class 1, had to admit that Yi Tao was the most naturally gifted among all the students he'd ever taught. Every other teacher envied Jiang Lan's good fortune, believing he would mentor yet another highly promising student who'd likely allow him to remain Class 1's homeroom teacher until retirement. Little did anyone expect, first Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen, and now Yi Tao was also becoming his student. With this year's college entrance exams, he was bound to make a name for himself. By the time this graduating class took their exams, he'd probably be promoted to Class 1's head teacher. The image of Jiang Lan flashed through his mind. That man was truly detestable, but unfortunately his students' academic performance was consistently outstanding during the college entrance exams every year. The school would never give up such a star teacher like him. Unless Jiang Lan messed up his own reputation by causing trouble, he would always have a secure position at number 2 high school. Old Wang tidied himself up a bit and led Yi Tao to classroom 2. "Classmates, let's give a round of applause to welcome our new classmate Yi Tao." The students of Class 2 immediately responded with enthusiastic applause. "Welcome, welcome, welcome, top student, to our class." During the students' applause, Old Wang said to Yi Tao, "Yi Tao, let me know which section you'd like to sit in and where. I can help arrange a spot for you. I'd like to sit behind Mu Qingji. Yi Tao had already noticed that Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen were seated in the last row by the window, probably due to their height. He came to class 2 for several reasons. First, he couldn't stand Jiang Lan, the homeroom teacher of class 1, and second, it was for Mu Qingji. He didn't know why, but ever since he had that fight with Mu Qingji last time, he'd taken quite a liking to him, and by extension, even developed a fondness for class 2. Got it, old Wang replied, then called on 2 students to move a set of desks and chairs behind Mu Qingji's seat. Mu Qingji and Yi Tao locked eyes, both wearing faint smiles, nodding at each other in silent acknowledgement. Lu Xuanwen, standing by, suddenly felt a sense of crisis as if witnessing his best friend drifting away to play with someone else. Mu Qingji never expected Yi Tao to come to class 2, and so quickly at that. How could his former homeroom teacher possibly let him go? Recalling the rumors about class 1's homeroom teacher among the students, how obsessed he was with academic rankings, how he treated his own prestige as sky high, there was no way such a person would willingly let his top student transfer to another class, unless something major had happened in class 1, leaving him no room to care about such matters. In the afternoon combat skills class, Mu Qingji's improvement was nothing short of terrifying. Although his spiritual energy had maxed out, his combat skill progression didn't stop. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practiced Spirit Thorn, proficiency +3. Your listed friend Yi Tao diligently practiced Spirit Thorn, proficiency +2. Your listed friend Wang Yong diligently practiced Spirit Thorn, proficiency +2. Thanks to the substantial bonuses, Mu Qingji quickly achieved minor mastery of the Spirit Thorn technique. Congratulations, host! The Spirit Thorn technique, a pinnacle-grade martial skill, has attained minor mastery. Now, he had achieved minor mastery in 3 martial techniques simultaneously, a feat unmatched by any student in the entire school. Lu Xuanwen, standing right beside him, could clearly sense the changes in Mu Qingji and was secretly astonished. Brother Mu's progress is too fast, that fluctuation just now must mean he's broken through again. While I'm still at the initial stage of Spirit Spike technique, Brother Mu has already reached minor mastery. The gap between us seems to be growing wider and wider. At this thought, he pumped himself up with determination. I must work even harder to catch up with Brother Mu. And so, he redoubled his cultivation efforts, causing Mu Qingji's combat techniques to improve at an even quicker pace. Chapter 19 Jiang Lan gets arrested. Early that morning, a prisoner transport vehicle was parked at the entrance of No. 2 High School, with several uniformed city guards standing by the gate. Beside them stood a well-dressed man and woman. Some students recognized them as Zhang Yu's parents, the largest shareholders of Zhang Pharmaceutical Group. The city guards represent the most authoritative institution for protecting citizens' safety in every city. Wherever their prisoner transport vehicles appear, it signifies someone at that location is about to be arrested. No. 2 High School is one of the key high schools in Baiyun City. Normally, city guards wouldn't be stationed at a school gate unless someone inside had committed unlawful acts. The man standing beside the city guard, Zhang He, comforted his wife, "Don't worry, dear. I won't let anyone who intentionally harmed our son get away with it. Our Star Kingdom has laws prohibiting teachers from physically assaulting students during class. That Jiang Lan not only slapped our son but also tried to frame him. That's an aggravated offense he'll never teach again." Fang Yan nodded, then said with self-reproach, "It's all my fault. Our son had complained many times about his homeroom teacher verbally abusing him, but I dismissed it, saying teachers wouldn't harm students. I was careless not to take his words seriously. Only now do I realize our son has suffered psychological humiliation for 2 years, even damaging his mental network. This will make it extremely difficult for him to concentrate psychic energy when becoming a martial artist in the future. This has damaged his foundational potential." At this thought, her tears couldn't help but flow uncontrollably. They only had this one child. To prevent him from developing a spoiled personality, they never let Zhang Yu enjoy any privileges. When problems arose, they made Zhang Yu solve them himself, avoiding the use of the Zhang family's influence as much as possible. Ever since starting high school, Zhang Yu had often mentioned to them how the homeroom teacher liked to suppress and verbally attack students. But his parents didn't think it was a big deal. They even liked to bring up their own past, saying that when they were young, teachers would physically hit students. So what's wrong with a few harsh words now? After all, the teacher couldn't possibly harm you, everything said was for your own good. Seeing his parents react this way, Zhang Yu never brought it up again afterward. That was, until yesterday when he came home covered in injuries, his face bearing the mark of a slap, bruises scattered across his body, and his mental state visibly deteriorating. The couple was shocked, only then realizing what Zhang Yu had been going through at school. After rushing their child to a hospital under the Zhang family's name, further examinations revealed neural network exhaustion. This indicated that Zhang Yu had long endured psychological suppression while repeatedly stifling his fury. Each surge of extreme anger had further eroded his mental resilience, leaving him irritable and prone to outbursts. After all, the couple controlled an entire conglomerate and possessed formidable execution capabilities. They immediately summoned a professional legal team and contacted the city guard. No one who provoked their wrath ever escaped unscathed. They weren't just going to make this teacher lose his job, they intended to destroy his reputation completely. That's precisely why they'd come directly to Second High's gates with the city guard to publicly announce that Jiang Lan, Class 1's homeroom teacher, had been arrested for breaking the law. There was a bus stop near the school. Mu Qingji had just stepped off the bus when he saw a huge crowd gathered at the school entrance. Human nature thrives on drama, and as he approached, he happened to witness two city guards restraining Class 1's homeroom teacher from both sides. Class 1's homeroom teacher, Jiang Lan, looked utterly humiliated. Throughout his life, he had always prioritized saving face, but now restrained by city guards in full view of students and parents alike, subjected to their pointing fingers and whispers, he felt his dignity had been trampled into the mud. Who is this person? Why are city guards arresting him at school? Some parents of first-year students didn't recognize him and turned to ask those nearby. I know him. He's the homeroom teacher for Class 1 of the third years, a well-known teacher at number 2 high. He's even attended White Cloud City's annual Outstanding Teachers Conference. No idea what he did to get arrested, though. I was actually thinking of sending my kid to him for tutoring, but he refused because the gifts I sent weren't generous enough. Luckily my child didn't go. Anyone caught by the city guard must be no good. Mu Qingji only glanced briefly before walking away. Things that didn't concern him hardly held his attention. Thankfully, his homeroom teacher was old Wang, who didn't stir up unnecessary trouble. Though old Wang talked a bit too much, he genuinely cared for his students. Not a single student in Class 2 disliked him, which spoke volumes about his standing in their hearts. Jiang Lan was being escorted toward the prisoner transport van when he spotted Zhang Yu's parents standing beside it. He realized they must have been the ones who called the city guard. Are you Zhang Yu's parents? There's something I need to tell you. Jiang Lan hadn't even finished speaking when Fang Yan cut him off. Save what you have to say for the courtroom. The fact that you assaulted a student is already established, and we've long obtained the school's surveillance footage. Hearing this, Jiang Lan's expression changed. Hadn't he deleted all the surveillance records last night? How did they get them? Fang Yan looked at his expression and snorted coldly. Last night you sneaked into the school security office to delete the footage. Too bad you didn't know the school keeps two backups, one with security, and another with the principal. The principal of number 2 high school knew everything from the start and proactively sent us the surveillance footage. The principal? Jiang Lan's mind flashed with the image of the principal's face. He genuinely hadn't known the principal also kept backup surveillance footage. With this video evidence, his accusation of assaulting a student would be solidly confirmed. Then a thought struck him, calming his panic somewhat. Even if he had hit a student, sentencing would depend on the severity of injuries. Throwing the first slap was undeniably wrong, but he hadn't used spiritual power. The force of that slap couldn't have caused more than minor injuries. As for the bruises on Zhang Yu's body, those were sustained during their mutual scuffle. Not even the skin had been broken. In such cases, the maximum penalty would be 10 to 15 days of detention, just long enough for mandatory re-education. The city guard officers shoved him into their vehicle with what could only be described as outright hostility. Jiang Lan had never endured such disdain and oppression from others, but he still had some sense left. He knew he couldn't openly defy the city guards, or his time in custody would surely become unbearable. He merely kept this grievance quietly in his heart, planning to settle the score with these people slowly after his eventual release. Though resentment burned inside him, Jiang Lan forced an ingratiating smile on his face and asked, "Brother city guard, could you tell me what crime I was arrested for?" The guard seated to his left remained stern-faced, clearly unwilling to entertain him. The one on his right, however, turned to glare at him, though without any kindness. "You dare ask what crime you were arrested for? Don't you have even a shred of self-awareness about what you did? Don't impose your bureaucratic nonsense on us, we won't stand for it." Chapter 20, Inviting Yi Tao. Jiang Lan, homeroom teacher of Class 1, senior year at Second High, was arrested. That wasn't the main issue. What mattered was the investigation by the city guard, which revealed that Jiang Lan had repeatedly humiliated students over the past few years. This led to the decline of several classmates' mental networks, making it exceptionally difficult for them to cultivate spiritual energy after becoming martial artists. A video of Jiang Lan physically assaulting a student in the classroom also went viral online, sparking a significant uproar that instantly rocketed to the top of the trending charts. The video is complete, capturing the entire process, from Jiang Lan insulting the student, to physically assaulting them, and later attempting to distort the truth and falsely accuse the student. This video created a huge uproar online, instantly sparking public outrage as countless netizens left comments condemning it angrily. Fortune in full bloom. How could there be such a vicious teacher in this world? I felt extremely uncomfortable from the moment he started verbally abusing students. To think he later took the initiative to physically strike a student and with the most humiliating method of slapping their face. What makes it even more revolting is how he tried to intimidate other students, pressuring them to testify that the student had thrown the first punch. What's on the ceiling? And here's the homeroom teacher listening to him curse so effortlessly. I suspect these students have been frequently scolded by him before. Just imagine the psychological scars they must carry. Travel the world. Only after seeing this video did I realize how many irresponsible teachers still exist in our country. From what I've searched, this teacher who resorted to physical violence was even an annual candidate for Outstanding Teacher in Bayun City. How ironic. Lu Xuanwen read out the online comments to Mu Qingji, occasionally offering his own commentary. Brother Mu, who would have thought Bayun City would finally gain national attention for something like this? Lu Xuanwen still cherished his hometown and was glad to see people condemning the irresponsible Zhang Lan. Yet seeing so many netizens blindly attacking Bayun City along the way inevitably made him uncomfortable. Mu Qingji glanced at the phone handed to him and suddenly said, "Take a look at who posted this video." Lu Xuanwen looked puzzledly at the uploader's username and suddenly realized this video was posted by the official account of Bayun City No. 2 High School. So this video was actually posted by our own school? Lu Xuanwen checked the platform verification of that account and confirmed it was indeed his school's official channel. When he saw Mu Qingji's meaningful glance, he immediately understood. Since the video was deliberately released by the school, online spectators would naturally know the school and its teachers weren't aligned. Even if Zhang Lan got criticized, the backlash wouldn't extend to the school. Similarly, anyone who seriously observed this point would understand the authorities' stance. To put it simply, Zhang Lan isn't a good person, but that doesn't mean everyone in Bayun City is bad. It's just that this particular wrongdoer happens to be in Bayun City. An individual's actions shouldn't be generalized to an entire group. Just as a child stealing doesn't mean all children steal, individuals should bear their own faults, not the collective. During the break, Mu Qingji planned to recruit Yi Tao. He wasn't sure whether Yi Tao would agree or not. Previously, when he developed Lu Xuanwen's favorability had already been quite high. Yi Tao's favorability was at 50, more acquainted than strangers yet less familiar than friends. The most crucial point was that, as far as he knew, Yi Tao's family held significant power and influence. Exactly how much, he wasn't sure, but he did know that whenever Yi Tao's parents came for parent-teacher meetings, they arrived in a private jet, escorted by 8 burly bodyguards. Rumor had it that the watch on Yi Tao's left wrist was a bespoke piece crafted by a world-renowned master, worth 2 million a pop. Every time Yi Tao's father showed up, a crowd of students would gather just to catch a glimpse of a real-life tycoon. After all, staring for a few seconds at something that expensive was worth it. Yi Tao's father's watch alone was so expensive, Mu Qingji couldn't even begin to imagine how costly the resources Yi Tao must have access to for cultivation. Having experts guide every cultivation session was a given, and from a young age, numerous masters had surely instructed him in martial arts. Would someone like that ever agree to join his study group and become just another member? Despite his doubts, Mu Qingji wasn't the type to hesitate. With his outgoing nature, he pulled his chair over and casually sat down beside Yi Tao, striking up a conversation. Yi Tao, you've probably noticed Lu Xuanwen and me cultivating together these past couple of days. We're in the same group, and I'd like to invite you to join us. Would you be interested? Mu Qingji got straight to the point without any preamble. Yi Tao recalled how Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen had been inseparable since he transferred classes, doing everything together. Moreover, since this semester began, whether due to their team formation method working or not, both had made astonishing progress. Especially Mu Qingji, whose spiritual energy increased by 4 to 5 points daily. It was simply outrageous. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement, took the team membership record form Mu Qingji had prepared, and signed his name. Why wouldn't I want to? I've long heard how much faster you two progress when studying together. I'd like to see if it's true firsthand. Though you've signed, you're not yet an official member of our group, Mu Qingji said with a smile. In our group, there are 2 types of members, probationary and official. Once you become a probationary member, you can already be considered part of our team, but without my approval, your cultivation won't improve at all. This sounded almost like a joke, but it was actually true. So you mean I'm still a probationary member now? Yi Tao never expected that Mu Qingji would invite him to join the study group, only to make him just a probationary member. Whether you're a probationary or official member isn't up to me but to you, Mu Qingji lowered her voice. Let me put it this way, you're probationary now because your trust in me isn't high enough. When that trust grows strong enough, you'll naturally become an official member. Yi Tao pondered this. Having sufficient trust in the team leader did seem like a reasonable requirement. Your listed friend Yi Tao's affection towards you has increased by 5 points. Current affection level, 55. After this conversation, Yi Tao felt much less unfamiliar with him. In another day or two when the affection level reaches 60, Yi Tao's cultivation speed will increase by 50%, at which point he could be considered an official member of the group. During martial arts class, classmates noticed that Yi Tao had now joined the inseparable duo of Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen. The three of them monitored each other's training progress while sharing insights, forming such a tight-knit dynamic that no one else could break in. Many students gazed enviously at them. After all, study groups led by top students were different. Even if others tried to imitate their methods, while they improved, ordinary students might still fall behind instead. Mu Qingji had strong observational skills and was always able to pinpoint the key aspects of martial techniques. He could identify shortcomings after just one demonstration from others, which made Yi Tao begin to recognize the value of this organization. Chapter 21, Becoming a Warrior. Another day passed, and Yi Tao's favorability toward him reached 65. Host, Mu Qingji, age, 17. Cultivation, Warrior Apprentice Stage 8, 842 Spiritual Power Points. Comprehension, LV.2, 122/1000. Spiritual Energy, LV1, 1/100. Martial Skill, Rock Splitting Technique, Minor Achievement, 890/1000. Grade, Inferior Tier D. Blocking Origin Technique, Minor Achievement, 990/1000. D rank Lower Tier. Spiritual Thorn, Minor Achievement, 586/1000, Upper Grade Class D. Cloudwalking Step, Minor Proficiency, 110 out of 1000, Grade C Lower Tier. Friend List, Lu Xuanwen, Favorability 90, Triple Boost. Mu Baomen, Favorability 100, Quintuple Boost. Zhong Xiaoyan, Favorability 100, Quintuple Boost. Wang Yon, Favorability 80, Double Boost. Li Yiping, Favorability 60, same increase rate. Yi Tao, Favorability 65, same increase rate. In just a few days, the proficiency of all his combat skills had improved to a level that would normally take others half a year of rigorous cultivation to achieve. All four martial techniques had reached minor mastery. Even two martial techniques were on the verge of reaching the greater achievement stage, and this progress was most keenly felt by Lu Xuanwen and Yi Tao, who trained in the same group as him. They would spar with each other, and Yi Tao noticed that Mu Qingji's strength had multiplied. Even though Yi Tao had managed to master Lingxi at the entry stage, its power was far inferior to Mu Qingji's version. This proved that Mu Qingji's Lingxi had already reached the minor achievement stage. Mu Qingji had cultivated all three martial techniques taught by the school to the minor achievement stage, making him the top student among his peers. For Mu Qingji himself, his martial techniques could already rival those of a low-level martial artist, while his cultivation progress, constrained as it was, had slowed down significantly. The imminent arrival of demonic beasts meant he needed to raise his cultivation level quickly, but he didn't want to draw too much attention. Once his cultivation broke through the warrior realm, the surging blood energy around him couldn't be hidden from those with higher cultivation levels. He had no choice but to turn to the system for help. Ever since gaining the system's recognition, its attitude toward him had noticeably improved compared to before. System, can you help conceal my cultivation aura? Got it. The system agreed immediately, seemingly having anticipated his request all along. Being able to conceal his cultivation level made everything much easier. Now he just needed to figure out how to buy spirit-boosting pills or risk going outside the city. Venturing outside the city was quite dangerous, usually only martial artists dared to go alone. But since he couldn't afford the pills, he had no choice but to take the risk. Not long ago, in the school's training room, Li Yiping sat in the principal's private cultivation chamber, holding an energy expansion pill in his hand. His cultivation had been stuck at the 4th stage of warrior soldier for quite some time, so he decided to take some elixirs to boost his spiritual energy. This chi expansion pill was purchased with military merit points, costing him a full 50 points. If bought with money, it would have cost 700,000. In the warrior soldier stage, each breakthrough requires an increase of 10,000 points of spiritual energy. For most people with average aptitude, this phase is often their limit, as further progress demands effort and resources beyond their means. The fact that it could sell for 700,000 meant the chi expansion pill provided a substantial boost. The one in his hand was a second-grade pill, which could raise spiritual energy by 1,000 points at once. For someone at the first stage of warrior soldier needing 10,000 points, it wouldn't be nearly enough. But Li Yiping was just 900 points short of advancing to the 5th stage, which was why he gritted his teeth and bought it. He swallowed the pill and quietly refined its energy. An hour later, Li Yiping opened his eyes. He carefully sensed his spiritual energy, then joy appeared on his face. I've finally reached the 5th stage of warrior soldier. Your listed friend Li Yiping consumed an energy amplification pill and gained 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Host gains the same amount of spiritual energy. Detecting the host's current environment is unsuitable for cultivation advancement, system automatically stores energy. Host should advance cultivation after finding an appropriate location. Mu Qingji, who was in the middle of martial arts class, paused abruptly. It was the principal who took the elixir. If it had only increased a few points of spiritual power, he wouldn't have cared at all. The key was, this time it increased a full 1,000 points of spiritual power. To put it into perspective, he had cultivated for over a year and only accumulated a little more than 800 points of spiritual power. This single boost surpassed his entire cultivation. He had just been worrying about how to improve his strength, and now his power had undergone a qualitative leap. The system was indeed thoughtful, knowing that a full 1000-point spiritual energy boost was too significant and could alert others. It helped him store the energy for later. With so many people around, it wasn't the right time to level up, he'd have to wait until he got home. But his mood was completely different from before. The mere thought of gaining 1000 points of spiritual energy once he got home made him unable to suppress a smile. Many classmates who saw this couldn't help but feel admiration. A top student was truly a top student, no wonder Mu Qingji had improved so much lately. Look at him, cultivating all day with such joy. He was someone who genuinely loved training. Lu Xuanwen had originally planned to take a short break, but seeing this, he felt motivated to push himself further. Beside him, Yi Tao couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. This was the reason Mu Qingji could surpass him even after hours of cultivation. He could still smile and keep going, with perseverance far beyond ordinary people. Under Mu Qingji's eager anticipation, today's classes finally came to an end. He couldn't wait to get home and rushed straight into his bedroom. System, I'm ready. Loading. Host spiritual power increased by 1000 points. Congratulations on breaking through to Warrior Stage 1. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, coursing through every limb and meridian. Absorbing such a massive influx of energy wasn't pleasant. Mu Qingji began guiding the spiritual power through his body. Only after a full 3 hours did he finally manage to refine all the spiritual energy. Mu Qingji immediately summoned the system panel. Host, Mu Qingji. Age, 17. Cultivation level, First Stage Warrior, 1842 spiritual power points. Comprehension, LV2, 124/1000. Mental power, LV1, 1 out of 100. Martial arts, stone shattering technique, minor achievement, 910/1000, tier D, low grade. Energy blocking technique, major achievement, 8/10,000, tier D, low grade. Spirit thorn, minor achievement, 595/1000, upper grade D rank. Cloud soaring steps, minor achievement, 110 out of 1000, lower grade C rank. 6 days. It took him only 6 days to advance from rank 8 martial apprentice to rank 1 martial warrior. Let us all say, thank you, Principal. His spiritual energy could finally keep up with the progress of his martial techniques. After advancing to warrior rank, there was no longer a daily cap on his spiritual energy growth, no more wasted energy day after day. After becoming a martial artist, the school's reward of marrow cleansing pills no longer had any effect on him. He decided to give them to his mother instead. My mother had mediocre martial arts talent, and when she was in school, our family was poorer than a church mouse. She could only afford to attend an ordinary liberal arts university. After entering the workforce and taking up a clerical job, she pretty much stopped cultivating altogether. He found his mother Zhong Xiaoyan and handed the marrow cleansing pill to her. Mom, this is the marrow cleansing pill for you. Zhong Xiaoyan naturally knew about the body tempering pill. She looked at her son and said, isn't this what the school awarded you? I don't need it, I'm too old for something like this, it'd be a waste. You should use it yourself. Mu Qingji revealed his cultivation level and said to his astonished mother, Mom, I've already become a martial artist. Chapter 22 Mother picks up cultivation. Mu Qingji's father, Mu Baomen, was a martial artist, so Zhong Xiaoyan was familiar with the aura of martial artists. She never expected Mu Qingji to already be a martial artist, staring blankly as he placed the marrow cleansing pill into her palm. Mom, now you're the only one in our family who isn't a martial artist. You'll have to work hard to become one, Mu Qingji said with a cheerful grin. Zhong Xiaoyan nodded instinctively, then widened her eyes as she gazed at her son. Son, you've become a martial artist? A martial artist is an entirely different concept from a martial disciple. A martial disciple is merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person, but nowadays, with everyone practicing martial arts, it's expected that everyone becomes at least a martial disciple after turning 16. Only by becoming a martial artist can one truly be said to have embarked on the path of martial arts. Becoming a martial artist before the college entrance exams means you can even aim for the top 100 prestigious universities in the country. Qing Nation has a massive population, with over 5,000 universities alone. Those ranked within the top 500 are already considered key universities in their respective provinces, while the top 100 are known as the 100 prestigious universities, producing a significant number of talented individuals for the nation each year. The population of Star Nation is vast, and competition is fierce. To enter a top-tier university before the college entrance exams, one needs at least the level of an 8th-stage martial apprentice, and that's the bare minimum. For a spot in the top 100 prestigious universities, one must at least be a martial warrior. As Zhong Xiaoyan thought of her son, now already a martial warrior, her mind drifted far ahead, which school Mu Qingji would attend, which campus had the best environment, and so on. Mom, I meant every word. I really hope you improve your cultivation. That way, I can rest easy even when I'm not at home. Seeing the look on his mother's face, Mu Qingji quickly spoke up, knowing exactly where her thoughts had wandered. Zhong Xiaoyan looked at the body refining pill in her hand, still somewhat hesitant. Such an expensive pill wasn't really necessary for her to consume. Exchanging it for money would be much more practical. Son, what if we sell this pill instead? It doesn't seem worth it for me to take it. Mu Qingji decided to correct his mother's thinking, so he calculated the costs and benefits for her. Mom, now that I've become a martial artist, don't you think I might be able to get into one of the top 100 universities? Zhong Xiaoyan nodded. I've gotten into a top 100 prestigious school. If I keep growing stronger, there will inevitably be those who envy me or even human traitors who might try to harm me. Would they capture my closest loved ones to threaten me? Zhong Xiaoyan found this reasoning quite sound. A person's greatest vulnerability lay in those closest to them. Even in TV dramas, kidnappers would threaten a CEO by taking their child hostage. I can't keep an eye on you all the time at school. What am I supposed to do if you get caught? Mu Qing spoke with great emotion in her voice. Zhong Xiaoyan's mind automatically conjured up an image. The door was kicked open, and due to her weak strength, she was captured by 2 kidnappers. The kidnappers called her son, demanding a meeting at XX location with a ransom of 10 million. When her son rushed to the scene and saw her, tears immediately streamed down his face as he tried to untie her. At that moment, the 2 kidnappers suddenly appeared and stabbed Mu Qingji with a knife. The scene was too horrifying. Zhong Xiaoyan shuddered and didn't dare to dwell on it further. But her mindset had now changed. She realized she needed the ability to protect herself, or she would become a burden to her son. Don't worry, I'll take this elixir once I resume my training over the next few days. It's been too long since I last practiced, so taking it now wouldn't be effective. Mu Qingji finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his mother agree to take the marrow cleansing pill. It was already a good thing that she was willing to cultivate. With her current cultivation speed boosted by 200%, plus the enhancement from the marrow cleansing pill on her aptitude, she would likely become a martial artist soon. His thoughts then turned to his father. It had been over 20 days since his departure, nearly a month now. Throughout this month, there had been no news, and though neither he nor his mother mentioned it out loud, they both prayed silently for his safe return. Logically speaking, since he was bound to his father through the system, he should have received a notification if his father had been cultivating. The real concern was that there had been no messages at all in the days following the binding, which left him feeling uneasy. The only consolation was that as long as the friend status remained lit on the list, it meant they were still alive. The absence of any injury notifications confirmed that his father hadn't been hurt these past few days. Soon, the end of the month arrived. Apart from his father, the other 5 people on the list had been steadily boosting his progress every day. Lu Xuanwen and Yi Tao both possessed excellent innate talent, though the spiritual energy they provided wasn't as substantial as what the principal and Old Wang contributed. Their greatest benefit to Mu Qingji lay in martial techniques. Old Wang, a martial arts instructor at the 2nd stage of warrior soldier rank, could cultivate about 30 points of spiritual energy daily. As a teacher, he actually had the potential for greater cultivation, but lesson planning, grading, and various trivial duties consumed most of his time. During particularly busy periods, he sometimes didn't even have time to cultivate at all. The principal was quite the opposite. He didn't need to pay attention to every student, he just had to assign tasks to teachers. Apart from occasional meetings, he still had plenty of free time at his disposal. Moreover, because he had just entered a new stage in cultivation, he currently faced no bottlenecks. Thus, he could improve his spiritual power by 50 to 70 points every day. His mother, Zhong Xiaoyan, was at the 9th stage of apprentice warrior. Previously, she had been stuck during the breakthrough from 9th stage apprentice to the warrior level. After resuming cultivation, she found she was progressing even faster than she had in her youth at school. She even began to think she was a late bloomer and that her talent had only now awakened. At any rate, faster cultivation progress was a good thing. She could now increase her spiritual power by 3 points a day, while Mu Qingji increased his at 5 times her speed, 15 points. By the end of the day, Mu Qingji had accumulated at least 100 points of cultivation. Thanks to the system's assistance, although he had broken through to martial warrior level, those around him couldn't tell. The perception of specific spiritual power below warrior level isn't accurate for martial apprentices, as their spiritual energy is too faint, only they themselves can truly sense it. Yi Tao had advanced to the 9th stage of martial apprentice, while Lu Xuanwen successfully reached the 8th stage. With this, Class 2's dominance in the top 3 rankings of their grade was already set in stone. Class 1's former homeroom teacher had been arrested, but a class couldn't be left without one, so the school transferred a teacher from elsewhere to take over. The teacher was a kindly middle-aged woman with the strength of a warrior soldier at the 1st tier. With many years of teaching experience behind her, handling these students naturally wouldn't be a problem for her. Moreover, even though the top student had transferred out, The remaining 59 students in the class were all sharp-witted. They grasped martial techniques and methods instantly, making her teaching experience thoroughly satisfying. Mu Qingji, what's your current cultivation level? During the break between classes, Yi Tao couldn't help asking Mu Qingji the question. Mu Qingji naturally couldn't reveal his true cultivation level, so he just smiled mysteriously and said he'd find out later. To probe Mu Qingji's true strength, Yi Tao went all out during their sparring session in martial arts class. Chapter 23, News about Father. Yet Yi Tao discovered that even with his full effort, he couldn't make Mu Qingji feel the slightest hint of danger. This realization was terrifying. It meant Mu Qingji's cultivation level far surpassed his own. Has Mu Qingji already become a martial artist? No, if he had become a martial artist, his aura would never escape the teacher's notice. The only possibility is that Mu Qingji, combined with his martial techniques, has improved so much that it gives him an insurmountable feeling. This implies Mu Qingji's martial techniques have advanced yet again. He possesses an innate and unparalleled talent in martial cultivation, progressing at a terrifying speed. Just what level is he at now? Yi Tao stared at Mu Qingji, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Another day of the same routine, shuttling back and forth between school and home. Mu Qingji tore off the last page of the month's calendar, his father's handsome face flashing through his mind. He could only hope nothing would happen to his dad on the battlefield. After all, he was merely a martial artist, barely considered even basic combat strength there. One careless encounter with a stronger opponent, and his life could be over. Perhaps thoughts summon reality, as the system notification finally mentioned the person weighing on his heart. Your friend Mu Baoman has consumed a mind restoration pill, mental energy improved by 20 points. Host bonus, plus 100 mental energy. Your listed friend Mu Baoman consumed a mid-grade spirit chi fruit, gaining plus 20 spiritual power. Host gains plus 100 spiritual power. Your listed friend Mu Baoman absorbed a drop of dragon blood essence, acquiring a trace of divine dragon bloodline. Host's divine dragon bloodline progress is now 5 out of 1000. Ever since the topic of revitalizing spirit pills came up, Mu Qingji had fallen into silence. Revitalizing spirit pills first appeared in textbooks during elementary school years. Typically used for patients suffering severe spiritual trauma, they can repair damaged souls while simultaneously boosting mental power. Old Mu taking the spirit recovery pill indicates he suffered a mental attack, and the damage was considerable. The mid-grade spirit fruit is used to enhance spiritual power. Before this, the school had also offered basic spirit fruits and low-grade spirit fruits as rewards, which is fairly normal. But when it comes to the dragon blood essence, he had never even heard of it before. Just from the name alone, it was clear this dragon blood essence must be extraordinary. The system notification stated Old Mu had gained a trace of divine dragon bloodline, and he himself had even unlocked a dragon bloodline progress bar, proof that this drop of dragon blood essence originated from an actual divine dragon. Of course he knew about dragons, but weren't they creatures that only existed in myths? Even though humans had frequent encounters with various demonic beasts over the past few centuries, no one had ever seen a creature like a dragon. Many experts asserted that dragons and phoenixes were purely figments of human imagination. But the system doesn't lie, dragons really do exist in this world. Mu Qingji was full of doubts. While his father could afford mid-grade spirit fruits, each rejuvenation pill cost 500,000. Where did his no-good father get that kind of money? Not to mention the dragon blood essence that could directly bestow divine dragon lineage, it was probably priceless, worth hundreds of millions. What exactly had happened to his old man? He'd been injured, had he recovered now? There'd been no news during these days of system binding. Could he have been unconscious from his wounds? Still, any news was good news. And judging by these 3 updates, his father must have encountered tremendous fortune. Against his will, Qingji felt genuine happiness for him. Ward 8 of the Human Base Hospital, on the Myriad Race's battlefield. How's Mu Baomin's condition? Li Yuanxiu still carried a thick scent of blood, clearly having just returned from combat on the Myriad Race's battlefield. Medic Wang Xiaoxiao walked with him toward the ward but didn't dare stride beside him, keeping half a step behind. She wouldn't dare slight this man. The middle-aged figure before her was none other than Leader Li, the highest authority of Base 8. Though countless sought his patronage without ever exchanging a word, she saw this towering figure daily. She got lucky this time too. Since starting work, she's only been assigned patients who were martial artists. Many veteran healers looked down on low-ranking martial artists and didn't want to handle them, so injured martial artists were all passed to newcomers or less experienced healers like her. Although Wang Xiaoxiao wasn't seasoned, she had been the top student during her school years, and her skills were by no means lacking. What was even rarer was her good-hearted nature. She never slacked off just because her patients were martial artists. Half a month ago, she took over a martial artist named Mu Baomin. The man's injuries were severe, and his spirit had suffered serious attacks. Though treatable, his case would require an enormous amount of time. Rumor had it this patient was initially supposed to be handled by their most famous healer, the only first-grade healer in the entire hospital, but that healer had brushed him off, calling his treatment a thankless job that wasted time with no payoff. So the patient was passed on to Wang Xiaoxiao instead. In the eyes of most healers, those who go to battlefields while still at the warrior stage are likely their family's highest combat power. Such families are commoners, lacking any clan backing, and thus can offer no benefits to healers. To everyone's surprise, on the second day of the patient named Mu Baomin's hospitalization, the highest leader of Base 8 personally came to visit him, demanding the hospital allocate the best resources for his treatment. This immediately caused a stir. The dean directly promoted Wang Xiaoxiao from a 5th-level healer to a 3rd-level healer, assigning her exclusively to treat this patient alone. The patient was even upgraded to the highest spec, most comfortable, and best equipped ward number 1. No healer ever rises a single rank without at least a decade of work, yet Wang Xiaoxiao, fresh out of graduation just months ago, leaped 2 levels at once. This meant skipping at least 20 years of effort others would need, something even the most talented healers could never achieve so swiftly. If not for the requirement that a 2nd-level therapist must have at least 10 years of experience, the director would have promoted her to the 2nd level already. From the dean's perspective, the patient cared about by the chief must naturally be assigned to a 1st-level therapist. To his surprise, this patient had been secretly transferred by the 1st-level therapist to a 5th-level therapist. If Chief Li found out, it would be a disaster. That's why he kept promoting Wang Xiaoxiao non-stop. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao responded earnestly to Commander Li's questioning. Commander Li, the patient's condition has been steadily improving. There were signs of him regaining consciousness today, so I administered the medication you left. Hearing that Mu Baomin showed signs of waking up, Chief Li's furrowed brow visibly relaxed. Every time he recalls the battle from half a month ago, fear still lingers in his heart. Little did he expect the demon beast's corruption to have grown so severe that even his most trusted companions had defected. If not for Mu Baomin risking his life to rush from the rear to frontline headquarters, alerting him in time to return to the base, humanity's Base 8 would have fallen under demonic control. Had that happened, he'd have become mankind's greatest sinner. Mu Baomin was only a 6th-rank martial artist, a level barely qualifying for logistical support, utterly unworthy of battlefield deployment. He couldn't fathom how someone of such meager cultivation traversed multiple battlefronts to reach the vanguard. Chapter 24, First-Class Merit. The soldier discovered him, but he refused to say anything, just kept repeating, "I want to see the commander, I want to see the commander." The soldier was perceptive. Seeing the man's vacant eyes, cracked lips, and numerous injuries, he immediately guessed this might be a messenger reporting urgent news. Without delay, he notified his direct superior. Word passed layer by layer until orders came to bring the man before the commander. What happened next was extraordinary. Until then, regardless of who approached him or what questions people asked, the man had only repeated that same phrase. Yet the moment he saw Commander Li, he immediately divulged the intelligence. Upon hearing that monsters had appeared within the base and that the officer left behind to protect it was actually a traitor colluding with the beasts, everyone was utterly shocked. According to the survivor's account, the base was already overrun by monsters when he escaped. After several days of travel, what horrors might the base have become? Li Yuanxiu broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to ask more questions, but the warrior before him seemed to have completed some final mission. The moment he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell unconscious. Only then did Li Yuanxiu notice the man's horrific injuries. His shoulders bore obvious corrosive wounds with dark energy still spreading. His shoes had long been lost, and though warriors aren't particularly strong, mere walking shouldn't damage feet this badly. Yet the man's feet were grotesquely swollen. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuanxiu saw the soles had been completely worn away, leaving nothing but mangled flesh. The examining medic made an even more alarming discovery. The warrior's mind had suffered severe corruption. By all reasoning, he should have lost consciousness long ago. It was sheer stubborn willpower that had driven him this far. Li Yuanxiu didn't dare delay and immediately rushed back to the base, arriving just in time to confront the group of human traitors who were trying to open the passage from the myriad race's battlefield to Star Nation. Furious beyond measure, he swiftly dispatched those betrayers to meet Yan Wang, thus preventing the tragedy. After this incident, the name Mu Baomin left a deep impression on Li Yuanxiu. He was immensely grateful for the crucial information Mu Baomin had provided and admired such a person, someone who persevered despite his failing condition, stubbornly holding on just long enough to relay the message before collapsing unconscious. He drafted an urgent military report detailing the situation for the military hall, praising Mu Baomin unreservedly and applying for him to receive a first-class military merit. Had the connection between the myriad race's battlefield and Star Nation been opened by the demon beasts, the resulting losses would have been incalculable. Therefore, Li Yuanxiu believed the credit for this success belonged solely to Mu Baomin. His own actions in returning to stop the traitors were merely atonement for his earlier negligence. The military headquarters processed it quickly, approving his application and recording Mu Baomin's first-class military merit once. Li Yuanxiu entered ward number 1 and found that Mu Baomin was already sitting up against the hospital bed. He quickened his pace. "You're awake." Mu Baoman looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, "Chiefly, what brings you here?" Chiefly glanced at Wang Xiaoxiao, who tactfully exited the ward and closed the door behind her. Seeing the person leave, Li Yuanqiu laughed heartily. "Of course I came here to check on you. Comrade Mu, you've performed a great service this time, and I must properly thank you for it." Chief Li's words reminded Mu Baoman of the situation half a month ago. At first, he felt worried, but then he realized he was now in the hospital ward with the chief right before him. The matter must have been settled. He let out a sigh of relief and shook his head gently. "It's just my duty. Once on the battlefield, I'm a soldier, I must fight for humanity. At the time, I thought my death wouldn't be a pity, but the thought of those mutated beasts rampaging through the city and harming innocent lives kept me dragging myself forward despite my injuries. Luckily, I finally found you." Li Yuanqiu listened attentively to Mu Baoman's account, not a trace of impatience on his face. After Mu Baoman finished speaking, Li Yuanqiu informed him that the military hall had awarded him a drop of dragon blood essence to restore his foundation. Mu Baoman's spirit and body had suffered severe wounds, exacerbated by constant travel and prolonged lack of treatment, which also damaged his foundation. His innate talent was already mediocre, and with his foundation impaired, any further progress in cultivation was practically impossible. The military hall did not skimp on rewards. To repair his foundation, they directly bestowed upon him a precious drop of dragon blood essence. There were only 5 drops of dragon blood essence in the entire Star Nation. It could grant a trace of divine dragon bloodline, elevating one's cultivation speed beyond human limits and granting a terrifying boost to martial talent. After all, the divine dragon's bloodline carried a touch of divinity, incomparable to that of a mere human. But Li Yuanqiu felt no envy whatsoever. He believed Mu Baoman had truly earned this. When Mu Baoman learned that his martial talent would become top tier due to the divine dragon bloodline, he was so stunned with joy he couldn't even speak. After chatting a while longer, Li Yuanqiu retrieved a crimson box from his spatial ring. His expression turned solemn, and Mu Baoman suddenly understood the significance, straining to sit up straight in his hospital bed. "Mu Baoman, here. In recognition of your outstanding performance, the organization has decided to award you with a first-class merit citation. Thank you for your dedication." The red box was slowly opened, revealing a large first-class merit medal that gleamed resplendently in the room. Having learned a little about his father's situation, Mu Qingji finally stopped overthinking as he had before. During dinner, for some unknown reason, he kept wanting to watch TV. So he turned it on, switched to the central channel, turned up the volume a bit, and then sat down at the dining table to eat with his mother. At that moment, the TV happened to be reporting recent events about the myriad race's passage. Mu Qingji and his mother Zhong Xiaoyan's ears perked up instantly, and their gazes simultaneously fell onto the TV screen. The TV kept reporting updates from the myriad race's battlefield, what new demonic beasts had appeared, their appearances, characteristics, attack capabilities, and the progress of our forces' battles against them, and so on. Sigh, it feels like demonic beasts are becoming more and more numerous. Zhong Xiaoyan let out a sigh. In this world, no sane person would wish for anything less than the swift extinction of demonic beasts. Yet not only do they refuse to die out, they evolve rapidly and reproduce even faster. Generation after generation appears without pause, cut down like wheat in the battlefield, only for another batch to sprout up immediately, seemingly endless. More demonic beasts are anything but good news for humanity. According to our latest report, a major incident has occurred at battlefield number 8 of the Myriad Races War. Demonic beasts used psychic corruption to turn several high-ranking human administrators against their own kind. While the base commander fought on the front lines, they stealthily seized control of the entire facility and even smuggled demonic beasts inside. Mu Qingji had a bad feeling in his heart. He stopped eating and just stared at the screen. At this moment, Mu Baoman, who was only at the martial artist's 6th stage, realized something was wrong. He chose to escape the controlled base through a side path. Chapter 25, News. Click. Zhong Xiaoyan's chopsticks fell on the table, but she didn't pick them up. She just stared blankly at the news. The female reporter on the news was still eloquently recounting the events, vividly describing how a mere 6th-level martial artist, through sheer determination, managed to deliver critical intelligence to the front lines during the battle. As the reporter continued her story, a portrait gradually appeared on the news broadcast. The person in the photo had striking features, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and well-defined facial contours that could rival any movie star. The moment this photo appeared, mother and son became even more certain of their suspicions. The reporter described the situation in great detail, including how Mu Baoman suffered physical injuries from rushing and mental contamination, lying unconscious in a hospital bed for half a month before finally waking up. Everyone who saw the news couldn't help but sigh with admiration, thinking Mu Baoman was a true hero. Only his 2 closest family members felt both pride and heartache. The female reporter in the footage continued her report. From what we know, the government has officially recognized Mu Baoman's contributions, awarding him a first-class honor. A first-class honor is not easily earned, it is only awarded to those who have made extraordinary contributions to the nation or prevented catastrophic losses. Many first-class merit medals are received by the relatives of the recipients, few who earn them live to receive them in person. Son, did you hear that? Zhong Xiaoyan wondered if she was dreaming, as this seemed too surreal. A first-class merit actually appearing in their household? It was something they had never dared to imagine. Those who earned such honors were typically military officers of high cultivation or above. For a mere warrior to receive one, their contributions must have been extraordinarily significant. Mu Qingji nodded to confirm it was real. Mom, I heard it too, it really was Dad. This isn't a dream. Once Mu Baomin's identity and achievement became widely known, countless relatives began calling their home to offer congratulations. After all, China's Central Television is the most authoritative channel with the highest ratings. When something gets reported there, the whole country quickly learns about it, and thus Mu Baomin's deeds spread far and wide. Relatives from both parents, every aunt and uncle, started calling to inquire about Mu Baomin's situation. They dragged up all sorts of memories. I used to hold him when he was little, I bought him an ice cream when he was 3, I drove him once when he was enrolling somewhere. Most of it was about past trivialities, as if these minor gestures from long ago entitled them to gratitude. Mu Qingji witnessed his mother bombarded with endless calls, watching as her initial patience gradually gave way to irritation. It was his first real taste of relatives' power to overwhelm. Truthfully, he disliked this kind of opportunistic behavior, people who showed no concern when times were ordinary but rushed to cash in on past favors the moment someone succeeded. Besides, those so-called favors were just mundane, everyday things. His father had helped them with plenty too, it wasn't like anyone owed anyone anything. Now that we finally have news about Dad, Mom, I can see you won't have to wear that worried look all the time anymore. Mu Qingji noticed his mother's good mood had been ruined by those annoying relatives, so he spoke up to distract her. Shifting the topic to father always made Mom's aura much more peaceful, and during these past days, he had observed his mother's behavior closely. Though she never said anything after father left, her occasional absent-mindedness betrayed her. She must often recall the days when father was home, bickering with her. Zhong Xiaoyan's face flushed slightly in embarrassment. She hadn't expected her son to have noticed all along. Instead of being coy, she admitted openly, "Son, to tell you the truth, ever since your father left, my heart's felt hollow, as if something's missing. It's been unbearably hard. I couldn't sleep well a single night without news of him. The dark circles under my eyes grew worse, no expensive skincare product could fix them. The battlefield of 10,000 tribes is incredibly dangerous, it's swarming with demonic beasts, and no one can predict what might happen. Countless soldiers and generals have perished there. Just thinking about your father's cultivation level makes my heart race. The minimum requirement to enter the battlefield used to be warrior level, but now it's been lowered to martial disciple. Sending martial disciples onto that battlefield is practically feeding them to the wolves." Zhong Xiaoyan talked a lot, clearly having bottled up too much during this period, carrying too many thoughts in her heart. Mu Qingji understood that she needed to vent, so she listened attentively and occasionally offered a few words of comfort. "Thankfully, it's all over now. I'd be content just having your father return safely." Zhong Xiaoyan's image at that moment would be indelibly etched into Mu Qingji's mind. This is not just the portrait of one mother. Behind every warrior who steps onto the battlefield, there's a family worrying for them, hearts clenched with fear and longing. If one day the war were to cease, those soldiers could return home to reunite with their families. Reflecting on the guardian deity project mentioned by the system, perhaps this was the reason he had been chosen. Because he wanted to protect more people. Ding ling 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 ling. 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 The landline on the desk rang again. Zhong Xiaoyan clearly didn't want to answer it, so she shot Mu Qingji a meaningful glance. Mu Qingji picked up the phone. "Hello, who's speaking?" The breathing on the other end of the line paused for a moment, as if gathering some emotion. After a long while, a voice he'd been dreaming of day and night reached his ears. "Xiao Qing, it's me. Have you missed me all this time?" Mu Qingji shouted excitedly. "Dad, I've missed you so much." Same familiar warmth, same familiar dad. Mu Qingji didn't hold back in expressing his emotions, just his tone alone revealed how exhilarated he was. Beside him, Zhong Xiaoyan couldn't stay still anymore. From the moment Mu Qingji shouted "Dad," she had eagerly moved closer to the phone and snatched the receiver right after Mu Qingji finished his first sentence. "Bao Min." Mu Qingji tactfully left, not disturbing their intimate conversation. With the matter that had been weighing on his mind finally resolved, Mu Qingji could now focus all his energy on cultivation. The day when the demonic beasts would descend was drawing ever closer. He dared not gamble on whether it was 2 months or just half a month away. His only option was to strive to improve his cultivation, increasing his chances of destroying the altar before disaster struck. Since waking up in the hospital, Mu Baoman has been desperate to leave and return to his family. However, the medical staff insisted he must fully recover before being discharged. It's an order that even the young nurse attending him couldn't disobey. Not wanting to cause trouble for the nurse and get her scolded, Mu Baoman endured several more days of bed rest. For better treatment, he'd long been transferred from the field hospital at the All Races Battlefront base. His attending nurse Wang Xiaoxiao accompanied him to a provincial hospital spanning 5 regions, where he was admitted to the most luxurious ward. Chapter 26, Father's Return. The only consolation was that the ward had every modern convenience: TV, computer, smartphone, and internet, allowing him regular contact with his family. At least he wouldn't die of boredom. Host, Mu Qingji. Age, 17. Cultivation level, first stage martial artist, 1952 spiritual power points. Comprehension, LV2, 128/1000. Mental power, LV2, 1/1000. Martial skill, Boulder Breaker, minor achievement, 983/1000, low-grade ding tier. Energy block, major achievement, 852/10000, low-grade ding tier. Soul spike, minor achievement, 569/1000, high-grade ding tier. Cloud walking, minor achievement, 120 out of 1000, tier C, lower grade. Friend list, Lu Xuanwen affinity 90, triple boost. Mu Baoman affinity 100, quintuple boost. Zhong Xiaoyan affinity 100, quintuple boost. Wang Yong favorability 80, double boost. Li Yiping favorability 60, equal boost. Yi Tao favorability 65, equal boost. Meanwhile, Mu Qingji checked her own status. I never expected to break through to martial artist stage 2 so soon. He couldn't help but marvel at how just under a month of cultivation had yielded results equivalent to 3 years of his previous efforts. Just as he was marveling at this, the notification sounds rang out consecutively. Your friend list contact Mu Baoman is cultivating diligently, spiritual power plus 10. Your friend list contact Mu Baoman is cultivating diligently, spiritual power plus 15. Your friend Mu Baoman is diligently cultivating, spiritual power value plus 25. 3 consecutive notifications surprised him. Previously, spiritual power gains from his friend's cultivation had only increased by single digits. Now, with jumps of over 10 or 20 levels at a time, leveling up had become as effortless as eating or drinking for him. His father was a martial artist with no upper limit to his cultivation, and now, after acquiring a trace of divine dragon bloodline, his cultivation speed and aptitude had skyrocketed to the peak. With such terrifying talent already amplified by 2 times, and his own cultivation rate boosted by another 5 times on top of that, his progress would surely reach unimaginable heights. Moreover, thanks to the drop of dragon blood his father had ingested, he now possessed 5% of the divine dragon lineage, finally boosting his own cultivation speed and innate talent. Previously, his rapid advancement had relied entirely on the cultivation amplification provided by others, while his own cultivation speed remained unchanged. But now, with his own extraordinary talent and the additional boosts from others, it was as if countless geniuses were cultivating solely for his benefit. Congratulations, host, for advancing to Warrior Stage 2. Current cultivation, Warrior Stage 2, 2002 spiritual power points. When he reached Warrior Stage 2, his meridians and vital energy improved, but unlike the dramatic transformation from disciple to warrior, there was no overwhelming surge of energy. The leap from one stage to another was fundamentally different from crossing an entire tier. With the system's cover, not a single classmate noticed Mu Qingji's advancement from level 1 to level 2 warrior. This was a rare humanities class, and everyone was attentively listening to the teacher, treating it as a form of mental relaxation. Although humanities subjects weren't as crucial as martial arts courses, they still carried 200 points in total. For those aiming to enter prestigious universities, humanities scores couldn't afford to be low either. At higher academic levels, top students competed on being all-rounders. Every single point mattered. Take Mu Qingji for example. He had consistently ranked first in humanities among third-year students, and now dominated martial arts too. Only students who ranked first in both disciplines stood a chance to compete with provincial-level talents. Baiyun City had so many schools, yet each one was allocated only 3 slots to compete in the provincial tournament. They would be pitted against the prodigies from the provincial capital schools. What kind of place is the provincial capital? It's absolutely cutthroat. Most students there come from influential families with plenty of resources at their disposal. Take martial skills as an example. Students at high school level typically learn the techniques taught by their institutions, which at best might reach the lowest tier upper grade rank. Outstanding students who receive the school's investment might obtain lower tier middle grade martial skills. But those from powerful family backgrounds? Forget top tier skills, they can still easily access upper tier techniques. Some people are simply far ahead of them in martial skills alone. With the same cultivation level, the effects produced by using 4 different grades of martial techniques, A, B, C, D, are entirely different. Have 2 ninth-level martial apprentices fight each other, one has mastered a low-tier Class C martial skill to the minor achievement stage, while the other has mastered a high-tier Class D martial skill to the same minor achievement stage. In a duel, the one using the Class C martial skill would gain the upper hand. No wonder martial techniques are so prized. Even the most basic and rudimentary ones like those of Tier Ding's lower grade cost at least 200,000 to purchase. As for A-rank martial skills, I've never heard of any being sold on the market. Unless bestowed by the state, you can forget about ever getting your hands on one in this lifetime. Another liberal arts class passed just like that, and by the time the martial arts class arrived in the afternoon, Yi Tao sought out Mu Qingji once more, demanding to spar with him. Yi Tao had been practicing all night long during this period, and he could feel himself progressing much faster than before. Logically speaking, Mu Qingji, with his 8th rank martial disciple cultivation, shouldn't stand a chance against him anymore. Yet, every time they sparred, he never managed to win once. He even began to have the illusion that Mu Qingji was growing stronger every day, not just by a little, but by leaps and bounds compared to the day before. After Yi Tao lost to Mu Qingji, Lu Xuanwen beside him was also eager to challenge him. The two of them insisted on sparring with Mu Qingji every single day, never tiring of it. After being defeated by Mu Qingji in just a few moves, Lu Xuanwen's face showed surprise. Brother Mu, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I always feel like you're becoming more and more unfathomable. It's not your imagination. You'll understand someday. As usual, Mu Qingji ruffled Lu Xuanwen's hair. His hair is so soft, really pleasant to touch. Thus passed a happy day. When Mu Qingji returned home and pushed open the door, he immediately sensed something unusual. A pair of men's shoes had abruptly appeared on the shoe rack at home. During this period, only his and his mother's shoes should have been placed on that rack. These extra shoes must have been placed there today. Surely, this meant his father had returned. He slammed the door shut and shouted loudly, "Dad," calling out the title. "Didn't expect you to notice so quickly. As expected of my Mu family's superior genes, your actions and style are just like your old man's, carrying all the charm of my youthful days." Once again, the familiar teasing tone was there, still carrying that same warmth. Mu Qingji spotted old Mu hiding behind the sofa and immediately rushed over to hug him. Words spoken through a phone can never compare to the authenticity of physical touch. "Good son, you've behaved well while I was away and haven't disappointed me." Mu Baoman patted Mu Qingji's shoulder, his voice brimming with pride. "Most importantly, I heard you topped both the cultural and martial exams this month. You're now the undisputed #1 at #2 high school. You're amazing." Chapter 27 Family Conversation. Listening to his father's praise, Mu Qingji felt as if someone had poured a jar of honey into his heart, sweetening every inch. "My meager achievements pale in comparison to yours. Who'd have thought you'd secure a first-class merit just by going to the battlefield once?" Mom and I were stunned when we saw the news. We could hardly believe it. Mu Qingji spoke with complete sincerity. In the entire ancestral line of the Mu family, no one had ever achieved such a monumental feat that first-class merit alone was enough to secure his father's lifelong prosperity and stability in his career. Mu Baoman recalled the events of that time. After several days of running alone, it was impossible to say he hadn't felt despair. "Son, I'll be honest with you. Several times, I thought I couldn't run another step. My legs would give out mid-stride, and I'd collapse to the ground. And with demon beasts lurking along the way, I truly believed I'd die out there. Looking back now, even I find it incredible. I have no idea how I managed it. All I can say is thank goodness I persevered through it all." Mu Qingji listened to his description as if he were there in person. He was deeply intrigued by the affairs of the myriad races battlefield and asked many more questions about what transpired there. After chatting for quite a while, Mu Baoman finally brought up the matter he had returned home to deal with today. "I've been chatting with you so much I almost forgot the main purpose of my visit today. I'm here to take you both to the government-assigned house." He had been directly promoted to centurion rank. Knowing his modest family circumstances, the government provided substantial subsidies and awarded him a villa in Wuchen City, the provincial capital of the 5 provinces region. Wuchen City? Mu Qingji felt somewhat troubled. While the distance between cities in the same province wasn't excessive, the trip from Baiyun City to Wuchen City took just 2.5 hours by car. This would make attending school inconvenient. He couldn't possibly waste 5 hours commuting every day. "I've already considered some of these issues, son. Would you like to transfer to a school in Wuchen City?" Seeing the conflicted expression on Mu Qingji's face, Mu Baoman guessed his son must be worrying about the schooling situation. "Transfer schools?" Mu Qingji shook his head. All his current friends on the list were at #2 high school, and he had already built strong relationships with his classmates and teachers. The thought of leaving was hard to accept. Moreover, he owed his entry into the martial path entirely to the principal of #2 high. No matter what, he felt he had to bring honor to the school during the college entrance exams. Most importantly, he needed to stay in Baiyun City to prevent the beast invasion, a matter of survival for all humanity. "Do you want to continue studying at #2 high?" Mu Baoman asked his son after seeing him shake his head. There are pros and cons to transferring. Moving to Wuchen City might offer better teaching quality and higher caliber classmates, but the key issue is that it's already the final semester, there's a chance others might exclude you. During the last year of high school, even small things can impact academic performance. If everyone forms tight-knit groups and isolates you, it might be better not to transfer at all. Mu Qingji voiced his thoughts. I don't want to transfer. I get along well with my classmates here, I have close friends, and I really like our homeroom teacher too. I might not find the same atmosphere if I transfer. Mu Baoman respected his son's decision and abandoned the transfer idea. If you're happy with this class, then we won't transfer. What suits you best is what matters most. Now there was a new problem. If the couple moved to Dustless City, would they leave Mu Qingji alone in White Cloud City? Zhong Xiaoyan, who had just finished cooking in the kitchen, overheard their conversation and called them to the dining table. Zhong Xiaoyan knew about their property in Dustless City and had also heard Mu Qingji's wish to stay in White Cloud City. She spoke first. Let me make this clear, wherever our son is, I'll be there. I could never feel at ease leaving him alone here. Mu Baoman understood his wife's maternal instincts, but he still couldn't shake the feeling of being abandoned. Due to work commitments, the number 8 battlefield of all races was closest to Dustless City, so he would definitely have to relocate there. So he got a new house and decided to live apart from his wife and child. Pain, such unbearable pain. Mu Qingji savored this warm atmosphere, how wonderful it felt to have the whole family together. He suddenly remembered the marrow cleansing pill he had given his mother earlier. Since the system hadn't sent any notifications, it meant she hadn't taken it yet. Mom, he spoke up, didn't I give you a marrow cleansing pill before? You haven't taken it, have you? Zhong Xiaoyan felt a pang of guilt under her son's gaze. Who says I didn't need it? I already did. Mu Qingji asked again, if someone took the marrow cleansing pill, their bone structure and meridians would definitely show changes. How come I don't feel any difference in your bones or meridians at all, Mom? Mu Baoman immediately understood the situation from their conversation. It seemed their son had given his wife a marrow cleansing pill, but she hadn't taken it. So he added, my brother took one marrow cleansing pill before, and the difference was huge. You could really tell. Zhong Xiaoyan knew she couldn't hide it anymore and had to confess. Truth is, I just couldn't bring myself to take it. After all, I really don't have any talent for cultivation. It'd be such a waste on me. In her view, her son was now so outstanding, and although her husband had achieved military merits, he hadn't received the position commensurate with a first-class merit due to his low cultivation level. Both of them were far more deserving of the marrow cleansing pill than she was. Mu Baoman had received many rewards and was now well off. Aware that his wife's mindset hadn't yet shifted, he said, Xiaoyan, our family is prosperous now. My salary is high, and the state has given us so many subsidies. You could even treat the marrow cleansing pill as a snack, we can certainly afford it. Our son gifted it to you out of kindness. Don't let his good intentions go to waste. Just take it. Zhong Xiaoyan shot her husband a glare. Treat it as a snack? Even with your higher salary, we'll have plenty of expenses in the future. The reason you're only a centurion is your low cultivation level. The priority should be boosting your strength. Otherwise, when everyone under your command surpasses you in cultivation, who will respect your authority? Besides, our son is in his final year of high school. With his talent, elixirs will benefit him far more. From what I know, the top students all train in their family's martial techniques. What the school teaches is the most basic. Look at those ranked in the top 1,000 in the national college entrance exams every year. How many rely on school-taught techniques? There are crowds mastering Tier C techniques, and even Tier B practitioners are too numerous to count, especially the annual top scorers, all of whom train in Tier A martial techniques. We still need to figure out how to buy a good martial arts technique. I don't think our son's talent is inferior to anyone's, it's just that he doesn't have access to the same resources, so we must save carefully. Don't let me hear such extravagant talk from you again, or you'll have me to deal with. Father and son gaped in astonishment. After listening to her, they realized there truly were many more expenses ahead. Chapter 28, A Mother's Perspective. Mu Baoman felt his wife's words made perfect sense. He'd been far too arrogant just now. While his salary was high compared to before, it still fell far short of those from established noble families. Mu Qingji never expected his mother to have already thought so far ahead, even considering martial techniques. Her words ignited a strong desire in him for advanced combat skills. The highest grade martial technique he currently practiced was the cloud stepping steps, a lower-tier Class C technique awarded by the principal. While decent for city-level standards, it would barely turn heads at provincial competitions, let alone be noticed nationally. Every year, the national champions all mastered Class A martial techniques. Only those gifted enough to train in such supreme techniques could truly dominate the country's students. He burned with desire to practice a Class A technique, but these were beyond precious. Unless one came from an exceptionally powerful family with deep resources, even a provincial governor wouldn't possess a single Class A technique. There's another way. The nation surely possesses many Class A martial techniques, but only those who've made significant contributions to the country get the chance to learn them. He thought of the impending beast invasion he was about to stop. Perhaps this event could earn him such an opportunity. Mu Baoman, meanwhile, was pondering his wife's words about martial techniques. Having weathered life's hardships for so many years, he fully agreed with her. Martial techniques were indeed crucial. If only he'd possessed a high-grade movement technique during battles, he wouldn't have wasted so much time, wouldn't have looked so disheveled, and wouldn't have repeatedly fallen into traps. Zhong Xiaoyan probably never expected that her words would ignite the fighting spirit in both father and son. Don't worry, dear. I'll keep my eyes open for a decent martial technique we can get for our Qingji to learn, Mu Baoman promised. As a good man, one must take the initiative to shoulder the responsibilities at home, providing a good living condition for his wife and children. This is Mu Baoman's belief. Mu Qingji suddenly recalled that the original topic was about persuading his mother to take that marrow-cleansing pill, but somehow it had evolved into arranging a martial technique for him instead. So he spoke up, Mom, the matter of martial techniques is still premature. The marrow-cleansing pill I gave you, you must take it. Look, Dad has just rendered great service and become a centurion. When his comrades gather for meetings or social events, they'll surely bring their families along. If your cultivation level is too low, people might think this centurion not only has poor cultivation himself but also a partner with equally low cultivation. That wouldn't reflect well on Dad's image. A single sentence managed to hurt two people. Mu Baoman understood his son's implication. If it weren't for that first-class merit he earned, how could someone at the martial warrior level possibly become a centurion? Previously, the minimum requirement for battlefield deployment had always been martial soldier level, with all soldiers being at that stage. Only in recent years had martial warriors begun entering combat. For a mere martial warrior to command as centurion, leading subordinates whose cultivation surpassed his own, many of them martial soldiers with higher cultivation realms, no doubt bred silent resentment among the ranks. Admiration was one thing, but genuine recognition of his strength and sincere respect were entirely different matters. To make them truly obey orders and follow his lead, his combat prowess absolutely couldn't be inferior to theirs. Mu Baoman knew this principle well, so after recovering his health, he devoted himself to intensive daily cultivation. Fortunately, his innate talent had been transformed, and now his progress was advancing with remarkable speed. Zhong Xiaoyan also understood her son's intention and promised to take the bone-cleansing pill that very night. Then the family chatted about their new house. Mu Baoman suggested taking his wife and son to visit their new home in dustless city over the weekend to familiarize themselves with it, a proposal both Zhong Xiaoyan and Mu Qingji agreed to. They were quite interested in the government-allocated house, especially after hearing it was a villa. Their current residence, where they've lived for years, is just a two-bedroom apartment, not particularly spacious, making it difficult to cultivate freely. In the villa, they'd be able to practice martial arts without restraint, and there might even be a dedicated training room. After dinner, Mu Qingji returned to his room to cultivate. During dinner conversation with his family, his cultivation had progressed again. It seemed many friends on his list were quite hardworking, squeezing every possible minute from mealtime to desperately refine their skills. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practices boulder crushing technique, proficiency +9. Your listed friend Ji Tao diligently practices spirit thorn, proficiency +3. Your listed friend Li Yiping is diligently cultivating, spiritual power +5. Your listed friend Wang Yang is diligently cultivating, spiritual power +4. After about 10 minutes, his father also began cultivating. Your listed friend Mu Baoman is diligently cultivating, spiritual power +20. Your listed friend Mu Baoman diligently practiced cultivation, spiritual power value +50. Your listed friend Mu Baoman diligently practiced cultivation, spiritual power value +40. With such a huge spiritual power increase, you didn't even need to hear the name to know it was his old man. Truly worthy of that 5x multiplier, one person's effort counts as 5. Moreover, even excluding the 5x multiplier, his father's base spiritual power increase was greater than others. Good, now notifications have sounded for 5 out of 6 friends on the list, only his mother's notification remains. Mu Qingji continued cultivating while waiting for the notification about his mother taking the body cleansing pill. Finally, heaven rewards the diligent. After endless waiting, the prompt regarding his mother sounded for the first time. Your listed friend Zhong Xiaoyan has taken the body cleansing pill. Host receives 5x the medicinal effects. Before he could react, an excruciating pain surged through his entire body. The body cleansing pill was meant to completely remake a person, forcing open blocked meridians, improving one's innate constitution, and purging impurities from the body. A single body tempering pill could already make someone suffer unbearable pain. Mu Qingji was enduring the effects of 5. Countless waves of violent energy rampaged through his body, utterly indifferent to whether its owner lived or died. The medicinal effect was so overwhelmingly violent that it knocked Mu Qingji unconscious. His last thought before passing out was, has there ever been a case in the world where someone died from taking 5 bone-cleansing pills at the same time? The next instant, darkness engulfed him as his consciousness slipped away. After he passed out, the system scanned his entire body to confirm no complications before resuming its announcements. Even though the host was unconscious, the friends listed in the system hadn't stopped cultivating. As a dutiful system, it couldn't neglect its primary function just because the host had fainted. In another room, Zhong Xiaoyan swallowed the medicinal pill and immediately felt excruciating pain, so intense she wished she could black out from it. Mu Baoman sat nearby watching, too distracted to cultivate himself, keeping anxious eyes on his wife in case anything went wrong. "Baoman, why is this marrow-cleansing pill so tormenting? I'm in so much pain." Zhong Xiaoyan, knowing someone was in the room, couldn't help but voice her suffering. Mu Baoman wished he could suffer in her place when he saw her state, though he knew it was impossible. He could only encourage her. "Darling, I've seen others take the marrow-cleansing pill with these exact symptoms. The pain is excruciating." Chapter 29, National High School Exchange Tournament. But if you can endure through it, your innate talents will improve dramatically. Zhong Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, thinking she'd even endured the pain of childbirth, so she could certainly endure this too. A night passed, and Mu Qingji slowly regained consciousness. The moment he stood up, he felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his body. After circulating his spiritual energy once, he discovered his cultivation speed had become faster and smoother than yesterday. The fivefold potency of the marrow-cleansing pill was no joke. He quickly washed up, bid farewell to his parents, and headed off to school. Morning self-study was hijacked by Old Wang again, though this time there was actually legitimate business. Old Wang held a few sheets of paper in his hand. From a distance the writing wasn't legible, but they appeared to be forms. He began by greeting the class as usual, then started announcing the important matter. "You've now adjusted to the academic life of senior year, and new challenges are approaching. You must have all heard of the National High School Exchange Competition, right?" "We have." Class 2 students responded in unison. The National High School Exchange Competition is held annually, bringing together the top 10 students from each province for a competition before the college entrance exams. This allows the public to better identify the leading candidates likely to become that year's national academic champions. Every year, the national top scholars are basically the top 10 in the National High School Exchange Competition, and those who can enter this competition are all prodigies who have fought their way up step by step from their schools, cities, and provinces. Getting into the top 10 prestigious universities is a sure thing for them. "Good, since you all know that, it makes things easier," Old Wang continued. "The National High School Exchange Competition takes place in the second semester of the 12th grade, just 1 month before the college entrance exam. But the preliminary rounds are starting right now. Each of our classes will have 10 slots for the school-level competition. Only the top 10 in the entire school will qualify to compete against students from other schools in the subsequent rounds." After hearing Old Wang's words, the students began buzzing with discussion. "The top 3 geniuses in our class are undoubtedly guaranteed spots. If even they can't qualify, then no one else stands a chance. Which means there are actually 7 spots up for grabs. National High School Exchange Tournament is still at least 7 months away, right? Didn't expect the selection process to start this early. Now I finally understand why it's called the National High School Exchange Tournament. They literally gather the most elite students from across the nation to compete. It's too hard. I can't even make it into the top 10 of my class, let alone the top 10 in the whole school or the city. I just hope someone from our class can go further." Old Wang deliberately let the classmates discuss for a while before continuing. "Alright everyone, I've decided to assign 3 of these 10 spots to Mu Qingji, Yi Tao, and Lu Xuanwen. Any objections? What opinions could we possibly have? Those 3 have always been the strongest in our class. They're the top 3 in our grade. No doubt they'll be representing the school this time. Teacher, rest assured, I have no objections." Seeing that none of the other students raised any objections, Old Wang pulled out 3 forms and gestured for Mu Qingji and the other 2 to come forward and take them. Mu Qingji walked up to the podium to take the paper, then returned to his seat to carefully examine its contents. National High School Student Exchange Competition, Baiyun City Number 2 High School Level Contestants. Name, gender, age, cultivation level, school, place of origin. The form contained many fields to fill in, all basic personal information. At the very bottom was a combat record sheet, presumably meant to document his performance in each battle. The remaining 7 spots were to be decided by old teacher Wang in the afternoon's combat skills class through student duels, with the top 7 earning their places. Every student gave it their all, unleashing their full potential. After all, this competition could eventually lead to the national level. Even if they didn't make it that far, they still wanted to push themselves to the limit. By the afternoon's combat skills class, 4 girls and 3 boys had secured the remaining 7 spots. Old teacher Wang handed each of them a form to fill out carefully, which they were to return before school ended. Mu Qingji had already completed his form during morning self-study and handed it over to teacher Wang as soon as class ended. He was very interested in this competition. His cultivation had reached the martial warrior level, allowing him to bind with up to 100 people. However, unless their favorability dropped below 50 and triggered automatic removal, once someone was bound, they couldn't be deleted. With these 100 slots, Mu Qingji decided to scout for suitable candidates during the competition. He could bind some people at the city-level competition, and some more at the provincial-level competition, but he shouldn't bind too many. More slots should be reserved for participants in the national competition. Those were the top 10 from every province, each one a true prodigy. When Mu Qingji returned home, he told his parents about this matter, and they offered him some words of encouragement. After dinner, the couple exchanged glances, entered their room, and even locked the door. As soon as Zhong Xiaoyan closed the door, she couldn't wait to say, "Bauman, this competition our son is entering is a big deal. If he performs well, he might even be seen by people across the entire country. I know. Our child scored first in the entire grade last time, so he'll definitely qualify as the school's representative for the city-level competition. But with over 10 middle schools in the city, each school's top student is no pushover." Mu Bauman was somewhat aware of the situation in every school. Especially number 1 high school. They spent a fortune during the high school entrance exam to recruit the top 3 students in the city. I've heard all 3 of them have already become martial artists. What? 3 martial artists? Zhong Xiaoyan was utterly shocked. Martial artists are completely different from martial apprentices. Martial artists are certified and can even go to battlefields now. Becoming a martial artist during high school means an absolutely boundless future. For example, she's already 40 years old and still just a martial apprentice, which is why she says her talent is mediocre. A truly gifted person can become a martial artist in just a year of training. And this is just our small Baiyun city. Do you know how many students across the 5 provinces have become martial artists? And if those students come from wealthy families, they can be pushed ahead with resources alone. Zhong Xiaoyan fell silent, feeling quite melancholy at the moment. When she first learned her son had become a martial artist, she was utterly thrilled, thinking her son had already become invincible. But after her husband's analysis, realizing how many students in their small Baiyun city alone had become martial artists, she worried. Wouldn't the competition for her son be incredibly fierce? So tell me, what can we do for our son? Mu Bauman recalled the battlefield conversations he'd overheard about cultivation-boosting resources. Back then, he'd simply marveled at how effortlessly the wealthy could elevate their cultivation, how money could practically guarantee someone becoming a martial general, even if their foundation might be weaker and their combat prowess inferior to those who'd risen through pure effort. I think I've heard some comrades mention things that can enhance cultivation. Mu Bauman began to recall. What was it that those people mentioned back then? Chapter 30, First Class Merit equals Billionaire. Zhong Xiaoyan perked up. Something that can enhance cultivation? Hurry and think of the name. We must do everything we can to get it for our son within our means. Oh, I remember now. Mu Bauman recalled the pills that martial artists could consume during their training stages. It's a first-grade expansion chi pill, suitable for those at the warrior stage. 1 pill can increase spiritual power by 200 points. Warriors need to raise their spiritual power by 1,000 points at each stage. These 200 points are already a significant amount, saving considerable cultivation time. A 200-point increase in spiritual power at once? Zhong Xiaoyan was quite satisfied with this effect, but it seemed too substantial. Could wealthy people theoretically reach the soldier stage just by consuming these pills non-stop? She voiced her doubts aloud. The effects are definitely strongest with the first pill taken. Each subsequent pill will reduce efficacy by 10%. Becoming completely ineffective after the 10th one. Equivalent to just 1100 spiritual power points after consuming all 10, barely enough to help someone advance 1 stage. Moreover, taking large quantities in a short period causes severe side effects that could damage meridians. No sane person would take 10 pills at once, and talented cultivators wouldn't harm their foundations this way. Zhong Xiaoyan understood, the key was simply not taking too many. Beyond 5 pills, diminishing returns made consumption worthless anyway. Then we'll purchase these chi-expanding pills, 2 portions, 1 for you and 1 for your son. His strength needs improvement, but yours shouldn't lag behind either. Mu Bauman picked up his phone to search online for how much an expansion chi pill costs. The forum says a first-grade expansion chi pill costs 150,000, but it's expensive yet hard to come by. You can't buy it on regular shopping platforms. Only through official military channels using combat merits. Mu Bauman read aloud from his search results. Zhong Xiaoyan gasped. 150,000 was no small sum. Back in the day, their family's monthly income maxed out at around 10,000. But ever since her husband got promoted, he'd been earning 100,000 a month. Word was that a first-class merit award came with hefty bonuses too, so buying an expansion chi pill shouldn't be a problem. That thought suddenly reminded her, her husband hadn't actually told her how much the first-class merit bonus was. Bauman, didn't they say the first-class merit bonus was especially large? How much did you get? Mu Bauman hadn't even thought about this matter. From the time he was discharged from the hospital until now, no one had mentioned giving him any award money, so he checked his bank account with a completely bewildered expression, only to find that his balance hadn't increased. Wife, my bank account balance hasn't increased. It seems there's no award money. Mu Baoman himself was somewhat confused. He remembered that first-class merit awards usually came with many benefits. Could it be that they gave a house but no money? That can't be right. I've seen in the news that even third-class merit recipients got millions in awards. Zhong Xiaoyan looked at her husband with suspicious eyes. Wait, I think I figured it out. Mu Baoman hastily opened the official Star Network shopping mall to check his personal homepage. Zhong Xiaoyan leaned over to look at his phone. Figured what out? Why are you opening the shopping mall? Don't tell me you've spent all our... She choked on her words before finishing. There on the phone's screen, her husband's personal homepage clearly displayed shopping credits worth hundreds, yet his military merits showed a staggering 10,000 points. She rubbed her eyes and peered closely to confirm it was indeed the military merit column, and the balance displayed 10,000 points. Instantly exhilarated, she exclaimed, 10,000 military merits. Oh my god, a full 10,000 military merits. Mu Baoman was also stunned by the figure. He swallowed hard and spoke haltingly. I remember, one military merit point is worth around 10,000 RMB. So this 10,000 points would be equivalent to a full 100 million renminbi? More than that. Military merit is far more valuable than regular currency. Zhong Xiaoyan felt her head spinning, as if countless red banknotes suddenly sprouted wings and fluttered around her in dizzying circles. If you were to buy them, it'd normally cost 15,000 or even 20,000 renminbi to exchange for just one military merit point. My god, the reward for a first-class merit is this massive? Zhong Xiaoyan had previously seen news about third-class merit rewards and remembered being green with envy upon learning they were worth 8 to 9 million. Rumors said second-class merits could fetch 50 million, though no recipient of a first-class merit had ever disclosed their reward. Everyone could only speculate. She had only known before that a first-class merit was incredible, but she wasn't quite sure just how incredible it was. Now she understood skyrocketing promotions, a house as a reward, 10,000 military merits, and the special reward from the military hall that her husband had mentioned, a mysterious drop of dragon's blood with unknown value. Now check how many military merits it takes to buy a single first-grade Qi expansion pill, Zhong Xiaoyan said, feeling suddenly affluent after seeing such a large balance. Alright, Mu Baoman immediately began searching for first-grade Qi expansion pills on the StarNet shopping mall. A product page quickly popped up. Mu Baoman read out the price. A single first-grade Qi expansion pill, purchasable only with military merits, costs 10 merits. Plus, I have a 10% discount on all items, so it's just 9 merits per pill. Only 9 military merits for one. Zhong Xiaoyan sighed inwardly, realizing how stark the contrast was. Before she couldn't even afford a single military merit, as they were astronomically expensive to her, yet now they seemed incredibly cheap. Mu Baoman pondered for a moment, then clicked buy now, adjusting the quantity to 5 before placing the order. His idea was simple, one for himself, one for his wife, and the remaining 3 for their son. Bought 5? Zhong Xiaoyan was puzzled by his action. Why not an even number? 5 isn't easy to divide. You and I will each have 1 pill, and our son will get 3, Mu Baoman explained. Why would I need Qi expansion pills? I'm just a martial apprentice right now. Even if you buy them, I can't use them. Zhong Xiaoyan disagreed with his decision, thinking it a waste. Even if you're still a martial apprentice now, I've noticed your cultivation speed has improved significantly since you took that marrow cleansing pill. Besides, you aren't far from becoming a martial artist to begin with. You'll probably break through soon enough, and then these will come in handy. Mu Baoman shared his perspective. Lately, he'd sensed his wife's cultivation speed had dramatically increased, almost 2 or 3 times faster than before. For an ordinary person to cultivate 2 or 3 times faster, that alone would qualify as minor genius material. Actually, Zhong Xiaoyan's cultivation speed had already doubled, and on top of that, the body refining pill had significantly improved her bone structure, so her current talent was several times stronger than before. As long as she worked hard on cultivation, she was bound to reach Marshal General within 20 years. Zhong Xiaoyan reflected on her current cultivation speed and found herself agreeing with his assessment. She had no idea what was going on. Her cultivation talent used to be truly mediocre. Chapter 31, Mu Qingji's Pocket Money. Before, she typically only gained 1 point of spiritual energy per day. After 2 years of cultivation in high school, she switched majors to liberal arts in college and basically stopped cultivating. She only practiced occasionally in daily life to maintain the feeling, but her agonizingly slow progress eventually left her stuck at the 9th rank of martial apprentice. But ever since taking the body cleansing pill given by her son, she was astonished to discover that her cultivation speed had skyrocketed to a terrifying level. She now gained 3 spiritual points per day through cultivation. To put this in perspective, even the top student in her class used to gain only 2 spiritual points daily without using any elixirs. Only the school's most exceptional talents could achieve 3 points per day. Back then, she had envied them endlessly. Their cultivation speed was 2 to 3 times faster than hers, allowing them to break through to martial warrior level within 2 years. While she barely reached the sixth stage of martial apprentice by college entrance exams, she had long resigned herself to being irrelevant in the martial path. Who would have thought that at 40 years old, her martial talent would suddenly awaken? With this realization, Zhong Xiaoyan suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Alright then, save one chi expansion pill for me. As you command, my dear wife. Mu Baoman saluted her with a playful gesture. But eating just one is too little, you should buy 2 more. Now that you're a billionaire, strength matters more than money. Don't be stingy about it. Zhong Xiaoyan outright snatched his phone and placed an order for 2 more pills without hesitation. Mu Qingji blew lightly on the already lukewarm tea in his cup, then quietly retreated to his room, closing the door without a sound. He swore he only happened to pass by his parents' room, yet he caught them mentioning 10,000 military merits. Unbeknownst to him, his father had already become a billionaire. Moreover, his parents' love warmed his heart, they always prioritized his well-being in everything. And here was a first-grade chi expansion pill, an old acquaintance. He originally became a martial artist because the principal consumed a second-grade chi expansion pill. Now, his father was also planning to purchase this pill. Seems like fate keeps intertwining him with this elixir. However, for him, the pill's effect would be far inferior compared to when his parents took it, since their favorability points were already maxed out, granting him a 5x amplification. If a single pill boosted his parents by 200 spiritual power points, he'd gain 1000 points. Thus, the pill's benefits would be maximized if consumed by friends on his list. Mu Qingji lifted his teacup and took a sip as he heard the sound of his parents' bedroom door clicking open. Knock, knock, knock. His bedroom door was rapped. Son, may I come in? It was his father's voice. Please come in. The door swung open, revealing Dad's face. Mu Baomin's face broke into a smile as he peeked in. Son, there's something I need to talk to you about. After speaking, he entered the room and closed the door behind him. Mu Baomin's eyes searched the room for a place to sit, finally settling on the chair by the bed. He rummaged through his clothes pockets for a moment before pulling out a red envelope. Mu Qingji perked up when he saw the red envelope. Son, our family's situation used to be just average, and we couldn't provide you with much materially. But now that our circumstances have improved, you won't lack for material support. You'll have plenty of elixirs in the future, and I'll get you martial arts techniques too. For now, your old man will give you some spending money, don't be stingy with yourself. As Mu Baoman spoke, he suddenly realized his words made it sound like his son had been living in poverty before. Feeling awkward, he pushed the red envelope closer toward his son. Not at all, I've been doing quite well, it's not that bad. Mu Qingji found himself both amused and exasperated, yet his hand still honestly accepted the red envelope. I remember you've always been taking the bus to school. When the time comes, I'll buy a car. Mu Baoman didn't want his son to keep squeezing onto public transport for school, and the idea of buying a car sprouted in his mind. But then another thought suddenly struck him. His son was still underage and couldn't drive yet. No need to buy anything fancy, an electric bike would do. It's faster than a bicycle and more convenient. Plus, I could even take someone out for fun rides sometimes. Mu Qingji cut short his father's dilemma. Besides, their home wasn't particularly far from school. With an electric bike, it should take only about 10 minutes tops to get there. Mu Baoman found it somewhat amusing. In the past when he was short of money, he always wanted to buy a car. Now that he could afford one, his wife was transported to work daily by the company's shuttle service, his son wasn't old enough to drive, and he himself was stationed elsewhere. Even when going to battlefields, official vehicles transported their unit through the passageways. There simply was no need for a private car. After deciding to buy an electric vehicle, Mu Baoman directly placed an order on the Star Network shopping mall. This online marketplace carried all daily necessities one could want, of course, excluding illegal items. Having taken care of everything, Mu Baoman returned to his room. Watching him close the door, Mu Qingji took out the red envelope, extracted the money inside, and began carefully counting the bills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The sound of counting money was truly delightful, and Mu Qingji's voice grew increasingly buoyant as he counted, his smile widening with each passing moment. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Mu Qingji counted to 60 before feeling his hands could hold no more. He set aside the stack of 60 notes and continued counting the remainder. 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. After reaching 100 notes, only a small pile remained in his hand. He already had a rough idea of how much there was. 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110. A total of 110 red bills. This was the money his father gave him for snacks. There was a time when his pocket money consisted of just 5 or 10 yuan notes, and even then, he felt quite content with his life. Now, with pocket money exceeding 10,000 yuan, he couldn't shake off the surreal feeling. I guess I should get used to this sooner rather than later. Our family's assets are in the hundreds of millions now, a mere 10,000 shouldn't faze me. Mu Qingji tucked away the 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan is quite sufficient for buying daily necessities, but it's far from enough when it comes to purchasing pills and the like. However, Dad should be the one buying those pills. As for martial techniques, he plans to see if he can secure national rewards after subduing the demon beasts. After all, the best resources are undoubtedly in official hands, and government-issued items are very safe. No need to worry about cultivation techniques causing qi deviation or other risks. Soon, he stopped dwelling on these questions and began cultivating spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is omnipresent in the air, albeit sparse in some places and dense in others. One must personally sense this energy, guide it into their body, and assimilate it to transform it into spiritual power. This is why the basic spiritual energy fruit is called so. Rather than spiritual power fruit, it contains untamed spiritual energy. Chapter 32, Mu Qingji's Bus Adventure. His current talent could truly be described as belonging to that rarest of rare breeds. The 5% divine dragon bloodline alone made him feel his cultivation speed had already transcended human limits. If divine dragons truly existed in this world, then some of the legends or records about the dragon race might very well be real. Mu Qingji had a natural affinity with written words and loved reading books in his spare time. He had previously read many legends and records about the dragon race, which claimed that dragons were born with high cultivation levels. Even an unhatched dragon egg possessed cultivation equivalent to that of a human martial general, making it virtually indestructible to ordinary people. Newly hatched dragon whelps were born with the cultivation level of a martial commander. If their bloodline was particularly noble, they could even reach the martial king level at birth, a rank considered an exceptionally powerful force in any human nation. The dragon race's innate cultivation talent was unparalleled. Renowned in legends as the darlings of the heavenly Tao, their single day of cultivation equaled decades of human effort. The current human cultivation hierarchy consists of martial disciple, martial artist, martial soldier, martial general, martial commander, martial king, grandmaster, and martial emperor. There are a total of 8 stages, with each stage further divided into 9 levels. The cultivation system of the dragon race consists of 9 stages. Their very first stage is equivalent to the 4th stage of human cultivation. Even the pinnacle of human martial power, the martial emperor stage, merely corresponds to the 5th stage of dragons, which holds no significant standing in their world. Of course, this book has always been regarded as mythological folklore by most people. Many experts also claim it's merely the fantasy of an editor from centuries ago. Since experts declared that dragon clans don't exist in this world, most people readily believed it. But he had obtained draconic bloodline, proving that dragons must still exist in this world, and the authorities possessed dragon essence blood. So where did their dragon essence blood come from? It must have been obtained from actual dragons, meaning someone from the authorities must have encountered dragons, interacted with them, and extracted blood from them. It seems experts' words are equivalent to nonsense. So many experts confidently declare dragons don't exist. One wonders how ridiculous those who've actually interacted with dragons must find such statements. Another question arises, since dragons truly exist, where do they live? Are their habitats far from humanity's planet? How abundant are the resources on their world? If they discovered Blue Star's existence, the cultivators there would be mere ants to them, easily crushed with a flick. Would they declare war on humankind? Countless thoughts swirled in Mu Qingji's mind. Just by obtaining a trace of dragon bloodline, his cultivation speed had become so terrifying. This clearly showed how frightening the cultivation speed of true dragons must be. Host, Mu Qingji, age, 17. Cultivation level, martial artist stage 2, 2,670 spiritual power points. Comprehension, LV.2, 169/1000. Spiritual power, LV.2, 90/1000. Martial skill, rock crushing technique mastery, 560/10,000, ding grade lower tier. Blocking yuan skill mastery, 1690/10,000, lower grade D tier. Spirit Thorn minor achievement, 879/1000, ding rank upper grade. Cloudwalker steps minor achievement, 375 out of 1000, grade C lower tier. Friend list, Lu Xuanwen affection level 90, triple bonus. Mu Baoman affection level 100, 5-fold bonus. Zhong Xiaoyan affection level 100, 5-fold bonus. Wang Yong affection level 80, double bonus. Li Yiping favorability 60, same multiplier. Yi Tao favorability 70, double multiplier. Ever since Yi Tao's favorability reached 70 with double the multiplier, the progress in learning the 3 martial arts taught at school accelerated significantly. Out of the 3 martial arts studied over 3 years of high school, 2 have already reached Grandmaster level, while the 3rd is nearing completion. I believe no one in White Cloud City could achieve such a feat. The principal rewarded him with the C-tier entry rank martial art cloud stepping stance, which has already reached minor mastery. This will significantly increase his speed in combat, making it very suitable both as an offensive support and for retreating when necessary. Spiritual power can be enhanced through external resources, but martial techniques can only be genuinely leveled up through one's own relentless practice. Even if he suppresses his own cultivation at the 8th stage of warrior apprentice, with just this terrifying mastery of martial techniques, he could still take on a first-stage martial warrior. The key issue is that not much time has passed since the last monthly exam. Based on the timeline, he definitely shouldn't have reached martial warrior stage yet. For now, he has to keep it hidden. He estimates he could reveal the 9th stage of warrior apprentice after the school tournament ends, and only disclose his martial warrior strength after the midterm exams. Now that his father has earned a first-class merit, their family's information will undoubtedly be thoroughly investigated. He absolutely can't show any irregularities, or others might assume he resorted to some unorthodox methods. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practiced boulder breaker technique, proficiency plus 12. Your listed friend Yi Tao diligently practiced spirit thorn, proficiency plus 8. Your listed friend Li Yiping diligently cultivated, spiritual power plus 10. Your listed friend Wang Yong diligently cultivated, spiritual power plus 18. Just having this many people bound to the system already, imagine what the improvement speed would be when thousands or even tens of thousands are bound in the future. Early the next morning, the electric scooter Mu Baoman had ordered online was delivered right to their doorstep. Mu Qingji checked the battery and saw it was fully charged, so he decided to ride it to school. To be honest, while taking the bus usually took just over 10 minutes, waiting for it was another story. It could take anywhere from a few minutes to half an hour. Riding his own scooter meant no waiting, and no squeezing into an overcrowded bus for the whole trip. Just the thought of those packed buses made Mu Qingji bristle with annoyance. Having squeezed onto buses for so many years, he'd encountered more than his fair share of bizarre incidents. He still remembered one time when after an exhausting day, he finally managed to grab the last available seat. Before he could even catch his breath, a swarm of elderly folks barged through the bus doors, lugging all sorts of bags and packages. First, they shoved aside the younger students waiting in line ahead of them. After boarding, they all uniformly swiped their senior citizen cards, then began scanning the bus with predatory eyes. Anyone younger than them was potential prey. The only seats they wouldn't snatch were those occupied by pregnant women or small children. Everyone else had to dodge their relentless hips. Many students found themselves under the piercing gazes of elderly passengers, whose expressions seemed to accuse them of having no conscience if they didn't give up their seats. Unable to withstand this silent onslaught of judgment, most could only force awkward smiles and reluctantly stand to offer their seats. A few stubborn ones, however, simply put on headphones, turned their heads toward the window, and pretended not to hear anything. When faced with such defiance, the elderly passengers would switch tactics. They gently tapped the student's shoulder and put on a pitiful act. "Young friend, I've been walking for so long my legs are killing me, I don't think I can stand much longer. Would you be kind enough to let me have your seat?" With this direct approach making it impossible to pretend ignorance, and surrounded by what felt like accusatory stares from other passengers, the students had no choice but to rise and surrender their seats to the silver-haired strategists. Chapter 33, Spiritual Artifact. One by one, the students ahead were being overwhelmed, and soon it was Mu Qingji's turn. The person eyeing his seat was an exceptionally burly woman, clad in black striped clothing, with slightly yellowish curly hair that looked somewhat dry, paired with a face that immediately gave off an unapproachable vibe. This woman didn't even bother with formalities, plopping herself directly on the edge of Mu Qingji's seat before shoving him to the side. While squeezing through, she kept complaining, "Young people these days really have no compassion, seeing elders like us and not even offering their seats. Young people are strong, they should stand more." Mu Qingji only felt a violent shove against his back before his body bent forward and he was pushed out of his seat. Had this auntie asked him politely to give up his seat, he would have stood up willingly, but forcibly bumping him aside to steal the spot was truly infuriating. Watching these elderly folk muscle their way in with more strength than youngsters like him, did they really need to sit at all? Now that he rides a brand new electric scooter, he no longer has to worry about such problems. He parked his bike in the school's bicycle shed and was about to leave after locking it when someone in a security guard's uniform rushed after him. Hey, wait a minute, student." The guard's uniform buttons weren't fully fastened. He must have just arrived nearby and spotted him before giving chase. Mu Qingji stopped in his tracks and glanced down at his outfit. He was indeed wearing the standardized uniform of second high that day. "Uncle, what's the matter? Did you need something from me?" The security guard quickly ran up to him, pulling a small notebook from his pocket. "Parking on school grounds requires a fee, young man. You look unfamiliar, must be your first time parking here. Could you kindly provide your name and class? The fee is 100 yuan per semester." Mu Qingji inspected the man's attire and confirmed it was indeed the uniform of second high security staff. Still, the thought of spending 100 yuan just to park his bike made his heart ache. "Uncle, isn't 100 yuan a bit steep? Can you lower it to 80? The money his dad had given him hadn't even warmed his pocket yet. While the amount was generous, he believed it should be spent on meaningful things, not casually thrown away. The guard, named Lee San, recognized yet another student reluctant to part with 100 yuan for parking. Over the years, he'd encountered countless like this, each one wincing at the mention of the fee. But it was his job, and even though he'd recited this script countless times, he had to repeat it for newcomers. Listen, young man, this 100 yuan isn't for me. I'm just collecting it on behalf of the school, so I can't give discounts. Don't put me in a tough spot. Seeing Mu Qingji still hesitating, he began his sales pitch. Your 100 yuan definitely won't be wasted. If you park your bike outside, God knows which bastard might steal your battery someday. Parking here, look, we've got several dedicated guards like me watching the bikes. Just speaking from my own experience, in the dozen-plus years I've worked here, not a single electric bike battery has ever gone missing. At this point, Lee San sounded quite proud. Hearing his words, Mu Qingji felt strangely convinced. It really did make sense. The city was full of broke troublemakers who stole batteries for fun, and every morning brought heartbreaking discoveries of yet another theft. Having someone watch over it would indeed make it much safer. Lee San, noticing his hesitation, pressed his advantage. Besides, look how sturdy the walls and roof of this pavilion are. No matter how strong the wind or heavy the rain, your bike won't suffer a single bit of damage. When the sun's blazing, your bike won't get scorched here, and when it's pouring rain, it won't get soaked. That 100 yuan is definitely money well spent. Mu Qingji handed a red note to the security guard. There was no denying the guard's exceptional salesmanship, just a few sentences had thoroughly persuaded him. Moreover, some issues truly hadn't crossed his mind before, like how directly sitting on an electric scooter after it's been baking in the sun would practically roast his backside. During heavy rain, the seat would get soaking wet and uncomfortable to sit on. Parking it under this shelter would solve that problem nicely, not to mention avoiding the accelerated wear and tear from prolonged exposure to rain. The security guard took the red bill, verified its authenticity before pocketing it, then unscrewed the pen cap to ask Mu Qingji's details. Alright, miss, what's your name and which class are you in? I need to log this. Mu Qingji, class 2, senior year 3, Mu Qingji replied. Mu Qingji? Lee San mulled over the name, feeling like he'd heard it somewhere before, though he couldn't quite recall at the moment. Uncle, I'll head back to class now, see you after school this afternoon. Having handed over the money, Mu Qingji bid farewell to security guard Lee San. Alright, off you go. Next time we meet, just call me Uncle Lee. Lee San watched his departing figure before turning back to scan the parking lot for any suspicious activity. When Mu Qingji entered the classroom, Yi Tao and Lu Xuanwen were already deep in conversation. Spotting his arrival, both immediately waved him over. Mu, the 10 slots per class have been finalized. Next week, our whole grade will compete to determine the top 10 rankings. Lu Xuanwen directly shared their discussion topic with Mu Qingji. Mu Qingji joined their conversation. The selection of 10 candidates per class went quite quickly. Those who were chosen will likely spend some time at home making a final push to compete for the next round of spots. Yi Tao, who used to be in class 1, knew the situation of the top students at their school. This competition is essentially a selection for spots in the National High School Exchange Tournament. Anyone with ambition won't let this opportunity slip by. Many students from class 1 will probably make a hard push these next few days, and those who've been hiding their strength will likely get serious too. During his time in class 1, he'd noticed several Turtles students whose usual performances seemed unremarkable, nothing particularly dazzling. But if you looked closely at their scores, each time they took an exam, their spiritual power would increase by the same exact amount. Clearly, they were artificially controlling it. These were probably using some kind of spiritual artifact to mask their true cultivation level. The Stealth Kings never reveal their true strength in regular tests. Only in exams that truly affect their future, like the college entrance exams or this National High School Exchange Competition selection, do they unleash their full potential. Over the past few years, they've been carefully observing the cultivation levels of the school's top students. They likely have a very clear picture in their minds. Yi Tao possessed keen observation skills. Having sparred with every classmate in class 1, he could sense some students deliberately holding back. Yet he remained confident that apart from Mu Qingji, no one in school could defeat him even if these Stealth Kings went all out. This was the absolute confidence of a top student in his own abilities. Chapter 34, The Deal. He told Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen about how someone in class 1 had been concealing their true strength all along. A trace of disbelief flickered in Mu Qingji's eyes. He hadn't expected there to be others besides himself who hid their real cultivation levels. Moreover, judging by Yi Tao's tone, it seemed there existed spiritual artifacts in this world capable of masking one's true power. Even though he was strong in liberal arts, he had never come across any mention of spiritual artifacts in books. This was the first time he'd heard the term, but he grasped its meaning quickly. He didn't ask Yi Tao what a spiritual artifact was, planning instead to look it up thoroughly when he got home. Have you been using a spiritual artifact to hide your true strength all along? Lu Xuanwen clicked his tongue in astonishment. He never imagined someone could exercise such restraint, nor could he understand why anyone would want to conceal their abilities. When confronted with something he didn't understand, Lu Xuanwen believed in asking boldly, so he pressed on. If you were going to reveal your strength eventually anyway, why hide it in the first place? We're just students, the most we could hide is fighter-level strength anyway. What's the point of being so secretive? Yi Tao realized they didn't understand the nuances involved, so he began explaining things to them. You don't know about this type of person in the world, they lack a sense of security and always feel the need to constantly cultivate while observing others' progress. These people are very much like hamsters, eagerly hoarding spiritual energy to boost their own cultivation, yet they're never secure, always afraid of revealing their true strength. For such individuals, they need spirit artifacts to conceal their power, ensuring they don't stand out too much at school, avoiding too much attention so they can quietly develop. Then there's another type of person, they particularly enjoy the awestruck gazes of others. So, they use spirit artifacts to mask their true cultivation level, creating the illusion that they're weaker than they actually are. Then, at critical moments, they suddenly reveal extraordinary strength, shocking everyone and making a name for themselves in a single battle. These people get their thrill from the astonishment and admiration of others. Finally, there are those with truly monstrous, genius-level talent. They have no choice but to hide their true cultivation level because if their strength is exposed too soon, traitors might target and eliminate them before they can grow. You should know how much effort those human scum expend just to wipe out our clan's prodigies. Killing a genius before they mature is the simplest and most effective method. These prodigies must rely on spirit artifacts to conceal their true power, only revealing it once they've grown strong enough to protect themselves. Lu Xuanwen listened to this long-winded explanation and felt his horizons broaden. Who would have thought there were so many intricacies involved in concealing one's cultivation level? No wonder some geniuses always seem to emerge out of nowhere. It's because they never reveal their true strength until they're capable of protecting themselves. Mu Qingji listened to his explanation and found the last point increasingly resonating with his own situation. The only difference was that others relied on spiritual artifacts to hide their true cultivation, while he used the system's assistance to conceal his. A sudden idea struck him, perhaps he could pose as someone from that last category, pretending he had been suppressing his strength all along. This way, when his true power was eventually detected, others wouldn't find it too earth-shattering. Both Yi Tao and Lu Xuanwen were aware of these spiritual artifacts, whereas he only learned of their existence through Yi Tao's mention. This was the information gap between different social tiers. During today's martial arts class, Instructor Wang had the 10 selected students who would participate in the competition practice separately, not needing to follow the teacher's pace. They could focus specifically on the martial technique they struggled with the most. Lu Xuanwen's blocking technique and stone-shattering technique had both reached the intermediate stage, while his spirit thorn technique was only at the beginner level. In the past, such skills would have been enough to challenge the top contender in the entire school. But now, the current top student was Mu Qingji, whom he couldn't possibly defeat. He had no idea just how terrifyingly advanced Mu Qingji's techniques had become. Sometimes, he wondered if Mu Qingji might have even mastered a few techniques to perfection, though that seemed impossible. Mastering just one technique would already qualify someone to teach others. Besides, reaching mastery in a martial technique would normally take even a talented genius at least 3 years. It had barely been a little over 2 years now. Well, given Mu Qingji's talent, maybe nothing was truly impossible. Mu Qingji intended to visit the principal's office after school. To become a principal, he must surely possess martial techniques of considerable grade and have mastered them to an advanced level. He wanted to approach the principal, hoping to witness a demonstration. With his current comprehension, a single viewing would be enough for him to learn it. The bargaining chip was the National High School Exchange Tournament. As a principal, he would naturally want achievements, something like nurturing an exceptionally talented student in his school. The National High School Exchange Tournament was the perfect stage to make a name for oneself. In the past, Baiyun City had never even produced a student capable of making it to the provincial team. If one of their students could advance to the provincial level, the resources allocated to number 2 high school the following year would undoubtedly improve, and the school would gain priority in selecting martial techniques. He didn't mention this to old Wang. After school, he grabbed his bag and rushed straight to the principal's office, knocking on the door. "Who's there?" The voice of Principal Li Yiping came from inside. "Principal, it's me. I'm Mu Qingji from Class 2 of Senior 3. Hearing the voice outside, Li Yiping remembered that student named Mu Qingji. He remembered this student, and the impression was quite profound. The boy had instantly mastered a Ding-tier superior martial technique after just one viewing, prompting him to invest a marrow cleansing pill at the time. During the monthly exam, the student lived up to his expectations by becoming an unexpected dark horse, directly claiming the top spot in the grade. Knowing this student might soar in the future, he had even asked old Wang to deliver a Bing-tier inferior martial technique afterward. "Come in." Mu Qingji breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the headmaster's reply. His biggest fear was that the headmaster wouldn't be in the office after all. Principals at many schools only put on appearances, making occasional flash appearances on campus without actually sitting in their offices regularly. He pushed open the door and saw the headmaster handling documents. "Take a seat there." Li Yiping gestured toward a small sofa nearby. Though unsure what this student wanted from him, he always had extra patience for outstanding students. "What brings you to see me today?" Finally, it was time to get down to business. Mu Qingji didn't prolong the pleasantries and directly stated his purpose. "Principal, I came today actually to propose a deal with you. Recently, the school has been preparing for the National High School Exchange Competition, right? I can assure you that I will qualify for the provincial team and become one of the 10 contestants representing 5 provinces. The principal looked at him with some surprise, never expecting Mu Qingji to aim so high, even bolder than what he, as principal, would dare to conceive. Chapter 35, Sky-Shattering, Earth-Rending Fist. But as I recall, during the monthly exam, you had just barely stepped into the 8th stage martial disciple realm. While that strength is indeed among the top tier in our second high, it's really insignificant compared to the geniuses of the entire province. I don't mean to discourage you, but even at the 8th stage martial disciple level, you'd barely hold your own against city-level talent, let alone compete with the prodigies of an entire province." Li Yiping didn't think Mu Qingji was being arrogant. On the contrary, he admired such a confident student. But appreciation doesn't necessarily translate into good grades. Everyone here speaks through true ability. Number 2 high school isn't even the top tier in Baiyun City, and Baiyun itself hasn't produced a single provincial team contestant in over 50 years. Big cities simply have better resources. Geniuses emerging from smaller cities are becoming increasingly rare. This isn't just Baiyun's problem. Any city beyond third-tier status struggles to produce exceptional talent nowadays. "Principal, I know you still have doubts about me right now." Mu Qingji decided to directly demonstrate his capabilities. "What I'm about to show you next should convince you, but I hope you'll keep this secret temporarily, that you'll safeguard it for me." In his judgment, this principal was reliable and actively invested in nurturing outstanding students. Even if the principal questioned how he'd improved so rapidly, he could always claim he'd been concealing his true abilities all along. After all, no one truly knows another family's hidden resources. Were he to allege possessing some ancestral spiritual artifact that concealed one's cultivation, who could possibly verify otherwise? Li Yiping became intrigued by his words. Judging from his tone, it seemed he hadn't yet revealed his true capabilities. This must be the leverage Mu Qingji brought to negotiate with him. "Rest assured, matters concerning your privacy won't spread through me." With the principal's promise secured, Mu Qingji instructed the system to lift the suppression restraining his cultivation level. Mu Qingji circulated his spiritual energy once, releasing the distinctive aura of a second-stage martial artist. A faint pressure rippled through the principal's office. "Martial artist stage 2. Li Yiping's eyes widened, his documents forgotten as he flung down his pen and stood abruptly from his seat. There was no mistake, this energy could only be emitted by someone at martial artist stage 2. At this level, they could undoubtedly claim first place in Baiyun City, and even joining the provincial team wouldn't be out of reach. His gaze burned with excitement as he stared at the student before him. The thought of having such an exceptional talent emerge from second high filled him with overwhelming gratitude. "Classmate Mu, I believe in your abilities now. Can you tell me what kind of deal you want to make with me?" Li Yiping remained rational, still remembering that Mu Qingji had come to him to propose a transaction. "Principal, I'll be honest with you. My cultivation level has improved, but I haven't learned any high-grade martial techniques yet. Out of the 4 techniques I know, 3 are Tier D, and the highest is just a lower-grade Tier C technique, a speed-type move that can't even damage enemies in combat. Yet from what I've heard, even the competitors from our city alone have already mastered multiple upper-grade Tier C techniques. If I want to go further in my path, I need at least one Tier B technique to rely on." This was why Mu Qingji had come to find the principal, a single grade B martial technique. He didn't dare hope for an A-grade martial technique. Besides, the principal certainly wouldn't have any. If he did, he wouldn't be stuck serving as a mere principal in Baiyun City anyway. A B-grade technique would at least secure him a spot in the provincial competition, so his current plan was to first master one such technique. The principal listened to his words, his face not showing much difficulty, but the admiration in his eyes grew even stronger. "The direction of your thinking is correct. To be honest, even I am surprised that a student could have such impressive foresight. If you only practiced the martial arts taught in school, you would indeed fall short in competitions. Consider yourself lucky. I happen to have mastered a mid-tier class B martial art, and its offensive power is extremely formidable, making it perfect for attacks." As the principal of second high, of course, he was delighted to see outstanding students emerge from his school. A mid-tier class B martial art was undeniably valuable, but merely demonstrating it once wouldn't cost him anything. This student possessed remarkable talent, especially when it came to martial arts. His comprehension was truly exceptional. With his current cultivation level and a mid-tier class B martial art, there was an 80% chance he could make it into the provincial team. He could tell that this student would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. The mid-tier Class B martial art would serve as a gift to foster goodwill in advance. Li Yiping was also very much looking forward to witnessing Mu Qingji's growth. Li Yiping left his seat and entered the inner room of the principal's office, a cultivation chamber where he usually practiced. He intended to demonstrate his skills for Mu Qingji here, as the office wasn't spacious enough for proper movement. The two entered the cultivation chamber, and Li Yiping stood firmly, his spiritual energy visibly swirling around him in wisps. With a loud shout, he declared, "Watch closely. This martial technique is called heaven-shattering earth-rending fist." As his voice faded, more and more spiritual energy surged forth, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure for the spectators. Heaven-shattering earth-rending fist, go! All the spiritual energy gathered in Li Yiping's right fist. When he threw the punch, even the residual shockwaves forced Mu Qingji to employ a defensive technique to block it. From the moment the principal began his stance, Mu Qingji had been closely observing his every move. Even he didn't notice the brief golden flash that flickered through his eyes. After demonstrating once, Li Yiping looked at him and asked, "Got any clues? If you didn't catch it, I can demonstrate again for you." He had only used a quarter of his strength earlier, just enough to demonstrate the complete process without harming Mu Qingji. A flash of inspiration struck, and Mu Qingji closed his eyes, retracing the scene in his mind. Seeing this, Li Yiping knew he had gained some insight and quietly observed him. Moments later, spiritual energy surged around Mu Qingji's body, swirling in a rotating motion. Li Yiping held his breath. This was precisely the first step of the heaven-sundering fist, mobilizing one's internal spiritual energy and suspending it around the body. The next step involved gradually gathering this energy into the fist. Being right-handed, he channeled the energy into his right fist. The choice of fist depended on the striker's natural preference. Mu Qingji directed his spiritual energy to coalesce toward his right hand. As a massive amount of power gathered, he suddenly unleashed the punch with overwhelming force. Congratulations, host. Your heaven-shattering earth-rending fist has reached the beginner realm at Tier B mid-grade. Current proficiency, beginner, 1/20th. Great! Li Yiping couldn't help exclaiming. This student's comprehension of martial arts is truly astounding, unlike anything he's ever seen before. Even grasping a mid-grade Tier B martial skill after just one glance, he could confidently say very few could achieve such a feat. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Even a martial technique of such high rank only took you one glance to reach the initial stage. By the way, how far have you progressed in the low-tier C-grade martial technique I gave you last time? You must have mastered the basics by now, right? Chapter 36, Martial Artist Third Stage. That martial arts technique had only been given to him a week ago, and reaching the introductory level was already the highest achievement Li Yiping could have imagined possible. Mu Qingji had just finished executing the sky-shattering fist technique, a strike that drained every last ounce of his spiritual energy. His complexion looked rather pale now. The emptiness of depleted spiritual power was never a pleasant sensation. When the principal mentioned the flowing cloud steps, he replied, "I've already reached minor mastery in flowing cloud steps. Principal, thank you for the demonstration. With my spiritual energy exhausted, I must return home immediately to rest and replenish it." With that, he stood up and took his leave from the principal. Only after Mu Qingji had left did Principal Li Yiping snap out of his daze. Just moments ago, Mu Qingji had mentioned that his drifting cloud steps had already reached minor mastery. Li Yiping's expression turned complicated. Of course he knew Mu Qingji had exceptional talent, which was why he had gifted him that martial technique in the first place. But just a week, a mere 7 days, and he had already achieved minor mastery in it. Some students took 2 full years to reach minor mastery in just one technique, and that was already considered quite good. The National High School Exchange Tournament finals were in 7 months. By then, Mu Qingji should at least achieve minor mastery in the intermediate tier martial skill he had just been taught. To be honest, he even believed Mu Qingji could master it to perfection. With such terrifying talent, if he could learn a Class A martial skill, it would simply be heaven-defying. It's a shame he doesn't have access to martial skills of that caliber. If only Mu Qingji were from a prominent family, with his frightening comprehension of martial skills, he might even master upper Class A techniques to flawless completion. When Mu Qingji returned home looking utterly exhausted, his mother, Zhong Xiaoyan, was alarmed, thinking something had happened to him at school. Only after asking did she learn he had drained all his spiritual energy practicing martial arts. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she prepared extra dishes to nourish him. Mu Qingji picked up a piece of fragrant meat and took a bite. A wondrous sensation flooded him. The tender, springy meat bounced softly with every chew, yet never lost its satisfying bite. Zhong Xiaoyan felt a sense of accomplishment as she watched her son's expression. "Son, this is monster beast meat I bought especially for you," she said. "The butcher told me it nourishes the body and is much more beneficial than regular meat. Doesn't it taste better than ordinary meat too?" Mu Qingji carefully savored the flavor in his mouth and gave his mother a thumbs up, praising her. Mom, you're absolutely amazing. This dish is exceptionally delicious with your cooking skills enhancing it. Zhong Xiaoyan grinned from ear to ear, delighted by the compliment about her cooking. If you like it, Mom will buy it for you often from now on, she said. Money really makes a difference. Now she insists on buying only the best quality items for herself, never settling for anything less. Ordinary meat costs just 10 or 20 yuan per pound, but this demon beast meat is priced at 100 yuan per pound. She casually bought a bit and spent over 200 yuan, yet she felt the money was well spent and planned to buy it regularly from now on. Mu Qingji ate 2 pieces himself and noticed his mother hadn't taken much, so he picked a large piece and placed it in her bowl. Mom, why are you holding back during our meal? You should eat more too, after all, you're the head of our household. You've picked up your father's smooth-talking ways. Zhong Xiaoyan said this, but her eyes crinkled into happy slits as she smiled. Her current life was truly wonderful, the kind many could only envy. Her husband was successful in his career and devoted solely to her. Her son had excellent grades, was obedient, and filial. Most importantly, both father and son were so strikingly handsome that just looking at their faces every day gave her motivation to live. Thanks to her husband receiving first-class merit, she was directly promoted to general manager of a branch company by her superiors. Her colleagues all fawned over her, and no insensitive person dared to stir up trouble. Life couldn't have been more comfortable. Upon learning about his mother's promotion, Mu Qingji treated her to a meal outside using the pocket money his father had left him. 3 more days passed, and Mu Qingji broke through to the 3rd stage of martial artist. He spent all his time practicing his newly learned martial skill, the heaven-shattering earthquaking fist. Otherwise, his progress would have been even faster. Host, Mu Qingji, age, 17. Cultivation, martial artist stage 3, 3,287 spiritual power points. Comprehension, LV2, 188/1000. Mental power, LV2, 103/1000. Martial skill, Boulder Breaker Mastery, 600/10000, Tier D lower grade. Blocking Yuan Technique Mastery, 1783/10000, Grade D lower tier. Spirit Thorn Minor Achievement, 920/1000, Grade D upper tier. Cloud Treading Steps Minor Achievement, 411 out of 1000, Grade C lower tier. Heaven Shattering Earth Rending Fist Minor Achievement, 100 out of 1000, Grade B middle tier. Friend List, Lu Xuanwen Favorability 90, Triple Boost. Mu Baomen Favorability 100, Quintuple Boost. Zhong Xiaoyan Favorability 100, Quintuple Boost. Wang Yon Favorability 80, Double Boost. Li Yiping Favorability Level 65, Identical Increase. Yi Tao Favorability 75, Double Amplification. No one would probably believe it, but he mastered the intermediate earth-grade heaven-crushing earth-sundering fist to the minor achievement level in just 3 days. You must understand that the higher the tier of a martial technique, the more difficult it is to master. It's just like comparing a person who spends 2 or 3 years just to achieve basic proficiency in the simplest lower-grade Ding tier technique. Asking them to practice a Jia tier technique would mean they might not even grasp the basics after 10 years. This is no joke, because the higher tier martial techniques become increasingly difficult to grasp at the initial stage. Some might not be mastered even after watching them dozens or hundreds of times. Learning martial techniques isn't just about having a good memory, it requires innate talent, and the higher the tier, the stronger the talent needed. However, his thoughts soon drifted to other matters. The National Day holiday lasted a full 7 days, and today was the 2nd day. He and his mother were going to Wuchen City to check out a house there. His father was too busy with meetings, so he arranged for someone else to pick up the mother and son. After lunch, Zhong Xiaoyan sat at her dressing table to apply light makeup, then agonized over what to wear. Should I wear this outfit, or this dress? She held up 2 garments, comparing them repeatedly, finding both equally appealing. She called Mu Qingji out from his room to help her decide. Mu Qingji had excellent taste, what he called an affinity for beauty. Over half the clothes in Zhong Xiaoyan's wardrobe had been purchased on his recommendation. Mu Qingji first studied his mother's makeup that day before shifting his gaze to the 2 outfits. One is a khaki-colored top and skirt set, with the skirt about 48 centimeters long, likely falling just above the knee when worn. The other is a long dress adorned with delicate pale pink cherry blossom patterns. Mom, today you're wearing smoky pink eyeshadow, it'll pair perfectly with this dress, Mu Qingji said, handing her mother the printed dress. Zhong Xiaoyan took the clothes with a smile. Alright, I'll go with whichever you choose. I trust your taste completely. Some people often suffer from decision fatigue. They struggle to choose between 2 items and seek help from those around them. But certain individuals always reject others' suggestions after asking, continuing to agonize over their choices. Chapter 37, The Villa. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaoyan was quite open to advice. When she couldn't make a choice herself, she would readily accept decisions made for her. Mu Qingji observed meticulously. As Zhong Xiaoyan emerged in her new outfit and gazed at her reflection, she couldn't help admiring herself in the mirror. Today she was wearing a palette of pink-toned eyeshadow, paired with a glossy, light-colored lipstick and overall soft and approachable look. Combined with the floral print dress adorned with delicate pink cherry blossom patterns, she looked 10 years younger, exuding the charm of an intellectual girl next door. Wow, my charm really hasn't faded one bit over the years. Zhong Xiaoyan grew more delighted the longer she looked, feeling as if she'd instantly been transported back to her youth. When Zhong Xiaoyan was young, although she didn't have much talent for cultivation, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Many boys at school saw her as their dream girl. When she stood together with Mu Baoming, everyone who saw them couldn't help but admire what a perfect match they made. Mu Qingji wholeheartedly agreed. He didn't think his mother was being narcissistic at all. Or rather, in his eyes, all three members of their family were flawlessly attractive, whether referring to the parents or the child. Zhong Xiaoyan had picked out her own outfit and then took a look at her son's attire, noticing he was wearing a simple black and white t-shirt with knee-length shorts that day. The outfit was extremely simple, even bordering on commonplace, but Mu Qingji's striking good looks carried it effortlessly. The simplicity somehow accentuated an indescribable coolness, radiating an ineffable handsomeness. In other words, the sheer lethal charm of a boy in a plain white tee. Perfect. The two of us make such a stylish pair, no one in any international metropolis would call us country bumpkins, Zhong Xiaoyan remarked with immense satisfaction. After checking their luggage one last time and finding everything in order, mother and son set off. The driver who came to pick them up was from the military, highly professional and courteous, maintaining complete silence throughout the journey. Zhong Xiaoyan dreaded socializing with strangers the most, so the car remained utterly quiet. After over 2 hours, the vehicle entered a residential compound, the entrance scanner recognizing the familiar license plate before granting access. Mu Qingji looked out through the window, just beyond the gate. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive green belt featuring 4 enormous cubed blocks. Emblazoned on them in striking gold paint were the characters Longtang Residential Area, their brilliance standing vivid against the greenery. So this place is called Dragon Rise Community. Zhong Xiaoyan read out the 4 characters. The car didn't drive far after entering the community, soon stopping in front of a villa. This will be your home. My task is complete, and if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. The previously silent driver finally spoke. We're all set here. Thank you for your trouble, it was really kind of you to drive us both here. Despite her social anxiety, Zhong Xiaoyan maintained basic courtesy. After all, the man had driven diligently for over 2 hours, saying thanks was the least she could do. She and Mu Qingji got out of the car and retrieved their luggage from the trunk. Mom, let me carry them. Mu Qingji swiftly took both suitcases, one in each hand, leaving his mother with only a lightweight handbag. For a third-rank martial artist, carrying 2 suitcases was as effortless as holding 2 water bottles. Zhong Xiaoyan didn't decline, holding the nearly weightless handbag as she and her son stood at the villa's entrance. The two of them stood outside the iron gate, gazing at the scene within. The 4-story villa was exceptionally grand in appearance, with a small garden in the front. Inside the garden bloomed various flowers alongside some young saplings. The iron gate was tightly locked, clearly the owner of this villa wasn't home. Your dad's not home. How are we supposed to get in? We're not just going to stand at the door forever, right? Zhong Xiaoyan was practically itching to get inside after seeing the interior, but Mu Baoming hadn't given her any keys, wasn't home now, and there was nobody to open the door for them. Mu Qingji examined the iron gate, yep, locked up tight. He then looked at both sides and spotted an electronic screen on the left wall that read facial verification. Having made this discovery, he immediately called his mother over. Mom, come quick, there's facial verification here. Zhong Xiaoyan curiously moved her face closer to the screen to look. The screen instantly lit up, framing her face within a square box that began scanning her features. Scanning in progress, confirmed as the mistress. The door suddenly emitted a beep, then automatically swung open. Welcome home, mistress. Mu Qingji saw the door open and immediately walked in carrying 2 suitcases. Zhong Xiaoyan had never encountered such a smart door before. She marveled at it for quite a while, touching this and that, and only entered the villa after she'd had her fill of exploring. No wonder this is a government-issued house. The level of intelligence here is like night and day compared to the neighborhood we used to live in. Behind her, the door automatically closed after detecting its owner had entered. In the courtyard, flowers nourished by spiritual energy bloomed with extraordinary vibrancy, their varied hues glimmering with golden halos under the sunlight, creating a sight almost surreal in its beauty. The neighborhood was lush with greenery, so everyone entering caught the faint, refreshing scent of plants lingering around them. The villa's security door scanned Mu Qingji, swinging open automatically in an instant. Stepping inside, Mu Qingji found the first floor dominated by a living room that mirrored the lavish villas seen on TV. Every brick, every tile, and the meticulous placement of furnishings exuded tasteful elegance, clearly the result of thoughtful design. Thinking about living in such a house in the future, Mu Qingji couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Son, the decoration here is simply amazing. Zhong Xiaoyan, who entered slightly later than him, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the interior. Noticing her son was still carrying luggage, she suggested, "Let's leave the luggage here first. We should go look for the bedrooms." Mu Qingji immediately set down the 2 suitcases he was carrying and quickly climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. While surveying his surroundings earlier, he had noticed an elevator on the 1st floor but decided against using it immediately. He preferred familiarizing himself with the layout first. On the 2nd floor, he carefully examined each room, noting that every door bore an inscribed plaque. The first room accessible via the staircase turned out to be a study. Upon opening it, he found multiple bookshelves densely packed with volumes. Moving further along led him to room 1. Its plaque specially marked with "Master Bedroom" in the bottom right corner. Occupying considerable space, this room contained an oversized bed, 2 desks against the wall, and a spacious balcony furnished with a single bed. His father's daily necessities were arranged here, confirming this as his parents' living quarters. "Mom, come up quick, I found your room." Chapter 38, Mother's Wardrobe. Mu Qingji raised his voice so his mother could hear him clearly. "Son, I'm in the adjacent dressing room, I'll be right there." Mu Qingji left room 1 and walked forward, where he indeed spotted a walk-in closet. However, the door to this room was pink, clearly prepared by Dad for Mom. He stepped inside to find Zhong Xiaoyan happily admiring each piece of clothing. Mu Qingji was momentarily dazzled. The walk-in closet was nearly as spacious as the living room of their apartment in Baiyun City. On both sides were deep built-in wardrobes, their transparent glass panels revealing rows upon rows of hanging clothes. They weren't just organized by spring, summer, fall, and winter. Within each seasonal section, the colors of the garments transitioned in gradual gradients. The center of the aisle was lined with numerous cabinets, neatly displaying shoes, handbags, and hats of all kinds. Zhong Xiaoyan picked up a remote control and pressed a button. The cabinet showcasing bags rotated to reveal another compartment filled with a different style of purse. "Oh my goodness, this is exactly what I dreamed of as a child." Zhong Xiaoyan gazed at everything around her, her happiness meter practically exploding. "When I was little and watching TV, I always longed to have a room like this. I even mentioned it to your dad when we were dating. He promised back then that he'd make my wish come true someday, and he actually kept his word." Mu Qingji watched his delighted mother, observing the happy and touched smile on her face, and felt even more joyful than her. At the same time, he admired his father. His dad was a total straight man who knew nothing about clothes or handbags. He must have put in a lot of effort. He'd even customized a walk-in closet tailored to his mother's tastes. The sincerity behind the gesture was something even he, as their son, could feel. Watching her mother endlessly rummaging through her wardrobe, Mu Qingji didn't disturb her and quietly went up to the 3rd floor by herself. The first room on the 3rd floor was room 2. With a gentle push, the door revealed walls painted blue, and the entire space was arranged according to his preferences. The room was enormous, just as large as his parents' bedroom. It featured a massive balcony and 2 spacious wardrobes, though the closets held only a few scattered white shirts and men's shorts, giving off a bleak impression. Without comparison, there'd be no sting, but witnessing his mom's extravagant walk-in closet while he was left with mere shirts and shorts made him think of a popular online saying, "Parents share true love, while I'm just an accident." But overall he was very satisfied with this room. It was clear his father had put great thought into it, truly the man he admired most, always excelling at everything he did. He spent another half-hour exploring before getting a general sense of the layout. The 1st floor mainly consisted of a living room and kitchen, plus 2 small bedrooms likely meant for guests. The 2nd floor belonged entirely to his parents, with every room designed for their needs. The entire 3rd floor belonged to him, comprising not just a bedroom but also a cultivation chamber and a recreation room. The cultivation chamber was something he had longed for since long ago, while the recreation room featured a top-of-the-line holographic computer capable of running all the latest holographic games on the market. Beyond that, the recreation room was stocked with an assortment of toys and shelves overflowing with snacks. After all, since everyone cultivated now, even harmful substances in snacks could be refined away. The 4th floor housed a home theater, a memory archive room, and a storage space. Mu Qingji's favorite was the memory archive room. It held countless items of sentimental value to the family, along with meticulous records of all 3 family members' lives from childhood onward. Every detail was crafted with overflowing warmth and affection. The door made sounds again, welcoming another master of the house returning home. Mu Baoman knew his wife and son would arrive today. Over the past few days, he had renovated the villa to match his vision, hoping his family would like it. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw his wife and son sitting on the sofa, their gazes firmly fixed on him, clearly waiting for his arrival. "Bao Min, Dad!" Both men shouted at the same time. Though they had only been apart for a few days, the family already had endless topics to discuss. Zhong Xiaoyan was extremely satisfied with the place and discussed many clothing details with Mu Baoman. Their conversation flowed from fashion to national history, then to current policies, and finally to their son's cultivation practice. "Oh, I almost forgot." When the topic turned to their son's cultivation, Mu Baoman clapped his forehead, suddenly remembering the elixirs he had purchased. The 7 broadening chi pills I bought earlier have all arrived. I'll take them out now to distribute to everyone. Mu Baoman opened the drawer of the tea table, revealing 7 wooden boxes neatly arranged inside. Each box was square-shaped, similar in size to a ring box. 3 for our son, and 2 each for us. Mu Baoman placed 3 boxes into Mu Qingji's hands, then gave 2 to his wife. 2 boxes remained in the drawer. Mu Qingji didn't refuse immediately as it represented his parents' heartfelt gesture, and outright rejection would have been inappropriate. Besides, these elixirs would benefit his parents the most, making it essential they consume them. The family had washed up for the evening and were lounging in the living room in their pajamas, watching TV. Mu Qingji called out to his father and, when the latter opened his mouth to respond, swiftly slipped an expansion chi pill into his mouth. Ga-ak! Mu Baoman nearly choked on the sudden gesture but managed to swallow the pill. Sensing a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, he closed his eyes and began refining it. Your listed friend, Mu Baoman, has consumed 1 first-grade expansion chi pill. Host's spiritual power increased by plus 1,000. A single first-grade chi expansion pill increases spiritual power by 200 points. With a 5x multiplier, it directly jumps to 1,000 points. In the warrior stage, each rank advancement requires 1,000 points of spiritual power, so this single pill instantly elevated him by 1 whole rank, far more effective than consuming it directly. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to warrior rank 4. Current cultivation, warrior rank 4, 4,330 spiritual power points. Improving cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking. Zhong Xiaoyan witnessed this and asked curiously, son, what did you just give your dad to eat? Chi expansion pill. Mu Qingji answered honestly. Zhong Xiaoyan was bewildered. She couldn't understand why her son would give his chi expansion pill to his father. Son, your father already has chi expansion pills, you don't need to give him yours. This pill increases spiritual power. 1 pill can boost it by 200 points. If you take it, you'll surely improve rapidly. Mu Baoman also didn't understand why his son would give the chi expansion pill to him when everyone had their own supply. But he couldn't speak during cultivation, so he can only listen. Mu Qingji looked at his father and gave a deliberately deep sigh. I'm 17 years old now, and I understand many things. I remember Dad is only at Warrior 6 stage, his cultivation level wouldn't even qualify him for the battlefield normally, yet now he's become a centurion. Chapter 39, Mu Baoman breaks through to Warrior 7 stage. Dad must have soldiers under his command who are at the battle soldier stage. With his strength being so low, those guys surely aren't convinced, so the elixirs should go to Dad first, to help him improve his strength as quickly as possible. The most important point is that Dad is on the battlefield, facing demonic beasts. These creatures won't show mercy. If he ever has to clash with them head-on one day, he'd be done for. So in my opinion, every single chi expanding pill is a lifeline for Dad. He has to take them first. After his lengthy explanation, his parents were convinced by his story. Father Mu Baoman had encountered frequent disobedience from his subordinates at work these days and fully agreed with this point. He was deeply moved, never expecting his son to care so much about him. But he still couldn't speak. Those in cultivation state could hear others but couldn't talk themselves. As for whether high-level cultivators could speak during cultivation, he had no idea, since his own cultivation level wasn't high anyway. Mu Baoman took 1 chi expansion pill today and would have to wait another week before taking another. After all, pills like expansion chi pellets forcibly enhance one's spiritual energy, making it unstable and resulting in insufficient combat power improvement, requiring constant refinement on their part. There's another aspect to this. Many true prodigies refrain from taking elixirs to avoid wasting their innate talents, and even if they do, they consume only a few. Artificially created substances that can manipulate spiritual growth are ultimately not good things. Becoming dependent on them could be disastrous, especially since the medicinal effects weaken with repeated use. Unless it is a spirit fruit naturally grown under the nourishment of spiritual energy in nature, which is healthier than elixirs. Just like spirit chi fruits, eating them in succession doesn't diminish the growth of spiritual power. However, after consuming a certain number, eating more won't increase spiritual power. This is the law's way of preventing spirit chi fruits from being monopolized by a single party. Each person can only eat a few, and beyond that fixed number, they become ineffective. Such spirit chi fruits are useless to him. This is precisely why spirit chi fruits thrive. But spirit chi fruits aren't of high grade, so the upper limit of spiritual power they can enhance is inherently low. This is also one of the reasons they are inexpensive. What's truly precious would likely be fought over by countless powerful figures the moment it appears, making it utterly inaccessible to the common people. Your friend Mu Baoman has broken through to martial artist stage 7. Because it was set as a special alert, every little movement triggered a notification. Zhong Xiaoyan and Mu Qingji quietly watched TV, careful not to disturb Mu Baoman's cultivation session. After more than 10 minutes passed, Mu Baoman opened his eyes, his aura now noticeably stronger. I've broken through. Good, your combat power has risen another level, commented Zhong Xiaoyan. Mu Baoman turned to look at his son, warmth spreading through his heart as he recalled how the boy had given him the medicinal pill. His son hadn't been raised in vain, he was starting to think of his father's needs too. Mu Qingji sat in the living room watching television with his parents for an hour before heading to the cultivation chamber. The feeling of having his parents nearby was truly wonderful. There was an indescribable sense of peace when the family gathered together like this. The cultivation chamber was spacious, constructed with materials capable of blocking spiritual energy attacks and offering excellent sound insulation so as not to disturb others during training sessions. Mu Qingji is now focusing all his energy on the heaven-shattering earth-rending fist, aiming to cultivate this martial skill to at least the major achievement stage. After all, among all the martial techniques he has learned, this one boasts the highest grade and the most formidable power, making it perfect as his trump card. Facing opponents at the same cultivation level, lower-grade martial techniques are at a disadvantage. But if one could master this technique to perfection, even against an A-grade minor achievement martial skill, defeat would not be an option. Currently, he has trained the heaven-shattering earth-rending fist to the minor achievement stage. He's already learned to execute the punch using only a fraction of his strength. Otherwise, if he exerted full force every time, draining his spiritual energy completely with each attempt, he wouldn't be able to practice more than a few strikes. Spiritual energy gathered around his body before swiftly channeling into his right fist. Sky-shattering earth-rending fist. The air was stirred by this punch, with much of the spiritual energy rapidly dissipating as he threw it. While the spiritual energy was draining away, he desperately absorbed external spiritual energy to replenish what was lost. After several attempts, this method proved successful. Every time I use the sky-shattering earth-rending fist, the energy drain is immense. Being able to quickly replenish the depleted spiritual energy means I can use this technique multiple times in battle, greatly increasing my chances of victory. He sensed the spiritual energy within his body and began throwing punches repeatedly. Punch. Absorbing spiritual energy. Punch. Absorbing spiritual energy. He practiced repeatedly until he could proficiently absorb spiritual energy at the fastest speed after throwing a punch. Only then did he stop. It was already very late. He took a shower and went to bed. For the next 2 days, Mu Qingji spent all his time in the training room. His parents visited many places in Dustless City and wanted to take him along each time, but he politely declined. The couple had been inseparable after days apart, and Mu Qingji had no interest in playing the third wheel. He'd rather focus on his cultivation. By October 5th, his parents insisted on dragging him out, arguing that spending the entire holiday cultivating would make life far too dull. Having enjoyed their own outing, they also wanted their son to get familiar with Wuchen City. After all, this was where their home was, and the family would live here after the college entrance exams. It wouldn't hurt to know the layout. Mu Qingji initially refused, but his father swayed him with 10,000 yuan in pocket money, so he agreed. Definitely not eyeing the money, just feeling a bit cooped up from cultivating at home for too long and wanting to stretch my legs outside. Dustless City Shopping Center, Golden Harvest Mall. Due to the 7-day National Day holiday, the place was packed with crowds, far busier than usual. As the capital of 5 provinces, Dustless City naturally served as the first stop for tourists visiting the region, and Golden Peak Mall, the city's premier shopping destination, was swarmed with endless visitors during the holidays. Among the bustling crowd were Mu Qingji and his family of 3. There are way too many people here. Mu Qingji thought helplessly to himself. Mu Baoman was busy shielding Zhong Xiaoyan and paid no heed to his son's well-being. Apparently that 10,000 yuan wasn't easy money after all. Nestled in Mu Baoman's arms, Zhong Xiaoyan chimed in, "There's a reason for the crowd. This shopping plaza hasn't just popped up overnight, yet it's always packed like this. It must have its unbeatable strengths. And besides, your dad and I have shopped here before. The clothing stores inside have impeccable taste, almost every piece is top quality. That's why we thought of bringing you along to buy some fitting items, so you don't go back empty-handed." Mu Baoman chimed in agreement. "Exactly. Your mom said the quality here is really good. She bought quite a few things for me. She wanted to get you something too, but clothes are something you need to try on yourself. Just pick whatever fits well, and we'll buy it right away." Mu Qingji was at that age where he was shooting up like a weed, his height changing almost daily. Zhong Xiaoyan couldn't quite gauge what size would fit him anymore, so he'd indeed have to try things on himself. Chapter 40, Jinfeng Mall. Alright, since you all say it's good, I'll give it a try then. After all, it was their parents' thoughtful gesture, and now that they were already out, not buying anything would make the trip feel like a wasted effort. Inside the mall, the crowd began to move in an orderly fashion, splitting into 2 directions. Those entering all kept to the right side, while those exiting flowed in the opposite direction. The 2 streams of people didn't interfere with each other, creating an oddly harmonious flow. All of this is thanks to the prompt signs on the walls and the security personnel who maintain order at all times. At every exit and escalator, 2 security officers are stationed to both uphold order and ensure customer safety. but crowd control was impressively handled. In Bayun City, he had never seen such disciplined shoppers in a mall. Of course, cities of different scales can't be compared. Bayun City doesn't have such massive foot traffic, so overcrowding naturally doesn't occur, and without congestion, there's no need for crowd management. The escalators were packed with people, yet more kept stepping on. The three of them barely managed to squeeze onto one and finally reached the second floor. The second floor was a fashion zone, featuring various brand-name stores, each exquisitely decorated. Many shop entrances displayed signboards advertising discounts and special National Day promotions on select items. Young people nowadays prefer transactions with clearly marked prices. If you don't clearly display the prices, no one would want to visit your store. So whenever there's a promotion, the prices must be written in the most visible spot. My son, yesterday I discovered a wonderful place, so I specifically brought you here today. Zhong Xiaoyan pulled Mu Qingji along, speaking mysteriously. She led Mu Qingji further inside, passing by several shops. Mu Baoman, on Zhong Xiaoyan's right, clearly seemed familiar with the place by his expression. They stopped in front of a relatively small storefront. Mom, where is this? Zhong Xiaoyan felt quite proud of herself. She had done extensive research yet still nearly missed this shop. After all, the storefront was rather inconspicuous, even plain compared to the extravagant decor of nearby establishments, making it easy for passers-by to overlook. It was only because she paused to rest outside the shop that she happened to turn her head and spot an exquisitely tailored, luxurious-looking suit jacket draped on a mannequin, instantly drawing her in. This shop is no ordinary place. The owner has over 50 years of handcrafting experience, and every artisan here has at least a decade in the trade. The staff told me the owner has quite the background. Money's no object for them. They're just passionate about design and love wearing clothes they've made themselves, which is how this store came to be. Mu Qingji heard these words and suddenly found the small shop tinged with an air of mystery. Upon entering, unlike clerks in other stores who immediately approached to promote their wares, the shop assistants merely smiled and nodded at them before returning to their own tasks. The shop was filled with the scent of burning incense, emitting a faint fragrance that was not at all pungent. It had an indescribable quality that unconsciously calmed the mind and settled one's mood. Whether one recognized the value or not, simply smelling this fragrance made clear the refined taste of this little shop. Simple, elegant, free-spirited. Zhong Xiaoyan had been here once before and was quite familiar with the clothing purchase process. She pulled Mu Qingji to a long table covered with strips of fabric, organized by different colors and thicknesses. Most fabrics were unlabeled, with only a few special ones bearing any markings. At this store, buying clothes starts with selecting the fabric. There are thousands of fabrics here. You touch each one, choose the texture you like most, then tell the staff your preferences, like whether you want a long or short style. You can decide the design yourself, but if you really can't choose, the shop has plenty of sample images for reference. If you pick a sample, the tailor will make it exactly like the reference. Zhong Xiaoyan repeated everything she had heard from the clerk the day before. As Mu Qingji listened, her hands had already begun to feel each piece of fabric one by one. Not a single one had poor texture, clearly showing the care put into selecting these materials. It must have taken considerable time just to gather them all. In the end, Mu Qingji selected fabric number 37 and ordered a black overcoat. The October weather was still quite hot. Mu Qingji hadn't bought the clothes to wear right away. It was mainly because he loved the fabric, which was thick and sturdy. It would make excellent material for a coat. After communicating with the clerk about the styles and his personal preferences, and having his body measurements taken, the clerk told him to come back in a month to pick it up. Son, what do you think of this shop? Quite stylish, isn't it? Zhong Xiaoyan couldn't wait to ask the moment they stepped out of the store. It feels very professional. Your taste is impeccable as always, Mom. Mu Qingji laid on the compliments. Mu Baoman checked the time, just after 3 p.m. There was still time to browse a bit more. After buying clothes, he planned to take his wife and son to grab some food to recharge. At 3 p.m., Jinfeng Shopping Plaza was still bustling with crowds. More people meant more vendors, and the square was dotted with numerous stalls, their alluring aromas enticing passers-by to stop and buy. Amid the lively atmosphere, a sudden gunshot pierced the air. The first gunshot seemed to flip a switch. Gunfire erupted one after another, both inside and outside Jinfeng Shopping Plaza. My God, what's happening? Gunshots? How can there be gunshots? Our star nation strictly prohibits firearms. Damn, is some anti-human organization active again? Brothers, my luck is awful. Finally on vacation and something like this happens. Am I really going to die here? Whoa whoa. The once orderly crowd instantly descended into chaos. Most people weren't exceptionally strong in cultivation. Just as among outstanding individuals there are always even more outstanding ones, among ordinary people there are always even more ordinary ones. Most weren't even martial artists, and below that level, bullets were impossible to stop. So, the sound of gunfire terrified many in that moment. As for the few who had just fired the shots, the nearest bystanders naturally sensed them and immediately backed away, creating a clearing around those gunmen. Some of them were blending into the crowd, some were customers browsing in the shopping mall, and others were mobile stall vendors. One after another, they fired shots, swiftly tore off their outer garments to reveal pitch-black outfits underneath, and quickly pulled on black woolen ski masks. Holy crap, how is the roasted duck leg seller an anti-human organization member? Hey mister, you still owe me the duck leg I paid for. Forget the duck leg, we're about to lose our lives here. Chapter 41, The Anti-Human Organization. The customer who had paid for the duck leg stared resentfully at the suddenly transformed roast duck vendor, his eyes brimming with enough grievance to drip tears. If not for the gun still clutched in the vendor's hand, he would have rushed forward to confront him. If you're part of an anti-human organization, why are you out here selling roast duck legs? And why take payment without delivering the goods? Whether intentional or not, though the duck leg vendor had donned a black knitted balaclava, he seemed to deliberately avoid locking eyes with the very customer who'd paid him, stubbornly evading his gaze. The interior of the shopping mall was even more chaotic. While those outside the mall could at least flee in all directions, running as far as they could down the wide streets, those inside were practically trapped, with no way to escape. Many of the holiday travelers were families with young children, including plenty of kids under 16. Even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. Those who hadn't even begun chi refinement could only hide, and staying out of the way was the biggest assist they could offer to rescuers. The two security guards stationed at the escalator rushed toward the sound of gunfire. Though many people made way for them upon seeing their uniforms, the crowd was simply too dense. Even with some cooperation, there was barely any space to maneuver. Everyone was packed shoulder to shoulder, severely slowing the guards' progress. Zhong Xiaoyan had been completely stunned by the gunfire. Having lived all these years under the rule of law, even if she often saw news about the activities of anti-human organizations, she had never experienced such horrors firsthand. Thus, her fear had never been that deep. Mostly, she just scorned their actions online. Only encountering it in reality now did she truly understand the psychological state of those victims. Perfectly ordinary lives suddenly interrupted by a crazed mob. The abrupt bang-bang of gunfire, it genuinely instilled terror deep in one's heart. And the wails of people around only made the mind more chaotic, instinctively making one want to flee with the crowd. Fortunately, Mu Baoman had been holding onto her tightly, preventing her from darting away. Otherwise, in such a dense crowd, they could easily have gotten separated, with unimaginable consequences. Xiaoyan, we can't follow this crowd. The denser the crowd, the more likely criminals will target it. These people exist to harm ordinary civilians. The more packed the place, the more they'll strike to inflict mass casualties. You're not a martial artist yet and have no means of self-defense. Listen to me, go back to the tailor's shop we came from earlier. It's small and easy to overlook. Hide there with our son, while I go after those criminals. When he said these words, there even seemed to be a halo of light surrounding him. Zhong Xiaoyan had never seen her husband like this before. Momentarily stunned by his decisiveness and imposing aura, she was dazedly escorted back to the shop by him. Only after coming to her senses did she bury her head in her hands. Since Mu Baoman stepped onto the battlefield, he seemed entirely transformed. The old him would have prioritized protecting his own family in such situations, but now, after securing his family in a relatively safe place, he rushed straight to confront the criminals, all to help more people and minimize further casualties. Baoman has become more manly, more masculine. Mu Qingji, who was beside her, arranged with the shop assistant to leave her mother there, then followed his father's footsteps out. Snapping out of her lovesick daze, Zhong Xiaoyan suddenly realized her son was gone. Alarmed, she frantically searched the surroundings with her eyes. An attendant in the shop spoke to her. Miss Xiong, your son is truly wonderful. He brought you here specially and asked me to look after your safety. From the looks of it, he seems to have gone with your husband to confront the criminals. What a brave young man. What? Her son went with Baoman to chase criminals. Zhong Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat at the shop assistant's words. Her son was still so young. How could he confront armed criminals? But then she quickly remembered her son was actually a martial artist, stronger than most people out there. Her heart settled slightly, yet she couldn't fully ease her worries. It was as if no matter how old a child grew, in their parents' eyes, they would always remain just that, a child. Even though Mu Qingji's cultivation talent was now exceptionally outstanding, surpassing even some grown men in their 30s or 40s, Zhong Xiaoyan still instinctively saw him as merely a boy, someone who shouldn't be taking such risks. Seeing the distress on Zhong Xiaoyan's face, the shop assistant reassured her, "Don't worry, Miss Xiong. Your son is a martial artist, bullets can't harm him. And if he performs well enough to catch even one or two of those criminals, he'll have accomplished a great deed." Zhong Xiaoyan gave a bitter smile. Earning meritorious service was never that easy. The last time her husband received a first-class merit, he had almost fallen on the battlefield, never to return. Now that both father and son faced danger head-on, she would truly collapse if anything happened to them. Meanwhile, Mu Qingji caught up to his father using the flowing cloud steps. "Son, what are you doing here?" Mu Baoman turned and saw him, instantly alarmed. Mu Qingji smiled. "Dad, did you forget I'm a martial artist? I couldn't let you go alone. Two are stronger than one, let's face this together. Mu Baoman thought this would actually be a good opportunity to train his son, so both of them hurried towards the fourth floor at full speed. They had clearly heard 3 gunshots from the fourth floor just moments ago, which meant there were 3 armed criminals up there. They needed to subdue the attackers on the fourth floor as quickly as possible, who knew how much damage they could cause if left unchecked. By the time the city guard arrived, it would be too late to do anything. Both of them instantly erupted with their spiritual energy, and the aura of martial artists quickly drew the attention of those around them. Many people did their best to make way for them. Look, there are 2 martial artists heading to the fourth floor. It's good that there are martial artists involved. At their level, they don't have to fear bullets anymore. When they reached the fourth floor, the 3 targets stood out immediately. Everyone on the floor had been forced to crouch down except for the 3 armed robbers, who were gathered together discussing something. Son, among these 3, one is a martial artist at the 8th level and the other 2 are at the 5th level. If we fight, we still have a chance, his father said. The 3 masked men immediately noticed the father and son duo who had burst in. Without hesitation, they raised their guns and fired. Bullets could harm those below the martial artist level, but both of them were martial artists. Mu Baoman didn't even need to intervene. Mu Qingji effortlessly blocked the bullets with a single defensive technique. Damn it, there are 2 martial artists, the tallest masked man cursed. Don't worry, these 2 are no match for us. One's a 7th stage martial artist, the other's 4th stage. With both of you at 5th stage, can't you take them down? The shortest masked man among them had the highest cultivation level and could immediately tell their opponent's cultivation stages, 7th and 4th respectively, knowing their overall combat power fell short of their own side. Hearing his words, the other 2 felt much more at ease. Chapter 42, Father-Son Collaboration. Perfect, we haven't drawn blood today, let's start with these 2, growled the bulliest of the 3 masked men. A fight between 5 people was inevitable. For Mu Qingji, this battle was both a test and an opportunity for growth. He had never faced a true enemy before. Sparring matches at school were just friendly exchanges, never life-threatening. Son, remember, a warrior's path is full of challenges and opportunities. These 3 thugs are our opponents today. We must fight them together, not just for ourselves, but for all the innocent people in this mall, his father said to Mu Qingji. Mu Qingji nodded with confidence. Don't worry, Dad. I'll give it everything I've got, he declared. He was eager to test the full extent of his combat prowess. During regular school training sessions with classmates, he always had to hold back for fear of accidentally injuring others, never able to unleash his full strength. Without another word, the 3 men charged. The 8th level martial artist attacker swung his fists, infused with spiritual energy, aiming straight for them. Mu Baoman, having experienced actual battlefields, was undaunted. With agile movements, he swiftly engaged in combat. The 2 5th-level martial artist outlaws recognized their father-son relationship. While one distracted Mu Baoman, the other 2 aimed to seize Mu Qingji first, planning to use him as leverage. As for whether they could actually capture Mu Qingji, ridiculous. With both of them being 5th-level martial artists, how could they possibly fail against a mere 4th-level opponent? 2 martial artists at the 5th stage joined forces to attack, but Mu Qingji did not back down, launching a swift counterattack. The fierce battle raged on, as the traitor at the 7th stage suppressed Mu Baoman with higher-level martial techniques, while the 2 5th-stage traitors laughed heartily at the sight. Hey, kid, isn't that your father over there? He's about to be captured by our boss. I'd advise you to surrender quietly now, unless you want to get beaten to a pulp by the 2 of us later. Mu Qingji ignored their taunts, deflecting their strikes with his perfected warding technique while continuously probing for openings to launch his spirit thrust. Though the 2 assailants had higher cultivation levels, they struggled to quickly break through his mastery of the warding technique, a testament to the advantages of perfecting a martial skill. Once refined beyond mastery, techniques could allow one to fight above their weight class, making it difficult for opponents of higher cultivation to break through unless they possessed an overwhelming difference in absolute realm. Mu Qingji utilized the flexible movement techniques he had mastered during his cultivation to engage the traitor in combat. For a moment, neither side could land a decisive blow on the other. At the critical juncture, Mu Baoman suddenly unleashed a powerful move, swiftly injuring the traitor, who was at the 8th level martial artist stage. The commotion quickly drew the attention of 2 5th level martial artist thugs. They hadn't expected their leader to be injured, and in that brief moment of distraction, Mu Qingji seized the opportunity to swiftly attack, defeating one of the 5th level traitors. After incapacitating him, he showed no mercy, immediately unleashing several powerful techniques to knock out the bulliest masked man. With one of the 2 5th level martial artists dealt with, the other became much easier to handle. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the remaining 5th level traitor tried to flee, but Mu Qingji gave him no chance to escape, directly unleashing the heaven-toppling, earth-sundering fist, a technique he had withheld until now. Sky-sundering fist. This punch utilized every ounce of his spiritual power, carrying boundless momentum as it sent the tallest assailant crashing down with a single blow. He had held back from using this punch all along because it drained him too much. The moment he deployed it, he would enter a brief period of weakness. Even though repeated cultivation allowed him to swiftly replenish his spiritual power, in the heat of battle, no opponent would foolishly stand by and watch him recover. They would inevitably strike with a lethal move at the instant his energy was at its lowest. So he had bided his time, reserving this final move until the very last moment. Fortunately, he had already dealt with the two fifth-stage martial artists. Now, only his father's battle remained. After finishing off the two in his hands, he took a few breaths to rest and recover his spiritual energy before rushing to his father's side to join the fight. Mu Baoman had initially been at a disadvantage, but the moment Mu Qingji joined the battle, the tide quickly turned. A 7th-stage martial artist and a 4th-stage martial artist teaming up against an injured 8th-stage martial artist, the advantage was undeniable. Mu Baoman had previously managed to wound the short man by sheer luck, but after all, the enemy's cultivation was a whole realm higher than his. Now with his son fighting alongside him, his confidence swelled. Though they didn't communicate verbally, the father-son duo moved in perfect sync, striking in harmony, advancing and retreating in seamless coordination as they assailed the 8th-stage thug. The short man couldn't defend himself effectively no matter what. When he blocked attacks from the east, strikes came from the west. Just as he engaged one opponent head-on, another would ambush him from behind. After only a few exchanges, several new wounds had already appeared on his body. This won't do, he realized. Continuing like this would soon lead to his capture by the father-son duo, after which he'd inevitably be handed over to the city guard. The mere thought of those terrifying torture devices in the guard's arsenal made his scalp tingle. Gritting his teeth through several more attacks, he actually attempted to flee outright. Mu Qingji and Mu Baoman naturally wouldn't let him escape. They immediately gave chase. Seeing the criminal use a speed martial technique to accelerate, Mu Qingji prepared to unleash his heaven-sundering earth-rending fist again. "Dad, I'm about to throw a punch. Its force will be immense," Mu Qingji said rapidly as spiritual energy began coalescing around him. "After using this strike, my spiritual power will be temporarily depleted. When my attack slows him down, you must close the distance quickly." "All right," Mu Baoman responded promptly. In an instant, a powerful fist technique shot toward the gangster at the 8th-tier martial artist level. The thug only sensed a terrifying sound of splitting air behind him before a heavy blow crashed into his waist. Before he could even turn around, the impact sent him sprawling to the ground. Great opportunity. Mu Baoman desperately quickened his pace and finally caught up to the fleeing assailant just in time. He landed several forceful blows on the man. The shopping mall was so large that many people had already called the city guard shortly after the criminal's gunfire erupted. Within a dozen minutes, several city guard vehicles arrived, and hundreds of fully armed guards stepped out. Each of them possessed cultivation levels starting at war soldier, quickly bringing the situation under control. Those 10+ minutes had already resulted in numerous casualties. The ruthless criminals, armed with guns, had frenziedly attacked the surrounding crowds. At a glance, red stains of blood could be seen in many places. Standing at the very center of Jinfeng Mall, Han Guang, clad in a blue uniform, wore a face dark with fury. To think someone actually dared to wreak havoc in Wuchen City's most crowded shopping mall, this was nothing short of a blatant challenge thrown at him. Reporting to the captain, all 21 criminals outside the mall have been apprehended. A city guard in white uniform ran over to report to him. Chapter 43, City Guard Captain. There were 21 people outside the mall. How many more might be inside? Han Guang directly asked. How many personnel have been dispatched to the mall interior? There are now 20 city guards dispatched to apprehend the criminals inside the mall, replied the officer in white uniform. The situation inside the mall could actually be more terrifying than outside, as it's an enclosed space with nowhere to flee. It's highly likely the assailants have already committed horrific acts of violence. With National Day holiday ongoing, Wuchen City, being the provincial capital of 5 regions, experiences massive crowds. Failing to handle this incident properly could seriously impact tourism across all 5 provinces. As captain of Wuchen City's guard unit, he knew ultimate responsibility fell on his shoulders. Imagining countless innocent lives possibly harmed inside the mall weighed heavily on him. Resolute, he decided to personally lead the operation to capture those criminals. Captain Han Guang of the city guard led his squad into the large shopping mall, their mission being to capture the criminals hiding within. These despicable traitors to humanity. Though human themselves, they've been brainwashed into constantly plotting acts that endanger society, claiming countless innocent lives and shattering countless happy families. Though seasoned veterans, the city guards couldn't suppress their tension the moment they entered the mall. After all, they were about to confront desperate outlaws who valued nothing. Every nerve was stretched taut like a drawn bowstring, ready to respond to potential danger at any moment. Yet their tension appeared to be unnecessary. The moment they entered the mall, they were met with an astonishing sight right in the center of the first floor. 9 thugs lying neatly on the ground, their mouths stuffed with crumpled clothing and their bodies tightly bound with ropes. At this sight, Han Guang and all the city guards froze. They had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps the thugs would attack them the moment they entered, or the group might be scattered in different corners, ambushing them when least expected. But never in their wildest dreams had they imagined walking in to find these criminals already trussed up on the ground, with some even sporting heads swollen like balloons. The crowd inside the mall immediately noticed the guards. At first, panic flashed across their faces, but upon seeing the uniforms, their tension melted away as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. Great, the city guards are here. The mall security couldn't catch the perpetrator, but they could at least maintain some order among the crowd. Although Han Guang was utterly bewildered, his years of experience in the field immediately alerted him. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings near the 9 assailants. At last, he noticed that 4 people stood apart from the rest. These 4 individuals stood closest to the criminals, while the remaining crowd maintained some distance, not out of aloofness, but evident admiration shining in their gazes as they looked upon the quartet. From their reverent expressions, one could deduce these 4 had likely apprehended all 9 criminals themselves. Among these 4 people, the 2 men looked very much alike, and judging by their age, they were likely father and son. The other 2 were a man and a woman, walking arm in arm with intimate closeness, probably a married couple. After forming a rough judgment in his mind, Han Guang ordered the city guards under his command to restrain the 9 criminals and escort them to the vehicle. He then stepped forward himself to converse with the 4 individuals. "Hello, I am Han Guang, the captain of the city guard. I'm here today to deal with these human traitors. I've just counted them, there are 9 criminals lying on the ground. May I ask if you were the ones who captured these 9 outlaws?" "No, that's not." The wife from the couple shook her head and spoke up. "Out of the 9 criminals, my husband and I caught 3. The other 6 were all caught by those 2. Han Guang followed her gaze towards Mu Qingji and his son, feeling a hint of surprise in his heart. Under his scrutiny, the father and son turned out to be a 7th-tier warrior and a 4th-tier warrior respectively. A casual check shouldn't have mattered, but this discovery shook him to the core. A middle-aged man in his 40s reaching the 7th stage of warrior cultivation was nothing special. His cultivation level couldn't even compare to most of the city guards. But a teenage boy who looked like he hadn't even come of age already at the 4th stage? Such terrifying talent would be considered top-tier even across all 5 provinces. When did Wuchen City produce such a genius? Why does he look unfamiliar? Oh right, it's peak tourist season now. This young man must be from another province, which is why I don't recognize him. How enviable, why must all the promising talents come from other provinces? Han Guang thought this to himself, but politely greeted Mu Qingji and his son with a smile. "You two must be father and son, right?" Mu Qingji nodded. After receiving an affirmative answer, he continued, "You and your father are truly remarkable. Catching 6 criminals between the 2 of you must have been extremely difficult." His gaze slowly swept over the 4 individuals as he addressed them. "As a city guard, I must express my gratitude for your contributions. Had you not subdued the criminals in the shopping mall, who knows how many tragedies might have occurred. You saved numerous lives, and in recognition of this, I will award each of you the Act of Bravery Medal along with 100 military merit points." He didn't lower his voice, so everyone in the mall could hear Han Guang's words. Hearing that the 4 individuals who subdued the hoodlums would receive awards for their bravery, the crowd felt delighted for them, with many applauding and cheering. These 4 people truly deserve our deepest gratitude. If they hadn't stepped forward to subdue the criminals, with those guns in their hands, many more innocent people could have been hurt. At the time, I was fleeing along with the crowd when one of the criminals saw me and directly fired a shot at my heart. As a mere stage 3 martial apprentice, I had absolutely no ability to block bullets. I could only watch helplessly as the bullet came closer and closer, almost certain that my life would end right there. But then, out of nowhere, a protective shield appeared in front of me, deflecting the bullet. Immediately after, that young guy started grappling with the criminal. "That guy truly is my savior." A boy who looked about 16 or 17 years old spoke excitedly. Xu Ziyu was 16 this year and had just barely begun to draw qi into his body when he encountered such a situation. His talent for cultivation was exceptional. Within just over 3 months of practice, he had already reached the 3rd stage of warrior apprentice. As a result, he had always regarded himself as a genius and carried a fair bit of pride in his heart. It wasn't until this moment, facing a life and death crisis without the ability to protect himself, that the truth finally dawned on him. A genius who hadn't yet matured was no genius at all, merely cannon fodder. He made up his mind to dedicate himself to diligent cultivation once he returned home, refusing to let his natural talents go to waste through complacency. Next time he faced a situation like today's, he vowed to have the strength to protect himself. Mu Qingji only heard the words 100 military merits ringing in his ears. 100 military merit points, that's equivalent to a full million in purchasing power. He, Mu Qingji, became a millionaire at the age of 17 through his own efforts. Chapter 44 Surprise. It's the least we could do. Mu Baoman wasn't particularly fazed after all. He'd just received 10,000 military merits not long ago, making this 100 seem negligible by comparison. The couple was pleasantly surprised, as they naturally understood the value of military merits. Yes, as citizens of the Star Nation, we must naturally help others in need. These human heretics are the enemies of all mankind. Within our capabilities, we will do our utmost to capture them. Han Guang greatly admired people with such high ideological awareness, and his fondness for the group grew considerably. The criminals were caught, but following procedure, the four of them still had to go to the city guard station to give an account of what happened. Fortunately, all four cooperated willingly and boarded the city guard vehicle without hesitation. This was Mu Qingji's first time riding in a city guard vehicle, and the sensation felt rather peculiar. After all, this type of vehicle only transported two absolute categories of people, those who were good and those who were bad. Whether it was psychological or not, sitting inside instantly made everything feel solemn. All passengers instinctively maintained silence. Han Guang sat in the lead vehicle, holding four freshly printed documents in his hands as he reviewed the basic information of the four individuals. First were the married couple. They had traveled from another province for vacation, both worked at martial arts schools, possessed martial artist cultivation, and displayed remarkable courage by daring to confront the criminals. Then came Mu Qingji's details. What? He's actually from 5 provinces? Han Guang was stunned that such a talent hailed from 5 provinces, and upon further inspection, he even came from a small city like Baiyun. This was even more impressive than the prodigies from prominent families, considering he lacked access to abundant resources and elixirs. He was about the age he'd guessed, 17 years old and in his 3rd year of high school. Han Guang had initially thought that Mu Qingji would be the most extraordinary among the 4, given that his father was just an ordinary man. However, the last profile, Mu Baomin's file, utterly shocked him. Name, Mu Baomin. Age, 46. Occupation, 800 leader of the myriad races battlefield. Life experience, confidential. Special note, recipient of first-class merit citation. He never expected that a man with only a warrior-level cultivation was actually the centurion of the number 8 myriad races battlefield. The Star Nation offers excellent benefits to its military personnel, and the rank of centurion is already quite substantial, placing him on equal footing with others. Having a classified life history is absolutely unusual. When he first saw those 2 words, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Granted, a centurion's status isn't low, but surely it doesn't warrant classification? After all these years serving in the city guard and reviewing countless personnel files, he'd only encountered a handful with classified life histories, and those individuals were all high-ranking figures he couldn't afford to offend. Such people's detailed records were archived in national documents, with all other copies destroyed. Besides the highest-ranking officials, no one else had clearance to view them. That was until he noticed the special remark below, recipient of first-class meritorious service honors. First-class merit citation. He's worked for over 10 years without even managing to snag a 3rd-class merit. Even today, catching 4 criminals only earned him a bravery award. Merits in Xing Kingdom aren't easily obtained, and this truth he understands better than anyone. What kind of deed would warrant a first-class merit? Han Guang didn't catch the news that day, so he remained unaware of the incident. First-class merit recipients only appear in the news on the day of announcement. Searching online for their details or photos afterward is impossible. Their information is protected immediately after the announcement. No one can access it, not even through TV replays. His clearance level naturally wasn't sufficient to know which individuals had received first-class merits, so he remained entirely unaware that someone from the 5 provinces had actually been awarded such an honor. Recalling every detail since meeting Mu Baomin, he couldn't help but admire how this man appeared ordinary in ability beyond his handsome looks, operating quietly in the background. Without reviewing the files, anyone would have focused their attention entirely on his son. But after seeing the classified materials, he became convinced this was simply the modus operandi of a true master. The more formidable the individual, the less they felt the need to flaunt themselves. No wonder his official rank was merely that of a centurion while his life records remained classified. Presumably, his cultivation level was too low for higher promotion, otherwise a first-class merit holder's achievements would undoubtedly warrant greater recognition. And how difficult it must be for a martial artist to receive a first-class merit. A sense of reverence welled up in his heart. Every recipient of the first-class merit must have made tremendous contributions to humanity, having stopped catastrophic disasters. Such individuals are true heroes. Yet today, in the shopping mall, he stood up again, demonstrating his strong sense of justice. Truth be told, in such a crowded mall, there couldn't have been only 4 martial artists. There must have been others, yet they didn't step forward, concerned only with their own safety. This line of thinking isn't wrong, but if everyone thought this way, over half the people in the shopping mall today would have been casualties. That's what makes these 4 individuals' noble characters so precious. Soon, the group arrived at the city defense office. It took the 4 over an hour to complete their oral statements, after which the guards presented each of them with a red booklet. Inside was inscribed a Heroic Act Award, complete with the date and an official seal. Next came the distribution of military merits. The rewards for the three others besides Mu Qingji were credited immediately. Only Mu Qingji didn't receive his, because he didn't yet have a StarNet Mall account. Opening a StarNet Mall account requires meeting one of two conditions, either be at least 18 years old to register, or become a martial artist. Although Mu Qingji hadn't reached the required age yet, his cultivation level met the standards, so the city guards simply processed the paperwork for him and registered an account on the spot. The youth these days are truly extraordinary. Not even 18 yet but already reached martial artist level. Back in my day, I only became a martial artist at 20. Really can't compare. The elderly man who processed his paperwork sighed. Mu Qingji smiled and said, "Uncle, you were remarkable in your own time too. Becoming a martial artist at 20, 40 or 50 years ago was quite impressive. No need to underestimate yourself." Hearing his words, the old man's face broke into a comfortable smile, and he gave Mu Qingji another appreciative glance. Originally, receiving the bravery award required 4 people to take a photo together, but due to the confidentiality of Mu Baomin's identity, only 3 were photographed. "Brother, don't blame me for not including you in the photo. It's just that your identity is special, and it wouldn't be good for our small town to leave evidence that others might see." These were Han Guang's exact words. Mu Baomin understood the situation and didn't make things difficult for him. Another couple vaguely sensed that Mu Baomin's identity wasn't ordinary, but they didn't dare ask, merely making guesses in their hearts. After completing these procedures, Mu Baomin suddenly slapped his thigh as if remembering something. "Damn it, we've been out so long, your mother is still waiting for us at the mall." Earlier, he dropped off his son and wife at that small shop. His son had later caught up to help apprehend the suspect, while his wife was presumably still waiting for both of them at that little store. Chapter 45, plus 10,000. Mu Baomin remembered that his wife was still waiting at that small shop, and immediately couldn't sit still. He left the city guard office with his son, hailed a taxi, and rushed to Jinfeng shopping mall. "Look at me wasting so much time. I should have told your mom before leaving with the city guards. This useless memory of mine. She's probably worried sick about us taking so long to return." Inside the taxi, Mu Baomin bitterly reproached himself for making his wife wait so long. She was likely still anxious about him and their son. He didn't blame his son for failing to remind him. In his view, as an adult, he should take responsibility for his own actions. His son was still a minor, but he himself was no child, so why was he still so thoughtless? Mu Qingji only needed one look at his father's expression to know what he was thinking. Dad was absolutely wife-obsessed. The moment anything involved mom, his brain would immediately spiral into overthinking. Mu Qingji took out his phone, showing the chat history with his mom. "Dad, have you forgotten that you actually have this thing called a phone to contact people?" Mu Qingji placed his phone in front of his father, displaying the chat interface with his mom. "Take a look. I sent Mom a message when we were in the city guardian's car heading to their headquarters. I told her we caught some criminals and needed to give statements at the headquarters, asking her to wait for us." Mu Baomin took the phone and began carefully reading their chat history. "Mu Qingji, Mom, Dad, and I just caught 6 criminals. Zhong Xiaoyan, wow, you guys are amazing, thumbs up. Are you and your dad okay? I was so worried about you." Mu Qingji, "Don't worry, Dad and I are completely fine. We caught the criminals, and the city guard has taken over. We're currently sitting in their vehicle on our way to the city guard station to give statements." "Zhong Xiaoyan, you're going to the city guard station?" Mu Qingji, "Yeah, Dad and I are in the vehicle right now. No need to worry, we'll be back after giving statements. You can keep shopping at the mall or just wait for us at that little shop." Zhong Xiaoyan, "Alright, I'll wait for you at the shop." The conversation ended here. Mu Baomin let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his son had already told his wife everything, otherwise he would have felt guilty right now. He always took great care to consider Zhong Xiaoyan's feelings and didn't want her to constantly worry. "Dad, see how thoughtful I was? There was nothing to do during that whole journey, and you actually forgot to check in with Mom. Luckily I remembered, otherwise we'd have been completely unreachable. Mom would have been so worried." Mu Baomin nodded with emotion, secretly grateful to have such a considerate son. "Dad," Mu Qingji said, leaning closer to Mu Baomin, "I wonder if my beloved father, seeing how thoughtful I am, has considered increasing my allowance a little?" Mu Baomin was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile as he patted his son's shoulder and said heartily, "Son, I never noticed before that you're such a little money grubber, only coming out to accompany your mother and me shopping when there's money involved. Your mother and I wanted to have clothes custom made for you, and all you can think about is squeezing more allowance out of your old man. But you did do a good thing. So how about I give you an extra 10,000? "Fantastic, Dad, you're so generous." Mu Qingji's eyes lit up. An extra 10,000 was a huge bonus. With today's outing, he'd already earned 20,000, plus the 100 military merit points awarded for bravery. He now had over 1 million saved up. The taxi soon arrived at Jinfeng shopping mall. "Let's walk faster." Your mom is still waiting for us, and we shouldn't keep her waiting too long. Mu Baoman actually used his spiritual energy to increase his walking speed. Mu Qingji directly employed the flowing cloud steps, pulling his father along as they swiftly reached the second floor. Son, this movement technique of yours is amazing. Mu Baoman recognized that he was using a movement technique, and it seemed to be at least above the Ding rank. This is the martial technique the school awarded me, the one I told you about before. Our headmaster personally gave it to me. He said what I lacked was a movement technique, so he gifted me this. The headmaster gave this to you? That's surprisingly generous of him. Martial techniques aren't cheap, and I get the sense this one's grade might be higher than just tier ding. Mu Baoman knew all 3 techniques taught at their high school were tier ding grade. He didn't even need to ask even back when he was a student. High schools only ever taught tier ding techniques. After all, martial techniques were truly precious commodities. Different techniques produced completely different levels of combat effectiveness. Fighters at the same cultivation stage were worlds apart depending on whether they'd learned techniques or not. The government only issued tier ding techniques to high schools anyway. Higher tier techniques would likely be wasted on students who couldn't master them, since not everyone had talent in martial arts. There was also the consideration that freely given gifts tend to be undervalued. Only when people expend real effort and pay a price to obtain techniques do they truly cherish them. Our headmaster gave me a lower tier Bing grade movement technique called floating cloud steps. Mu Baoman searched for cloud treading steps in the shopping mall, and soon, a martial skill popped up with the 3 characters cloud treading steps prominently engraved on it. Cloud treading steps, a lower grade tier C speed martial skill. When mastered to perfection, it can achieve a state of weightlessness, making every step feel as if one were treading on clouds. The price is 500,000 renminbi or 30 military merit points. The gift your principal gave you is quite valuable, remarked Mu Baoman. Gifting a student with martial arts techniques worth 500,000 renminbi just for good performance, this is simply unbelievable. Whether it's 500,000 renminbi or 30 military merits, both are immensely valuable. Our principal is an incredibly kind man. When speaking of Li Yiping, Mu Qingji gave him the highest praise. Not only did the principal give him a lower tier C grade martial arts technique, but he also taught him a mid-tier B-grade technique. Who would believe such a story? What kind of principal would be this generous to a student, even offering a B-grade martial arts technique? Even in prominent families, B-grade martial arts techniques are rarely seen. Only the most outstanding descendants or those with exceptionally close ties to the clan leader would ever be granted such techniques. He kept this thought to himself, for there were too many prying eyes around. Better not to speak of such matters now. Better safe than sorry. What if someone passing by overheard and set their sights on his martial skill? After all, tier B martial techniques were beyond most people's reach, costing millions. Many would go bankrupt just to obtain one. As they spoke, the pair arrived at the small tailor shop's entrance. Zhong Xiaoyan sat near the doorway, her eyes fixed intently on the entrance lest she miss the person she'd been waiting for. Chapter 46, The Mysterious Little Shop. You're finally here. I've been waiting so long. Zhong Xiaoyan finally caught sight of the two and complained with a pout. Mu Qingji took out the small certificate he'd received for his act of bravery and proudly showed it to his mother. Look, Mom, the city guard issued this as a reward for my heroic deed. Not only did they give me this, but they also awarded 100 military merits each to me and Dad. I'm practically rich now. Zhong Xiaoyan gently stroked the words on the bravery award, feeling deeply gratified. My son has really grown up. He can protect others now and even won an award. Son, when we get home, your mom will make you something delicious. Mu Baoman also took out his small notebook. Honey, I got one too. Mine is also a bravery award. I know. Do you think I'd prepare food for our son and leave you out? Zhong Xiaoyan replied, both amused and exasperated. Dragon Rise Community. The family finally returned home. The events of this afternoon had been utterly exhausting, and Mu Qingji was completely drained when they got back. Zhong Xiaoyan, seeing how exhausted he was, said with concern, Son, why don't you take a shower first and rest a bit before eating? Though extremely tired, Mu Qingji followed his mother's suggestion and went to shower. After showering, he lay on the bed for a few minutes and felt much better. He walked into the kitchen to find his father already seated at the dining table. Seeing him come downstairs, his mother placed a steaming bowl of soup on the table and called out, Son, come have some soup while it's hot. Coming. Mu Qingji walked over and sat down on the stool. Zhong Xiaoyan picked up the bowl, ladled it full to the brim with soup, and handed it over. Drink up while it's hot, just out of the pot and great for warming your stomach. Mu Qingji took the bowl, the rich, savory aroma whetting his appetite. Suddenly feeling ravenous, he raised the bowl and drank it all in one go. This soup is delicious. Drink more if you like it, Zhong Xiaoyan said with a smile. After finishing, she served him another bowl. Mu Qingji drank it while praising her. Mom, your cooking skills are getting better and better. After eating your dishes, others' food just feels like chewing wax to me. Really? Zhong Xiaoyan smiled happily, because no one would be unhappy after being praised. Mu Baoman watched their mother-son affection wistfully, having no choice but to silently sip his soup in the cracks between their bonding. How quickly the scene had changed. Just days ago he and his wife had been flaunting their love before their son, but now he'd become the superfluous one. A mother's love is terrifying, it makes a woman forget her lover. Mu Baoman. After donning 2 bowls of soup and a bowl of rice, Mu Qingji felt both his spirit and body restored, itching to rush out and apprehend some more criminals. He truly enjoyed today's battle, no longer needing to hold back. He could unleash every move with full force. Moreover, against enemies like these, he could employ all kinds of tactics, ruthless and cunning alike, without any psychological burden. Through today's battle, he gradually came to understand certain truths. For instance, actual combat and cultivation were indeed 2 entirely different matters. Even if his cultivation level improved, real combat experience still needed to be honed separately. Tactics were equally important. In a fight, if team members cooperated well, the result inevitably achieved synergy, 1 + 1 greater than 2. This required team members to develop rapport, mutual understanding, and the ability to intuit each other's intentions with just a glance. Luckily, all the thugs today were at the warrior stage, none had reached soldier level. Otherwise, neither he nor his father would have been able to hold their ground. Mu Qingji thought to himself that he'd find more people to practice with later, accumulating combat experience. After dinner, the family gathered again in front of the television. This time, however, the TV remained off. Seeing that both of them looked more alert, Zhong Xiaoyan said, "Actually, at the shop I was in today, a robber rushed in with a gun." Mu Baoman and Mu Qingji were instantly dumbstruck. The thug actually entered that small shop. Could there have been a fight inside? Seeing Zhong Xiaoyan perfectly unharmed and uninjured before their eyes, they knew she couldn't possibly have been hurt. If a thug barged into the shop, he wouldn't spare anyone inside unless there was someone in the shop he couldn't defeat. He could only flee, leaving him no chance to harm the others. The person who came in back then had the cultivation of a 6th-stage martial artist. I think that's fairly high even among all the criminals. I was sitting peacefully in the shop when suddenly someone rushed in wearing a mask and waving a gun, giving me a huge scare. At that moment, I thought, if danger struck when you weren't by my side, would I just leave alone? I guess people tend to overthink in moments of crisis. Fortunately, do you remember I told you that the shop owner has a formidable background? There really was a master guarding the shop, though they never showed themselves normally. That thug had barely stepped in and spoken a few words before being severely injured. Realizing he'd provoked someone out of his league, he turned tail and fled the moment he was wounded. Hearing this, the two recalled that among the 6 people they apprehended, there was indeed one who was already extremely weak. He passed out with just a slight exertion on their part. It turned out that the severely injured thug had been critically wounded by the mysterious expert in the small shop. They had initially thought another powerful presence in the crowd had assisted in the takedown. There's something else really bizarre that I must tell you. That mysterious expert never even showed themselves from start to finish. I just sensed a slight movement, a faint ripple of spiritual energy in the air, and the 6th-level martial artist thug was sent staggering backward, vomiting blood constantly. Mu Qingji and his father exchanged glances, their expressions growing solemn. Just a slight movement, without even revealing themselves, could inflict such severe damage on a 6th-level martial artist. Just how formidable was the cultivation level of that mysterious figure in the small shop? It seems that shop truly isn't ordinary. The rumors about the shopkeeper having impressive backgrounds are true. Mu Baoman recalled his son's combat prowess displayed earlier that day. He distinctly remembered his son being at warrior level 2 not long ago, yet today he'd suddenly reached warrior level 4. During the fight, there'd been no time to ask, so he'd suppressed his doubts. Now at home, he finally voiced the question weighing on his mind. "Son, when did your cultivation reach warrior level 4? Last time you were home you were still at level 2, and that was just days ago. How did you advance so quickly?" Mu Qingji naturally couldn't brush off his parents with excuses about spiritual artifacts masking his cultivation level. They knew his circumstances too well to believe he could afford such items, yet revealing the system was impossible. After some thought, he replied, "Dad, let me explain it this way. Ever since breaking through to warrior rank, the surrounding spiritual energy has been automatically flowing into my body." Chapter 47, Bonding with Han Wang. Even if I don't cultivate, my spiritual energy keeps increasing continuously. These words shocked the couple greatly. What did it mean? Was there really someone in this world who didn't need to actively cultivate spiritual energy, where it just naturally gathered around them, allowing them to increase their power while lying down? They were utterly astonished, yet felt this seemed like the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, their son's progress was simply too fast. Even the most genius individuals would need at least a month to advance one stage during the warrior phase. Unless, as their son said, his cultivation automatically improved day and night without rest, then his rapid strength growth would indeed make perfect sense. Although the couple accepted this explanation, they couldn't help marveling at how spiritual power could increase without any cultivation effort. If such innate talent had appeared in someone else, they might have felt envious, wondering why some people were just born lucky, as if heaven was spoon-feeding them spiritual power. But since this was happening to their own son, they simply felt joy, as if they'd stumbled upon a great bargain. Although Zhong Xiaoyan's spiritual power wasn't high, she realized how astonishing this situation truly was. She carefully warned, "Qingji, you must never tell anyone about this. Your father and I have never heard of anyone whose spiritual power increases without cultivation. If others found out, it could bring serious disaster." Mu Qingji naturally nodded in agreement. Actually, this wasn't really deceiving his parents, it was more like explaining the system to them in different terms. After all, his spiritual energy was indeed improving constantly. Mu Baoman started searching through the shopping mall. "Son, I'll buy you a spiritual artifact that can conceal your strength. Your current power level is too eye-catching for someone your age, it really draws too much attention." As he spoke, he browsed for strength-concealing spiritual artifacts and directly spent 180 military merit points to purchase a third-grade artifact. Third-grade items, whether elixirs or spiritual artifacts, start at $1 million in price. This spiritual artifact not only allows the wearer to conceal their true strength, making it undetectable by anyone below Martial King level, but it can also withstand 3 full-force attacks from a 9th-rank Martial General. Mu Baoman read out the artifact's functions, feeling extremely satisfied. The 180 military merit points were well spent. "Thanks, Dad." Mu Qingji had just been thinking about using a spiritual artifact to hide his true strength recently, and now his father had bought him one. It was almost magical, like wishing for something and having it appear immediately. Truth be told, the spiritual artifact wasn't of much use to him since he had the system. With the system's help to conceal his strength, not even a martial king, let alone the highest heavens, could detect his true power. But the artifact was still necessary because, while he knew the system could hide his strength, others didn't. He needed to use the artifact as a disguise. What's truly useful might be its ability to withstand 3 attacks. A martial general is already an impressive cultivation level, more than qualified to command 1,000 soldiers in the army. As for a 9th-stage martial general, someone on the verge of reaching martial commander tier, being able to block 3 full-powered strikes from such a figure is a genuine life-saving treasure. When Mu Qingji was finally alone in his room, he pulled a business card from his pants pocket. This was the card belonging to the garrison captain he'd met during the day. The moment he and his father had approached the garrison headquarters, a guard had asked for his name. After confirming his identity as Mu Qingji, the guard had handed him this card. At that time, he and his father were in a hurry to return to the mall, so he didn't examine the business card closely, and after returning home, he forgot about it. Only now, back in his room, did he remember the incident. The card bore the name, contact number, and work address. Han Guang, he read aloud. The image also featured a half-body photo of Han Guang, confirming beyond doubt that this was the same city guard captain he had met earlier that day. I wonder what his favorability level is. Can he be bound? Han Guang was able to become the squadron leader of the city guards, which definitely speaks to his exceptional talent. Back in school days, he must have been a top student too. Someone like this naturally deserves a spot on the friends list. The only question is whether his favorability rating has reached 50 yet. After all, there's a strict requirement for the friends list. The favorability rating must reach at least 50. System, I want to bind Han Guang. Whether the favorability has reached or not, let's try it first. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Friend Han Guang's current favorability, 55. Synchronized enhancement applied. Host, Mu Qingji. Age, 17. Cultivation, Warrior Tier 4, 4,540 Spirit Points. Comprehension, LV.2, 197/1000. Mental Strength, LV2, 129/1000. Martial Skill, Stone Shattering Technique, Mastery, 722/10,000, Lower Grade Ding Tier. Energy Barrier Technique, Mastery, 1891/10,000, Lower Grade Ding Tier. Spiritual Thorn, Minor Mastery, 953/1000, Upper Grade Ding Tier. Plow Treading Steps, Minor Achievement, 480 out of 1000, Grade C Lower Tier. Heaven Sundering Fist, Minor Achievement, 153 out of 1000, Grade B Mid Tier. Friend List, Lu Xuanwen Affinity 90, Triple Boost. Mu Baoman Affinity 100, Quintuple Boost. Zhong Xiaoyan Affinity 100, Quintuple Boost. Wang Yong Favorability 80, Double Boost. Li Yiping Favorability Level 65, Identical Increase. Yi Tao Affection Level 75, Double Amplification Effect. Han Guang Favorability 55, Same Increase. 7 out of 100. Looking at the current stats, Mu Qingji was quite satisfied. Han Guang's favorability toward him had exceeded 50 points, most likely because he helped apprehend the criminal at the shopping mall. Seeing how young he was, Han probably thought he had great potential and thus handed him a business card. Among his current list of friends, there were both classmates and teachers from school as well as individuals with certain social status. Each had different opportunities and cultivation levels, providing him with varying degrees of enhancement. He noticed there was a notation, 7/100, at the bottom of the friend list, with a full 93 slots still remaining. He was eager to fill all 100 slots in the friend list as soon as possible. If he had 100 friends, breaking through to warrior level would become effortless. However, he realized that after the National Day holiday ended and the school level competition concluded, there would be training for the municipal level competition. That would be the wisest time to connect with people, as the most talented students from Bayun City would gather together. Moreover, being in a group setting would provide more opportunities to increase favorability. Your listed friend Lu Xuanwen diligently practiced Spirit Thorn, proficiency +9. Your listed friend Li Yiping practiced the Sky-Shattering Fist diligently, proficiency +15. Finally, he had waited until Principal Li Yiping began cultivating the Sky-Shattering Fist. When he sought to learn the Tier C martial skill from the principal, he had another personal motive. The principal was one of the friends on his list. If the principal also practiced this skill, his own training would receive a boost from the principal, accelerating his progress significantly. With his current comprehension and cultivation speed, coupled with the principal's amplification, achieving mastery in the Sky-Shattering Fist was just around the corner. The principal has really done me a huge favor. I must repay him properly in the future. Chapter 48, National Holiday Ends. Happy times always pass quickly. No matter how reluctant the students were, the 7-day National Day holiday had come to an end, and returning to school was inevitable. During the National Day holiday, several notable incidents occurred. For instance, in the provincial capital of Wuchen City, 30 armed criminals, all of them martial artists, appeared. They chose the busiest time to carry out a brutal massacre at the Jinfeng shopping mall, resulting in a total of 292 casualties. This incident even made it onto the national news. Mu Qingji sat at the dining table, swallowed the last bite of his steamed bun, downed half a glass of milk, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and got up to leave. He and his mother had returned to Bayun City yesterday afternoon, while his father had to stay in Wuchen City for work. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. After living in a spacious villa in Wuchen City for a few days, returning to this cramped 2-bedroom apartment in Bayun City made every corner feel small and every piece of furniture seem outdated. Still, he wasn't the fussy type. After all, he'd lived in this place for 17 years, so he still had some affection for it. He rode his electric scooter to school, parked it at the bicycle shed, and the security guard greeted him when he saw him. In the classroom, classmates who hadn't seen each other for 7 days gathered in small groups chatting. As Mu Qingji passed by them, he faintly overheard them talking about what they'd done during those 7 days and where they traveled. "Morning, Brother Mu," Lu Xuanwen greeted him. "Morning." Mu Qingji sat down at his desk. "Where did you go during the National Day holiday?" Most people had gone traveling during the National Day holiday. "I went to Feizhou City in the 3 provinces and checked out the local scenery." Lu Xuanwen asked curiously, "Brother Mu, where did you go?" "I stayed within the 5 provinces and visited Wuchen City." "You went to Wuchen City during National Day?" "I vaguely remember there were 30 criminals active in Wuchen City during that period." Lu Xuanwen still had some recollection of this, since Wuchen City was relatively close to them, and he'd remembered seeing it on the news. Mu Qingji smiled but didn't mention his fight with the criminals at Jinfeng Mall, since none of his classmates knew he was a martial artist yet. He glanced down at the necklace hanging around his neck. This was the spirit artifact his father had bought to conceal his true strength. Wearing it would prevent others from sensing his cultivation level. In essence, he now had 2 layers of protection. First, this artifact made it impossible for anyone below the martial king realm to discern his true cultivation. Secondly, the system masked his strength. Even if a martial king came, all they would see was the 8th stage of martial disciple. The reason Han Guang had detected his cultivation level yesterday was because he hadn't concealed it after the fight. Moreover, an 8th stage martial disciple stood no chance against a martial warrior, and standing there with that level of strength would undoubtedly draw suspicion. That's why he had revealed his martial warrior cultivation at the time. Han Guang was far away in Dustless City, and as the captain of the city guardians, he wasn't idle enough to go around gossiping about Mu Qingji's cultivation level. As for his classmates, there was no way they could know. Old Wang entered the classroom. He called out the names of 10 students and had them stand by the classroom door first. Mu Qingji, Yi Tao, and Lu Xuanwen were prominently listed among them. The classmates didn't bother asking why they were summoned out. They understood instinctively that these 10 students would represent Class 2 in the school competition to determine the top 10 performers. Old Wang looked at the 10 students standing in a row before him and said, "You've had a 7-day National Day break to relax. Now that you're back, we're selecting the top 10 students in the school today. I hope you can bring your best mental state. I'm not demanding any specific ranking, just show your true capabilities. Can you do that?" "Agreed," the 10 replied in unison. Excellent. Old Wang nodded with satisfaction. Now head to the combat platform on the first floor of the martial arts building. Students from every class will gather there. Follow the instructions of the teachers on duty. The principal will also be observing this competition, so give it your best. As the one positioned at the forefront of the 10, Mu Qingji naturally took the lead, guiding the line of students toward the martial arts building. Sure enough, groups of students from various classes were already filing out along the way. Mu Qingji counted at least 7 lines just on their path. Upon arrival, 4 neatly aligned lines of students were already standing in formation. A total of 12 classes participated, with each class selecting 10 students to compete for the top 10 spots in the grade. With 120 contestants in total, statistically only 1 in 12 would be selected, meaning some classes might not secure a single spot. Mu Qingji wasn't worried about this at all, as Class 2 was guaranteed at least 3 slots. You're from Class 2, right? Teacher Fong, who was maintaining order, spotted them and guided them to their designated area. This is the Class 2 section, just form your line here. Thank you, teacher. Mu Qingji politely expressed his gratitude to the teacher. Class 1 students had arrived early, and their expressions became quite vivid when they saw Class 2 students approaching. As members of Class 1, they found it bitter that the top 3 spots in the monthly exam had all been taken by Class 2 students. Even their class's top student Yi Tao, who had dominated the entire grade since freshman year, had transferred to Class 2. Although there had been no quarrels or grudges between Class 1 and Class 2 students, this situation alone filled Class 1 students with deep resentment. It's utterly humiliating. Ever since the news spread that the top 3 positions in number 2 high school were all taken by Class 2 students, every student from Class 1 has been bombarded with questions from relatives and friends. What's your ranking in school? Who's the strongest in your class? Is it true that all 3 top scorers this year are from Class 2? In the past, whenever they mentioned being from Class 1, they'd stand tall with pride, their chests swelling with honor. But after the monthly exams, simply saying I'm from Class 1 of number 2 high school would prompt others to reply, oh, so you're from that school where Class 1 lost to Class 2. They could tolerate comments from family and friends, but what truly infuriated them were the mocking remarks from top-class students at other schools. Lines like, hey, isn't this Class 1 from number 2 high? Wow, you guys have fallen so far since we last met, were downright insulting, impossible to endure. They placed the full blame for this disgrace squarely on Class 2's shoulders. I didn't go out to play a single day during the 7-day National Day holiday, cultivating desperately every moment. This time in the school competition, Class 1 must redeem our past humiliation. The classmates from Class 1 thought to themselves when they saw them. As the leader of Class 1, Wang Ping was filled with fighting spirit. He only ranked 6th in grade last time, the first time he fell out of the top 5 since entering high school, and got lectured by his parents for a long time afterward. Feeling that the gap between him and Lu Xuanwen wasn't too wide, he practiced non-stop during the 7-day holiday and finally reached the 8th stage of Martial Apprentice. Chapter 49, The School Tournament. He desperately absorbed spiritual energy every day, swallowing pills without hesitation whenever his progress stalled, truly merciless to himself. After reaching the 8th stage of Warrior Apprentice, Wang Ping was confident he could easily defeat Lu Xuanwen and even stand a chance against Mu Qingji. Last time, Mu Qingji had just barely stepped into the Martial Apprentice 8th stage. There was no way he could have reached the 9th stage in just over 10 days. She still had a fighting chance against him. As for this first place, he believed it would go to Yi Tao, since Yi Tao had already reached the 9th stage of Warrior Apprentice. Mu Qingji couldn't possibly luck out and surpass him again. Having been suppressed by Yi Tao for the past 2 years and fought numerous battles against him, he knew all too well the overwhelming gap in their strengths. In his view, Yi Tao didn't actually lose in last month's exam, he was merely struck once by Mu Qingji. Had the fight continued, it was anyone's guess who would have emerged victorious. Yi Tao believed he couldn't land a hit on Mu Qingji, while the latter managed to wound him first, which ultimately led to his concession. To put it bluntly, he simply felt that Mu Qingji hadn't utterly crushed Yi Tao with overwhelming strength last time, so he refused to accept the defeat, convinced that with slightly more caution, he could have avoided losing to him altogether. His gaze was fixed firmly on Mu Qingji. Mu Qingji, last time Yi Tao conceded defeat and let you take first place in the grade. But today, I'm going to defeat you and show you what a true Class 1 student is capable of. Mu Qingji was standing quietly when someone suddenly challenged him. He glanced at the opponent and thought to himself, is this guy out of his mind? To select the top 10 in the fairest way possible, this competition adopted a challenge format starting from the bottom ranks. If it were a direct elimination match where the first and second placers fought, wouldn't that mean the second placer would be eliminated? That way half of the top 10 fighters would be knocked out, which contradicts the principle of selecting the strongest 10. Therefore, the school implemented a challenge system instead. The 10 students with the highest spiritual energy values were selected first. The remaining 110 students could then choose their opponents to challenge. If more than 3 challengers selected the same opponent, preliminary matches would be held to narrow it down to the final 3 challengers before the decisive duel. Slowly, 10 additional combat platforms rose in the arena, making a total of 11 including the central one that was already there. Everyone had their spiritual power tested on the spot, and based on the results, the top 10 were each assigned to guard one of the platforms. The central platform was reserved for the remaining participants. To save time, spiritual power was measured using a wristwatch. Though not as precise as the equipment used in official exams, the deviation was only a few points, which made little difference. Mu Qingji's result was 880 points of spiritual power, earning him the second platform. Ahead of him was Yi Tao, with over 900 points. The third platform went to Lu Xuanwen, whose spiritual power measured just over 830 points. When Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen's spiritual power values were revealed, it caused quite a stir. As for Yi Tao, everyone knew he was close to breaking through to the 9th stage of Warrior Apprentice during the last monthly exam, so his reading of over 900 spiritual power wasn't surprising. But Mu Qingji had barely cleared 800 during his last assessment. Now, his value was approaching 900. The students quickly did the math. Didn't this mean Mu Qingji had been gaining the maximum 5 points of spiritual power every single day since the exam? Such rapid progress suggested he'd break through to 9th stage within days. What they didn't know was that Mu Qingji's displayed value of 880 had been carefully calculated before being shown. If they'd learned he was actually already at the 4th stage of Warrior, their jaws would have hit the floor. Then there was Lu Xuanwen. No one expected him to reach the 8th stage of Warrior Apprentice either. Previously, Yi Tao had been the school's sole 8th stage student. Now Class 2 boasted 2 8th stage cultivators while Class 1 had 1. With 3 8th stage practitioners and 1 intimidating 9th stage student they dared not challenge, many classmates were feeling the pressure. Wang Ping, who had just made threatening remarks to Mu Qingji, felt extremely awkward and wished he could dig a hole and disappear. He had just boasted about challenging Mu Qingji, but now, with each of them guarding their own arena, he had no chance to face him at all. This made him realize how foolish his earlier words sounded. If only he hadn't said anything. Standing on arena number 4, Wang Ping's expression kept shifting uncontrollably. The remaining 110 individuals must choose whom they wish to challenge by stepping onto the corresponding arena of their chosen opponent, with teachers recording the challenge list. Out of the 110 people, arena number 10 has 30 challengers. Arena number 9 has 27 people. Arena number 8 has 20 people, and arena number 7 has 13 people. Arena number 6 has 8 people, arena number 5 has 6 people, arena number 4 has 5 people, and arena number 3 has only 1 person. No one dared to step onto arena 2 or arena 1 at all. Ridiculous, with one combatant at Martial Apprentice 9 Dan and another nearing that level, anyone else going up would just be throwing themselves to the wolves. Earlier, Mu Qingji had ranked in the top 2 of his class and the top 10 of his grade at just Martial Apprentice 6 Dan, and he was from class 2. The students from class 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on grew progressively weaker. The further back the class number, the less competitive the students were, barely there to go through the motions and make up the numbers. Many were only at Martial Apprentice 5 Dan, with weaker ones even stuck at 4 Dan. Though some had pushed to 6 Dan during this sprint period, the number thinned drastically at 7 Dan. Most people still had some self-awareness, and to play it safe, they all chose to challenge the lowest ranked person among the top 10. Those ranked around 10th place in spiritual power almost all headed to challenge arena number 10. They were the ones among the remaining 110 participants with the best chance of breaking into the top 10. Arena number 10 was their last hope. Seeing that no one came to arena number 2, Mu Qingji was quite content with the peace and quiet. He simply decided to cultivate right there on the platform. Yi Tao had long expected that no one would dare challenge him. After all, apart from the 3 8th stage martial apprentices, the gap between him and the others was like a sheer cliff. Anyone who came up would just be asking for a beating. He turned his head and noticed Mu Qingji sitting cross-legged on arena number 2, already deep in cultivation. A sudden sense of urgency gripped him, and he quickly sat down to cultivate as well. In just a few days, Mu Qingji's spiritual energy was nearly at the 9th level of Warrior Apprentice. It was clear he hadn't spared a moment for leisure during this period. He must have devoted every second of the National Day holiday to cultivation. What's more, his spiritual energy wasn't the only thing rising rapidly. His martial techniques were downright monstrous. From Yi Tao's perspective, Mu Qingji's true brilliance lay in his martial techniques. Each one had been honed to a level his peers couldn't hope to match, so formidable that they could bridge the gap in spiritual energy between him and others. Since several arenas had more than 3 challengers, the teacher arranged for them to compete first on the central platform, starting with the challengers for arena number 10. Only the final 3 victors would earn the right to challenge arena number 10. 30 individuals stood on the central platform, but only 3 would be able to issue a challenge to arena number 10. While cultivating, one can choose to block out all external signals at will. Mu Qingji focused wholeheartedly on his training, paying no attention to the results of matches on other arenas. After all, they held no significance to him. Host diligently cultivating, spiritual energy plus 10. Host diligently cultivating, spiritual energy plus 18. Friend on list Yi Tao diligently cultivating, spiritual energy plus 14. Chapter 50, 50 years ago. Mu Qingji and Yi Tao's arena was like a world apart from the others. While everyone else was scrambling for a single spot, they had already resumed their cultivation, ensuring the gap between them would only widen. Many who witnessed the scene couldn't help but sigh, "We're all human, so why are you so much better than me?" After significantly boosting his spiritual energy, Mu Qingji turned his attention to cultivating his mental power once again. Mental strength can only be cultivated during the martial artist stage. During this period, he hadn't specifically trained it. All the improvements in his mental strength came from the friends in his system list. The cultivation of mental strength doesn't require any martial techniques, it depends entirely on one's own comprehension. Mu Qingji simply focused slightly on sensing his spiritual consciousness see and immediately understood how to enhance his mental strength. Host cultivating mental strength plus 3. Host cultivating mental strength plus 2. With the increase in mental energy, he felt as though his brain had been purified, and his entire mindset became much more relaxed. Estimating that the time was about right, he opened his eyes and noticed it was precisely the moment when the last person was challenging Lu Xuanwen to a duel. He sensed the cultivation level of the person challenging Lu Xuanwen and found they were only at the 4th stage of warrior apprentice among the 100 or so participants. This was practically the lowest. With such low cultivation, why would they challenge Lu Xuanwen? A 4th stage warrior apprentice could never defeat one at the 8th stage. As the match began, Lu Xuanwen only needed to make 2 moves before his opponent, a 4th stage martial apprentice, was directly knocked off the dueling platform. Lu Xuanwen looked puzzled at the person lying on the ground. "You clearly knew the gap between us was so huge. Why did you still challenge me? Although I rank in the top 10 of class 12, I know full well that my strength is nothing special in the entire grade," the student on the ground muttered, rubbing his sore chest as he stood up. "I just wanted to understand how strong an 8th stage martial apprentice truly is and how vast the gap is between us. Mu Qingji and Yi Tao are too far beyond my reach. I didn't dare challenge them. But at the same time, I wanted to see what the top tier fighters in our grade are like, so I chose to challenge you. Now I know the difference between us. Those 2 strikes you landed just now weren't even full strength, yet I had no way to resist them. Today's match, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." His voice trailed off, leaving the field in silence. At first, those present didn't understand why a 4th stage martial disciple would challenge an 8th stage one. The gap between them was significant. Some even thought he was just seeking attention, trying to make himself known among the crowd. No one had guessed the real reason. Putting everything else aside, his mindset alone was admirable. It's truly difficult to admit one's own weakness. Teacher Fawn also thought highly of this student, but she hadn't forgotten her duty. After the competition, the students who failed would return to their own classes. Only the last 10 standing on the stage would be sent to the city's training camp. She had all the students not on the sparring platform line up in order before returning to their classrooms. Once those students had left, Teacher Fawn led the remaining 10 students to the principal's office. Inside the principal's office, the headmaster, who had been monitoring the entire match via surveillance, gently rubbed his temples. Out of the top 10 students with the highest spiritual power values, only the 10th ranked had been defeated, replaced by a girl originally ranked 12th. This proved that spiritual power generally determined combat strength, and only when the spiritual power gap was small could other factors potentially tip the scales. Teacher Fawn brought 10 students to the principal's office. Mu Qingji, now a frequent visitor to the principal's office, flashed a smile at the principal as a form of greeting. The principal looked at the spirited group of 10 young men before him and said, "You students represent the top 10 among this year's senior high school cohort in our school. Having already passed the school-level competition, I will now submit each of your profiles to the municipal committee. Starting tomorrow, you'll attend a month-long training camp in the city. After the training concludes, you'll participate in the municipal competition. I hope you all make the most of this opportunity to refine your skills, as your abilities will undergo a qualitative leap there." Hearing his words, every student's face lit up with anticipation and excitement. The city's training camp offered municipal-level resources far more abundant than what a single school could provide. And the principal's next words sent the excitement of the students present to its peak. "In order to unleash your potential, the school has announced the following rewards. Any student who qualifies for the municipal level team will receive a direct prize of 500,000 yuan. For those who make it to the provincial level team, the school will award 3 million yuan. As he spoke these words, Li Yiping's gaze swept past Mu Qingji. Most students had their eyes fixed on the rewards of making it into the city-level team. The difference between the city-level and provincial-level teams was practically night and day. Training sessions would conclude with those at Martial Apprentice 8 stage having a solid chance at the city-level team. The provincial competitions were scheduled for next semester, and to even dream of joining the provincial team by then, one would need to break through to Martial Warrior at the bare minimum. Still, competition was growing fiercer by the year, with the bar being raised slightly higher each time. For their year, it wouldn't be surprising if breaking through to martial warrior second stage became the unspoken requirement for provincial selection. Many people attempting to break through from apprentice martial artist to martial warrior typically require elixirs as aids. It's not as simple as accumulating enough spiritual energy to directly advance. The closer one gets to reaching full capacity, the harder cultivation becomes. Transitioning between major realms always involves being bottlenecked for a period. Someone like Mu Qingji, who advances immediately upon reaching sufficient spiritual energy, is truly one in a million. Most students fail to become martial warriors before the college entrance exams. Knowing they stand no chance at provincial team selection, they can only strive for spots in municipal-level teams. Teacher Fong found it peculiar. In previous years, the school only offered rewards for students entering municipal teams. Why had they added provincial team incentives this year? It seemed the principal was desperate for achievements. While Second High had students entering municipal teams annually, not a single candidate from White Cloud City had qualified for provincial selection in 50 years. The competition was simply too fierce. Provincial team members gained direct entry to the National High School Martial Exchange Tournament, performing before a nationwide audience. It was extremely difficult for such a small city like White Cloud to produce students capable of catching the nation's attention. A full 50 years ago, half a century, a student from Baiyun City entered the provincial team and took third place in the National High School Exchange Competition, astonishing countless people. That was the first time this small city stepped into the national spotlight. 50 years later, with new talents emerging every year, the event has long faded from public memory. Only those in Baiyun City's education sector still recall it, as that moment remains the zenith of the city's educational achievements. Chapter 51, Token Disturbance. Mu Qingji returned home holding the low-grade spirit chi fruit Principal Bai had distributed to each student. He planned to give this spirit fruit to his mother. Her cultivation had recently improved significantly, bringing her close to becoming a martial artist. However, those last 2 points of spiritual power just wouldn't increase. This spirit fruit should be a great help. After dinner, Mu Qingji handed the spirit fruit to his mother and explained its purpose to her. Zhong Xiaoyan initially wanted to refuse, but Mu Qingji insisted that this low-grade spirit fruit was quite affordable. Their family could easily afford many more. Eating one wouldn't hurt. After some thought, she agreed and finally accepted it. Her son's gift of a spirit fruit gave her inspiration. They were now wealthy enough to buy plenty of auxiliary items to enhance spiritual power. There was no need to worry about cultivation bottlenecks anymore. After practicing for a while in the bedroom, Mu Qingji received 3 consecutive notifications about low-grade spirit fruits. Your friend Lu Xuanwen consumed a low-grade spirit fruit, spiritual energy plus 15. Your friend Yi Tao consumed a low-grade spirit fruit, spiritual energy plus 10. Your friend Zhong Xiaoyan consumed a low-grade spirit fruit, spiritual energy plus 25. The affection levels of the 3 people vary, and so do the amplification effects. This instantly increased spiritual power by 50 points, equivalent to what others achieve after cultivating for a day or two. This was just the beginning. All the friends on the list started cultivating one after another after finishing their meals. Your listed friend Wang Yang is cultivating diligently, spiritual power plus 18. Your listed friend Li Yiping is diligently cultivating, spiritual power value plus 15. Your listed friend Han Guang is diligently cultivating, spiritual power value plus 20. Among these 3 individuals, Han Guang had the lowest favorability rating with no additional boost, yet his spiritual power increase was the highest. This clearly indicates Han Guang possesses greater innate talent compared to Lao Wang and the principal. Your listed friend Mu Baomin is diligently cultivating, spiritual power value plus 250. Hearing this prompt sound, Mu Qingji's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. 250 spiritual power points. This number didn't sound particularly pleasing, but the increase was greater than everyone before him. This meant old man Mu had gained 50 spiritual power points in one cultivation session, more than double Han Guang's improvement. Dad's recent progress has been increasingly terrifying. Could it be that the trace of divine dragon bloodline from before wasn't fully awakened and has only recently manifested? In just this short while, his spiritual power value increased to 4893. Soon after completing another full cycle of cultivation, it rose again to 4933. On the verge of breaking through to warrior stage 5, he simply closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. Host diligently cultivating, spiritual power plus 100. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Warrior Stage 5. Reaching Warrior Stage 5 was a significant achievement. His cultivation level was now almost on par with his father's. More than anyone else, his father provided an unparalleled boost to his cultivation. For every stage Mu Baomin advanced, Mu Qingji would leap 5 stages, and this gap was only growing wider. He kept cultivating until 10 p.m., then went to bed on time. To be honest, people in Star Nation were fiercely competitive in every aspect, yet hardly any high school students pulled all-nighters to cultivate. Because during the martial apprentice stage, the daily limit was capped at 5 spiritual power points, this was restricted by the rules, and no one could break it. Moreover, many people's innate talent ceilings were fixed, even killing themselves to train might only yield 2 additional spiritual power points, and beyond that, their bodies simply couldn't absorb any more spiritual energy. Practicing cultivation at home couldn't compare to the effectiveness of school training. It essentially capped his daily spiritual energy gain at 2 points. 2 cultivation classes at school were enough to maximize the day's potential improvement, making further spiritual cultivation at home unnecessary. It might just be a waste of time. He'd be better off dedicating that effort to honing his combat techniques. Closing his eyes as he drifted toward sleep, he suddenly sensed something vibrating beneath his pillow. There was only one thing he had placed under his pillow, the token he'd obtained from the Divine Beast Society. Instantly wide awake, he slowly reached beneath the pillow and retrieved the token. The bedroom was pitch black with the lights off, yet the blood-red droplet pattern on the token now glowed, casting a faint crimson light across Mu Qingji's face. Ever since he obtained this token, he had always felt there was something strange about it, but for over 10 days it had remained inactive. Today marked the first time the token had shown any unusual behavior. The red glow didn't persist. It had barely started flickering the moment he picked up the token. Attention all members of Divine Beast Society. Assemble at an abandoned underground garage in the eastern suburbs by 3 p.m. on October 14th to discuss matters pertaining to the altar ritual. Absentees will be eliminated. This voice came from the great sect leader. Based on his final tone, one could easily believe that anyone failing to arrive on time would be mercilessly eliminated. Mu Qingji checked his phone calendar and realized that October 14th fell on a Saturday. Today was October 8th, Sunday. As for why they had to attend school on a Sunday, well, it was to make up for the 7-day National Day holiday. This meant the meeting with that group was scheduled in 6 days. Last time when he was mistakenly taken as number 4 to the Divine Beast Society, his displayed strength was at the 8th stage of martial disciple level. The others could surely see through his actual power at that time, especially number 2 who had the most contact with him, so he needed to be slightly cautious when attending this time. It would be best not to wear the spiritual artifact around his neck to avoid leaving any impressions. If his true identity were ever exposed because of this artifact in the future, it would spell disaster. Mu Qingji then began to ponder what they would do in 6 days. During the last meeting, the great cult master had assigned many people to prepare supplies. Naturally, someone as weak as him, still at the martial disciple stage, wasn't given any tasks, so he had no idea how the preparations were coming along. It seemed things were nearly ready, meaning the day the demonic beasts descended was drawing closer. The red blood droplet pattern on the token darkened again. Apparently, it only lit up during transmissions. Just as he was about to put the token away, it vibrated twice in his hand again. This time, however, there was no glow, and the voice of number 2 came through the token. Number 4, let's meet first on October 14th at 2 p.m. Mu Qingji tried to respond directly, but speaking like this got no response from the other side. It seemed the other party couldn't hear him, so he attempted placing his hand on the blood drop and said, "Okay." This time, a reply quickly came from the other side. "We'll discuss some matters first at 2 in the afternoon, then head to that underground garage in the eastern suburbs together. I noticed your cultivation level is at Warrior Apprentice Stage 8, and your voice sounds quite young, probably still a student. You likely aren't familiar with that area, since it's been abandoned for 30 or 40 years. Having me guide you will make things easier, so you don't end up lost on your own. Really appreciate your help, number 2. Thanks in advance." Chapter 52 Crimson Glow. Mu Qingji placed the token back under his pillow, pondering the words number 2 had said. "We're teammates, no need for thanks or formalities. You just joined Group 8, and now with the leader gone, we haven't carried out any team missions together yet, so it's natural you still feel somewhat distant from me. Once we deal with the beast invasion crisis, our missions will multiply. That's when you'll truly understand how deep the bonds between team members can be." Team missions. From the sound of it, completing team missions together seems to dramatically deepen relationships and boost mutual trust. Last time during the Divine Beast Society meeting, he'd also heard number 2 mention the intense competition between different groups, how only fellow group members could be truly trusted. That competition probably involves different missions. What kind of assignments could possibly make team members trust and accept each other completely? The answer is, this mission takes lives. Only when a group's survival is genuinely threatened can they swiftly unite and collaborate at full strength. Once they've been through life and death together, trust naturally follows. Mu Qingji recalled the deaths of number 1 and number 3. Both were apprehended by authorities during a mission before being personally silenced by the Divine Beast Society. He'd made another discovery. The token emitted a red light upon its first vibration, and the light continued to flicker while the Grand Elder spoke. For number 2, however, his communication token only vibrated without producing any red light. Thus, this red light most likely carries a few possible meanings. First, it serves as an alert. The red light can draw attention, making it easier for people to notice. Second, a flashing red light indicates a group broadcast, whereas private exchanges would not trigger the light. Third, this red light has a special function, such as signaling that the great sect leader can see everyone. There are even more terrifying possibilities, which we'll leave aside for now. Mu Qingji had originally been quite satisfied with his cultivation at the 5th stage of the martial warrior realm, but after receiving the news, he suddenly felt it still wasn't enough. Take for example the deceased number 1, who was the leader of Group 8, he was at the martial general level. This implies that the other group leaders were likely also martial generals. How many group leaders are there in total? He had no real knowledge about the internal affairs of the Divine Beast Society, but he knew there were at least 8 group leaders to begin with. If group leaders are already at the martial general level, how powerful must the Grandmaster be? He still vividly remembered the terrifying aura emanating from the Grandmaster. Even though he had risen from a martial disciple 8th stage to a martial warrior 5th stage these past days, it wouldn't make any difference to someone of the Grandmaster's rank. The Grandmaster of the Divine Beast Society is at least at the martial commander level, and martial commanders hold high status wherever they go. On the battlefield, they could serve as deputy commanders even as full commanders if their combat strength is exceptional. If they prefer staying in the city instead of the battlefield, serving as a mayor would almost be beneath them. In central institutions, they would be considered top-tier leaders. With such formidable strength yet organizing a divine beast society, if it were merely worship of demonic beasts, it would never reach this extent. There must be something extremely beneficial to him driving him to accomplish this. 6 more days. If I push myself to train desperately and combine it with the daily improvements, I should be able to reach warrior stage 8. At the very least, I'll be stronger than I am now. Host, Mu Qingji. Age, 17. Cultivation, Warrior Stage 5, 5,150 Spiritual Energy Points. Comprehension, LV2, 260/1000. Mental Power, LV2, 150/1000. Martial Skill, Stone Shattering Technique Mastery, 853/10,000, Tier D Low Grade. Energy Blocking Technique Mastery, 2,000/10,000, Tier D Low Grade. Spirit Thorn Advanced Proficiency, 986/1000, Tier D High Grade. Cloud Treading Steps, Minor Achievement, 500 out of 1000, Grade C Low Tier. Sky Sundering Earth-Rending Fist, Minor Achievement, 153 out of 1000, Grade B Mid Tier. Friend List, Lu Xuanwen Affinity 90, Triple Boost. Mu Baoman Affinity 100, Quintuple Boost. Zhong Xiaoyan Affinity 100, Quintuple Boost. Wang Yong Favorability 80, Double Boost. Li Yiping Favorability Level 65, Identical Increase. Yi Tao Favorability 75, Double Amplification. Han Guan Favorability 55, Equal Amplification. 7 out of 100. No one would know that in an ordinary room, a student was worrying about how to prevent the descent of demonic beasts and save humanity. He didn't know if he could succeed in this endeavor. History shows no person ever knew whether their decisions would ultimately succeed or fail, they simply acted according to their convictions. Thus, he resolved to give it his all. Not just because he'd benefited from the system and had an obligation to complete its tasks, but even without the system, if he knew divine beasts in Baiyun City were constructing an altar to summon demonic beasts, he would still find a way to stop it. Whether as a martial apprentice or a full-fledged martial artist, even as an ordinary person, he would strive to prevent it. Even if failure meant being forgotten in the relentless tide of history, at least he would have followed the dictates of his conscience. Tomorrow is the training camp in the city, and Mu Qingji now wishes more promising newcomers would attend than even the camp director or the mayor of Baiyun City. October 9th. Baiyun City National High School Student Exchange Competition Municipal Training Camp. Boss, are you still reviewing the files of these students? Li Feng entered the instructor's office and saw Yu Jianshan, their leader, already sitting at the first desk, going through the documents. The list of these students was only handed in last night, so he and Tang Wenxin had to verify the materials late into the evening. As they went through the names, their leader sat nearby, reviewing the basic information of this batch of trainees. 10 students per school may not seem like much, but with 15 schools in Baiyun City, that makes a total of 150 students. I need to memorize each of their names and basic information as quickly as possible, Yu Jianshan said as he flipped through another page of documents. This way, I'll be able to better track their progress during future lessons. The city has provided us with such excellent facilities and generous salaries, not for us to swagger around as instructors. We must ensure our students make tangible progress, or we'll be unworthy of all these resources. Li Feng fully agreed with his words and picked up a copy of the list to start browsing through it. The two of them sat together, always finding something to talk about. Li Feng recalled the performance of the training camp members in previous years and couldn't help but speak up. Boss, before coming to Baiyun City's training base, I looked up the records. Over the years, students from the Baiyun City training camp have indeed improved from their original level, but none have come close to making it to the provincial team. From what I found, the last time anyone from this city entered the provincial team was 50 years ago. I took a quick look at these students yesterday, barely any warriors among them. There's a huge gap between them and the students we've trained before. The only reason they came to Bayun City as instructors was that the city had invested heavily this time, offering a very high fee. Plus, their team members urgently needed money for promotions. Previously, they had been in Yongin City, the capital of the second province. The educational resources there were exceptional. It was one of only 3 ultra-tier cities in the entire country. Chapter 53, Training Base. With advanced economic development and overall high strength, no child comes from a poor family, so nearly all the over 100 participants in Yongin City's training camp are martial artists. Students from top-tier cities are terrifyingly strong, as long as their families are wealthy enough. Even those without talent can have a cultivation path forged for them through sheer monetary power. Though such individuals could never become grandmasters in their lifetime, with their highest achievement capped at Martial King, that level is already in existence ordinary people can only look up to. Merely elevating one's talent ceiling to Martial King is already an extraordinary feat. In contrast, Baoyun City, according to records, has only 4 martial artists in total, 3 of whom have just broken through to the martial artist stage. Such strength would rank dead last in Yong'an's training camp if they could even qualify to join at all. In Yong'an City alone, the number of high school seniors who've become martial artists easily exceeds 300 to 400. This year, Yong'an even has the genius student from the Zhao family, the top contender to win the National High School Exchange Tournament among this year's seniors, a talent fearsome in its own right. I heard the Zhao family even prepared something to enhance his innate talents for him, though no one knows exactly what it is. Since even the high school teacher's abilities weren't as high as his, he never attended school. He just kept his student registration there while being tutored privately by instructors hired by the Zhao family. The names of the 4 students who became martial artists were circled. These 4 were guaranteed to secure spots within the top 10 of this city-level competition. Tang Wenxin pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing both of them present, she directly tossed the 2 bags of baozi in her hands toward them. Here, your breakfast. I brought it for you. Yu Jianshan and Li Feng caught it with precision, a testament to the tacit understanding forged through years of teamwork. TSK, you 2 came to the office so early in the morning, haven't seen you like this in ages. Seems you're really serious about it this time. Tang Wenxin approached and noticed them flipping through the student rosters, which brought back memories of her early days in the profession. I remember when they first became coaches, they were full of vigor and passion for their work, but the students were too outstanding. They hardly seemed to make any difference in boosting their performance. The students from Yong'an City were naturally talented to begin with, and their families provided them with ample resources. Joining the training camp merely grouped the most outstanding individuals together, intensifying their competition. As an instructor, there was no sense of accomplishment because there was simply nothing left to teach them. Being selected as training instructors for the National High School Exchange Competition in top-tier cities speaks volumes about their capabilities. All 3 of them made it to the provincial team back in their day, with their captain Yu Jianshan even securing 12th place in the national competition, an extraordinary achievement that placed him among the top 12 high school students nationwide for his cohort. Naturally, he was admitted to the first martial arts academy. After graduation, with his experience in the field, he became the chief instructor for Yong'an City's municipal team. The other 2 also graduated from the first martial arts academy. The trio had formed a team during their school years, frequently completing various missions together, and later became instructors side by side after graduation. Li Feng and Tang Wenxin are a Martial General 6th rank and Martial General 8th rank respectively, while Yu Jianshan stands at Martial General 9th rank, currently gathering materials needed for his breakthrough to Martial Commander. During the Warrior General stage, spiritual power values range from 100,000 to 1 million, with each advancement requiring a full 100,000 point increase, a massive leap. Starting from the Warrior Commander rank, spiritual power is no longer measured in values but in spiritual rings. To ascend to Warrior Commander rank, one must condense their million-point spiritual power into a single spiritual ring, a fundamental transformation that marks true entry into the upper echelons of cultivation. Forming spiritual rings requires at least 6th grade spiritual artifacts, 1 artifact per ring. 3rd grade artifacts start at 1 million, 4th grade range from 7 to 10 million, 5th grade from 10 to 50 million, and 6th grade artifacts cost between 50 to 100 million. After deducting their daily expenses, buying martial techniques required money, increasing spiritual power required money, and purchasing spiritual artifacts also demanded funds. They simply didn't have enough to spend. With Baiyun City now directly offering 40 million to recruit coaches, combined with Yu Jianshan's personal savings, it was enough to buy a 6th grade spiritual artifact. Upon hearing this news, Tang Wenxin discussed it with Li Feng, and they both agreed to forego their coaching salaries, giving the money entirely to Yu Jianshan so he could break through first. This was the bond within their team. They had long treated each other as family. If any member of the team aimed to break through to Martial Commander, the others would rally to support them. Moreover, once Yu Jianshan advanced to Martial Commander, their Eagle Adventure Squad would gain the freedom to enter and exit the 10,000 races battlefield without approval, allowing access to more dangerous areas. Higher risks often meant greater rewards, and their ability to earn money would accelerate significantly. Those students should be arriving soon. Yu Jianshan finished his breakfast, gathered the documents on the table, and stretched slightly. Let's get properly energized. It's our first meeting with these youngsters today. As instructors, we should appropriately demonstrate our strength to intimidate them a bit. We can't let them think they've come to the training camp just to relax. One after another, buses pulled up at the Baiyun Mountain Training Base, each carrying students from the same school. Finally, we're here. Half an hour on the bus, and my butt sore from sitting. The road was okay at first, but once we started climbing the mountain, good grief, it was so bumpy I felt like I was about to take flight. After all, it was a mountain road with inevitable twists and turns along the way, littered with many rocks, making most students ride in considerable discomfort. As the last bus came to a stop and its doors slowly opened, the students who had already disembarked from the earlier buses turned to look in its direction. Much like how the last person to arrive at a dinner table naturally draws the attention of others, everyone gazed at the final bus without any particular reason, just an instinctive bodily reaction. As the first few students stepped off, many recognized the uniforms of number 2 high school they were wearing. It's people from number 2 high. Now all the schools have arrived. Lu Tiancher was surrounded by a circle of students from number 1 high, with 2 first-stage martial artists standing at his sides. Clearly, he was the center of this group. Su Fei, standing to his left, was particularly sensitive to number 2 high's uniform. Upon seeing students from number 2 arrive, he immediately spoke up, "Brother Tian, number 2 high's people are here." Number 2 high? Lu Tiancher, who had remained expressionless until now, finally lifted his eyelids. I suppose my old classmate Yi Tao is among them. The Kong Xiang on his right evidently recognized Yi Tao as well, his expression turning somewhat unnatural. Hearing Lu Tiancher mention Yi Tao, Su Fei didn't dare to speak. He only knew that Lu Tiancher and Yi Tao had been classmates since elementary school, 6 years in elementary plus 3 in middle school, a full 9 years where they were inseparable, their friendship steel solid. No one knew exactly what had happened, but right after the high school entrance exams, the two had a falling out, one went to first high, the other to second high. Chapter 54, First Meeting Between Instructor and Classmates. Their relationship had plummeted to freezing point, reaching a stage where neither would tolerate anyone mentioning the other's name in their presence. The crowd suddenly fell silent, as if collectively having their throats choked. The last person to step off the bus was a boy with a tall, slender frame. His striking features stood out, so sharply defined they almost looked exotic, giving him that intense, classic beauty that leaves a strong impression. "Who's that guy?" one boy couldn't help but blurt out. "No clue, but he's from Urzhong," his friend answered after glancing at the school uniform. Turning back abruptly and catching the look in his eyes, the friend immediately yanked his hand off his shoulder. "Holy shit, what's with that look? Don't tell me you're into guys. I don't like men. Don't you know I have a crush on my goddess? Can't I even look at someone good-looking for a moment?" Mu Qingji indeed had a handsome face that even men couldn't resist. One could only say it's fortunate that this was still during their student days, where romantic feelings among students were more subtle and rarely bold enough to make direct advances. Even so, Mu Qingji had already sparked quite a bit of buzz among the female students. Mu Qingji didn't expect to be greeted by a crowd staring eyes the moment he stepped off the vehicle. Fortunately, the attention didn't last long as the heavy iron gate of the training camp opened from the inside, diverting everyone's gaze. The gate was opened by an elderly gatekeeper. The old man calmly secured the door in place before pulling out a loudspeaker and pressing the play button. "All students, please report to the center of the training base within 3 minutes of hearing my voice. I'll be waiting for you there." Mu Qingji didn't hesitate upon hearing this. Grabbing Yi Tao and Lu Xuanwen by their wrists, he immediately started running with them in tow. Practicing flowing cloud steps to a minor achievement, pulling 2 people along for a run should still be manageable. "All students, please report to the center of the training base within 3 minutes of hearing my voice. I'll be waiting for you there." The loudspeaker's voice kept repeating, and those who reacted quickly immediately ran toward the door. But soon, 3 figures overtook them, leaving only a gust of wind slapping against their faces. What the hell just flew past? When one person runs, the rest, even if they haven't fully processed the situation, will instinctively follow. That's herd mentality for you. The center of the base was a vast sports field, with a stage set up at the edge. Standing on it were 3 instructors. "I hear some noise, those students must be on their way here," Tang Wenxin said, his keen ears catching the sound of running footsteps. Yu Jianshan naturally heard it too. It seemed those students were already on their way. Li Feng held a timer in his hand. This timer was connected to the loudspeaker at the entrance. The moment the loudspeaker began broadcasting, the timer immediately started counting down. "The moment this horn sounds, someone will be here in about a minute." Yet before his words had finished, 3 students appeared at the edge of the playground. Someone's arrived. Tang Wenqin extended his spiritual sense and observed 3 students. One seems to be pulling the other 2 along as they run. Yu Jianshan grew interested and also released his spiritual sense, confirming it immediately. That student is impressive. I'd say he's achieved minor mastery in some speed-based martial technique to move this fast while carrying 2 others. As they spoke, the 3 figures drew closer and soon reached the forefront of the playground, stopping nearest to the 3 instructors. You 3 are the first batch to arrive, said Tang Wenqin, the only girl in the squad. Since she was less likely to raise suspicion when interacting with others, she always took the lead in external communication. Which school are you from? She had initially assumed the first arrivals would be the martial artists from number 1 high school, given that the school had 3 of them. However, when these 3 walked in, she noticed they were all martial apprentices, making it impossible for her to determine which school they belonged to. The boy standing in the center answered, reporting, "Instructor, all 3 of us are from number 2 high school." Students from number 2 high? Li Feng, who happened to have the registration forms for number 2 high in front of him, picked up a pen and asked, "What are your names?" "My name is Mu Qingji, the one on the left is Yi Tao, and the one on the right is Lu Xuanwen." Li Feng checked off all 3 names. These 3 happened to be the students with the highest spiritual power values in number 2 high school, so finding their names wasn't difficult at all. More and more students arrived on the field one after another. Mu Qingji noticed that only the first 10 to arrive were asked for their names. 2 minutes had passed since the broadcast played, and by now, all the students had gathered on the field. The top 10 included 3 students from number 2 high school, 3 martial artists from number 1 high school, with 1 student each from number 3, number 5, number 7, and number 14 high schools. It's worth mentioning that the student from number 5 high school was also a martial artist. Seeing all students assembled, Chief Instructor Yu Jianshan took 2 steps forward. Greetings to all students present. I am your instructor for Baiyun City's National High School Student Exchange Competition Municipal Training Camp. For the next month, you won't attend regular school but will remain at the training camp to focus on improving your abilities. Let me introduce myself for our first meeting. My name is Yu Jianshan. I previously served as an instructor in Yong'an City. All 3 of us instructors have participated in the National High School Exchange Competition and made it to the provincial team. In the competition 7 years ago, I placed 12th nationally and was admitted to the first martial arts school. So you don't need to worry about our qualifications. If you carefully follow our instructions, you'll definitely improve. Introducing yourself clearly during the first meeting with students is essential. These high schoolers care most about their teachers' actual abilities. Though all 3 instructors looked quite young, the sort many wouldn't initially recognize as impressive, once they mentioned graduating from the first martial arts school, the students' perception of them completely changed. After Yu Jianshan finished, Tang Wenqin immediately introduced herself. I'm Tang Wenqin. Like your head instructor, I graduated from the first martial arts school. I'll be primarily responsible for teaching you how to enhance your mental energy. Many students probably don't yet understand what mental energy is, but over the next month's curriculum I'll guide you in comprehending it. Li Feng, who naturally tended toward chattiness, began by greeting everyone warmly to lighten the atmosphere before introducing himself. After the 3 instructors finished their introductions, the students below wisely refrained from discussing openly, though their hearts were filled with astonishment. The mere fact that these 3 instructors had previously served in Yong'an City was enough to prove their credibility. Yong'an City was a top-tier metropolis, and the quality of education there went without saying. For instructors from Yong'an City to come to Baiyun City was almost a demotion, and it must have cost Baiyun City a fortune to hire them this year. Chapter 55, Windblade Summoning. Later, when they heard that all 3 had graduated from the first martial arts academy, it seemed perfectly natural. After all, graduating from the first martial arts academy was the bare minimum requirement to become an instructor at Yong'an City's training camp. The most formidable among the 3 was the chief instructor, who had secured 12th place in the National High School Exchange Tournament. For most students present, such a ranking was something they'd only glimpsed in news reports, an achievement utterly beyond their reach in this lifetime. Mu Qingji gazed at the 3 instructors with shining eyes. These were exceptionally capable individuals, all graduates of the top martial arts academy, so their talent went without saying. If he could just bind these 3 to his system. Check the 3 instructors' favorability ratings toward me. Yu Jianshan's favorability toward the host is 30. Tang Wenqin's favorability is 25. Li Feng's favorability is 25. Not bad. For a first meeting, getting around 20 to 30 favorability points was quite satisfying to Mu Qing. These points probably came from being the first to arrive and bringing 2 others along with him. The next step was to quickly raise the favorability of these 3 individuals. Binding with these instructors would undoubtedly bring greater benefits than binding with all the students present. After the 3 instructors introduced themselves, Chief Instructor Yu Jianshan led the group to the first floor of a massive 5-story building. This is the training hall of the base. Daily cultivation and martial arts training take place here, he explained. The training camp will progress very quickly. Today I'll teach you a new martial skill, and only those who master the basics of this skill will qualify to advance to the next level. Yu Jianshan pointed to the cabinets along the wall, each labeled with a name. See those cabinets over there? Each one has your name on it, they're yours exclusively and can only be opened with facial recognition. The camp will reward you daily based on your performance, and those rewards will appear in your cabinets the next day. The boys' and girls' cabinets were arranged in separate sections, positioned back to back. Mu Qingji's cabinet was on the top shelf, but fortunately, he was tall enough that reaching it wasn't an issue. After touring all the students around the first floor facility, Yu Jianshan had them retrieve uniformly issued training camp outfits from the lockers and instructed everyone to change. With students from 15 different schools present, each with distinct uniform designs, the chaotic mix of mismatched colors created an unsightly visual mess. Mu Qingji pulled out a blue and white set from his locker. The material felt surprisingly high quality. Surrounded exclusively by males, he shed his hesitation along with his clothes, changing without ceremony. Most boys changed briskly. After all, among men, there was little worth gawking at. With essentials covered and nearly 100 guys milling about, no one paid attention unless deliberately staring. Damn, brother Mu, you've got a great figure. Lu Xuanwen, already changed, walked over to Mu Qingji, having just caught a glimpse of his well-defined abs. Mu Qingji chuckled. What, envious? Before they could exchange more words, Yi Tao's voice called out to them from nearby. Mu Qingji, Lu Xuanwen, are you two done changing yet? Alright, I'm coming right now. The three of them stood before the instructor again, joined by many classmates who had already changed into their uniforms and were standing at attention. Before long, everyone had assembled. Yu Jianshan decided to lay out the camp rules before beginning the lesson. Today, I'll be teaching you a C-grade mid-tier martial skill. Everyone will start learning from the same baseline. The first to reach the initial insight stage will receive 200 points. The second to 5th will get 100 points. 6th to 10th will earn 80 points. 11th to 30th will gain 60 points. 31st to 50th will obtain 40 points. And all remaining students who reach initial insight will be awarded 20 points. The points for first place are 10 times those of students ranked 50th or below, meant to motivate all present students to train harder in martial techniques. Not just this time, mastering this technique to the beginner or even minor achievement level will also reward points in this order, except beginner doubles the points and minor achievement quadruples them. A female student raised her hand and, after receiving permission, asked, "Instructor, may I ask what these points are used for?" Her question echoed the doubt in many minds. What exactly are these points for? If points were to be spent on meals or cultivation resources, the competition for points would be fierce. With so few points for students ranked beyond 50th, would it even be enough for their daily needs? Yu Jianshan had long anticipated this question from the students. Unfazed, he replied, "That's an excellent question, one I believe many students may not yet understand regarding the purpose of these points. Now let me clarify what these points are for," he continued. Every meal you eat, even the place you sleep, and all the resources you need to purchase everything must be exchanged using points. Points are essentially the currency you'll rely on to obtain any resource during your month in this training camp. The students were stunned. No one had expected the camp to be this brutal, forcing them to earn their own points even for basic necessities like food and shelter. But don't worry, everyone starts with 100 points, which is enough for you to live on for some time. Moreover, the first 10 students who arrive in the morning, the top 5 will each receive an additional 100 points, while the next 5 will get 50 points each. If you want better living conditions, you'll have to earn them yourselves. At this point, he had no intention of saying more. He believed many students had already realized the importance of points, so there was no need for him to elaborate further. Yu Jianshan led the students in practicing the martial technique they were to learn that day. Why was it said that attending the training camp would significantly boost one's strength? On the very first day of joining, participants could learn a martial technique. In high school, students only learned one technique per year, 3 techniques over 3 years. For students from average backgrounds, these 3 techniques were all they'd have by the college entrance exams. But if they could enter the training camp, they could learn higher-tier martial techniques for free. Having an extra technique would undoubtedly give them a competitive edge. The martial technique Yu Jianshan taught them, called Windblade, was a mid-grade tier C skill that used swift spiritual energy attacks to cut objects with wind. All the students watched Yu Jianshan's demonstration with rapt attention, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Friend Lu Xuanwen is diligently studying Windblade. Host's comprehension of Windblade increases by 30%. Friend Yi Tao is diligently studying Windblade. Host's comprehension of Windblade increases by 20%. A middle-grade E-tier martial technique could be mastered by Mu Qingji after just one viewing, let alone a middle-grade Bing Tier 1. As soon as he finished watching instructor Yu Jianshan's demonstration, Mu Qingji entered a state of enlightenment, mentally replaying the movements he'd just seen. The additional comprehension points Lu Xuanwen and Yi Tao had contributed to this technique were merely the icing on the cake. Chapter 56, Heart Moves with the Wind. Mu Qingji closed his eyes, his entire being immersing in a profoundly mysterious state that immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. Look at that guy, did he really grasp it after watching just once? How could this be? This has to be a joke. Even after watching, most people would only have vague impressions in their minds without any real understanding. How could someone comprehend it so quickly? After all, those present were the elite talents from various schools, all fiercely competitive and striving to be the best in everything. The idea that someone could master a martial technique after just one viewing was utterly inconceivable to them. Su Fei, standing beside Lu Tianxi, seemed to recall something. I remember hearing a rumor before. There was a student named Mu Qingji from number 2 high school who mastered a high-grade Ding-tier martial technique after just one viewing. Our school's teachers mentioned it several times. His reminder made many recall that there was indeed a famous student at number 2 high school who became renowned for mastering combat techniques after just one viewing. That student's name was Mu Qingji. At the time this rumor emerged, many students refused to believe it. After all, without seeing it firsthand, rumors remained rumors, and everyone assumed there was some exaggeration. Most thought it was fabricated. Achieving initial enlightenment in a single day was impressive enough. Who could imagine the person in question was right beside them today? And judging by appearances, it was true. To comprehend a technique after just one viewing, what incredible aptitude must that require? Yu Jianshan naturally noticed Mu Qingji and was filled with astonishment. Though he considered himself a genius and had encountered countless prodigies throughout his social circle over the years, he'd never heard of anyone who could instantly grasp a combat technique after mere observation. With his heightened cultivation, he could hear distant conversations clearly, so he caught every word of the students' discussions. Lu Xuanwen and Yi Tao stood on either side of Mu Qingji, forming a barrier against the crowd pressing forward to get a better look. Their presence prevented the curious onlookers from disturbing Mu Qingji. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, Mu Qingji abruptly raised his hand and sent a sharp wind blade slashing through the air. Swish! The wind blade shot straight toward the training hall ceiling without harming any nearby classmates. The camp's buildings were constructed with top-tier materials. Even martial warriors couldn't inflict severe damage here, so the blade merely struck the ceiling with a loud bang before dissipating. In that moment, everyone present witnessed Mu Qingji mastering the Gale Blade technique to its initial stage. Seeing something with one's own eyes is always far more astonishing than merely hearing about it, and they each silently committed his name to memory. With such formidable comprehension aptitude, his future potential was undoubtedly limitless. Yu Jianshan immediately announced, "Student Mu Qingji is the first to master Gale Edge at the initial insight realm. She is rewarded with 200 merit points." As the instructor, he never expected the first student to reach the insight realm and receive the 200-point reward to appear so soon. None of the surrounding students were resentful. They estimated it would take them 2 or 3 days just to enter the initial insight realm, far too slow to compete with his speed. Moreover, achieving the initial insight realm in front of everyone couldn't possibly be faked. And with the first student breaking through to the initial insight realm, the rest of the students quickly grew fired up. First place was already out of reach, but they could still aim for the 2nd to 5th place rewards, which offered a decent 100 points each. Though they hadn't left the martial training pavilion yet to spend their points, it didn't take a genius to figure out that these points would definitely serve a major purpose. Each floor of the martial training pavilion was vast, with students spaced 2 to 3 meters apart. Many had already sat down, recalling the movements demonstrated by the instructor earlier, hoping to gain insights from them. When Mu Qingji stabilized his wind blade technique and opened his eyes, all the students in the room were sitting neatly separated, each immersed in comprehending the wind blade. Seeing this, Mu Qingji simply closed his eyes again to continue cultivating. Having just entered the initial stage of insight, more practice certainly wouldn't hurt. Perhaps spurred by the stimulation, by the time the morning had passed, many students felt they had faintly grasped some understanding of the technique. After dismissing the class, Yu Jianshan watched the students' retreating figures, thinking of the situations they might soon encounter. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl into a faint smile. Mu Qingji, you've already reached the beginner's realm in mastering the wind blade technique. Can you share with me the key points of this technique? Yi Tao felt like he was just one step short of grasping it, yet couldn't quite put his finger on what was missing, so he turned to Mu Qingji beside him for advice. After all, he had already become an official member of Mu Qingji's study group before National Day. It was perfectly normal for group members to ask their leader questions. Seeing both group members present, Mu Qingji didn't hold back and generously shared his cultivation insights. When practicing this technique, don't focus too hard on using spiritual energy to condense wind. Instead, visualize yourself becoming the wind, merge completely with the air around you. When wind moves as your heart desires, then you've mastered the wind blade technique. I am the wind, and the wind moves as my heart wills. Yi Tao suddenly closed his eyes as razor-sharp blade edges began condensing around him. Lu Xuanwen also seemed to sense something and entered a state of enlightenment. These two, perfectly fine on their way to eat, yet suddenly entering enlightenment. Mu Qingji had no choice but to wait under the scorching sun for both of them. After baking in the sun for quite a while, Mu Qingji's face flushed crimson. He swore never to discuss martial techniques with others on the way to a meal ever again. Not only did he have to endure the growling of his stomach, but he also had to bear the scorching heat, and most importantly, he was still waiting for someone. Waiting is the most torturous thing of all. Restaurant. Lu Tianchu's expression remained sullen after class. He had been secretly keeping tabs on Yitao's situation all along, but now he noticed that Yitao seemed to have made two good friends in high school. The trio appeared exceptionally close, especially that Mu Qingji, who truly stole the show in today's martial arts class. Originally, he had been the most advanced cultivator among all the students. By rights, he should have been the star of today's martial arts class, but then this Mu Qingji suddenly broke through to the first glimpse realm, making it impossible not to notice him. Kong Xiang noticed his expression and realized he was in a bad mood, so he tried to shift his focus. Brother Tian, the instructor said we need to use points even for meals. I wonder what dishes will be served in the cafeteria later and how many points they'll cost. To be fair, discussing daily meals is a topic that never goes out of style. Everyone had been cultivating non-stop since arriving this morning, and even if they'd eaten a full breakfast, their energy had long been depleted. Cultivation really drains one's strength and easily makes people feel hungry. The cafeteria had 5 serving windows, each manned by 2 aunties dishing out food. The faint aroma of food wafting through the air spurred everyone to quicken their pace. Their only thought was to get their meal first and worry about other things later. What's going on? Why is everyone queuing at window 5? Su Fei noticed nearly all the students were lined up at window 5, with only a handful at window 4, while windows 1, 2, and 3 stood completely empty without a single person waiting. Chapter 57, Training Camp Cafeteria. Seeing the majority of people queuing at window 5, Su Fei felt uneasy premonitions stirring in his heart. Lu Tianchu decisively led the way toward window 1. Let's check what window 1 has first. Kong Xiang and Su Fei followed closely behind. Before even approaching window 1, they could smell the rich aroma of meat. When they saw the dishes at window 1, they realized it was monster beast meat and not ordinary monster beast meat at that. Judging by its color and the energy it contained, this was undoubtedly extremely expensive monster beast meat. But when they saw the note posted on window 1, their expressions changed. Grade 2 monster beast meat, 100 points. Who would spend 100 credits just for lunch? Except for the first 5 students who arrived at the playground in the morning, earning an extra 100 credits, and those ranked 6th to 10th who got 50 credits, only Mu Qingji received an additional reward of 200 credits. Most people only have 100 credits at most, so spending 100 credits on one meal simply isn't worth it. Window 2 serves Tier 1 Demon Beast Meat for 60 credits. Window 3 offers ordinary Demon Beast Meat for 40 credits. Window 4 serves standard dishes, braised pork made from regular pork and seaweed pork rib stew, both priced at 20 credits each. Window 5 offers 4 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mushroom soup, taro soup, and mapo tofu, all priced at 10 credits each for any single selection. Comparatively speaking, Window 5 requires the fewest credits. Most students aiming to save credits choose Window 5, while some with stronger cravings opt for Window 4. As for Windows 1, 2, and 3, nobody has selected them so far. Lu Tiancher, with 200 credits, chose to line up at window 4 for one meat dish before going to window 5 for a soup, spending a total of 30 credits. Su Fei and Kong Xiang, each with 150 credits, played it safe by selecting one dish and one soup from window 5, spending 20 credits. When everyone had finished getting their dishes and all 5 serving windows were empty, Mu Qingji and his 2 companions finally showed up. There are 5 windows, let's see what dishes they have. Mu Qingji was already starving, so the other 2 had no objection and followed him, checking each window one by one. After surveying the dishes and required points at all 5 windows, Mu Qingji had a clear idea of his options. He currently had the highest point total in the entire training camp, a full 400 points, but he didn't plan to splurge recklessly. If he was going to eat demon beast meat, he might as well go for the best. But window 1 charged 100 points, which he couldn't bear to spend. As for windows 2 and 3, they weren't worth it either. Go all out for the best or stick with regular food. At window 4, he ordered a plate of braised pork, then went to window 5 for stir-fried tomatoes with eggs and a bowl of soup. 3 whole dishes, more than enough to fill him up. Lu Xuanwen ordered braised pork and a bowl of soup, while Yi Tao chose kelp and ribs with taro soup. By now, all the students had gotten their meals. Not a single dish from windows 1, 2, or 3 had been sold. The serving aunties seemed to have anticipated this. They had only prepared one serving for each at windows 1, 2, and 3, just for show. If no one wanted them, they'd be sent to the instructors later, so nothing would go to waste. Team leader, thank you. If not for your guidance, I wouldn't have been able to master the wind blade so quickly and reach the first glimpse realm, Yi Tao said, looking at Mu Qingji, who sat across from him, engrossed in his meal. Few are willing to share the core secrets of a martial technique, especially the methods of comprehension. The fact that Mu Qingji revealed everything to him unreservedly proved he genuinely regarded him as a brother. At that moment, Zhou Yang truly accepted Mu Qingji as his team leader and sincerely acknowledged his own role as a team member. Me too. I also owe it to Brother Mu. Thank you, Brother Mu. Lu Xuanwen immediately chimed in, as both he and Yi Tao had now entered the initial insight realm. Now that everyone was eating and the instructor had gone for his meal as well, they planned to find the instructor afterward to report the matter and claim their points. Each person's badge on the front of their uniform contained a magnetic chip that recorded their points. Scanning the badge on their chest would add or deduct points accordingly. Listed friend Yi Tao's favorability towards host +5, current favorability 80. Listed friend Lu Xuanwen's favorability towards host +2, current favorability 92. Mu Qingji thought nothing of it after all, helping them was helping himself. The sooner they mastered Wind Blade guidance, the sooner he could double his gains. Let's not talk about this during meals. We're in the same group, no need for all this thanks like we're strangers. My goal in forming this group was for everyone to selflessly help each other, genuinely wishing for everyone's improvement. Alright, let's just enjoy the meal. Yi Tao felt a sudden seriousness in his heart. The group leader was genuinely good to the members, and he couldn't just keep accepting favors without giving back. After some thought, he decided to establish a group fund, depositing a few million and some elixirs. Whoever needed them could simply take what they required. A few million was still within his means. Of course, he wouldn't mention this now. He planned to call his father that evening to discuss the matter and wait until the funds were secured before announcing it. By the time the three finished eating, the cafeteria was already empty after all. They had arrived last, and everyone else had hurried off to continue their cultivation without wasting time. Say what you will, but the cafeteria auntie's culinary skills are quite good. Her braised pork is delicious, Mu Qingji remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin as he gave the cafeteria a favorable review. Lu Xuanwen mentioned what touched him most. The most crucial point is, the cafeteria ladies here don't shake their hands at all when serving, giving us especially generous portions. Yi Tao nodded in agreement, though he had never eaten at school when he was at number 2 high school. Nevertheless, the cafeteria ladies' infamous hand trembling was known throughout the entire school. The training camp had only 150 students in total, far fewer compared to the thousands in a regular school. Moreover, cafeteria ladies in schools typically rely on food sales for profits. In contrast, the camp staff receive salaries, so they aren't pressured to skimp on portions. After the meal, everyone returned to the martial arts building since dormitory assignments hadn't been announced yet, and none of them knew where they would be staying. Chief Instructor Yu Jianshan and female instructor Tang Wenxin stood together, discussing something. Lu Xuanwen and Yi Tao approached them and said something, causing both Yu Jianshan and Tang Wenxin to show expressions of surprise. The two students demonstrated the wind blade technique again, after which Yu Jianshan scanned the chips on their chests with an electronic watch. Mu Qingji observed this scene from a distance, knowing the instructors were adding points to their records. It was impossible for Yu Jianshan and Tang Wenxin not to be astonished. Just this morning, they'd already encountered a student who reached the elementary insight realm with unprecedented speed, something beyond their expectations. Now, barely after lunch, 2 more students had achieved the same breakthrough. What's more, they recognized these two as the students who had been standing with Mu Qingji on the training field all morning, the trio always keeping close together. Chapter 58, Dominating the Camp, Part 1. Tang Wenxin had already been astonished when Yu Jianshan recounted Mu Qingji's achievements, as they were just discussing it. At noon, Yu Jianshan's account had left both Tang Wenxin and Li Feng utterly shocked. And now, right after lunch, 2 more students had entered the early insight realm. When had breaking through to the early insight realm become so easy? By noon, 3 people had already entered the realm, something unheard of even in Yong'an City. While Yu Jianshan was scanning their points, Tang Wenxin asked, "Classmates, how did you manage to break through to the early insight realm so quickly?" Actually, such questions shouldn't be asked because they involve someone's private matters. She regretted it the moment the words left her mouth. Yi Tao didn't speak, just silently looked at her with his eyes. Lu Xuanwen also gazed at her with a strange expression, not understanding why she would pry into others' privacy. "Sorry, I spoke without thinking. I wasn't trying to meddle in your affairs." Tang Wenxin quickly apologized. Seeing her sincere attitude, Yi Tao nodded slightly to accept her apology, while Lu Xuanwen also shifted his gaze away. This matter shouldn't be mentioned. If they admit Mu Qingji guided them and the instructor demands he shares his experience with everyone, what then? Though they don't know what kind of person their instructor is, there's no need to take such risks. Besides, with so many eyes and ears around, if other classmates overhear and try to morally pressure Mu Qingji into sharing his secrets, things could get messy. After the two left, Tang Wenxin smacked her forehead regretfully. "Why did I speak so thoughtlessly? I actually blurted out what was on my mind." With a little thought, it's obvious since Mu Qingji was the first to break through to the initial insight realm this morning, and these two, who were close with him, simultaneously achieved their breakthroughs at noon, there must be a connection. Most likely Mu Qingji shared his breakthrough techniques or key points with them. Such things shouldn't be asked about openly. If other students found out, they might demand Mu Qingji teach everyone. The afternoon's class, taught by Tang Wenxin, focused on spiritual power, a subject where most non-martial practitioners could only grasp theoretical concepts, while the 4 officially recognized martial practitioners began cultivating their spiritual energy under her guidance. Spiritual power cultivation only begins at the martial practitioner stage. Many don't understand what spiritual power truly is. To put it plainly, with formidable spiritual power, you could even attack someone's mind, an assault far more terrifying than physical harm. Mental attacks are notoriously difficult to defend against. They can distort a person's will, warping them into someone unrecognizable. Furthermore, when your spiritual power grows sufficiently strong, a spiritual crystal core will form within your mind. This core can deflect certain mental assaults while also enabling you to launch attacks against others. Not just humans, most tier 2 and above demonic beasts harbor these cores in their skulls. When you eventually enter university and hunt demonic beasts on the multiverse battlefield, remember to extract these cores. They're invaluable supplements for humanity, comparable to elixirs in potency, capable of enhancing our spiritual power. Even if you don't need them personally, they fetch premium prices. Since spiritual power training ultimately wasn't universally applicable, the session lasted only 90 minutes. Yet this brief period gave many students unprecedented clarity about spiritual energy. For numerous attendees, this marked their first understanding of both its cultivation methods and practical applications. After Tang Wenxin finished speaking, she informed the students that there would be very few mental strength classes in the future. Those who became martial artists could attend her mental strength classes individually, while the remaining students would primarily focus on improving their spiritual power values. Following Tang Wenxin's class, it was finally time for Li Feng's lesson. He taught combat practice. Each student had to spar with one another, and some lucky students would be selected to spar with the instructors. Most students had only ever sparred with their classmates and had no experience fighting demonic beasts. Even if their spiritual power values were increasing, their actual combat abilities were practically zero, making it difficult for them to score high in combat during the college entrance exams. Moreover, by the provincial and national rounds of the National High School Exchange Tournament, students from ordinary backgrounds would discover that many students from privileged families, in addition to learning martial techniques and improving their spiritual power values, had also mastered various combat and grappling skills. Some even had low-level demonic beasts raised at home for sparring, or they had accompanied their high spiritual power elders to battlefields against other races, gaining experience. These students often possessed formidable combat strength and an intimidating aura that ordinary students lacked. All students, separate yourselves based on your current strength. Those at Warrior Apprentice 6th stage stand together, 7th stage stand together, 8th stage stick together, and 9th stage form your own group. Those at Warrior level will spar with me. I'll suppress my own strength during the bouts. Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen joined the circle of 8th stage Warrior Apprentice students, while Yi Tao separated from them to stand among the 9th stage group. There weren't many 9th stage Warrior Apprentices, only 4, the same number as Warrior level students. Good. Within each group, students will spar in pairs. You may choose your own opponents or accept challenges from others. Winners receive 10 merit points per victory. Note this means 10 points for each opponent you defeat. If you're capable of defeating multiple opponents, you'll accumulate more points accordingly. Remember, challenges may never be issued to those below your cultivation level, only to peers or superiors. Hearing that they could earn points, many students became eager to give it a try. Wang Ping was among the group of 8th level martial apprentices. He looked at Mu Qingji, walked straight up to him, and said, "Mu Qingji, I challenge you." Mu Qingji couldn't care less. As a full-fledged martial warrior, why would he fear a challenge from a mere apprentice? This was clearly free points delivered to his doorstep. "I accept your challenge." Wang Ping saw how readily he agreed and grew somewhat uneasy, but having already spoken, it was too late to take it back. He stiffened his neck and engaged in combat with Mu Qingji, only to unexpectedly find that with just a casual palm strike from Mu Qingji, one that even seemed to lack much force, Wang Ping thought a simple defensive technique would suffice to block it. Yet, to his surprise, it sent him crashing to the ground, his back feeling as though it bore an immense pressure. "How about it? Do you concede?" Mu Qingji's voice reached Wang Ping's ears, and his defiant nature immediately flared up. "I haven't even made my move yet." Again! Mu Qingji withdrew his suppression, watching as Wang Ping got up from the ground, rubbing his face where he had fallen. Then, abruptly, he unleashed a soul spike. Wang Ping had envisioned a perfect scenario where his carefully calculated movements would divert Mu Qingji's attention, preventing him from detecting the incoming attack. However, he had vastly underestimated the true disparity in their cultivation levels. The moment his spiritual thorn was unleashed, Mu Qingji sensed it immediately, freezing the attack mid-air with ease. Chapter 59, Dominating the Entire Camp, Part 2. Had Wang Ping been facing another martial apprentice at the 8th stage, he might have stood some chance, but unfortunately, his opponent was Mu Qingji, against whom even the strongest trainee present stood no hope of victory. His scheme was doomed from the start. Moreover, Mu Qingji had earned his reputation through mastery of the spiritual thorn technique. His control over it far surpassed Wang Ping's, allowing him to effortlessly dismantle the attack. Thinking of attacking me with spirit thorns? Mu Qingji burst out laughing, shouting at Wang Ping, "Let me show you how spirit thorns are really used. Since you chose to attack me with spirit thorns, I'll defeat you with the same technique. Let's see if you can recognize the gap between us." Wang Ping barely managed to block the incoming spirit thorns with his arms, but just as he was about to sigh in relief, a chilling sensation crept up his neck. He instantly felt rigid all over, the faint icy sensation around his neck sending chills down his spine. He dared not lower his head, knowing full well that spiritual thorns now encircled his throat. "Do you surrender?" Mu Qingji's question came again. This time, even if Wang Ping wished otherwise, he had no choice. The opponent's spiritual thorns already held his vital point hostage. If he refused to surrender, what if those thorns truly pierced down? Though the instructors watching above would never let things turn fatal, human instinct for self-preservation prevailed. In the end, he chose to yield. I concede." Mu Qingji withdrew his spiritual energy, and Wang Ping let out a sigh of relief when the deathly sensation around his neck disappeared. It seemed he had underestimated Mu Qingji before. Even though they were both at the 8th stage of martial apprentice now, Wang Ping had been completely overpowered, unable to land so much as a single strike. Not only had he failed to inflict any damage, but he had also ended up in such a sorry state, utterly defeated. Wang Ping recalled his bold declaration at school about defeating Mu Qingji, and the memory made him cringe so hard he wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. After Wang Ping conceded, Mu Qingji immediately pulled him over to the ante-handling registrations nearby. The ante looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed the same lady serving food at window 1 during lunch in the cafeteria. It seemed she held multiple roles concurrently. With over 100 participants battling it out, having the winner report to the instructor for point additions would be too cumbersome. So instead, everyone collectively registered with the ante, and the instructor would distribute the points uniformly after class concluded. "Ante, please register this match, Mu Qingji vs Wang Ping." Mu Qingji wins. The ante simply handed the notebook to them. "Both of you, write down your names here." Mu Qingji took the notebook and wrote down his own name along with Wang Ping's. The ante glanced at it, rewrote Mu Qingji's name beside the original entry, and added a win next to it. "You're Mu Qingji? Not bad. You're the first to come and register with me, pretty quick." The ante, noticing how tall, handsome, and academically accomplished Mu Qingji was, praised him. Seeing she had finished the registration, Mu Qingji thanked her and left. One person could earn 10 points, he couldn't afford to waste this opportunity. His gaze settled on the group of martial apprentices at the 8th stage, and he strode toward them. Next, in the group of 8th level martial apprentices, whoever won would be pulled aside by Mu Qingji for a challenge. After fighting all the winners, he went through another round with those who lost. Even Lu Xuanwen ended up facing him. After all, even if it's just 10 points per person, he couldn't bear to waste them. The entire group of warrior apprentice 8th stage numbered 43 people. Excluding himself, he won a total of 42 matches, during which he kept going to the ante's place to register. At first, Auntie was utterly shocked, but as time went on, she grew numb to it all. Even the 3 characters of Mu Qingji became increasingly sloppy in her writing, until eventually she just drew a circle to represent them instead. 42 people, 420 points. Mu Qingji was already the highest scoring participant in the field, and after this series of actions, his points had increased even further. After challenging all his teammates, Mu Qingji still felt unsatisfied. He suddenly remembered the instructor mentioning that they could challenge those with higher cultivation levels, so he turned his attention to the 4 9th stage martial apprentices. There were only 4 individuals in the 9th stage martial apprentice group, and their matches had ended long ago. They had been observing the others' performances the entire time. Naturally, Mu Qingji's over 40 consecutive victories hadn't escaped their notice. Watching Mu Qingji's overwhelming dominance, they had to admit that his victories against peers of the same stage were absolute. After more than 40 matches, his mental and spiritual energy showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, he remained full of vigor. Seeing Mu Qingji shift his gaze toward their group, Wang Guang, who had long held the position of the top student in 3rd high school's grade, felt provoked. He scoffed. It's true that no one in the 8th stage of warrior apprentice can defeat him, but looking at his gaze, it seems he wants to challenge us? Doesn't he know the gap between the 8th and 9th stages of warrior apprentice? Even the weakest 9th stage warrior apprentice is stronger than an 8th stage one. As he finished speaking, the other 2 nodded in agreement. Only Yi Tao didn't join in. And sure enough, Mu Qingji walked toward them. He's really coming. The 9th stage warrior apprentice student from 11th high hadn't expected Mu Qingji to actually challenge them. If he dares to come over, I'll show him the power of a 9th stage martial apprentice. Wang Guang simply assumed that Mu Qingji must have been accustomed to taking first place at school, with no one to keep him in check, making him unaware of the gap between stages. Yi Tao found their words laughable. These people were still underestimating Mu Qingji and overestimating the role of spiritual power, unaware that martial techniques could compensate. It was just as well Mu Qingji could show them that having higher spiritual power didn't guarantee victory. Mu Qingji walked up to the group of 9th stage martial apprentices and asked if they would accept his challenge. Wang Guang, who had originally felt the sparring hadn't been enough, immediately agreed to face him. Young man, I can tell you've never fought anyone at the 9th level martial apprentice stage, have you? Otherwise, you wouldn't dare challenge someone like me so recklessly. Let me tell you, even the smallest level gap makes a world of difference. Just as he finished his tough talk, Mu Qingji's spiritual thorn stabbed fiercely into his 2 buttock eggs. What the hell? Wang Guang was simultaneously horrified and panicked, the stinging pain from behind shattering his composure. The human backside is always vulnerable when attacked. Wang Guang dropped to his knees in agony. He gingerly reached back to touch the injury, instantly howling in pain. Mu Qingji actually quite enjoyed listening to others boast, especially when they made bold threats. When he was absolutely certain he would win, he would let his opponent finish their arrogant declarations before crushing them mercilessly. Those he defeated would feel utterly humiliated and enraged. Every time they faced him afterward, they'd be haunted by the memory of that stinging defeat. It was all about psychological tactics. One moment they'd be vowing to teach him a lesson and defeat him, the next, they'd be utterly humiliated by his crushing victory. Anyone with even a shred of self-respect would feel their entire face burning with shame. Chapter 60, Dominating the Battalion, 3. After defeating Wang Ping, the other two, whose spiritual power values were even lower than his, naturally became Mu Qingji's defeated opponents. By this point, most battles had concluded, and the commotion around Mu Qingji caught everyone's attention. Almost instinctively, several people took a few steps toward him, eager to see how he would fare against someone with cultivation surpassing his own. Yi Tao, should we have a match? Mu Qingji's gaze locked with Yi Tao's. All right. Yi Tao hadn't crossed hands with Mu Qingji for a while and was curious to gauge his current strength. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Tao and Mu Qingji struck simultaneously. Wushu! Mu Qingji's fist shot toward Yi Tao's chest. Yi Tao countered with a palm strike, clashing head-on with Mu Qingji. The first exchange missed its mark, and both swiftly shifted positions in a blur of motion. Both of their figures were extremely swift, with onlookers only able to catch glimpses of their afterimages. Bang! Bang! The violent impact of their fists colliding echoed loudly. Every strike they exchanged was ferocious. It was nearly impossible to discern who was attacking whom, with only fleeting silhouettes visible as they dodged at lightning speed. Nearby students couldn't help but hold their breath. They could vaguely see that Mu Qingji clearly held the advantage at this moment. Yet, Yi Tao wasn't falling behind either. Instead, he grew fiercer with each passing strike, relentlessly attacking Mu Qingji one move after another. The 4 martial arts students had long finished their sparring with the teacher and were now intently watching the scene unfold. Sui Shi was the only martial arts student not from First High School, and he had lasted the longest under instructor Li Feng's guidance earlier. Now, as he observed the battle between the two, he clearly sensed something amiss. One was at the 8th stage of martial apprentice, while the other was at the 9th, so why did it feel like the 8th stage Mu Qingji was fighting effortlessly, almost as if he was suppressing his true strength? As the instructor, Li Feng saw everything most clearly. With his naturally higher cultivation level, the students' sparring matches appeared to him like watching children fighting. He could easily discern their offensive moves and combat states, as well as gauge who had the greater odds of victory. Though Mu Qingji and Yi Tao seemed to exchange numerous blows, he noticed distinctly that Mu Qingji wasn't even using his full strength. It was obvious he was guiding Yi Tao to gradually unleash his own full potential, giving Li Feng the illusion that Mu Qingji was training Yi Tao's combat ability. But how could that be possible? Thud, thud. The relentless strikes reverberated throughout the first floor of the martial training hall as the two figures continuously shifted positions. Yi Tao's attacks grew increasingly fierce, culminating in the use of martial techniques he'd learned from his family. Storm Fist. With a thunderous crash, their figures collided once again. The force of this punch was immense. Spectating students unconsciously stepped back several paces. They'd assumed Mu Qingji would surely be injured by such a strike, yet upon closer inspection, he remained firmly planted in place, not having retreated a single step. How is this possible? The most astonished was undoubtedly Yi Tao. Tempest Fist was a mid-grade martial skill at the Tier B level, carefully selected by the Yi family for its formidable attack power and a rank that ensured he could master its lesser achievement before the college entrance exams. Yet despite landing such a punch, Mu Qingji hadn't retreated a single step. Mu Qingji was aware of Yi Tao's astonishment, and he too could sense the extraordinary nature of this punch. It must have reached the B rank. Typically, a martial skill of such a high grade, coupled with higher spiritual energy, would injure even a 9th-tier martial apprentice. Unfortunately, Mu Qingji was only pretending to be an 8th-tier martial apprentice. His true strength far surpassed that. No matter how hard Yi Tao attacked, he couldn't harm him. Your physical defenses are unexpectedly formidable. I admit defeat. Yi Tao could only assume Mu Qingji had tempered his body to withstand the attacks. There was simply no other explanation. The ant in charge of recording saw this and drew a circle followed by a checkmark, indicating that Mu Qingji had won yet another match. Lu Tianchi, who had been watching them all along, shouted loudly at Mu Qingji, how about a fight with me? As a martial artist, he couldn't challenge someone with lower cultivation unless Mu Qingji was willing to fight him and issued the challenge himself. Sure, Mu Qingji nodded in agreement. He had originally planned to fight everyone anyway. Mu Qingji's acceptance of Lu Tianchi's challenge immediately ignited the atmosphere on the scene. Just moments ago, Mu Qingji had become the center of attention in the arena, defeating all the 9th stage martial disciples, leaving bystanders exclaiming in awe. Everyone was eager to see just how far Mu Qingji's prowess could reach. Previously, Mu Qingji's strength hadn't seemed particularly remarkable in the eyes of others, like glancing at rankings, where people only noticed the most outstanding few. Everyone's deepest impression had always been of the 4 martial artists. It was only during the morning's martial arts class that they truly took notice of Mu Qingji. And now, watching him overpower so many opponents with higher cultivation than his own, they realized his combat ability was astonishing as well. As a conscientious instructor, Li Feng dutifully reminded him, Mu Qingji, Lu Tianchi is a martial artist, not something a 9th stage disciple can compare to. Are you sure you've thought this through and want to challenge him? Don't act on impulse. Fighting between a disciple and a martial artist can lead to serious injuries if careless. Hearing Li Feng's warning, Mu Qingji smiled faintly and replied, don't worry, instructor. I don't do things I'm not confident about. Lu Tianchi wasn't angered by his words because he never regarded Mu Qingji as a rival to begin with. Upon hearing the instructor's remarks, he immediately replied, I'll be careful when I strike, and do my best not to harm classmate Mu Qingji. A martial artist against an 8th-level martial apprentice, could there be any suspense in this battle? If he were to lose this, would Lu Tianchi even have any face left to save? Once the decision to battle was made, neither exchanged pleasantries, they immediately unleashed their respective techniques. Lu Tianchi stomped his right foot onto the ground, pivoted around, and delivered a fierce kick straight toward Mu Qingji's neck. His movement was swift and decisive. Anyone slower to react would have been knocked down instantly by that strike. Mu Qingji moved with lightning speed, sidestepping his leg sweep effortlessly while simultaneously unleashing the razor wind technique he'd learned that morning directly at Lu Tianchi. Lu Tianchi wasn't surprised when Mu Qingji dodged his attack. His earlier observations had revealed that Mu Qingji practiced a movement-based martial skill that made him exceptionally agile in combat. That's not my only trick. Try this fist. As he spoke, he swung both arms violently, sending a fierce gust of razor-sharp energy toward Mu Qingji. Mu Qingji evaded the assault with casual ease, appearing almost leisurely to onlookers. Though his steps seemed unhurried, he instantly materialized behind Lu Tianchi and delivered a palm strike to his back. Lu Tianchi couldn't help but grunt in frustration. He simply couldn't comprehend how Mu Qingji had so effortlessly deflected his attack. Chapter 61, Dominating the Entire Camp, Finale. After delivering a palm strike, Mu Qingji didn't halt his assault. Instead, he swiftly placed a knife hand against Lu Tianchi's throat. Do you think you've lost? In combat, having one's vital point restrained generally meant defeat. Though Lu Tianchi disliked him intensely, he wasn't one to deny reality, admitting defeat without protest. Seeing that even Lu Tianchi had lost, the 2 martial artists who had been following him didn't even compete and simply conceded defeat outright. At school, they couldn't even defeat Lu Tianchi under normal circumstances. How could they possibly stand a chance against Mu Qingji? Moreover, as martial artists, losing embarrassingly to someone at the 8th tier of a martial disciple would be utterly humiliating. The surrounding students couldn't stay calm anymore. Mu Qingji, merely an 8th-stage martial apprentice, actually defeated a martial warrior? It was somewhat understandable that he could defeat a 9th-stage martial apprentice, as there were plenty of such examples in minor social news. But defeating a martial artist? That would mean Mu Qingji must have at least mastered several of his martial techniques to the minor achievement level. Minor achievement in martial techniques meant one could fight above their level. If someone had multiple techniques at minor achievement, they would undoubtedly stand out as elite among their peers. Suishir finally grew intrigued. This was the first time since entering the training camp. As a second-stage martial artist, he was the strongest among all the students, isolated both at school and in the camp. In his eyes, the others were too weak, far beneath him, and hardly worthy opponents. Given his strength, Countless classmates at number 5 high school sought to curry favor with him. Had he wished, he'd never have an empty space around him, but he disliked mingling with the weak. They merely disrupted and hindered his life. Every person who approached him was met with cold disdain and a harsh rebuke. Over time, no student at number 5 high dared to get close to him again. He moved a bit closer to Muchingji, allowing him to sense the surging spiritual energy around Muchingji more clearly. He had always been more perceptive than others, capable of gauging a person's approximate spiritual energy level. Muchingji gave him a strange feeling. Despite having relatively low cultivation, his spiritual energy was unusually abundant. Muchingji, I want to spar with you. This was the first time Suishir had ever initiated conversation with someone. The few 5th high students who knew him felt their jaws practically hitting the floor. They all doubted their ears. They had never seen Suishir set his eyes on someone, much less initiate a conversation with them. Moreover, Suchioshir took the initiative to challenge Muchingji, which indicated that he acknowledged Muchingji's strength. Otherwise, given his proud nature, he would never have made such an offer. Muchingji had already planned to challenge everyone he could, so when the other person took the initiative to speak, he was naturally pleased. No problem. The two stood apart, and Muchingji struck first, sending dozens of spirit spikes whirling toward Suishir. Suishir refused to back down. His fist, wrapped in spiritual energy, shot forward to meet the oncoming spike attack head-on. A muffled impact reverberated as fist clashed with spikes before his punch shattered through them with overwhelming force, driving straight towards Muchingji's face. Everyone knows Muchingji possesses a speed-based martial skill, so he could have easily dodged this punch. Yet to everyone's surprise, Muchingji stood motionless on the spot, showing no intention of evading at all. This punch is different. Suishir is a second-stage martial artist, and his spiritual energy completely overwhelms Muchingji's. If Muchingji doesn't dodge, he might get hurt. Someone cried out in alarm. Suishir also couldn't understand why Muchingji didn't dodge. No matter how strong his physical body was, it shouldn't be able to withstand his attack. Could it be that winning multiple matches in a row had inflated his confidence to the point where he could no longer accurately assess his own strength during battles? Under the gaze of the crowd, Muchingji's fist brimmed with surging spiritual energy. Li Feng, who had been watching the battle the whole time, was stunned. He hadn't intervened in Muchingji and Suishir's duel precisely because he'd noticed Muchingji was still holding back. He wanted to see what hidden cards Muchingji had up his sleeve. Through observation, he noticed that among the 4 martial techniques Muchingji frequently used, 3 were lower-tier Dinggrade techniques likely learned during his 3 years of high school. The 4th, a speed-based technique, was probably acquired through other means. Additionally, he occasionally employed the wind-binding blade technique he learned that morning, though its low proficiency meant Muchingji rarely relied on it. So he had also mastered a fist technique. No wonder he was confident enough to face a second-stage martial artist. As Muchingji's fist, infused with terrifying spiritual energy, collided with Suishir's own. Boom! A loud bang erupted as 2 fists collided. Suishir felt as if his right hand had been scorched by blazing flames, the searing pain causing him to instinctively loosen his grip. The momentum from Muchingji's punch sent him stumbling backward uncontrollably. What? Am I seeing things? Muchingji actually blocked an attack from a second-stage martial artist with just 1 fist. He didn't just block it, he forced Suishir, a second-stage martial artist, into retreat. Good heavens, this can't be real. How powerful must Muchingji's punch have been? It must be at least B rank, and he must have mastered it to the minor achievement level? The spectators watched with their hearts racing. The dramatic reversal in mere seconds left their minds struggling to keep up. Muchingji remained perfectly composed, standing in place as he observed Suishir steadying himself, showing no intention of pressing the attack further. In combat, one could discern certain things simply by observing an opponent's temperament. For instance, when facing someone hot-tempered and loquacious, prone to reckless talk and refusing verbal surrender unless a blade was at their throat, their nature was clear. But someone like Suishir, who spoke little unless truly intrigued, was naturally not the type to drag things out. A measured approach was all that was needed. This way wouldn't make the other feel too awkward while also earning goodwill. Suishir rubbed his still aching hand. Having endured that punch himself, he understood best the terrifying power within Muchingji's fist strike. It had felt like his palm was being scorched by blazing fire. Yet upon closer inspection, his hand showed no burn marks whatsoever, just lingering pain. He knew full well that if Muchingji had wished, he could have pressed the advantage the moment he was knocked back and thoroughly beaten him. But Muchingji hadn't attacked further, merely standing there watching him quietly, a gesture anyone would find admirable. Muchingji, I've lost to you. Suishir deliberately didn't lower his voice, ensuring everyone present could hear. At this moment, everyone understood who the most formidable trainee in the camp was. On just the first day of entering the training camp, he immediately reached the beginner's insight realm during the morning martial skills class, leaving all other students far behind. In the afternoon's practical combat session, he surpassed all his peers at the 8th level martial disciple stage and challenged every trainee of higher ranks, emerging victorious in every match. In this world, strength speaks louder than words, with power comes respect. Perhaps many had been awestruck at first sight of him in the morning, but now their eyes were filled with nothing but reverence. Some have mentioned that too many system panels disrupt the storytelling experience, so I'll try to minimize their appearance or present them more concisely in the future. Chapter 62, The Poor Family's Moochingji. It wasn't until after dinner that everyone learned about the sleeping arrangements for the night. Tonight's room assignments are based on your performance during today's classes. Since psychic arts classes aren't attended by all students, we've compiled rankings from both combat skills and practical combat instructors to create a comprehensive ranking. Top 10 ranked students will each get a single room. Those ranked 11th to 30th will share double rooms. Students ranked 31st to 70th will stay in quad rooms. Those ranked 71st to 120th will be in 5-person rooms. And finally, students ranked 121st to 150th will stay in 6-person rooms. The cafeteria lady posted the rankings on the bulletin board and announced them 10 times through a loudspeaker. Only after all the students who had finished eating were drawn over did she finally leave with the loudspeaker. I had a bad feeling about this during the day. No wonder they didn't tell us where we'd be staying this morning. They were setting us up for this. Hey, can you help me check where I ranked? I can't quite see the names up there. I'm so unlucky, I'm exactly 121st. At least it's not a 10-person room, or I'd really lose it. Look, first place is Moochingji. Both martial arts theory and combat practice are first place. Who else could take the top spot except him? After checking their rankings, Moochingji and his group quietly left the noisy crowd, not lingering to block others from seeing their names. Yi Tao ranked 4th, Lu Xuanwen 7th, while Moochingji claimed the undisputed first position. All three made the top 10 and thus qualified for single rooms. Lu Xuanwen never expected such results for himself. With 4 martial artists, Moochingji, and Yi Tao ahead of him, there were a total of 6 people ranked above him. The fact that he surpassed a group of 8th-stage martial apprentices and 3 9th-stage martial apprentices was entirely due to his high ranking in martial techniques class. Otherwise, he would have barely scraped 10th place. The 3 of them chose 3 adjacent rooms near the edge. Moochingji inspected the room's environment. The single room wasn't particularly spacious, but it was neatly arranged, impeccably clean, and even had a private bathroom, more than enough for one person. Detected that Suisher's favorability toward the host has reached 50. Confirm binding? Binding. Binding successful. Current friendship level with Suisher, 50, synchronized enhancement activated. Actually, Moochingji had thought Suisher's friendship level would reach 50 by afternoon, but the system never sent a notification. He initially assumed Suisher's aloof personality meant they'd need more interaction before the level increased. He hadn't expected the boost to come that evening. Suisher had reached warrior rank 2 during the first semester of senior year, demonstrating terrifying potential and talent. By next semester's National High School Exchange Competition provincial qualifiers, his chances of making the provincial team looked extremely promising. Therefore, bonding with Suisher benefits both himself and Suisher. With a 50% boost to Suisher's talent, participating in the national competition becomes a certainty. This way, White Cloud City alone could produce several candidates for the national tournament. White Cloud City is where he has lived for 17 years, and he doesn't mind bringing a bit more glory to this place. In the next room, Yi Tao dialed his father's number. The ringtone played for quite a while before the call was answered, and a woman's voice came through on the other end. Hey, is that Xiaotao? The voice was familiar. Every time before middle school when he visited Lu Tianxu's house, it was the same cheerful voice that greeted him warmly. At that time, he had a very favorable impression of the voice's owner and would always greet her politely whenever they met, saying, "Good morning, Auntie." Ever since the year of the high school entrance exam when Lu Tianxu's parents divorced and his mother married his father, who had been single for many years, their long-standing relationship shattered. Lu Tianxu couldn't accept that his own mother had become his sworn brother's stepmother, and believed that Yi Tao's father was responsible for the breakdown of his parents' marriage. After graduating from middle school, the two never contacted each other again, and Lu would absolutely avoid any occasions where Yi might be present. Yi Tao also felt conflicted. He knew Aunt Tian had a good personality and treated people sincerely, and that his father genuinely loved her, so Yi wouldn't show her any coldness. Yet there was always an inexplicable sense of guilt and awkwardness in his heart, as if his family's wholeness had caused his friend's family to break apart. Because of this, he rarely called his father. "It's me, Aunt Tian. Is Dad free now? I need to discuss something with him." Upon hearing Yi Tao's words, Tian Yujin carried the phone downstairs. "Alright, I'll bring the phone to Zhang Ming. He always leaves his phone in the study. If I hadn't heard it ringing, he would have missed the call again." Yi Tao heard the sound of rapid footsteps descending the stairs from the other end of the line, and after a few seconds, he finally heard his father's voice. "Xiaotao, aren't you supposed to be at the training camp right now? Why are you calling so late? Is something wrong?" Yi Zhengming's voice was steady, his words neither hurried nor slow, a habit cultivated over years in business. This calm manner of speaking had a way of soothing the impatience of others. Yi Tao explained how he had joined a study group at school and how the group leader had helped him. Dad, Mu Qingji has been genuinely kind to me. You know I haven't made many friends at Second High over these years, now I've only got 2. And they've never asked anything of me. I can't just accept their goodwill without giving back. Our group leader used to take the bus, but now he rides an electric bike to school. His family probably isn't well off, while money is the last thing our family lacks. So, I want to set up a group fund to help cover expenses when someone in the group needs to buy something expensive but can't afford it. He also observed the circumstances of Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen. Lu Xuanwen was relatively fine, though not wearing any name brands. It was clear his family wasn't lacking money, and his familiarity with certain things suggested he definitely wasn't from a lower-class background. Mu Qingji was different. The clothes he wore bore no visible brand labels, while the quality wasn't bad. They weren't particularly expensive either. Most tellingly, he lived in an old residential building, his apartment wasn't large, and he either squeezed onto buses or rode an electric scooter to and from school every day, clear signs his family wasn't well off. Unlike himself, who had a private car to shuttle him to and from school every day. As the wealthiest member of the group, he resolved that the other 2, especially Mu Qingji, must never be left struggling financially. Listening to him, Yi Zhangming felt happy that Yi Tao had made friends. He knew his son had fallen out with his only close friend because of him and hadn't formed any other friendships in the years since. Though he would comfort himself by saying successful people didn't need friends, seeing his son alone at school every day, watching others stick together in lively groups, must have stirred envy in his heart. Now that my son has made 2 friends, spending some money is just a small matter. Moreover, they've even helped us, so we should thank them properly. Yi Zhangming pondered for a moment before stating an amount. Chapter 63, Phone Call. A few million won't buy much anyway. I'll transfer you 10 million first. A few million was too little for the Yi family, but transferring too much at once might risk attracting greedy intentions if those 2 people had ulterior motives. So, they decided to transfer 10 million as an initial amount. Later, they would assess the situation with that study group and investigate the 2 friends their son had made everything needed to be looked into. It wasn't that he thought too ill of people, but over the many years, the Yi family's vast wealth and influence had attracted all kinds of incidents. Countless individuals had tried to latch onto the Yi family's connections. Simply to seek some peace and quiet, he had sent his son back to his grandfather's hometown, Baiyun City, to continue his studies there. Alright, thanks Dad. I'll hang up now. Yi Tao ended the call, not expecting things to go so smoothly this time, and receiving even more money than he'd anticipated. 1 million. That should be enough to last the group for a while. Meanwhile, the team leader whom Yi Tao assumed to be penniless was frenetically cultivating his spiritual power. Your friend Lu Xuanwen from the friends list is diligently cultivating spiritual power plus 15. Your friend Su Yisher from the friends list is diligently cultivating spiritual power plus 30. Your friend Mu Baomin from the friends list is diligently cultivating spiritual power plus 270. Your listed friend Zhong Xiaoyan is diligently cultivating spirit power plus 15. Your listed friend Zhong Xiaoyan has broken through to martial artist level. Just looking at the modest increase in his mother's cultivation showed how poor her innate talent had been before. Even after taking the marrow cleansing pill and receiving double amplification, she only gained 3 points of spirit power in a day. No wonder she'd abandoned martial arts before. Fortunately, she'd now also become a martial artist. With this, their household counted 3 martial artists among them. While certainly not exceptional, at least they now had basic self-defense capabilities. Most people worked during the day and cultivated at night, so their spiritual power values usually increased in the evening. As a result, Mu Qingji would hear numerous notifications about spiritual power gains every night before bed, leaving him in excellent spirits as he drifted off to sleep. However, today he had one more task to attend to. He took out the business card he had specifically brought for Han Guang and called upon the system. System, could you do me a favor? In a residential building in Baiyun City. This was a 6-story-old residential building where many people had already moved out. With inconvenient shopping options, few people passed by here. Only a few units in the entire complex had their lights on, standing out distinctly in the darkness and attracting numerous moths that fluttered incessantly against the windows. On the 3rd floor, a lit room had its curtains drawn, allowing only a faint glow to escape, making it far less conspicuous. The living room appeared completely normal, yet traces of bloodstains were scattered across the bedroom. In the kitchen, a large pot bubbled and gurgled as if something delicious was being cooked inside. It's almost all gone. A figure clad entirely in concealment from head to toe stared intently into the pot, as if beholding some supreme delicacy. Yet from their tone, whatever was inside seemed nearly finished. Suddenly, the object hidden against their chest began to vibrate. A pair of bony hands reached into the chest and pulled out a token, adorned with intricate patterns on its surface and engraved with arcane runes on the back. The token was about the size of a mobile phone and emitted a faint glow, revealing indistinct images when illuminated. A holder of the token speaking to an outsider about the sacred beast meat? Seems like yet another official spy sent to infiltrate. Perfect timing, just as our previous one ran out. You're next. His expression remained hidden in the darkness, but the sinister tone of his voice made it clear he was brimming with excitement. A peculiar odor dispersed in the air. He sniffed, momentarily distracted by the strange scent. Finally ripened. We'll set out later to catch the little spy. Host is under heavy mental attack, defending. Host is under heavy mental attack, defending. From the moment Mu Qingji made the phone call until he hung up, after uttering the words Divine Beast Society, the system in his mind had been continuously sounding alarms. With a grave expression, he took out the token. Sure enough, just as he had suspected, this token was peculiar. Could it have a recording function? The moment he uttered the words Divine Beast Society, it launched a relentless mental assault. Yet, when held in hand, it showed no visible abnormalities whatsoever. Had it been anyone else in his place, they would likely have perished without a trace by now. System, does this token have a recording function? If it had recording capabilities, things would become much more troublesome. Host, this token does not have a recording function. Upon detection, it bears a restrictive seal with multiple trigger conditions, including the descent of demonic beasts, mention of the Divine Beast Society, and references to the great sect leader. Hearing there was no recording function, his furrowed brows relaxed. So many restrictions placed on a small token, the great cult master of the Divine Beast Society was clearly very cautious. Detected that someone is using the token to track the host. Should we intervene? Tracking? He had known all along that those people from the Divine Beast Society would never let him off easily. Even after launching a mental attack, they still weren't satisfied. They'd surely come in person to silence him for good. Yes, he had long suspected the token had a tracking function, so he never dared to expose it at home. One careless move, and his home could be gone. His family didn't have a single high-level combatant. If they came knocking, the entire household would be finished. The training base was not only located in a remote area, but also had 3 instructors who were all high-level martial generals. Even a martial commander would have a headache dealing with them. Moreover, he knew that each city's training camp was equipped with heavy firearms, precisely to prevent malicious individuals from targeting the city's elite students. For him, the training camp was nothing less than a secure fortress. System is eliminating tracking. Tracking successfully eliminated. As the system eliminated the tracking, the people inside the residential building sensed something unusual. Tracking failed? How could tracking fail? This was left by that lord. His tone grew grave as he extended a trace of spiritual energy to probe. A massive amount of spiritual attacks have been unleashed. At this level of assault, even a martial general would be killed. Within the Divine Beast Society, aside from a few team leaders, no one else has martial general level cultivation. Under normal circumstances, the person on the other side should already be dead. Unless he personally witnessed someone die before his eyes, he could never be at ease. He hated unexpected surprises more than anything in his life. But the thought of the upcoming meeting swept away all his worries. No matter what method you use, by that day you'll become another lost soul. The altar is already prepared, just waiting for the sacrificial offering to take its place. Even if you call for help, you'll only be providing me with more offerings. When the time comes, I'll make you despair. He was absolutely certain, from the moment everyone received their tokens, this plan could not fail. Due to the special nature of the city guard department, there were always people on duty 24 hours a day. As the captain of the unit, Han Guang rarely took night shifts and could clock out by 10 p.m. At this moment, he put down the phone, his expression grave, a sheet of paper in front of him already filled with information. Before he could fully digest the information, the phone rang again. And this time, the ringtone indicated a call from someone of the highest authority. Hello, is this Han Guang? Let's talk about what happened on October 14th. Chapter 64 Keeping the Appointment. On the afternoon of October 13th, after finishing his daily classes, Mu Qingji went to the chief instructor to request a day off. His performance had been exceptional these past few days, and he had even broken through to the 9th stage of martial apprentice, elevating his combat prowess another level. The 3 instructors all praised him endlessly, and Yu Jianshan readily approved his leave, a mark of trust for an outstanding student. Tomorrow is Saturday, but there'll be no break after entering the training camp. Yu Jianshan thought Mu Qingji might have some family matter, but didn't pry, merely reminding him when he got the leave slip. Remember to return tomorrow evening, at the latest by morning the day after. Don't miss the classes the following day. Don't worry, instructor. I'll definitely return in time for class. Mu Qingji made the pledge with firm determination. Watching his departing figure, Yu Jianshan felt an inexplicable emotion rising in his chest, as if Mu Qingji was marching off to battle this very moment. That kid, he's really growing more imposing. He sighed, then went back to handling affairs at the base. Mu Qingji was sent back by one of the aunties. This particular auntie from window number 1 was the most skilled of them all, juggling multiple roles within the training camp. The auntie rode a sleek black motorcycle, its design downright stylish. Auntie spotted Mu Qingji and patted the back seat. "Oh, it's you, Mu Qingji. I remember you vividly. I was wondering which student needed a ride home. Quick, hop on." Mu Qingji put on the helmet and sat down. The auntie instantly started the scooter, startling him so much that he immediately grabbed the two vertical metal bars on the back seat with both hands. A fierce gust of wind rushed past as the vehicle accelerated swiftly. Mu Qingji hadn't expected his aunt to drive so fiercely. The howling wind forced its way under his helmet and slapped hard against his face, rendering him speechless. "How about it? Pretty cool driving, right? Back in the day, I was a race car driver. Countless good-looking guys lined up to pursue me, but I turned them all down. I can live just fine on my own without being tied down by anyone." Auntie's voice was loud enough for Mu Qingji to hear every word clearly. The wind was too strong for Mu Qingji to speak, so he quietly listened as Auntie recounted her past stories about racing cars. From Auntie's description, he could vividly imagine a carefree, radiant young woman shining brightly on the racing track decades ago, which greatly eased his mind. In this world, everyone has their own story, and everyone is the protagonist of their own world. Whose life doesn't shine brilliantly in its own way? After saying goodbye to his aunt, he returned home. Zhong Xiaoyan was startled to see him. "Son, why are you back?" she asked. "Mom, I took a day off tomorrow because I have something to attend to, so I came back to stay tonight." He could have waited until noon tomorrow to ask for leave, but after much thought, he decided to come back and stay for the night. Though everything seemed well prepared, he still feared the unforeseen. What if he couldn't return tomorrow? So, he wanted to come back to this house he had lived in for 17 years, to see his mother. It would bring him a sense of peace. After nearly an hour of chatting with his mother about the training camp, his instructors, classmates, and even what the food tasted like, Zhong Xiaoyan finally stopped her questions and let him rest. At night, Mu Qingji lay on the bed, gazing at the familiar surroundings before falling into a deep sleep. Ever since joining the Divine Beast Society, he had been waiting for this day to come, hoping those people were ready as well. October 14th, sunny. Mu Qingji spent the entire morning cultivating at home. After days of accumulation, he had already reached the 8th stage of martial arts, with all 3 instructors successfully bound to him. On average, he was advancing 1 stage every 2 days. In just a few more days, he could reach the martial soldier rank. After lunch, the token began to vibrate. Number 4, meet me later by the small fountain in the downtown park. Mu Qingji pressed his hand against the blood droplet pattern. No problem. He had arranged to meet number 2 at 2 o'clock first before heading to the underground garage in the eastern suburbs together. Around 1 p.m., he removed the spirit artifact from around his neck, took out an oversized pair of sunglasses and a mask, put on long sleeves and pants, and even added a baseball cap, covering himself from head to toe. He packed the mask and black robe given to him by number 2 into his backpack. If he dared to wear that outfit outside during broad daylight, people would surely report him. Wearing both a mask and a black robe made him look like the villains often shown in the news, way too conspicuous. "Son, are you going out?" Zhong Xiaoyan watched Mu Qingji walk to the shoe rack to put on his shoes, finding his attire rather peculiar. "Why are you dressed like this? Aren't you hot?" "Oh, I was playing truth or dare with friends, and I lost. Had to go out dressed like this." That was the only explanation Mu Qingji could offer. "Alright, then come back early." Mu Qingji said goodbye to his mom and closed the door. He decided not to ride his electric bike there. If number 2 noticed the vehicle and memorized its features, that wouldn't be good. Taking the bus dressed like this would also look suspicious, so walking was the best option. It would take about 27 minutes on foot, giving him enough time to rest a bit upon arrival. The weather was extremely hot, and there weren't many people on the streets past 1 p.m., as most had just finished lunch and were resting at home. By the time Mu Qingji reached the park, the back of his shirt was soaked through. The scorching weather and his stuffy outfit made it unbearable. Fortunately, there was plenty of greenery along the way, allowing him to walk in the shade. Before he could even approach the small fountain, Mu Qingji heard someone calling out, "Number 4, over here." Mu Qingji turned toward the sound and saw a person standing by the small fountain, dressed completely inconspicuously, also adorned with a hat, sunglasses, and a face mask. "You came quite early," Mu Qingji remarked as he walked over. It was only 1:30, a full half hour before their agreed meeting time of 2 o'clock. "You're here early too," number 2 replied. "That's good, we can have a chat first." With that, they led him into a narrow pathway. Mu Qingji surveyed the surroundings. This area was exceptionally concealed. Without entering, no one would have been able to notice anyone inside. Just what did number 2 intend to discuss by bringing him here? "Number 4, I believe I mentioned something about the group leader to you last time, didn't I?" Number 2 paused, finally getting to the heart of today's conversation. Mu Qingji nodded without hesitation, though he didn't understand why number 2 was asking him this. Seeing he still remembered, number 2 continued, "Have you noticed yourself becoming more irritable lately? Where small things seem magnified endlessly, and your emotions become intense at the slightest provocation?" Mu Qingji seemed to realize something. Looking at number 2, he shook his head. "None of what you described applies to me. Upon hearing his response, number 2 visibly relaxed considerably, finally revealing the true purpose for calling him out. After returning home last time, I found my diary and tranquil spirit fruit in the drawer. That's when I realized that every meeting subjected me to mental corruption, making me forget the people and things most important to me. Chapter 65, The Key to Destroying the Formation. The tranquil spirit fruit is extremely expensive. The first one I ever ate was given to me by our team leader. He knew all along that the Grand Elder would mentally corrupt everyone during each meeting. He treated our team members very well, always giving us tranquil spirit fruit after the meetings. When our team leader was arrested last time, I immediately knew the organization had targeted him. I promptly prepared another tranquil spirit fruit and kept it in my bedroom just in case. You were chosen by the team leader, so I trust you. The reason you weren't corrupted might be because your cultivation level is too low. You haven't practiced mental cultivation yet, or perhaps it's your innate talent. In any case, whichever it is, not being corrupted is the best possible outcome. Mu Qingji listened to each word he spoke, his emotions churning violently within. He had come today to annihilate the Divine Beast Society, only to be told that someone within the organization had already uncovered the Grand Master's deeds. And judging by the tone, were they really about to turn enemies into allies? The matter of the demonic beast's descent was something the group leader informed me about long ago. The items required for the altar's completion are all prepared. But do you know what else is critically important aside from the obligatory formations and spirit tools? Mu Qingji answered that he didn't know, though he'd already begun to guess. Given how utterly deranged the Grand Master was, it was highly probable that it's flesh and blood, the higher one's cultivation level, the better. Do you know what those tokens everyone receives are really for? Why would the Grand Elder take such pains to forge tokens, even handing them out to newcomers like you, weak as you are on your first entry into the sect? Because those tokens are formations, they're meant to drain us dry of our flesh and blood. Even though he had already guessed it in his heart, hearing someone else say it out loud still felt terrifying. Besides, anyone else who heard this news wouldn't remain completely unfazed. Mu Qingji exaggerated his surprise, taking a step back. You mean, that token could cost us our lives? Not just that. When those demonic beasts descend, all of humanity will be doomed. Number 2 continued his remarks, his tone heavy with gravity. Both of them were wearing sunglasses, but Mu Qingji could sense that number 2 was staring at him. Number 4, by joining this organization, we've gone against humanity. I've done plenty of unspeakable things myself. I know this might sound hypocritical coming from me, but I still want to ask, do you truly wish for the demonic beasts to descend upon this world? Mu Qingji's pupils quaked with shock. Was this number 2 trying to rope him into some scheme? He couldn't very well admit that he was already fully prepared. I don't care about the beast invasion, but when it comes to my own life, I'm definitely concerned. Though number 2 had said a lot and acted like someone who'd seen the light, Mu Qingji remained cautious. After all, he had no way of knowing whether this was a test. What if the moment he agreed to cooperate, number 2 turned around and betrayed him? All his plans would be ruined. Number 2 had clearly anticipated such a response. Then again, anyone who joined the Divine Beast Society harbored at least some twisted hatred for the world, eager to watch it burn and hoping for things to get even worse. The idea of beasts descending to wreak havoc would probably fill their hearts with delight. Only when their own interests are at stake will they entertain other thoughts. Number 2, you've told me so much, do you know how to break this array? This was Mu Qingji's greatest concern. If their entire group were to step inside and the array activated, everyone could instantly become desiccated corpses. That visual was too horrifying, he dared not imagine it. Number 2 suppressed his disappointment. The 3 core elements of that formation are spiritual artifacts, the formation itself, and human flesh and blood. There's no way I can stop this unless I can obtain the blood of other beasts. If the formation absorbs beast blood, it will fail to operate because what it requires is human blood. Human blood is an indispensable component of this formation. How troublesome. Are we really just waiting to die then? Mu Qingji feigned distress, though he already had a countermeasure in mind. Previously, his father had obtained the bloodline of a divine dragon, and he himself had inherited 5% of this divine dragon lineage. Surely that should count as beast blood, right? If it does, then this would be the key to breaking the formation. System, does the divine dragon bloodline within me count as beast blood? Host, dragons count as beasts, but divine dragons do not. Before Mu Qingji could even feel disappointed, the system promptly added, divine dragons already possess divine essence. No formation or altar can consume their blood, because none can withstand it. It's like a person when they're mortal, their blood can be called human blood, but if they ascend to immortality, their blood carries celestial properties. A single drop could transform a mortal's body and bones. Ordinary formations might devour human flesh and blood, but they could never consume that of an immortal. It was like finding a hidden path amidst willows and flowers. Spring had come again. Now his life was secure, and Mu Qingji was absolutely confident in the success of today's plan. With him here, the formation couldn't succeed, the altar wouldn't be completed, and those demonic beasts would fail to descend. The remaining people would be subdued by the authorities. The most formidable foe was the great cult master. He couldn't confront him head-on, so after sabotaging the formation, he had to hide quickly. His mind raced as he casually exchanged a few more words with number 2 in reality, who then led him to the meeting spot where the Divine Beast Society was gathering today. East Suburb Underground Parking Lot. This long-abandoned underground garage once belonged to a factory that experienced a massive explosion. Though the main factory building still stands, it's completely unusable, leaving the entire area in utter desolation. The perpetually sunless garage has sprouted weeds over the years. Quite a crowd has gathered inside now, with the Grand Sect leader seated at the center of a painted magical array. Behind him stands a large red platform bearing several lit candles. New arrivals keep glancing around, confused about why such a dilapidated location was chosen for the gathering. The floor is littered with stone debris, making movement difficult. Yet no one dares make loud noises with the Grand Sect leader present. People cluster in small groups, murmuring among themselves. The great cult leader opened his eyes and looked at the people before him, sneering inwardly. These utterly foolish people would ultimately become nothing more than nourishment for his ascent. Recalling how he had been bullied and tormented in school due to his frail talent, how they had stomped on his head, declaring he'd never become a martial artist in this lifetime, he had hoped for help from teachers and the school. But none of his classmates would testify for him. Without witnesses, the teachers wouldn't intervene, and his tormentors retaliated against him even more viciously. He hated those who had bullied him, and he hated even more those who had watched it all unfold but lacked the courage to testify. Back then, he felt the entire world had rotted beyond repair. The first major breakthrough in his cultivation had come from using the flesh and blood of those very people. Admittedly, such a rapid method of cultivation was addictive. Once you tasted it the first time, a second time was inevitable. Chapter 66, As repayment, you shall all become nourishment. How laughable, the ultimate destruction of humanity came from the very trash everyone once looked down upon. The time slowly approached 3 p.m. As the high priest rose from the ritual array, he gazed at all present and produced a command token. Today is the day the Divine Beast descends. This is the moment we have awaited all along. Yet, 5 individuals remain absent. The high priest activated the token in his hand. Suddenly, 5 crimson threads coiled around the formation, completing a full revolution before being absorbed into it. I warned them, those who fail to appear shall forfeit their lives. Mu Qingji watched the scene from the crowd. The person labeled as number 2 beside him flexed his fingers slightly but ultimately took no action. Those present who witnessed the Grand Cult Master reveal this feat began to feel grateful for arriving on time, otherwise, they might have lost their lives. Today, we've gathered everyone here because the altar is finally prepared. The formation and spiritual preparations are all in place. We only need one last thing to welcome the descent of the Divine Beast. Everyone listened to the Grand Cult Master's words, naturally burning with curiosity about what that final missing piece could be. The person wearing the blue and white mask spoke up, "Great Hierophant, stop keeping us in suspense. What is this final item?" All these people had followed the Great Hierophant for so many years precisely because they hoped that after the Divine Beast descended, they, as Meritus followers, would receive supreme blessings. Everyone, thank you for following me and accomplishing so much for the Divine Beast Lord. Up to this point, everything seemed normal. The crowd simply assumed the Great Hierophant wished to express gratitude for their years of loyalty. But then his tone suddenly shifted, and as repayment, you shall all become nourishment for the ritual array, ensuring the Divine Beast Lord's descent upon this world. No one present was a fool, instantly grasping the meaning behind his words. Connecting it to how the 5 lives had just been absorbed by the formation, they realized the final missing ingredient was human flesh and blood. The leader of Team 1 shouted angrily, "Great leader, we've followed you for so many years and done so much for you. Do you really intend to let all our brothers perish here today?" He couldn't believe it. They had devoted themselves to the Sacred Beast Society, done countless tasks for the great leader, yet in the end, they hadn't gained any benefits at all. Now, even their lives were on the line. However, barely a moment after Team 1's leader finished speaking, his body was uncontrollably pulled toward the formation. His blood was rapidly drained, and within seconds, his entire being visibly withered before their eyes. Many panicked at the sight and desperately tried to flee. But when they turned to escape, they realized something horrifying. The garage entrance, which had no gate when they arrived, was now completely blocked by a massive boulder. The Grand Cult Master had foreseen everything. Watching the panicked crowd before him, he activated the formation, which began rotating in concentric circles. More and more people were drained into withered corpses. He roared with laughter, "Don't grieve now, it's your blessing to become nourishment for the formation. Besides, this formation was bestowed upon me by the sacred beast. It will drain all of your essence and blood. From the moment you took those tokens, no matter where you flee in this world, once I activate the formation, your deaths are inevitable." His cultivation was profound, and he quickly sensed a group approaching the garage. But their efforts were futile. The closer they got to the formation, the more their essence and blood would be drained, even without tokens. Their arrival merely hastened the descent of the sacred beast. Among you, there is a traitor who informed the authorities, trying to stop all this. Unfortunately, once the formation is activated, it will endlessly absorb lifeblood. Each divine beast summoned requires even more human lifeblood as sacrifice. Those who came from the authorities will merely become nourishment for the formation. This was precisely why he wasn't afraid of those people calling the authorities. Especially since his formation had been enhanced, even low-tier beast blood from Earth wouldn't be enough to disrupt it. Mu Qingji and number 2 arrived relatively late. Their group was small, so they didn't push forward, staying closest to the garage entrance instead. But even from a distance, they watched as row after row of people ahead were drained into husks, and now, it was almost their turn. Number 2 sighed. Number 4 was still so young, just recently joined the organization and hadn't even done anything truly heinous. Yet now, he would perish here alongside him. Number 4, you're so young. Maybe you joined because you were bullied or wronged somehow. I can tell you don't have that bloodthirsty aura. You're different from the others. You haven't carried out missions or hurt people. Most of the people here are rotten to the core, guilty of arson, murder, and pillaging. They deserve to die. But for you to die with us, it's just not worth it. Perhaps from spending too long among bad people, he had developed an acute sense for judging a person's true nature. Sometimes, he didn't even need to observe, just a feeling was enough to tell if someone was cut from the same cloth as him. And now, he genuinely pitied this kid, barely even 20 years old. Besides, those their leader had recruited were all people who weren't inherently evil but had suffered cruelty and oppression in life. Their leader, after uncovering some dark secrets, had always wanted to expose them to the outside world. But when the Grand Elder sensed something amiss, he assigned their leader a mission that ensured he would be captured by the authorities and silenced in prison. In truth, he knew their leader hadn't killed himself. The Grand Elder had him murdered. Mu Qingji never expected that when death was at his doorstep, Number 2 would still be discussing whether his death was worth it. It seemed Number 2 genuinely pitied him. As the formation spread beneath his feet, Mu Qingji suddenly asked, Number 2, if you were given another chance. I mean, if there was a button in front of you, pressing it once would prevent the demon beasts from descending, and pressing it twice would destroy the world, how many times would you press it? Feeling his lifeblood slowly drained away, Number 2 mustered all his strength to reply, once. Though I joined the Divine Beast Society, I've never killed good people. I only did it to survive. If I hadn't joined back then, I wouldn't have had a way out. But I never wanted to harm the innocent. In his final moments, he voiced the most genuine thoughts in his heart. He'd always told himself that since he joined this organization and knew its nature, he wouldn't pretend otherwise by saying he didn't want to hurt innocents. But now, at the end, the truth spilled out. But when he searched his heart, sometimes he'd rather fail the mission than harm innocent lives. The person he was most grateful to was the team leader, who had saved him, so he didn't regret following the leader. Mu Qingji's vital blood was being drained, yet he struggled to keep his eyes open, watching as his life essence merged into the formation. At last, a smile appeared on his lips, concealed beneath the mask where no one could see it. The moment his vital blood entered the formation, the entire array seemed to hit a bottleneck before the earth violently split open. What's going on? Just when success was within reach, the formation gradually dissipated. The Grand Cult Master's eyes turned bloodshot. Chapter 67, Formation broken, leader arrives in person. Who destroyed his formation? His gaze fell upon a wisp of vital blood. At the instant he looked, this strand of blood erupted with golden radiance, stinging his eyes so painfully that he had no choice but to shut them. But with just one glance, he understood what it was. That strand of blood actually carried divinity. How is this possible? I deliberately chose this underdeveloped small city. Even in those top-tier metropolises, blood-containing divinity is rare to find. How could such a place like Baiyun City possibly have it? The reason their Divine Beast Society chose Baiyun City to build the altar was precisely because there were no powerful guardians here. By the time experts arrived, the beast invasion would already be complete. Moreover, Baiyun City's central location on the Star Nation's map allowed beasts to spread in all directions, making it the perfect stronghold for their invasion. Those who can join the Beast God Society are inevitably nobodies, constantly bullied in their daily lives. How could such people possibly obtain divine blood? This was something he couldn't comprehend no matter how hard he tried, but now wasn't the time to ponder it, because the giant boulder blocking the underground garage entrance had been blasted open. Boom! The massive rock had been shattered by a single punch. The Grand Cult Master had even left a spiritual artifact outside the boulder, impossible to break through without martial commander level cultivation. The current situation indicated the intruder was at least at martial commander level. The Grand Cult Master glared fixedly at the figure standing in the entrance. As the floating debris cleared, he clearly saw the visitor's face and instinctively shouted their name. Li Yuanxiu, what brings you here? As the administrator overseeing the connection between 5 provinces in Battlefield Number 8, he was naturally all too familiar with this leader, or rather, few throughout the 5 provinces didn't know of him. Had it been officials from Baiyun City who arrived, he might have even been confident in covering things up. But to think it turned out to be Li Yuanxiu, who could have contacted him? Who had connections powerful enough to pull that off? Ma Quanan, as I suspected, it's you old scoundrel. Without wasting words, Li Yuanxiu flew in and launched a furious assault directly at the great sect leader. The Grand Cult Master sat at the center of the formation, utterly immobilized. If he dared leave, the formation would immediately devour his flesh and blood, forcing him to exert every ounce of strength to resist. Yet with only the cultivation level of a martial commander, how could he possibly contend with Li Yuanxiu, a martial king? Li Yuanxiu's palm pierced straight through his body, crushing his heart in an instant. With no one left to suppress the formation's core and the formation itself now broken, a drop of golden glowing essence blood shot out and penetrated into someone's body. Li Yuanxiu stepped forward, yanked off the man's mask, and revealed a face bearing a faint resemblance to Mu Baomin's. He carried Mu Qingji on his back and walked out of the underground garage. Outside the garage, a large number of fully armed city guards could be seen, with the words Wuchen written on their uniforms. All members of Team 1, follow orders. Thoroughly remove all spiritual artifacts and formations inside, and bring back every corpse intact. Yes, the members of Team 1 entered the underground garage in an orderly manner and began clearing the scene. All members of the Divine Beast Society, except Mu Qingji, perished. All members of Squad 4, follow me to arrest the chief of Baiyun City's City Defense Bureau. With so many Divine Beast Society members gathered here and holding multiple meetings in Baiyun City, it's impossible for the chief of the City Defense Bureau to be completely unaware. The great cult leader of the Divine Beast Society isn't even from the 5 provinces, let alone familiar with Baiyun City's terrain. How could they always perfectly locate abandoned, uninhabited sites? With so many members walking the streets at night dressed in black robes, not once were they caught on surveillance cameras. Someone must have tampered with the monitoring system. Every guardsman in Wuchen City was an elite. Li Yuanxiu placed Mu Qingji in the vehicle and had someone take him to the hospital for treatment, while he himself channeled his spiritual energy and rushed toward the guard station of Baiyun City. The guardsmen of Squad 4 followed in their vehicle. By his calculations, Squads 2 and 3 should have already surrounded the guard station. At that moment, Baiyun City Guard Station. The City Guard headquarters was built in the city center and was currently surrounded by a group of people dressed in City Guard uniforms holding spears, drawing quite a crowd of onlookers. What's going on? How dare someone point spears at the City Guard headquarters? Look carefully, they're wearing City Guard uniforms themselves. What? The City Guard surrounding their own headquarters? What are they doing? Soon, the sharp-eyed crowd noticed the words Dustless written on the chests of these city guards. They're city guards from Dustless City. What are the Dustless City Guards doing here? Could they be imposters? Numerous city guards also rushed out from the City Guard headquarters, their uniforms emblazoned with the words White Cloud. The two sides pointed their guns at each other in a standoff. Where did you come from? How dare you impersonate the city guards? The city guards of Baiyun City questioned the group that had suddenly appeared before them. Before the other side could respond, a middle-aged man in the uniform of the City Defense Bureau commander flew out from within. Without a word of questioning, he immediately unleashed a blast of spiritual energy toward the group. Judging by his force, he clearly intended to kill the person opposite him. A massive protective shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Zhang Tai thought to himself that things looked bad. That person had blocked his attack without even showing himself. His strength must be far superior. These people were likely here for that matter. Without hesitation, he turned around and tried to flee. But Li Yuanxiu wouldn't give him the chance. In just a few breaths, he had closed the distance, knocking the man unconscious with a swift strike. The crowd below, seeing the head of the City Defense Bureau knocked out cold, initially assumed the attacker was from some evil organization. But upon closer inspection, that face looked oddly familiar. I feel like the person who knocked out the director looks really familiar, as if I've seen them often. Are you stupid? This is Chiefly from Battlefield number 8. It's Chiefly, no wonder he looked so familiar. What brings him to our Baiyun City? Li Yuanxiu held Zhang Tai aloft, amplifying his voice with spiritual energy. Citizens, do not be alarmed. I am Li Yuanxiu, commander of Battlefield number 8. Zhang Tai, director of White Cloud City's defense department, has colluded with the Divine Beast Society and committed grave crimes. Today, I bring him to justice. Upon hearing his words, the city guards of Baiyun City lowered their weapons one after another. With the arrest of the City Guard Bureau's director, according to the law, the entire bureau was to be temporarily taken over by guards from other cities, and every member would be investigated to determine if there were any accomplices. Many of the surrounding citizens had merely come out for shopping or a stroll, never expecting to witness such shocking news. Their city's guard bureau director was actually colluding with the Divine Beast Society? This was a massive scandal, revealing that an anti-human organization had ties with official personnel, indicating corruption within the authorities. Who would have thought? Director Zhang always seemed decent. I often saw him on TV doing charity work, donating large sums. I always believed he was a good man. Stop calling him the bureau chief, he's been arrested, so he must have done something awful. And to think they dispatched the high-ranking official personally to apprehend him, that shows how severe the crime was. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. P.S. Lately, there've been more demands for updates. Click the top right corner to view the book details and give it a 5-star rating. I wish you could win the jackpot of 5 million and find money lying on the street wherever you go. In my book, wishing someone wealth is the best blessing. Chapter 68. What happened before the 14th? On the evening of October 14th, Star Nation's Central Channel broadcasted a news report about Bayun City. The Divine Beast Society colluded with the chief of Bayun City's City Defense Department to conduct an altar ritual within the city, attempting to tear open a portal directly inside Bayun City and summon demonic beasts. According to interviews, the Grand Priest of the Divine Beast Society used an array technique to drain the flesh and blood of all society members. Experts speculate that this technique was a high-level demonic array, proving the society's dealings with demons. A high school student accidentally joined the Divine Beast Society. Upon learning the date of the ritual, he contacted Wuchen City's city defense captain Han Guang and Chief Li Yuanxiu to discuss countermeasures. Today, the student acted alone, destroying the array single-handedly and foiling the society's ultimate goal of summoning demonic beasts into the city. For this act, the student was awarded a first-class merit. Chief Li Yuanxiu, who has now earned 2 major merits consecutively, also received a first-class merit. Wuchen City's city defense captain Han Guan was awarded a third-class merit. Mu Qingji woke up to the pale light of dawn outside. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 5:30 a.m. Waking up in the hospital didn't surprise him. Fortunately, his gamble had succeeded. The formation had rejected his vital essence blood, returning it to his body. He'd narrowly escaped death once again. Soon a nurse came to examine him, and after confirming no issues remained, informed him he could choose to be discharged. It's strange. Yesterday when he was brought in, he looked like he wouldn't last much longer, yet his body slowly began recovering on its own. However, since city guards delivered him with strict orders for hospital staff to keep quiet, no one dared ask questions. The nurse didn't dare inquire further about this peculiar patient. True to the less said, the better principle, she finished her rounds and quickly left. Mu Qingji hadn't forgotten his agreement with the instructor. Having taken yesterday off, he definitely needed to return to the training base today. With his health restored, he saw no reason to linger at the hospital. After packing up, he planned to grab breakfast nearby before heading straight to camp. News of his awakening reached the city guards promptly. The landline phone in his hospital room began ringing shrilly. Mu Qingji picked up the phone. A dignified voice came through from the other end. Mu Qingji, first of all, I must congratulate you on receiving the first-class merit, especially as a minor, something unprecedented in Xing Nation. I know you're currently at the city's training camp, busy preparing for the National High School Exchange Competition. I'll arrange to present your medal at an appropriate time. Mu Qingji quickly asked, the medal can wait, but what about the military credit? I've never seen anyone who doesn't care about medals but worries about military merits. Don't worry. The merits will be credited to your account in a couple of days. Your father recently received a first-class merit, and now you've become the first minor in Star Nation's history to be awarded a first-class merit. Your family is truly on the rise. Chiefly, you flatter me. It was just our duty, Mu Qingji replied sincerely. He truly meant it. Even without compensation, he would have done the same. Moreover, when he called the authorities, he had no idea his blood could disrupt the formation. His initial plan was to sacrifice himself inside, have the system self-destruct to break the formation, and then let Li Yuanxiu capture the grand cult leader. Looking back now, it seemed fate had its own designs. Thankfully, he had visited Wuchen City during the National Day holiday and met the captain of the city guard, even obtaining his business card. Had he contacted the guards of Bayun City instead, this operation would have undoubtedly failed. He had long harbored doubts. That night, beneath the streetlights, when he first encountered the black-clad figure, the road was clearly equipped with surveillance cameras. The figure hadn't even deliberately avoided camera coverage as he dragged him along. Any vigilant city guard reviewing the footage would have immediately noticed something amiss, considering his outfit was identical to those worn by the anti-human cultists frequently arrested on television. What prevented the city guards from noticing the black-clothed figure's obvious movements? And why were the Divine Beast Society members so unconcerned by the city's surveillance? Even the Grand Preceptor of the Divine Beast Society was in Bayun City. Given his notoriously paranoid nature, how could he feel so at ease gathering there repeatedly? All these pointed to one possibility: collusion between the Divine Beast Society and Bayun City's higher-ups. This was all just speculation. He needed solid evidence to confirm who was connected to the Divine Beast. So through his father, he managed to contact Chief Li Yuanxiu, the only one with the authority to directly apprehend high-ranking officials in Bayun City. He fully disclosed his infiltration of the Divine Beast Society and his suspicions, pleading for his assistance. Li Yuanxiu was decisive and did not doubt the truthfulness of his words. After all, his father was Mu Baoman. The very next day, he conducted a secret inspection of Baiyun City in his capacity as a chief official. Such occurrences were quite common, considering there were always a few corrupt officials every year. Making surprise checks on documents a routine practice. Li Yuanxiu deliberately checked the surveillance footage from the day Mu Qingji encountered the black-clad figure, only to find nothing recorded on the video. He instructed technicians to investigate, and they ultimately discovered that segment of the footage had been forged. This is why the Divine Beast Society isn't afraid of surveillance. They know someone will help them erase their tracks. Through investigation, Li Yuanxiu learned that backup copies of Baiyun City's Defense Department surveillance footage are all handed over to the chief. No one else can access the footage without authorization, and even checking the surveillance requires the chief's approval. At this point of the investigation, everything points clearly in one direction. Moreover, records show this chief only broke through 2 cultivation levels in the past decade. But since last year, his breakthroughs accelerated rapidly, surpassing 2 levels in just 1 year, a 10-fold increase in speed. After investigating everything, he transferred a group of city guards from Wuchen City to Baiyun City, leading to the subsequent series of events. Mu Qingji had mentioned to him that he might die in the ritual, but when he entered, he witnessed Mu Qingji's essence blood returning to his own body, saving his life. Father and son both acted with the mindset that they might sacrifice their own lives, yet without a single complaint, truly a family united in thought and spirit. This incident was grave. If the Beast Society had succeeded, Baiyun City would have fallen, countless demonic beasts would have surfaced within the city, and with no prior preparations, the number of innocent lives lost would have been unimaginable. Thus, Mu Qingji earned a first-class merit without objection. Last time Li Yuanxiu turned down the credit, but this time he'd done so much, just slaying the Grand Hierophant of the Divine Beast Society alone would earn him a first-class merit. Han Guang led 4 squads of city guards to White Cloud City to clean up the battlefield and take control of the local guard station. Although he didn't achieve any major accomplishments, his efforts were noteworthy. After all, Mu Qingji was unconscious, Li Yuanxiu was working alone, and neither had the time to interrogate everyone present. Chapter 69, Lu Tianchu's Dilemma. Han Guang couldn't be more grateful for handing Mu Qingji his business card that day. It landed him the third-class merit he'd long dreamed of. He hadn't been at the forefront of the operation, hadn't provided any useful intelligence, and hadn't captured the main enemy. Just by pitching in and helping contain the situation, he secured a third-class merit. Truth be told, he owed it all to Mu Qingji. All the city guards who went to Baiyun City with him received bonuses, which undoubtedly made his subordinates trust his decisions even more. After all, his proposal to transfer 4 teams had faced significant opposition at the time. It was under immense pressure that he managed to mobilize these 4 teams, who only got to meet Chief Li on the 14th. Chief Li had been extremely busy, having just returned from the Myriad Races battlefield that day. Because of this incident, Han Guan was promoted to deputy director of the Wuchen City Guard Bureau. Mu Qingji rode to the training camp in a city guard vehicle, and even his breakfast was prepared for him. After stepping out of the car, he gazed at the training camp's open gates before him, knowing they had been opened specifically for him. He strode inside. Just 1 day later, his state of mind had completely changed. Everyone in the training camp was still going about their business, some eating, others doing their morning exercises. No one knew what he had gone through the day before, nor did they realize that if yesterday's plan had failed, the entire human race would have faced extinction. Mu Qingji, good morning. You're back. Someone passing by greeted him when they saw him. Morning, Mu Qingji responded, a smile appearing on his face. Thankfully, he had returned. Father must already know about his first-class merit award, and would surely question him about it the next time they met. Mu Ji. He suddenly heard a familiar voice, its owner Lu Xuanwen already running up to him. Good thing you're back. The instructor said he'd punish you if you missed his class today. Did the instructor specify what my punishment would be? Mu Qingji casually slung an arm over his shoulder while scanning their surroundings, noticing someone missing. Never mind that, first tell me, where's Yi Tao? Lu Xuanwen's initially cheerful expression at seeing Mu Qingji darkened. You weren't here yesterday. Yi Tao and Lu Tianchu got into a fight. Both were injured, and Yi Tao took a kick to his left leg. He needs to avoid moving it too much. I just helped him sit down in the martial arts building when someone mentioned you'd returned, so I came out to find you. Mu Qingji had only been away from the training camp for a day, and already someone had attacked his friend. He'd sensed Lu Tianchu's unfriendly gaze before. Just what was this Lu Tianchu's problem? Did he have some grudge against him? Unaware of any past conflict between Yi Tao and Lu Tianchu, Mu Qingji assumed Lu Tianchu's hostility was directed at him. Unable to confront him directly, the man must have targeted his friend in his absence. Let's go check on Yi Tao, he said. When the two arrived, Yi Tao was sitting on a chair against the wall, with Lu Tianchu standing in front of him flanked by 2 underlings. The scene looked disturbingly like bullying. Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen could only see the backs of the 3 figures and had no view of Yi Tao's condition. Mu Qingji hurried over, demanding, "What are you all doing? gathering around Yi Tao like this? Hearing the voice, the three turned around, allowing Mu Qingji to catch a glimpse of Yi Tao's face through the gap. But Yi Tao kept his head lowered, making his expression unreadable. Lu Tianchi turned and saw Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen, his tone laced with impatience. This is a private matter between the two of us, none of your business. Lu Xuanwen completely ignored his words, pushing past the person on his left to ask Yi Tao, what did they want with you just now when they blocked your way? There's some history between me and Lu Tianchi. He's been wanting to ask me about certain matters. They weren't bullying me just now, they were only asking questions. Yi Tao realized it was a misunderstanding. Not that he could blame them. When those three had approached him moments ago, even Yi Tao himself had thought they were going to take advantage of him being alone to beat him up. The truth was Lu Tianchi had wanted to talk to him but couldn't bring himself to come alone, so his two lackeys accompanied him, making it look to outsiders like they were looking for trouble with Yi Tao. Really? Just a talk? Lu Xuanwen narrowed his eyes skeptically at Lu Tianchi. Lu Tianchi noticed the skeptical look directed at him and immediately raised his voice. What, can't I even have a word with Yi Tao? You're being way too overbearing. Mu Qingji pulled Lu Xuanwen aside. Talk to him if you want, but the two guys with you are coming with us. I'll be watching from a distance, considering you just fought yesterday. I can't be sure this chat won't turn into another brawl. This statement actually made both sides compromise. Lu Tianchi reconsidered and realized it would indeed be inconvenient for others to overhear his conversation with Yi Tao, so he allowed the two people beside him to leave with Mu Qingji and the others. After the four had gone some distance, Lu Tianchi looked at Yi Tao with a mix of emotions and said, well, I just wanted to ask you, has my mother been in Baiyun City recently? Yi Tao suddenly understood. So it was about his mother. No wonder he had hesitated yesterday and held back for so long just now. Only when no one else was around did he finally say what he wanted to ask. Yi Tao nodded. Auntie has been staying in Baiyun City recently. Lu Tianchi's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. His lips parted awkwardly, his index finger twitching as he visibly struggled with embarrassment. Just say what's on your mind. Class is about to start. Having been friends for years, Yi Tao could read his expression like an open book. The words were clearly stuck in his throat, wanting out but unable to emerge. Finally, Lu Tianchi spat out the words. The reason I picked a fight with you yesterday was, my dad's sick, lying in the hospital utterly miserable, yet refusing to let the doctors treat him. So I just lost it and took it out on you. I know it wasn't your fault, but I couldn't help myself. My dad keeps calling my mom's name from his hospital bed, and he probably won't accept treatment unless he sees her. The doctors can't do anything about it. My grandparents never liked my mom to begin with, and after the divorce they detested her even more. They can't bring themselves to contact her. So they asked me to see if you could let my mom visit my dad just once. Finally getting those words out, Lu Tianchi felt much lighter in his heart. Yesterday, when he heard that his dad was hospitalized and refusing treatment, he had been furious. Though his father was strict and often preoccupied with work, he was still his biological dad. It wasn't like there was no affection between them. In his anger, he had gone straight to Yi Tao. When Yi Tao saw his icy expression and tried to leave, Lu Tianchi couldn't hold back his fists and threw a punch. So it was about this. Yi Tao could understand why he had struggled to say it out loud, needing someone else to relay the message that his own father wanted to see his mother, who wouldn't feel uncomfortable about that. P.S. I'm undergoing laser eye surgery these next couple of days, so there might be typos in today's and tomorrow's chapters, sorry in advance. Also, thank you to all the readers who sent gifts yesterday, I appreciate it. Chapter 70, Martial Arts Minor Achievement, Instructor Grows Numb. Don't worry, I'll contact her. Lu Tianchi stopped pestering him and left after receiving his reassurance. He had come to find Yi Tao primarily for this matter. Now that the other party had agreed to help him complete the task, there was no reason to stay. The two had once been such close friends, yet now they felt more awkward facing each other than complete strangers. Perhaps it would have been better if they'd never met at all. Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen, seeing they had finished their discussion, sat down beside Yi Tao. Lu Xuanwen gazed at Lu Tianchi's retreating figure. I never knew you and Lu Tianchi were acquainted, let alone had some kind of dispute. We were childhood friends who grew up together. We shared the same desk in first grade, Yi Tao continued after confirming the other two weren't interrupting him. Back then, we were really close. He was the class bully, very domineering in personality. Nobody dared to pick on me when I was with him. Yi Tao didn't mind sharing their past connection. Their recent camaraderie had grown strong enough that he trusted these two wouldn't spread his words elsewhere. We were deskmates all 6 years of elementary school, and he'd throw a fit if the teacher tried to separate us. Since we were together every day, people called us the Iron Brothers duo. Where you saw him, you'd see me, and wherever I was, he'd surely be there too. Lu Xuanwen was surprised, never imagining they'd been so close in the past. He'd assumed their poor relationship had started in childhood, which was why they fought so much. Did you two lose contact after that? No, we stayed close and even attended the same middle school. We were in the same class again, though his academic performance wasn't great back then. Even with extra tuition fees, he barely made it into class 1, but he didn't care. He'd say life wasn't just about studying, and since we hadn't started cultivating spiritual energy yet, current grades were meaningless. He believed youth should be enjoyed, otherwise adulthood would be filled with nothing but miserable memories of endless studying. That sounds like a pretty carefree personality. Mu Qingji actually liked people like that. If it weren't for Lu Tianxi's persistent hostility toward him, he would have added him to his friends list long ago. He'd previously asked the system. Lu Tianxi's initial favorability toward him was -10, making him the first person in Mu Qingji's life who'd started with negative feelings toward him. Our relationship remained consistently good throughout all 3 years of middle school, until the summer after the high school entrance exams. Some things happened within both our families that made it impossible for us to maintain our friendship any longer. The story ended there, and both Mu Qingji and Lu Xuanwen knew better than to press for details about what exactly had occurred. After entering high school, whenever Yi Tao found himself alone in class 1, he couldn't help but remember the days when he and Lu Tianxi used to attend classes together. There was a time when he'd had someone to share his thoughts with, but in high school he'd become a lone wolf. Lu Tianxi had always been outgoing, with emotions written clearly on his sleeve. If he liked you, he'd treat you with all his heart, and if he disliked you, he wouldn't bother hiding it either. Yi Tao used to admire that quality in him, but precisely because Lu Tianxi was like that, he knew even more clearly that after what had happened, there was no way they could ever be friends again. If it were just a simple case of his parents divorcing, Lu Tianxi would have been heartbroken for a while at most, but given his personality, he wouldn't hold a grudge against anyone. However, after the divorce, his mother immediately married his friend's father. This was something he absolutely couldn't accept. Yi Tao's birth mother died in childbirth while giving birth to him, and his father, Yi Zhangming, remained single for over a decade. So, when Yi Tao heard that his father had found someone, he was actually quite happy. But when he returned home and saw his father holding hands with his best friend's mother, introducing her as his stepmother, his entire mindset shattered on the spot. The bell soon rang, snapping him out of his recollections. The training camp's morning bell rang at 7:50 sharp. Everyone had been at the camp for a week now and had already grown accustomed to the rhythm here. Another crucial point was that the cultivation atmosphere here was excellent. Every day, everyone did nothing but cultivate. Their routine was monotonous, completely devoid of any distracting thoughts. This just goes to show how much influence one's environment has. If everyone around you is slacking off, even the most diligent person will slowly start to think, if they're all slacking, why can't I? But when everyone around you is driven, seeing others improve day after day creates a sense of urgency, pushing you to train even harder. Today happens to be the 7th day in the camp, and there's a weekly assessment. However, this test isn't about comparing oneself with others but rather measuring individual progress by comparing current abilities with pre-camp performance. Everyone participated in school-level competitions before joining the camp, with their test records available, making data comparison straightforward. As the top-ranked participant, Mu Qingji was the first to step forward for his spiritual energy value test. Mu Qingji, spiritual energy value 910, 9th stage martial disciple. Yu Jianshan compared this with his previous data and noted an increase of 30 points. Since today is the 7th day and cultivation hasn't begun yet, this means he gained 30 points over 6 days, averaging a 5-point spiritual energy increase daily. This terrifying cultivation speed. At your current rate, you'll definitely become a martial artist before the training ends. Cultivating this fast with such talent for martial techniques, I think you have a strong chance of making it to the provincial team. Mu Qingji had too many unbelievable traits. Yu Jianshan wasn't even particularly surprised anymore that he could increase his spiritual power by 5 points in a single day. Perhaps this was what they called numbness. Show me what stage you've reached with Windblade. Mu Qingji demonstrated Windblade. He could now perfectly control it, making it obediently appear in front of him. Many less skilled practitioners would unleash Windblade with it attacking outward uncontrollably. Windblade technique has reached minor mastery? Yu Jianshan felt himself growing increasingly numb. Thankfully, he hadn't shown too much shock just now. After all, nothing about Mu Qingji could really surprise him anymore. Just 7 short days, and today's cultivation session hadn't even started yet. Even counting the day he took off, that made only 6 days total. 6 days to achieve minor mastery in a martial technique. At this point, if someone told him Mu Qingji would reach major mastery before training ended, he wouldn't even blink. Complex emotions swirling in his chest, he recorded the data and called the next name. Suishir, spiritual power value 2230, 2nd stage martial artist, Windblade technique at entry level. Yu Jianshan held quite a favorable impression of Suishir. What teacher wouldn't appreciate a high-achieving student? Among all the students, Suishir had the highest spiritual power and picked up techniques quickly. That was precisely why everyone admired Mu Qingji so much. With such low spiritual power, he had actually defeated Suishir, whose power was nearly triple his own. None of the others present could have pulled that off. Quite impressive. Your progress is remarkably fast too. Continuing at this pace, you'll advance another stage or two by next year's provincial competition. Chapter 71, With Bare Hands to Save the World. Thank you, instructor. Suishir finished his examination and walked over to stand beside Mu Qingji. The others were still queuing up. Those who had completed their examinations stood on the other side, leaving only him and Mu Qingji standing together. Mu Qingji, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Suishir looked at Mu Qingji for a while before initiating the conversation. Mu Qingji shifted his attention from the instructor and turned to Suishir. Please go ahead. I heard that you, Yi Tao, and someone surnamed Lu have formed a study group and practice together every day. I was wondering if I could join your group. Suishir rarely spoke much, let alone made requests of others, so this question required considerable mental preparation, otherwise, he would have asked days ago. Mu Qingji hadn't expected this to be his request. Since someone was willing to voluntarily join his group, he was naturally welcoming. Suishir's favorability toward him had already reached 65, a remarkably high number by Suishir's standards. Of course, I'd be delighted to have someone as outstanding as you join my group. Detected list friend Suishir's affection toward host +5, current affection level 70. Host receives double amplification effect. Mu Qingji said, after lunch, come to my room. I'll introduce you to two other members. Suishir hesitated briefly before agreeing. Since she'd resolved to join them, she needed to learn to interact with the other members. He hadn't spoken with the other two yet, and wasn't even entirely clear on their names. Getting acquainted was quite necessary. Soon Lu Tianshir's test concluded as well. Coming over, he noticed Mu Qingji's hostility had diminished significantly, likely because Mu had previously allowed him to speak with Yi Tao. System, what's Lu Tianshir's current favorability toward me? Detected favorability level. Lu Tianshir's current favorability toward host is 0. Although a favorability of 0 seems low, it's much better than the previous negative rating. Given Yi Tao and Lu Tianshir's past relationship, it was difficult for them to become friends without reservations. So, Mu Qingji didn't plan to actively seek Lu Tianshir's favor. As long as Lu Tianshir bore no ill will toward him, that was enough. Testing 150 students took quite some time, but the results were excellent. Yu Jianshan looked at the data in his hands with great satisfaction. This was the first time he'd felt a sense of accomplishment as an instructor. The students' progress was remarkable. In just a few days, they had improved significantly compared to before. It was likely they had been spurred on by others, unconsciously pushing themselves harder in this competitive environment. After the week's small test concluded, Yu Jianshan made another announcement. This year, the country has created a virtual battlefield where students from across the nation can hunt and kill demonic beasts in the virtual realm. The beasts you slay will be converted into points and will also boost your experience. In recent years, virtual games have become extremely popular, so the country aimed to create a virtual world where students could gain experience by defeating demonic beasts. However, maintaining realism while keeping so many players online simultaneously proved challenging. Significant funding was invested, and the project was only fully completed a few months ago. Many students cheered with excitement to them. Putting on a virtual reality headset was just like playing a game. They could gain experience without risking harm or putting their lives in danger. Yu Jianshan watched the excited expressions of his classmates without disturbing their high spirits. Instead, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Auntie, could you please bring the boxes in?" A group of aunties carried in 5 boxes, and every student craned their necks to see what was inside. Although the boxes had open tops, they were covered with a layer of blue cloth, preventing them from seeing the contents. Even though they couldn't see, everyone knew that these boxes contained the virtual world helmets meant for them. The aunties distributed the helmets to every student and then left, carrying the now empty boxes. Mu Qingji examined the virtual world helmet he had received. He received a golden helmet with no intricate patterns, appearing quite simple in design. Paired with its metallic material, it gave off a cold, mechanical feel. Yu Jianshan noticed every classmate had received their helmets and explained, after everyone gets their helmets, put them on. The helmet will scan your iris information, and you'll need to create a nickname. Real names aren't required. Since luxury villas in Wuchen City had such devices, Mu Qingji was no stranger to this gadget. Wearing the helmet for iris registration made sense because every person's iris is unique, enabling the establishment of an iris identification system. After putting on the helmet, Mu Qingji looked down at his palms. Whether clenched or relaxed, the tactile sensations felt incredibly lifelike, almost indistinguishable from reality. A dialogue box popped up before him, prompting him to enter a nickname. In this virtual world, Mu Qing had no intention of using his real name. After some thought, he typed 7 big characters. With my bare hands, I vow to save the world. After choosing a good name, he logged into the virtual battlefield world. Several sections appeared before his eyes. Only the first one was lit up while the others remained grayed out. The illuminated panel read Beginner World Battlefield. Mu Qingji tapped the panel, and the previously void world before his eyes instantly transformed into a dense forest. The forest was lush beyond measure, likely modeled after some secluded ancient woodland for reference. Mu Qingji materialized beneath an enormous tree. After scanning his surroundings, he noted there wasn't a soul nearby apparently. When logging in, each person's world rendered individually, ensuring no encounters with classmates. Before Mu Qingji could take a step forward, faint rustling noises reached his ears from behind. No doubt about it, some demonic beast had appeared. Mu Qingji had never laid eyes on a demonic beast in his life, let alone fought one. But with his 8th level martial artist strength, he could clearly sense a demonic beast approaching him. Pretending not to notice anything, he continued walking forward with cautious steps. A nightshade serpent slowly emerged behind Mu Qingji. The serpent's cultivation level was equivalent to a 9th level martial apprentice in humans. Watching Mu Qingji's wary back, it suddenly opened its jaws and struck at his arm. The nightshade serpent's venom was extraordinarily potent. It rarely attacked head-on, preferring to ambush its prey, using its toxins to weaken its victims before finishing them off. At the very moment the serpent lunged, Mu Qingji vanished from his spot. The night serpent barely had time to register its prey vanishing before its body was seized and torn cleanly in two. Everything happened too fast. The night serpent died without understanding how it had been detected or how its prey had suddenly vanished. It's a demon beast with strength equivalent to a 9th stage martial apprentice. So the demon beasts that appear in this world scale according to each person's power level. Asterisk, with bare hands I would save the world. Inspired by Shir Dakai's verse, how I hate the heavens darken rain, with bare hands I would save the suffering masses. Chapter 72. Clearing 3 worlds in a row, the black fish flicks its tail. With bare hands to save the world, kills a night serpent, points +5. The virtual world's notification voice was female. Upon hearing it, Mu Qingji checked the rankings and found himself placed beyond 130,000th place, with the total participant count showing over 150,000. Their graduating class had over 10 million third-year students, yet only slightly more than 100,000 passed the school-level selection, a number that wasn't particularly large. It seems everyone's moving quite fast, I'll have to pick up my pace too. Mu Qingji stretched his arms and began exploring the forest with vigorous strides. An 8th rank martial artist in a 9th rank martial apprentice's territory meant slaughtering every beast he encountered. None lasted more than a second under his blows. His frenzied massacre sent his ranking skyrocketing. 120,000th, 100,000th, 80,000th, 60,000th, 30,000th. He had slaughtered every demon beast in the entire forest, bringing his tally to over 30,000 kills and his score to 1,000 points. At that moment, the previously dim second intermediate world sector suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he directly entered the intermediate world. Advancing from the primary world sector to the intermediate one required 1,000 points after slaughtering 200 night serpents. Would reaching the advanced world demand 10,000 points then? I hope the stronger demonic beasts give more points. Killing those beasts wasn't labor-intensive, it mainly wasted his time. For him, finding the beasts took longer than actually killing them. The intermediate virtual world materialized as an endless desert. The winds here were fierce, gust after gust hurling sand at intruders. The wind couldn't inflict harm but was exceptionally blinding, requiring cultivators to form protective barriers with spiritual energy to shield their eyes. This accelerated spiritual energy consumption, making this stage both a test of combat ability and student endurance. Screech! A thunderous cry erupted with earth-shattering force, kicking up a powerful gale. Mu Qingji knew what kind of beast this was, a storm eagle. The storm eagle, with its immense power, would stir up violent winds with every flap of its wings, making it especially deadly in the desert. Many victims would be trapped in the swirling sands, unable to even locate the eagle amid the chaos. Beyond its devastating ranged attacks, its talons possessed terrifying piercing strength. Once caught, a victim would be skewered to death and consumed as its meal. And this storm eagle was clearly at the first realm of the martial path. In the intermediate world, the true test was whether a student could challenge and triumph over opponents above their own cultivation level. If it were truly a 9th rank martial apprentice here, they might find the Storm Eagle troublesome. Unfortunately, the Storm Eagle's strength was far too weak for Mu Qingji. Using Wind Blade, he effortlessly pierced through the eagle that was getting closer to him from a distance. Save the world with bare hands. Slayed a Storm Eagle, plus 100 points. Too weak. They merely let me observe these demonic beasts but didn't help improve my true combat skills. After all, they're far too insignificant for me, Mu Qingji thought as he casually dispatched a few more Storm Eagles. A few dozen minutes later, Mu Qingji arrived in the advanced world. His points reached 10,000, ranking him at 7,132nd place. So many people have reached the advanced worlds. It seems Star Nation has no shortage of outstanding students. This wasn't hard to understand. After all, Star Nation was a massive country with nearly 2 billion people. What was so surprising about having more talented individuals? This also explained why, although people were shocked to see him defeat Suishir while being 2 levels lower, they didn't find it particularly strange after all. There were quite a few in Star Nation capable of defeating stronger opponents. The scene of the advanced world was a long river, and he found himself transported to its bank. Mu Qingji attempted to walk away but realized he seemed trapped this time. The demon beast must be in the river, making it impossible for him to leave the area. He speculated that in this world, besides defeating the demon beast in the river, there might also be something else outside to explore. Rather than launching an attack immediately, Mu Qingji decided to summon the system. System, suppress my strength to the 9th level of martial apprentice. The system merely made his strength appear to be at the 9th stage of a martial apprentice in others' eyes, but he could still wield the power of a true martial warrior. This time, he planned to confront the aquatic demon beast using only the spiritual energy of a 9th stage martial apprentice. The creatures from the previous 2 worlds weren't particularly strong, and he didn't want to waste any more time. Only the beasts from higher level worlds could truly push his limits. Host's cultivation level has been suppressed to the 9th stage of martial disciple. Mu Qingji immediately launched dozens of spiritual spikes into the river, aiming to force out the demon beast hiding within and identify its species first. Under the assault of the spiritual spikes, a colossal black fish leaped from the river, spitting out a sphere of spiritual energy from its mouth. Mu Qingji recognized it as a giant blackfish, a common aquatic demon beast found in rivers. An adult blackfish typically measures 3 to 5 meters in length, with a triangular head, gleaming dark scales covering its back, a bulging belly, and a gaping mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. As it emerged from the water, its tail swung forcefully, instantly toppling several trees by the riverside. Mu Qingji had no intention of blocking its attack. This blackfish's strength was at the martial warrior 3rd stage, for realms higher than his suppressed power. Even if he intercepted the attack, it would drain his spiritual energy. Dodging was far more efficient. Bang! The spiritual energy ball crashed into the spot where Mu Qingji had just stood, instantly sinking that section of ground into a deep pit. Staring at the massive crater left behind, Mu Qingji felt a wave of relief at having avoided it. Seeing its attack actually avoided by the person on shore, the giant black fish swiftly swam toward the bank. Despite its massive size, it moved with startling speed, a dark streak rapidly closing in on Mu Qingji. Seizing the moment, Mu Qingji summoned multiple wind blades that materialized beside the enormous black fish. The fish's swift swimming came from its natural aquatic advantage. Its actual reflexes weren't particularly fast. With its colossal frame offering no room to dodge, it could only endure the wind blades head-on. Though the wind blades left only superficial wounds, the multiple gashes thoroughly enraged the giant fish. With an aggrieved flick of its tail, it lashed out at Mu Qingji with full fury. Mu Qingji kept his eyes fixed on it, diving into the water the moment it began to flick its tail. Due to momentum, the giant black fish's tail remained momentarily on shore while Mu Qingji was already underwater, swiftly swimming toward its belly. Having studied so much about demonic beasts, tested daily on such knowledge before high school, he naturally knew the giant black fish's weakness lay in its soft underbelly. The belly was the most vulnerable spot on the black fish's body. Moreover, due to its immense size, the fish couldn't see beneath its own abdomen, its vision completely blocked. Mu Qingji gathered all his strength and struck at its belly. Instead of pausing to recover, he followed up immediately with his left fist, channeling spiritual energy into the attack. The moment he threw his first punch, the giant black fish would definitely sense it, so he immediately followed up with 2 more strikes. Yet that still wasn't enough. Spiritual thorns and wind blades came one after another, attacking the same spot until they finally pierced an opening in its abdomen. Chapter 73, Clearing the Advanced Virtual World. The black fish's tail lashed out reflexively, sending Mu Qingji flying backward. Mu Qingji was flung ashore by the fish's tail, his body tumbling across the ground in a violent roll, kicking up gravel in all directions. Gasping for breath, he ignored the minor wounds on his body and the pain radiating from his abdomen, instead activating cloud-treading steps to charge at the giant black fish once more. The black fish had a gaping wound on its belly, and the intense pain forced it to lower its head to inspect the injury. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Qingji leaped onto its back, swiftly moving across the massive fish's body until he reached its forehead. With a quick motion, he summoned spirit thorns and drove them straight into the fish's eyes. Eyes, whether for humans or demonic beasts, are inherently vulnerable. Though the spirit thorns couldn't pierce its tough scales, their sharp tips were more than enough to damage its eyes. The giant black fish Mu Qingji faced was merely an illusion, so he felt no need for mercy. Frankly, even if this were a real demonic beast encountered in the actual world, he wouldn't hesitate to strike it down without compassion. Several spiritual thorns pierced the blackfish's eyeballs. The searing pain made it shriek in agony, writhing violently as its tail lashed with increasing fury, desperate to shake Mu Qingji off its back. Mu Qingji firmly grasped the center horn of the massive blackfish with unshakable stability. No matter how violently the creature thrashed, he showed not the slightest indication of being dislodged from its back. The big black fish, seeing that it couldn't shake him off, suddenly plunged into the water. Its massive body instantly tipped forward, dragging Mu Qingji down into the river with it. Bang! Mu Qingji held his breath. As the colossal black fish plunged into the river, his body slid down its back with precision. Seizing the moment, he landed squarely near its belly. That's right, he intended to continue attacking the giant blackfish's abdomen. The spot where he had previously stabbed a wound was the perfect breakthrough point. Sky-sundering fist. With a roar that drew upon all his strength, golden light shimmered in his eyes. The force of this punch undoubtedly surpassed that of a ninth-stage martial apprentice, yet Mu Qingji hadn't actually tapped into a martial warrior's power. With bare hands to save the world has slain a giant blackfish, points plus 10,000. Checking physical damage level. Damage sustained, 5%. Clear time, 3 minutes. Congratulations to With Bare Hands to Save the World for clearing the advanced virtual realm in 3 minutes, entering the top 1000 rankings. The large black fish before Mu Qingji's eyes gradually dissipated, and he returned to a world of nothingness once more. Top 1000? Mu Qingji opened the rankings but could only see his name followed by top 1000, with no specific rank displayed. Does the ranking not show placements within the top 1000? Mu Qingji seemed to recall something and stopped worrying about the ranking. His gaze lingered on the final section, which remained grayed out, displaying the words, Ultimate Virtual Battlefield. He reached out to touch the Ultimate Virtual Battlefield section, only for an exclamation mark to appear before his eyes, accompanied by the alert tone from his virtual helmet. Insufficient permissions. Access to the Ultimate Virtual Battlefield is denied. If even the Advanced Virtual Battlefield required combat across 4 tiers, what level of demonic beasts might appear in the Ultimate Virtual Battlefield? After challenging all available levels but still unable to enter the Ultimate Virtual Battlefield, Mu Qingji logged out and removed his virtual helmet. By now, many classmates had already taken off their helmets and were discussing everything they'd encountered in the virtual battle world. The demonic beasts in the virtual world are too powerful. Take the Dark Knight Serpent in the beginner's battlefield, though it was my same rank. Its deadly venom forced me to endure excruciating pain just to kill it. That cost me 30% bodily damage in the first level. Then you must lack speed-based martial skills, otherwise, you'd have dodged the Dark Knight Serpent's ambush. Thankfully, I've trained a movement technique to minor mastery, so I cleared the first level without a single point of bodily damage. That's impressive. Did you make it through the second level then? The second level is nightmare difficulty. The Storm Eagle not only outclasses me in strength, but the desert is its natural battlefield, even the sand becomes its weapon. How could I possibly defeat it? Straight to game over. The difficulty of the second level is ridiculously high. I'm starting to doubt if this is really just the ultimate virtual world. Even a Storm Eagle of the same rank would be extremely tough to handle. I dare say I wouldn't stand a chance against one a tier below me, let alone one above, especially with the desert's terrain advantage. And it's not just one. Just when you barely defeat one, another comes, then another, endlessly. This statement resonated with many. After all, everyone present had been selected as top performers, they'd all cleared the beginner virtual world. Yet they'd all fallen in the intermediate one, because the Storm Eagles were simply monstrous. With the desert boosting them, victory was near impossible. Even if you got lucky against one or two, new ones kept spawning, 90 in total. Fighting 90 enemies stronger than you, each with home field advantage? Almost no one could pull that off. More and more people were taking off their helmets and logging out of the virtual world. As an instructor, Yu Jianshan could see from the back end which students had passed the intermediate virtual realm, though even he couldn't access the records for higher levels. Excellent, all trainees in our camp have passed the primary virtual world. Each of you earns an additional 100 points. Furthermore, 2 students have cleared the intermediate virtual world, Mu Qingji and Suishir. These 2 will each receive 10,000 points, which can be exchanged for collective training resources. The rest of you will earn 100 points for every Storm Eagle you defeat. The gazes of everyone present turned toward the 2 of them. Only those who had experienced it firsthand understood just how difficult it was and how vast the gap between them truly was. Mu Qingji and Suishir's eyes met, and he could see the probing intent in Suishir's gaze. It seemed he wanted to know whether Mu had passed the advanced virtual world. Lu Xuanwen's head happened to block their line of sight as he excitedly shared his achievement with Mu Qingji. Brother Mu, I killed 82 Stormhawks this time, that's 8,200 points. 82 kills? That's genuinely impressive, Mu Qingji acknowledged, knowing this number was close to clearing the level. When I master the Windblade technique, I'll definitely clear the intermediate virtual world. Brother Mu, I'll work hard to keep up with your progress. Initially, Lu Xuanwen's spiritual power had surpassed Mu Qingji's, but as Mu Qingji's talents manifested, the gap between them widened. He didn't aspire to match Mu Qingji's prowess just to avoid falling too far behind. Mu Qingji was certainly pleased to see Lu Xuanwen's eagerness to improve, but his most important goal shouldn't be confined to just one person. Chapter 74, The Things on the 5th Floor Will Attract Covetous Eyes. Lu Xuanwen, we're currently enjoying 80% of Baiyun City's educational resources in this training camp, our food, our lodging, the instructors who teach us all these resources come from the government, from the people. You can strive to keep up with me. Mu Qingji slowed his pace, enunciating each word clearly. But our eyes should see the people. What Mu Qingji brought Lu Xuanwen should be spiritual motivation to move forward, but for true improvement in strength, material support is indispensable, these materials being the resources of Baiyun City. He said these words facing Lu Xuanwen, yet they weren't necessarily meant only for his ears. Mu Qingji didn't deliberately lower his voice, everyone present had better hearing than those who hadn't cultivated, so as long as they didn't intentionally ignore it, they could all hear what he said. In fact, many outstanding students share a common flaw, thinking they're better than others, harboring a vague sense of vanity, always feeling superior, and viewing others with an attitude of "I'm not from the same world as you." These words were not only spoken for everyone to hear, but also as a warning to himself. No matter how exceptional one's cultivation talent may be, nor how bright one's future and prospects appear, one must always keep the people in one's heart. As strength grows, the thought should be how to protect the people, not how to climb to a high position and consider exploiting them while indulging in power. Those present were destined for remarkable achievements, with many likely to enter government service. He hoped those who joined the officialdom would remember that all political power exists to serve the people. One must never exploit the very citizens whose trust grants such authority while enjoying its privileges. Yu Jinshan was astonished by his words and deeply agreed with his lofty ideological awareness. Having interacted with more influential figures, he had witnessed far too many so-called high-ranking officials who, once in positions of power, no longer regarded ordinary people as human beings. Thus, his favorable impression of the young man rose even further. Friend Yu Jinshan's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability, 80. Among those present, none would understand Mu Qingji's words more profoundly than the instructor who had already entered society. Mu Qingji glanced sideways at instructor Yu Jinshan. He must have seen many such individuals in his time. Brother Mu, rest assured. My great-grandfather served in the military, so did my grandfather, and my father too. If I were to harbor even a trace of improper thoughts, my grandfather would break my legs. My revolutionary pedigree is absolutely impeccable. Since Lu Xuanwen could remember, his family had ceaselessly instilled in him the duty to study hard and repay his homeland. Particularly his grandfather, who never missed a day without preaching, served the people and would often reminisce about his experiences on the battlefield of myriad races, recounting countless tales of soldiers and civilians standing united against their enemies. His great-grandfather's era was humanity's most harrowing period in the last 200 years. When hordes of demonic beasts ravaged the cities. Back then, regardless of cultivation level or gender, whoever had the strength would grab whatever weapon was at hand. Everyone stood united against the beasts. Growing up in such an environment, his grandfather developed an inextinguishable hatred for the demonic beasts and an overflowing patriotism, which directly led him to send his own son, Lu Xuanwen's father, to serve in the military. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Xuanwen will definitely go to the battlefield in the future. Monsters rarely appear in human territories now. The battleground between humans and monsters is on the battlefield of all races, which has allowed human society to develop and social order to improve. After registering their martial arts training progress today, Mu Qingji, Yi Tao, Lu Xuanwen, Su Yisher, Lu Tianshi, and 11 others had all mastered the wind blade technique to at least a beginner level, qualifying them to proceed to the second tier and learn new martial arts there. Learning a new martial art at each tier will motivate the remaining students even more. After all, the value of a single martial art technique is unquestionable. 5 techniques would be worth at least 10 million, and obtaining them requires proper channels. 16 students followed instructor Tang Wenxin up to the second floor, where they discovered a long corridor running down the center. On either side of the hallway were small rooms, a completely different scene from the entirely open, single large space on the first floor. Are we getting one room each, with so many available? Lu Xuanwen speculated. There were more rooms than students, and even if everyone took one, there would still be plenty to spare. Tang Wenxin smiled and explained, from the second floor up, each of you will have your own private room. Inside each room, there's a martial arts scroll ready for you, simply open it to receive the technique. You'll have your own personal space for practice, and each room is equipped with a landline so you can call the cafeteria staff to deliver meals, eliminating the need to queue for food. Of course, if you prefer the experience of standing in line, you're welcome to dine in the cafeteria as usual. Her words sparked excitement among the students. Having their own private quarters was a huge improvement over crowding together on the first floor. Not only would they enjoy greater privacy, but the meal delivery service would also save them the time spent waiting in line at the cafeteria. After giving a general introduction, Tang Wenxin had them choose their rooms and assign each one accordingly. The name tags on their chests could only unlock their own room doors. After seeing all the students to their rooms, Tang Wenxin returned to the instructor's office. So, how many students made it to the second floor? Li Feng asked curiously as she entered. 16, Tang Wenxin replied, picking up a water cup from the table and taking a sip. This number has already far exceeded their initial expectations. At first, they thought it would be good enough if just 10 students made it to the second level in the first week of the training camp. It seems their teaching results are better than anticipated. Today, those who reach the second level will definitely share their experience with others. When the other students hear about it, they'll be even more motivated. The difference between the first and second levels is so stark that any student with even a hint of ambition would want to advance to the second level. After all, who wouldn't want their own private cultivation room? And those who have already reached the second level will wonder, if the benefits here are so much better than the first level, what awaits them higher up? What does the third level look like? What treasures might be hidden in the fourth or even the fifth level? They didn't tell the students what was on each floor. After all, the unknown is the most enticing. But when he thought about the upper floors, Li Feng's tone became tinged with envy. The fifth floor, even my old school wasn't that extravagant. Baiyun City is truly aiming for outstanding results this year. Maybe it's been too long without any notable achievements. The Baiyun City Education Bureau must be desperate, actually willing to place something so valuable on the fifth floor. If I weren't an instructor barred from competing with students, I'd be tempted myself. The things on the fifth floor, forget about you. Even if they were brought to the capital, countless people would covet them. Baiyun City has truly emptied its coffers for this. Chapter 75. Come to my room tonight. God knows how complicated their feelings were when they discovered the fifth level contained a lower grade Class A martial skill. A Class A martial skill appearing in a small place like Baiyun City undoubtedly came from the city's own mayor. All original copies of Class A martial skills are stored in the National Treasury. These skills hold different significance compared to other grades. They form the foundation of a nation's highest combat power. No individual or organization is permitted to privately possess them under any pretext. What people obtain are always replicas, each usable only once. Even super wealthy clans merely possess a few more replicas than others, which they reserve exclusively for their most promising descendants to optimize resource allocation. They could easily imagine this lower grade Class A martial skill was originally meant for the mayor's own family descendants. Yet to produce an outstanding student for Baiyun City this year, he actually offered it to outsiders. This indirectly reveals how desperately Baiyun City needed educational achievements enough to part with even a Class A martial skill. There's another possibility that even the mayor never imagined someone in Baiyun City could master all 4 martial techniques within a month and reach the 5th level. This feat is truly difficult to achieve. If someone could do it, then this A-rank martial technique would be the icing on the cake for such an exceptional individual. As for those who can't pass the first 4 levels, even if they were given an A-rank technique, they wouldn't learn it in their lifetime. So, this technique was likely put up just for show, serving as mere decoration. Of course, regardless of the actual reason, displaying this martial technique at all shows tremendous boldness. If they themselves possessed an A-rank technique, they'd rather pretend they didn't have it than put it on display. On the second floor of the Shiwu building, Mu Qingji pushed open his room. The floor was mostly bare, making the space appear starkly empty. Only a single scroll floated in midair, nothing else was present. It seemed designed to give each person an independent space, but relaxation or entertainment inside was out of the question. The most eye-catching feature in the entire room was a scroll floating midair, suspended quietly and emitting a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, 3 luminous characters could be seen on the scroll, shadow steps. This was a martial art technique graded as Tier B, lower class. Mu Qingji reached out and touched the scroll, which slowly unfurled in his palm. Rows of text transformed into images that appeared before his eyes. In that moment, it felt as though a master had glanced at him before beginning to demonstrate movements slowly. With just a few casual steps, his figure shifted rapidly, making it impossible to discern each motion clearly. After demonstrating the movements in slow motion once, he quickly demonstrated them again. Mu Qingji firmly committed all the actions to memory, and then the image before him vanished without a trace, the scroll disappearing as if it had never existed. Mu Qingji knew this was simply the nature of such one-time use scrolls. Once activated, they would automatically dissipate. He had previously learned a movement technique called drifting cloud steps. Perhaps all speed-based techniques share some similarities, which was why Mu Qingji found mastering shadow steps as natural as a fish in water, encountering no bottlenecks whatsoever. The scenes in other rooms were far less effortless. Many students, in addition to practicing the academy's techniques, also had access to martial techniques provided by their own families. However, offensive martial skills were universally preferred, as they inflicted the greatest damage and posed the most significant threat in combat. Few high school students focused on speed-based martial arts, given that they weren't yet facing demonic beasts. Before university, the primary goal of martial arts training was to win duels. Speed-focused skills, while useful for evasion, offered no way to overpower an opponent. Consequently, most only began to seriously consider speed techniques after enrolling in college. A few students had no clue at all, blindly mimicking movements from memory, only to end up looking increasingly absurd. Even they couldn't help laughing at themselves. Seeing and doing truly were 2 entirely different matters. Suishi's agility was second only to Mu Qingji's, and he had his own keen insights into martial techniques. This speed-based martial skill was something he could grasp and master without much trouble. As he practiced the movements, they actually bore a passing resemblance to the genuine technique. Mu Qingji's innate comprehension had always far surpassed ordinary people, and on top of that, the amplification from his listed friend cultivating shadow step allowed him to reach the initial mastery stage of this technique with barely any formal study. It wasn't even intentional. Your listed friend Suishi is diligently practicing cultivation. Host's comprehension of shadow step has increased by 30%. Congratulations to the host for reaching the initial insight realm in shadow step. Mu Qingji executed shadow step. If one only observed his footwork, it wouldn't appear particularly fast and seem to follow a discernible pattern. Yet when shifting focus to his figure, observers found it impossible to keep up with his movement speed. Moreover, shadow step possessed one fundamentally distinct characteristic from other speed-based martial techniques. Other speed-based martial techniques might make one run faster in a fight, but shadow step doesn't create distance from the opponent. Instead, it makes the user cling to the enemy like a shadow, always visible, always feeling close, yet impossible to harm. That's the essence of shadow step. After classes ended for the day, many students eagerly asked around about the conditions of the second-floor training area. Upon learning they could learn a lower-tier E-grade speed technique there, with each student having their own private space, their interest was visibly piqued. By tomorrow morning, the news would surely spread to the entire camp. Mu Qingji knew Yi Tao and Lu Xuanwen hadn't grasped the technique yet, so he gave them a few more pointers. This time, they didn't instantly reach the initial comprehension stage after all. Shadow Step was a E-grade lower-tier technique, unlike Gale Blade, which was only a Bing grade. The difficulty levels were entirely different. Brother Mu, you're seriously amazing. It's like no matter the grade of the technique, you master it instantly. E-grade, Ding grade, it makes no difference to you. You just learn them all effortlessly. Lu Xuanwen couldn't help but admire Mu Qingji's absurd learning speed. No matter the technique's tier, once it entered his hands, comprehension followed. Young man, you've seen through the truth. Mu Qingji modestly replied, it's nothing special. As long as you diligently practice martial techniques and learn extensively to draw inferences from one instance, you'll master new techniques much faster in the future. Yi Tao was still pondering Mu Qingji's earlier explanation and didn't catch their conversation. Only when he emerged from his contemplation did Mu Qingji mention the important matter concerning their group today. Come to my room tonight. Chapter 76 Four People Meet. After resting in his room for a while, Mu Qingji took out the tablet issued by the training camp. This device could be claimed from the instructors once a student accumulated 2,000 points. The tablet only had a shopping function, allowing users to exchange points for goods listed inside. He clicked on the cafeteria section and discovered he could order meals to his room, though it required an additional 10 points as a delivery fee. With over 10,000 points to his name, Mu Qingji didn't mind such a small delivery charge. He ordered dishes from Window 1 along with a soup from Window 5. Window 1 served second-tier demon beast meat, which corresponded to the martial artist stage for humans. He still remembered how no one had ordered from Window 1 on their first day at camp, but as time passed and students accumulated more points, daily orders at Window 1 became common. The quantity prepared had increased from just one portion on the first day to 20 portions daily now, with the possibility of further increases in the future. The food arrived quickly. Mu Qingji opened the door but saw no one, only a rectangular meal box placed on the ground. He carried the box into his room and closed the door. The rectangular container can be opened from the top. It reads, eco-friendly meal box. After eating, please place this container on the left side of the entrance. Staff will collect all boxes uniformly at 8 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 7 p.m. daily. This training camp is quite eco-friendly, not using plastic bags at all. Mu Qingji took out the meal he had ordered, arranged it carefully on the table in his room, and began to savor it slowly. The ant he hired for the training camp probably wasn't the usual school cafeteria worker. Mu Qingji suspected she was brought in from a hotel, because whether it was Window 1 or Window 5, the deliciousness of the food could rival that of a 5-star hotel. Especially the monster beast meat he ordered today, the superb quality of the meat combined with the auntie's culinary skills delivered an exceptional taste experience. After a day of cultivation, everyone's energy had been drained. At this point, a bite of monster beast meat of this quality was practically enough to erase the exhaustion of the entire day and send one straight to heaven on the spot. Mu Qingji devoured every last bite of the meal, then placed the empty lunchbox by the left side of the door. With his stomach full and his thirst quenched, Mu Qingji turned his attention back to browsing the items in the system's mall. After some searching, he realized the products here seemed to be directly linked to the StarNet. Everything could be looked up, but purchases required points. He attempted to log into his Star Network account and unexpectedly succeeded. Now, in addition to using points for payment, he could also utilize his military merit points. Mu Qingji had currently learned 7 martial techniques, only one of which was a defensive skill, and even that was the lowest grade Ding tier inferior technique. a defensive martial art taught by the school during his first year of high school. Right now, I have 4 offensive martial techniques, and the 2 speed-based techniques are already of sufficiently high grade. The only area I'm lacking is defense, so I should focus on improving my defensive capabilities, Mu Qingji thought to himself as he began browsing through defensive items. Soon, his gaze settled on a spiritual artifact called the Heartguard Armor. Heartguard Armor, a 4th-grade spiritual artifact, priced at 8 million. When worn, it protects the upper body, capable of defending against attacks from martial commander-level experts and below. Against attacks from martial general-level experts and above, it can partially block them, with effectiveness varying depending on the opponent's strength. The higher their power, the less it can withstand. This item suited him perfectly, being extremely lightweight and practically unnoticeable when worn. Mu Qingji immediately clicked to purchase and acquired the Heartguard Armor. In the training camp, everyone's phones had been handed over to the instructors. If necessary, they could apply to use their phones for 10 minutes, but except under special circumstances, only 1 application per day was allowed. Excessive requests would affect the instructor's evaluation scores. As a result, most people in the camp had little entertainment. Even if many items on the issued tablet couldn't be purchased, it was enough to keep them occupied for a while. To prevent trainees from wasting too much time shopping, the tablet could only be powered on for 40 minutes each day. If usage exceeded 40 minutes within 24 hours, it would automatically shut down. Mu Qingji turned off the tablet after shopping, planning to use it again the next day. After quite some time had passed, someone knocked on his door. Mu Qingji opened the door slightly, revealing Suishir standing outside. "Oh, it's you. Come in," Mu Qingji said, opening the door wider to let him enter. Suishir stood at the doorway of his room, forcing himself to appear composed. In his entire life, he had never entered anyone else's room, not even his parents. For him, a room was an extremely private space, which was why he disliked entering others' rooms and never allowed anyone into his own. Truth be told, he had already been standing outside Mu Qingji's door for 5 minutes. If someone hadn't come out to put something away and noticed him, he would still be too embarrassed to knock. He followed Mu Qingji into the room, closing the door behind him, and began inspecting the surroundings with his gaze. This room wasn't like most boys' rooms. It was evident that Mu Qingji was quite meticulous about cleanliness. The entire room was immaculately tidy, the dining table had been neatly rearranged after the meal, and even the quilt was folded into perfect right angles. Neither clothes nor socks were strewn about on the chair or the bed. Everything appeared to have been stored away in the wardrobe. The air carried no unpleasant odors, only a faint, refreshing fragrance. Mu Qingji gestured for him to sit on the chair and handed him a bottle of soda. The drinks had been bought alongside their meal order. Mu Qingji had purchased 4 bottles in total. "Have a drink first. The other 2 haven't arrived yet, we'll wait a bit." Mu Qingji arranged the remaining bottles of drinks, but unfortunately there wasn't enough space in the room. Only 2 chairs were available. Mu Qingji simply went to Lu Xuanwen's room to borrow 2 more chairs. Lu Xuanwen followed him back, each carrying a chair. "Huh, Suishir?" Lu Xuanwen's eyes showed surprise when he saw Suishir sitting properly in Mu Qingji's room, already realizing something. "Get acquainted first while I go fetch Yi Tao." Mu Qingji arranged for Lu Xuanwen to sit beside Suishir. Lu Xuanwen was quite friendly with his own people and more sociable than Yi Tao, which was why Mu Qingji called him over first to let them get familiar with each other. If Yi Tao had been summoned first, having 2 socially awkward people together might have led to an instant awkward silence. When he and Yi Tao arrived together, Suishir was noticeably much less reserved than at first, appearing considerably more relaxed. Mu Qingji had Yi Tao sit opposite Lu Xuanwen, while he himself sat across from Suishir. Once everyone had gathered, he introduced Suishir to the other 2. "I called you to my room tonight specifically to introduce you. Our group has gained a new member today." As the highest achieving cultivation student in the entire training camp, the other 2 were already familiar with Suishir, so Mu Qingji saw no need to repeat his name. He gestured toward Suishir and introduced, "This is Yi Tao, and the one next to you is Lu Xuanwen." Chapter 77, The Messenger Chip. Suishir committed both of their names to memory. Mu Qingji then went on to share some of Yi Tao, Lu Xuanwen, and his own hobbies and interests, quickly helping Suishir grow closer to them. Although Suishir wasn't much of a talker, sensing genuine kindness from these 3 individuals, he gradually opened up and ended up speaking quite a bit. Having chosen to join this group, he couldn't remain as taciturn as before by never responding to others. Moreover, these 3 had pleasantly easygoing personalities that made interaction effortless. The 4 chatted for about half an hour together, the atmosphere becoming noticeably warmer than when they'd first sat down. As their conversation was winding to a close, Yi Tao suddenly placed a card on the table. All eyes turned toward him, puzzled by this abrupt action of producing a card without explanation. "There's 10 million in this card, which I intend for our group members to use. If anyone is short on money and needs to buy something, they can use these funds." Yi Tao said this while placing the card before Mu Qingji. "Group leader, I trust you. Keep this card with you. If you need to use it yourself, feel free to take from it directly." For others who need it, just ask the group leader. We're all part of the same team, so don't hesitate. If the money runs out, you can always let me know. Mu Qingji picked up the card. Even with his current assets exceeding 100 million, casually withdrawing 10 million was no small matter, especially given the numerous expenses in martial arts training. The Yi family was truly extraordinary to produce 10 million so effortlessly. Don't worry, I won't use this money recklessly. If any member of our group needs funds, they can simply come to me. Seeing what Yi Tao had brought out, Su Yishe also retrieved something from his own pocket. Actually, I've prepared something for each of you too. Consider it my little gift for joining the team. 4 small chips appeared on the table, and Yi Tao recognized them immediately. These are communication chips, 3rd-grade spirit artifacts. Su Yishe nodded. They're not high-grade artifacts, only 3rd tier, but incredibly difficult to forge. In the Star Nation, only one person currently has the skill to make them. I commissioned 4 communication chips from him. Unlike electronic devices, these contain spell formations. When one person speaks, the other 3 chip holders can hear it. They work even in signal dead zones and on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Moreover, the teleportation arrays inside can transport users to their teammates' locations. I believe this feature might save lives in critical moments. This item may not be of high grade, but it consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy and demands exceptional forging skills from artifact smiths, as it requires embedding a teleportation array within it. Across the entire Star Nation, only his grandfather at home could craft such a thing. He had never asked his family for anything before, so this time, as soon as he mentioned it, his grandfather promptly forged it for him without hesitation. The array inside was even inscribed by a top-tier formations master in the country. Though its grade is only 3rd tier, its value surpasses even 5th-tier artifacts. This item is way too valuable. After hearing his explanation, Mu Qingji realized that artifacts with such functions invariably cost tens of millions from the start. Yet he had brought out 4 at once, one for each of them, equivalent to nearly half of his wealth. The real issue lay in the invaluable connections used to forge these artifacts. As the team leader, Mu Qingji felt guilty for contributing nothing to his team. Yet here were his teammates proactively thinking about the team's benefit. Even the newest member had presented something so precious. It's nothing. Please don't feel burdened by it. For me, this isn't particularly valuable, so just accept them without worry, Su Yishe reassured. Noticing his hesitation, he swiftly grabbed a communication chip and brushed it against Mu Qingji's arm. Before Mu Qingji could even register pain, the chip had already embedded itself seamlessly into his skin. See, this is very convenient, not painful at all. Su Yishe placed the other 2 communication chips in front of Yi Tao and Lu Xuanwen. Yi Tao also inserted the chip into his arm. Su Yishe was new here, and bringing a gift was likely his way of seeking quicker and smoother acceptance from the group. At times like these, the right thing to do was to accept the offering. It would ease his mind. Lu Xuanwen followed suit. Although his family had some money due to decent military benefits and savings, it paled in comparison to someone like Yi Tao, who came from an influential clan. The new team member who just joined seems to be quite wealthy as well, offering such an extravagant gift right off the bat. He probably won't be any less impressive than Yi Tao. Team leader Mu Qingji can accelerate their cultivation progress, and the other 2 have also brought valuable items. Only he himself seems to have contributed nothing substantial to the group so far. Thinking this, Lu Xuanwen decided to go back home to see what he could give in return. He couldn't just take something from others without giving back. All 4 of them installed the chips into their arms. Mu Qingji only needed a slight focus to sense the 3 other white dots, and even with his eyes closed, he could visualize their exact locations in his mind. With this thing, communicating between us will be much more convenient. We won't have to worry about being eavesdropped on like with phone calls. Besides, since we don't have phones in the training camp right now, we'd normally have to meet in person just to talk. But with these chips, all those problems are solved. Long before deciding to join this group, Su Yishe had already started thinking about what gift he could bring as a greeting for joining the team. For this, he had even consulted his grandfather. In the end, Grandpa suggested using these communication chips, as they would make group coordination much easier. For his grandson's safety, he even hired formation masters to inscribe teleportation and tracking formations on all 4 chips. These 4 chips alone were worth nearly 100 million yuan, and many couldn't even commission such work no matter how much they paid to top-tier masters. Like these weren't short on money, they only took jobs based on whim and fate. After everyone returned to their rooms, Lu Xuanwen eagerly clicked the white dot in his mind. The others watched as his white dot turned blue, as if his voice had whispered directly into their ears. I'm back in my room now. Can you all hear me? Heard you loud and clear. Mu Qingji was the first to respond, while the other 2 murmured affirmations. Today we learned a new martial technique. We spent quite some time discussing it earlier, so let's practice more in our rooms now. Let's aim for everyone in our group to reach the beginner's insight realm by tomorrow. After Mu Qingji said this, the other 3 white dots indeed didn't turn blue again. It seemed they had all gone to cultivate. Mu Qingji was pleased and began practicing the newly learned shadow step technique. According to the materials he had researched, this technique had an advanced version, a tier skill called Phantom Shadow Step. If he could master this technique to perfection, learning Phantom Shadow Step afterward would be much faster. As for how to obtain that skill, Mu Qingji already had an idea in mind. Chapter 78, The Ironhead Beast Tribe. 7 days later, October 22nd. All members of the study group entered the third level to learn new martial arts techniques. The environment on the third level was more spacious, even including a small single bed for resting. The third layer revealed a martial skill of B-class mid-grade, called Spirit Converging Wall, a formidable defensive technique that could directly form a barrier to block enemy attacks. This perfectly addressed Mu Qingji's weak point of possessing low-grade defensive martial skills. During these days, Sui Shi had been joining the three of them in activities. Others also learned that Mu Qingji had formed a small team. Many classmates attempted to join, but Mu Qingji rejected them all. There were quite a few trainees within the training camp whose favorability toward him had reached 50 points, all of whom he directly bound. However, he had no intention of bringing these people into his small team. He considered that this team might become his greatest support in the future, potentially evolving into his own personal faction as he progressed along the martial path. Therefore, he had to be cautious about recruiting members. Mu Qingji sat in the cultivation chamber on the third floor, practicing the newly learned Spirit Converging Wall martial skill. Detected that listed friend Mu Baomen is about to break through to Martial Warrior 8th stage. Host is on the verge of advancing to Martial Soldier. Please sit down and begin cultivation. Mu Qingji swiftly halted his movements and sat cross-legged in the center of the room. He had already broken through to Martial Warrior 9th stage and had been waiting for the opportunity to advance to Martial Soldier. A surge of spiritual energy flooded into his meridians, elevating his strength yet further. With closed eyes, Mu Qingji guided this energy within his body. To build a solid foundation, such measures were essential. At the same time, in the human base of the myriad races battlefield, Mu Baomen adjusted his breathing and slowly opened his eyes. Finally reached Warrior 8th stage, getting closer to soldier level. Although he was a company commander, his strength was too low, forcing him to command from the rear instead of fighting on the front lines. If he insisted on fighting at the front, two people would need to protect his safety by his sides, inevitably slowing down the other's movements. After several days of busyness, he finally managed to calm his mind and focus on cultivation these past 2 days, swiftly breaking through to the next stage. In roughly 20 days, he advanced by 2 whole stages, remarkable considering he'd spent most of the first half attending meetings and observing battlefield conditions, unable to devote his full energy to cultivation. Next, I need to break through to Martial Soldier level first, so I won't need my subordinates to divert their attention to protect me. Mu Baomen set a goal for himself. Before the end of this month, I must break through to the Warrior Soldier realm. Speaking of which, with his terrifying cultivation speed, his son probably wouldn't be able to surpass him anytime soon, right? He knew his son's cultivation speed was exceptionally fast, yet his paternal pride made him reluctant to be overtaken so easily. Returning next time with the strength of a martial soldier would surely astound his son. The myriad races battlefield, Ironhead Beast Base. Damn it, you useless fools. So many days and you still can't capture a single stronghold. The loud sound of objects being thrown echoed from the largest and most luxurious tent in the Ironhead Beast Base, none other than the Ironhead Beast clan's crown prince throwing a tantrum. The guards at the entrance were long accustomed to it. This crown prince had always been short-tempered, constantly berating his subordinates, and they had grown used to his outbursts. At this moment, the Ironhead Beast strategist approached. Li Song had heard the commotion from the Grand Prince's tent from afar. Ever since the failure of their last plan, the Grand Prince had been throwing tantrums daily, unsettling the entire army's morale. Though inwardly looking down on this brawny yet simple-minded Grand Prince, he still wore a concerned expression as he entered the tent. Your Highness, please don't let anger ruin your noble health. Having just vented his rage, Li Yu felt considerably calmer. He turned to glare at the impeccably timed Li Song, his mind involuntarily recalling their last failed operation. Damn it, strategist. Our plan was just a hair's breadth away from success last time, just a hair's breadth. It's all because of those cursed humans who ruined my scheme. No matter who that person was, I swear I'll find them. As he spoke these words, his pupils turned crimson red. This was a hallmark of Ironhead beasts. Their eyes would turn red whenever experiencing extreme emotional turmoil. He and the strategist had meticulously orchestrated a plan to summon demonic beasts. Through costly spirit artifacts and significant sacrifices, they had finally established contact with the beast god cult followers in distant human cities, even losing several subordinates while delivering the ritual array to the cult's high priest. Everything was ready, the formation had been successfully activated, and he stood at the center of it all, with a spatial rift leading to Baiyun City cracked open beneath his feet. At that moment, he was overjoyed, as if he could already envision himself leading his army to occupy the human city. If this had succeeded, he would undoubtedly have gained the support of the three elders and secured his position as the next chieftain of the Ironhide beasts. Yet before he could take more than a few steps, the rift beneath him suddenly shattered. He could sense a pure, overwhelming force destroying the formation. As the formation collapsed, he nearly vanished along with the rift itself. It was only thanks to his two most loyal subordinates sacrificing themselves to throw him clear that his life was spared. This was why he was so furious. His grand plan had been on the verge of success, everything perfectly in place only for an unknown force to shatter his ambitions and nearly take his life as well. Both confidants had grown up with him since childhood, helping him through numerous crises. He trusted these two men more deeply than he trusted his own imperial father. This misfortune not only cost him his two most capable confidants but also earned him a stern reprimand from his father. The elders also accused him of squandering valuable resources. What infuriated him most was fourth Prince Lichuan's sneering remarks. If not for the military advisor holding him back, he would have already come to blows with the fourth prince. Recalling that nearly successful plan, Li Zong's heart ached with regret. For this operation, he had expended considerable favors and paid a heavy price, yet ended up gaining nothing. To make matters worse, the feudal lord reprimanded him as military advisor for acting without considering consequences, punishing him with 3 months resource suspension. First Prince, rest assured, we can locate anyone who's ever held the token through their aura. Next time we get the chance to visit human cities, I swear I'll tear him limb from limb. Li Zong believed that even if this plan failed, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, there were many disgraceful humans willing to invite them into human cities just to gain some benefits. Li Yu was also aware of this, but when it came to that particular human, he wanted to deal with it personally. Strategist, when we find that person, I hope you won't intervene. I want to resolve him with my own hands. For the one who had ruined his plans, nothing less than personal vengeance would satisfy his burning hatred. As the two beasts conversed, a soldier entered with a piece of intelligence in hand. Report, we've received a letter from the fourth prince. Chapter 79, The Crown Prince's Plan. The soldier delivered the letter to the crown prince and respectfully withdrew. A letter from the fourth prince? Oomph. Whatever pleasantries could he possibly have to say? Li Yu took the letter and unfolded it. His face grew increasingly grim as he read the letter, until finally he threw it to the ground. Li Chuan, how dare you mock me? He'd always known the fourth prince harbored ill intentions. That cunning beast was his greatest rival in the race for the lord's position, unnaturally clever since childhood and the emperor's favorite. Their father had always favored him. If the prince succeeded in conquering even a single outpost, the lordship would inevitably fall into his hands. Li Zong looked at the letter discarded on the ground and cautiously asked if he could read it. Receiving permission, he immediately picked it up. Upon seeing the letter's contents, he finally understood why Great Prince Li Yu had become so furious. Respected Great Prince Li Yu, it's been too long, Li Yu. You've been on the number 8 multi-race battlefield for so long and still haven't captured a single stronghold, while I just arrived at the number 2 battlefield and already crushed the human race. Unlike you, who always cowers behind the lines watching the Ironhead warriors fight on the front, I personally led our high-spirited Ironhead warriors to defeat the humans who tried to ambush us. Thanks to my heroic deeds, Father Emperor rewarded me with another spiritual artifact. Guess what it is? That's right, it's the very same spiritual artifact you've been begging Father Emperor for ages. Just wait and see. Once I conquer the number 2 multi-race battlefield and lead the Ironhead warriors to occupy the human world, even those stubborn elders will have to approve me becoming the next lord. I look forward to seeing you bow before me at our next meeting. Fourth Prince, Likawa. The content written by this fourth prince is far too radical. He clearly already views the lordship position as his for the taking, to the point where his letter makes no attempt at subtlety. Just from reading the letter, Liku could almost picture how triumphant fourth Prince Likawa must have been while writing it. No doubt the crown prince would imagine the same. Father Emperor actually awarded that spiritual artifact to him. He didn't even capture a single human stronghold, just drove them away. I begged Father Emperor for that artifact multiple times, but he always refused, saying spiritual artifacts are too precious and can only be entrusted to lords. Yet now he gifts it to Likawa for such trifling merit. The emperor is far too biased. Rikyu spat, his accumulated resentment reaching its peak. Father said this spiritual artifact could only be handed to the successor, yet now he's given it to fourth prince. Does this mean father has already decided to pass the lord's position to fourth Prince Lichuan? If he could become lord, the first thing he'd do would be to capture fourth Prince Lichuan, who's always opposed him, and throw him into prison to suffer for the rest of his days. Conversely, if fourth prince became lord, he certainly wouldn't fare any better. Therefore, Lichuan absolutely cannot become lord. Li Yu turned his gaze to chief strategist Li Zong. Strategist, tell me, how can we stop Lichuan from becoming lord? Likong glanced around, and Li Yu quickly understood, taking out a spiritual artifact to shield them from eavesdropping. First prince, to stop the fourth prince from becoming the lord, I have 2 plans. Li Yu didn't interrupt him, only watched eagerly with his eyes, waiting for him to continue. Plan 1, achieve a great feat on the battlefield of 10,000 races, securing direct support from the elders. The elders hold high status. The next lord must have their unanimous approval to ascend to that position. If we can capture the human stronghold at the 8th battlefield of 10,000 races, the lordship will undoubtedly be yours, first prince. This makes perfect sense, but the problem is they simply can't defeat those people, especially considering Li Yuanxiu, the human commander of this stronghold, possesses absurdly high cultivation. Not only is his offensive power formidable, but his tactical brilliance and troop deployment is unparalleled. There's absolutely no way to gain even the slightest advantage against him. What's the second plan? The first plan is too difficult. If they could have captured the human stronghold, they would have done so already. They wouldn't be stuck in this stalemate. They can only pin their hopes on executing the second plan successfully. As for the second plan, it involves cutting the problem off at its root. The implication of these words was already quite clear. Are you suggesting we directly eliminate the fourth prince? Though Liu had conflicts with the fourth prince, they were still bound by blood ties, so he had never considered taking the fourth prince's life. Li Song recognized his reluctance to resort to lethal measures against the fourth prince and proposed a compromise. We don't necessarily have to take his life. Simply depriving him of his eligibility to compete for lordship would suffice, whether by crippling his cultivation or causing him to commit a grave mistake. If we make the lord lose faith in him and the elders grow dissatisfied, he'll have no chance of becoming lord, no matter what. Li Yu thought this was an excellent plan. Li Chuan's strength was comparable to his, and with many capable subordinates by his side, crippling his cultivation would be extremely difficult. Moreover, if Li Chuan's cultivation were destroyed, he would surely come forward to accuse him, and Li Yu would face their father's punishment. The best approach was to make Li Chuan commit a grave mistake. Strategist, you must already have a plan in mind. Please tell me what we should do. Although the spirit artifact shielded their conversation from others, Li Song still leaned close to Li Yu's ear to whisper his scheme. We can proceed like this first. In battlefield number 2 of the myriad races, Zhang Zile listened with a grave expression to the report from the person beside him. Sir, originally according to our plan, this surprise attack should have been very successful. Those 2 centurions leading their 2 squads would have been enough to kill quite a few demonic beasts. But the Ironhead beasts happened to have a 4th prince arriving on his very first day here. This 4th prince personally went on patrol and discovered our people. Out of over 200 men, only a dozen or so returned, and all were severely wounded. Their 2 squads had intended to launch a surprise attack on the Ironhead beasts to disrupt their morale. Unexpectedly, a 4th prince appeared out of nowhere, and he was unusually diligent, not lounging in the rear enjoying comforts. On his very first day, he personally took to the field for patrol and actually caught the 2 squads sent for the attack. Only a dozen or so people came back. Were the rest captured? Yes, a total of 188 people were captured. 188 casualties. Even when they had confronted the Ironhead beasts head-on during this period, they had rarely suffered such heavy losses. What's worse, these casualties could have been avoided. Though the suggestion hadn't come from him, he had endorsed it, and that decision had led to so many being captured by the fiendish beasts. The fate of those captured was all too easy to imagine. If they had died in a fair fight with the demonic beasts, they wouldn't have suffered torture. But because of my recklessness, they were captured, and those beasts devour humans. I can't even imagine what they endured. I failed them. How can I ever face their families? Chapter 80, Patrol Spotted. As the commanding officer, he naturally had to consider the welfare of all his soldiers and be responsible for their lives. Zhang Zile couldn't help but feel heartache thinking about the 188 human soldiers who had been captured. He had to give an explanation to their families. I'm going to capture that Ironhead beast's 4th prince and use his life to avenge our brothers. Upon hearing this, his secretary Xiaolu expressed concern. Commander, the highest tier combatants from both the human and demon beast sides aren't allowed to intervene. If you take action, the demon beast's 3rd elder will also make his move. His words weren't finished, but Zhang Zile already understood his meaning. When a martial king-level combatant makes a move, rivers of blood inevitably flow in their path, with those below martial commander becoming mere cannon fodder. That's why both sides only deploy warriors below martial commander level. High-level combatants are scarce for either faction, and their loss would drastically impact the situation. It's just like nuclear weapons, their possession provides confidence, but no one dares strike first, lest they invite immeasurable consequences. Go inform Li Yuanxiu on battlefield number 8. His strength is formidable. I'd feel much more at ease if he were here. He threw on his commander's coat and strode away. Xiao Lu didn't hesitate and immediately dialed the number for base 8. Each base was equipped with only a few telephones, all located in the offices of the most important figures. For instance, the direct line for the commander of battlefield number 8 was 800. Hello, this is Li Yuanxiu from battlefield 8. How can I help you? Xiao Lu took a deep breath and said, Hello, Chief Li, this is battlefield number 2. I'm secretary to Chief Shen. There's something I need to report to you. Li Yuanxiu put down the phone. Since Zhang Zile planned to take action personally, it was certain the enemy's strongest fighter would also intervene. The soldiers still on the front lines would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. He understood Zhang Zile wanted him to go there and protect those men. That Zhang Zile, always thinking of me whenever there's a mess to clean up, he muttered, though his eyes betrayed a spark of excitement. But before leaving, he had to settle everything here. Apart from him, Battlefield Number 8 also had a deputy commander, Zhang Bai, who was at the martial commander level. Zhang Bai had been the most outstanding genius of his cohort at the first martial academy, topping the national college entrance exam that year. Despite his youth, he had already achieved the cultivation level of a martial commander and enjoyed considerable fame, boasting numerous fans online. Zhang Bai had been transferred to another battlefield for support, but now he's back. With him watching over Battlefield Number 8, there won't be any major mishaps. During his absence from Battlefield Number 8, demonic beasts might come to probe, so he ordered increased patrols. Just as Mu Baomin stepped out of the room, he received the order to strengthen patrols. Although his strength would put him at risk on the front lines, patrolling around the base posed no problem, so he applied to lead a patrol team. The task assignment office held him in high regard and approved his request, assigning him a squad of 20 to patrol the nearby area. As Mu Baomin's team was taking over from the squad that had been patrolling for some time, over 40 people stood gathered together when suddenly an ugly-looking demonic beast appeared in the sky. The ever-vigilant group immediately spotted this demonic beast, all swiftly entering combat stance, ready to attack at the slightest sign of aggression from the creature. This particular beast was a hybrid of an ironhead beast and a winged beast, an outcast among its kind. That's precisely why it had been assigned this capture mission without hesitation. The demonic beast's gaze swept across the 40-plus people below, immediately locking onto Mu Baomin standing at the front despite having the lowest cultivation level, his warrior tier cultivation glaringly obvious among the gathered weapon masters. Just as one picks the softest persimmon to squeeze, so does a predator target the weakest prey. The beast's eyes narrowed cunningly as it rose higher, waiting for the group to disperse so it could snatch Mu Baomin unnoticed. Against such numbers now, it stood no chance in open confrontation. Seeing the demonic beast fly away, everyone relaxed. The two teams exchanged positions, and Mu Baomin led one group to start patrolling. The beast I just saw will be reported by the previous team. Creatures like this, ones that linger and occasionally glance our way, are common. If they're on the ground, the team would capture them outright. But those flying in the sky remain beyond their reach, so they simply report them instead. Half an hour later, the hybrid monster seized the opportunity with flawless timing. It clamped its jaws around Mu Baomin and immediately took flight. The remaining fighters could only manage superficial wounds against it, utterly incapable of bringing the creature down. Damn, it's taken the captain away. Quick, report back to base. Immediately, the cultivators who trained in speed-related martial arts sprinted back to relay the message. The flying demon beast was already too distant, completely beyond their attack range. Only by relying on spirit artifacts or reaching the martial commander level does one gain the ability to fly through the air. Mu Baomin was clutched in the beast's claws, dangling upside down, clearly watching himself grow farther from the ground with each moment, and the direction this beast was flying, headed straight for the monster base. Mu Baomin didn't know why the beast had captured him, but surely it couldn't be for anything good. Though he considered struggling to break free, the current height was such that if the beast actually released him, he'd likely be smashed to paste on impact. So he stiffly held still, terrified the creature might lose its grip and send him plummeting. The beast glanced down at the unresisting human with mild satisfaction. It was just as well this one wasn't screaming, that would have been troublesome. Snatching him had surely alerted the base. If it wanted to grab another, pulling it off again wouldn't be so easy. It returned to the base and threw the captured human onto the formation prepared by the first prince. The first prince had ordered the capture of a human, stating that once caught, they were to be placed on this formation. It didn't understand why the first prince wanted a human captured, but it dared not inquire further. After dumping the human, it hastily departed. Mu Baomin was flung to the ground. As he struggled to get up, he noticed a formation lighting up and he was positioned right at its center. The next moment, an overwhelming force of suction overwhelmed him, plunging him into unconsciousness. A flash of light passed, and the humans on the ground vanished without a trace. Only after witnessing this scene did Li Yu and his strategist, Li Zong, leave with relief. Li Yu turned to praise the half-blood demon beast beside him, still unable to take human form and keeping its head bowed. You performed exceptionally well this time. This is your reward. He tossed a bottle over, and the hybrid demon beast hastily caught it before kneeling and kowtowing. Thank you, great prince. Thank you, great prince. Only after the crown prince and his strategist had left did it dare to raise its head, carefully opening the bottle. Inside the bottle lay a crimson shape-shifting pill. It's actually a shape-shifting pill. It was overjoyed. These pills were extremely precious, affordable only to nobility, leaving ordinary magical beasts like itself unable to take human form. Even with its monthly allotted resources, it would still take centuries to earn such a pill. Yet simply by performing this one task for the crown prince, it had received this invaluable elixir. The prince truly was a beast of exceptional kindness. Chapter 81, Deal with that person. Mu Baomen woke up behind a large boulder. He remembered being thrown into a formation by a demonic beast, then being pulled here by a powerful suction force. Brushing the dust off his clothes, he leaned on the rock to stand up and surveyed his surroundings. He was absolutely certain this was indeed the battlefield of 10,000 races. The air was thick with the scent of demonic beasts, unmistakably that of ironhead beasts. Many of those that hadn't yet attained human form carried a pungent, fishy odor, a smell he remembered after just one encounter. Where the hell is this place? Although this was the battlefield of 10,000 races, it differed somewhat from the one he knew. He took 2 steps forward, craned his neck to peek beyond the boulder, and spotted a massive stone gate adorned with an engraving of an iron-skulled beast. His pupils constricted at the sight of the emblem. He instantly recognized where this place was. The Ironhead Beast faction. This was the gate of the Ironhead Beast faction, except this gate seemed somewhat different in size from the ones he had seen before. Before he could ponder the difference between them, 2 voices suddenly rang out. Who's there? Seems like a human, I can smell him. The moment Mu Baomen peeked out, he was spotted by the Iron Skull beasts guarding both sides of the stone gate. To these creatures, humans were edible prey, and their scent was entirely distinct, so whenever a human appeared, they could immediately catch the smell of the human race. Humans? Just yesterday, a whole group came to ambush us, and now more show up today? Go alert the 4th prince at once. One Iron Skull beast rushed inside to report, while the other remained at the gate, glaring intently in the direction of the stone. Yesterday, over 200 humans had appeared, and it had taken considerable effort to capture most of them. Unsure how many more had come this time, they hesitated to act recklessly. Moreover, His Highness the 4th Prince instructed yesterday that any traces of humans should be reported directly to him, as he wished to handle the matter personally. They understood the 4th Prince was eager to achieve merit. After yesterday's events, the Lord had already rewarded him with a treasure, and in his delight, the prince had also bestowed generous gifts upon his subordinate armored beasts. Thus, in their eyes, humans were nothing more than opportunities for credit, and he wanted to keep a close watch. Mu Baomen hid behind the rock, not daring to move a muscle, his ears straining to catch every sound behind him. He was alone. If those 2 armored beasts came his way, he would be doomed. Everything that had happened so far was beyond his anticipation. He had come here tracking a demonic beast, yet judging by the behavior of the 2 sentries, they had no idea a human was present. Perhaps it was because he had been teleported here by an array, arriving directly behind this rock without drawing their attention. With no sounds of iron-headed beasts approaching from behind, Mu Baomen's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Though he didn't understand why those 2 demon beasts hadn't come over, every moment they delayed was another moment he remained alive. The stalemate continued, Mu Baomen terrified that the iron-headed beasts would circle around the rock and finish him off at any moment, while the lone gate-guarding beast feared an ambush of humans appearing from behind the rock to take its life. Both sides dreaded the other's appearance. Only when Mu Baomen's legs had gone numb from standing so long did he finally hear the sound of numerous approaching footsteps. Just by the sound of footsteps, he could tell that at least 100 demon beasts were charging toward them. Mu Baomen's heart turned cold. No wonder those 2 demon beasts hadn't shown up earlier. They'd gone to call for reinforcements. Just to deal with him alone, was it really necessary to call in so many demonic beasts? Mu Baomen pictured the scene of being beaten to death by hundreds of these creatures and felt his entire being grow uneasy. Lichuan emerged surrounded by a pack of iron-skinned beasts, all of them bowing their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Lichuan had just captured 2 teams of human soldiers yesterday. As soon as he heard reports of more humans appearing near the base today, he immediately led a group of demon beasts out to investigate. Capturing humans has many uses. Not only can we torture them for information, but when they're no longer useful, they can also serve as food. Battlefield rations aren't as tasty as meals in the rear, so extra provisions are always welcome. Where did you find these humans? Li Tzuan asked the armored beast who came to report. 4th Prince, right behind that giant boulder. We stood guard there all morning until one peeked out to scout the area. They must have been hiding there since last night. Li Tzuan stared at the massive rock formation hundreds of meters away. Its size suggested it could conceal quite a few enemies. You did the right thing by reporting to me first instead of rashly investigating the situation. If there had been an ambush, both of you would have been walking straight into a trap. After casually praising them, Lichuan ordered his 2 most capable subordinates to scout out the situation ahead. The 2 humanoid demon beasts behind him transformed into ironhead beasts. Simultaneously channeling their spiritual power, they unleashed attack waves toward the target area. Bzzz. The tremendous shockwaves crashed forward, leaving Mu Baomen dizzy from the concussion. The massive boulder he leaned against began loosening, showing signs of imminent collapse. If the stone shattered, the next moment those attacks would land on him. Even if his spiritual power couldn't withstand much, he still stubbornly erected a spiritual wall to block the sonic attack. 3 seconds later, the spiritual wall crumbled under the overwhelming pressure. This is strange. Why is the spiritual resistance so weak? Lichuan stared at the scene with deep confusion. According to his expectations, the attack waves should have been completely blocked. He merely wanted to gauge his opponent's strength. How could they fail to withstand even the attack waves? Or is this their scheme? Not just him, but all the Ironhide beasts around were equally baffled. There's no way only a single person could be hiding behind that boulder. That's simply impossible. Before their thoughts could fully form, the massive rock shattered, revealing a lone figure. At this moment, the group of Ironhead beasts present all fell silent. The fourth prince's face twisted with anger as he glared at the gatekeeping Ironhead beast. Is this what you called humans ambushing our base entrance? The messenger Ironhead beast immediately dropped to his knees. He had originally been pleased, thinking his reward for reporting might be substantial, but never imagined it'd just be one person. His intelligence report had been false, and deceiving the fourth prince was a beheading offense. Fourth prince, I swear I didn't mean to deceive you. I just remembered your order yesterday to report any human sightings, so Enough, I don't want to hear anymore. Li Qing directly cut him off. He had originally thought he could capture many humans and claim merit, but ended up being tricked instead. The strength of that human was pitifully weak. He could tell with just a glance that the person hadn't even reached the martial artist stage. Facing such low-level trash, he couldn't be bothered to act personally. It would only tarnish his prestige. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go deal with this human. Chapter 82, Mu Baoman is rescued. The fourth prince tilted his chin up and spoke to the Ironhead beast kneeling before him. The iron-headed beast immediately scrambled to its feet upon hearing it wouldn't be punished. Many thanks, fourth prince. This humble one will handle it at once. It charged toward Mu Baoman. Dealing with a mere martial disciple stage human would be child's play. Being selected as a city gate guard indicated decent strength, equivalent to a 3-stage martial soldier among humans. Against a martial disciple opponent, the outcome held no suspense. The fourth prince couldn't be bothered watching what came next. Feeling his time had been wasted, he turned and led his entourage of demon beasts back the way they'd come. Screams erupted behind him, which initially drew no attention. But after a few more steps, the voice struck him as oddly familiar. It sounded like the iron-headed beast that had just spoken to him. At this realization, he froze mid-step and turned back. That casual glance froze his blood, for there stood the very face he feared most on battlefield number 2, Zhang Zile. How could he be here? No, if he's here, everyone present is doomed. Before the surrounding pack of Ironhead beasts could react, the fourth prince had already activated his speed martial technique and dashed madly toward the base. Zhang Zile had just arrived when he spotted the fourth prince standing at the entrance with a group of demon beasts from afar. This suited his purpose perfectly. His mission was to capture the fourth prince, and now that he'd seen him, he wouldn't let him escape. He glanced at the lone human dressed in battlefield attire from Zone 8. Though puzzled about how this mere soldier had ended up here, he casually eliminated the Ironhead beast attempting to attack the human before flying toward the fourth prince. Damn it, he's coming after me. The fourth prince didn't even turn his head, but he could sense a powerful presence approaching rapidly from behind. A surge of spiritual energy pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Zhang Zire intended to knock him unconscious for capture, but when the strike landed, a luminous halo shimmered around the fourth prince's body. Something had deflected the attack. Ha! You're carrying a spiritual artifact? Zhang Zile sensed the artifact's presence, an 8th-tier spiritual artifact no less. An artifact of such caliber could send shockwaves through multiple major factions. Who would have thought this fourth prince possessed one? It seems he holds considerable status within his clan. Fortunately, Father Emperor gave me this spiritual artifact, otherwise I wouldn't have survived today. The fourth prince thought to himself, clutching the artifact on his chest even tighter. This item could only be possessed by the ruler of the Ironhead Beast clan. It could block any attack, making it an exceptional life-preserving weapon. That's why the Crown Prince had repeatedly begged their father for it, only to be refused each time. Yet yesterday, after merely accomplishing a minor feat, he was granted this artifact by their father. This convinced him he was the next in line for rulership, leading him to write that letter. However, while the artifact could block attacks, it only prevented Zhang Zile from killing him. Zhang could still capture him if determined. Realizing this, the fourth prince took the initiative to negotiate. Chief Zhang, our factions agreed that top-tier combatants must not act recklessly. By making a move today, you've broken that pact. When our third elder storms your human base and strikes down those weak cultivators, don't blame him for it. Zhang Zire scoffed at his words. You think you can threaten me? Your cultivation level isn't even worth my attention, you little brat who's still wet behind the ears. Stop spouting nonsense in front of me. Even if your third elder comes in person, I'm not afraid of him. I believe I won't lose to that old bastard. That old thing's health probably isn't what it used to be, while I'm in the prime of my life. If we were to fight, I believe my chances of winning are greater. As long as your third elder has even a shred of reason left, he wouldn't dare make a move. Otherwise, if your Ironhead Beast clan loses a martial king level fighter, your ranking among the myriad races would certainly decline. The fourth prince knew full well that their clan only had 4 martial kings, and 3 of them were already ancient. The 3 elders, all 4 or 500 years old, were constantly burdened with clan affairs, leaving no opportunity for proper self-care. Losing even one would be a devastating blow to their Ironhead Beast clan. If our ranking falls, it would inevitably lead to another, stronger beast clan replacing us in battle against you. Then you'd truly be in danger. Though we're sworn enemies, our forces are balanced. If you truly annihilate our Ironhead Beast clan, you'd only be destroyed by an even more powerful beast race in turn. Destroy one wave of demonic beasts, and a stronger batch comes. If you show too much strength and attract the attention of the 10 beast kings, they will surely descend here in person, leading their own kind. Seems you know quite a bit, Zhang Zile sneered, grabbing his neck directly. But what difference does it make? I said I'd use you to honor our captured brothers. You used them to earn merit. I'll use you to earn mine. We'll each do things our own way. The fourth prince hadn't expected Zhang Zile to be so ruthless. It was clear he was determined to take his life. He struggled desperately, but his strength was no match for Zhang Zile's. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from his grasp. Zhang Zile wasted no more time. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take the fallen human soldiers with him. His gaze casually swept over the surrounding demonic beasts. Without even lifting a finger, the creatures dropped dead on the spot. He naturally killed every beast he encountered. The commotion here would surely catch Third Elder's attention soon, so he decided to first send the fourth prince and this human warrior back before facing Third Elder in battle. Just moments ago, Mu Baoman was preparing to fight the Iron Skull beast with all his might, when suddenly the creature disintegrated into powder. The humanoid monster revered by that pack of Iron Skull beasts was now captured by this unexpectedly powerful human fighter. Mu Baoman didn't get a chance to see the human powerhouse's face, but witnessing his ability to move freely through the air and the courage to single-handedly raid the enemy camp reminded him of his own commanding officer. Carried swiftly by spiritual energy, he soon arrived at what turned out to be the human base. Seeing the large letters proclaiming Human Base Number 2 Battlefield, he finally understood where he was. This is Battlefield Number 2. He had been transported to Battlefield Number 2 by that demonic beast. Zhang Zile ordered his men to detain the fourth prince before turning to Mu Baoman with a question. I see you're wearing the uniform of Battlefield Number 8 for the myriad races. How did you end up in Battlefield Number 2? And right at the entrance of the Ironhead Beast stronghold? No matter how he thought about it, a human battle soldier appearing at the enemy's doorstep was highly suspicious. If not for the fact that the Ironhead Beast had been about to attack Mu, proving they weren't allies, Zhang would have immediately labeled this human soldier a traitor. Xiao Lu, who had just rushed over, also shot Mu Baoman a guarded look upon hearing this, as if he were indeed a traitor to humankind. Mu Baoman knew his appearance in that location was utterly suspicious. If he hadn't experienced it himself, even he would doubt his own story. Chapter 83, The Third Elder Appears. Alert, listed friend Mu Baoman has been teleported by a demon beast formation. Alert, listed friend Mu Baoman is activating defensive measures. 2 consecutive notification tones pulled all of Mu Qingji's thoughts toward his father, Mu Baoman. How could Dad have been transported by a monster's formation? Had he been captured by monsters? System, what's going on? Where is my father now? Mu Qingji immediately inquired mentally with the system, sensing that Mu Baoman's location is currently in motion. Please wait. Detected that listed friend Mu Baoman has been sent to Human Base Number 2 on the battlefield. He went to Human Base Number 2. Mu Qingji's anxious heart relaxed. He'll be safe in the human base. But wasn't Base Number 2 under another province's jurisdiction? Why would father go there? And apparently via the demon beast's teleportation array too. Seems he encountered some danger but fortunately resolved it. This won't do. What if father meets danger again next time? He remembered the chip Suishur gave him, which contained a teleportation function. If only he and his father possessed spirit tools with this capability. He didn't want to trouble Suishur again and decided to look up teleportation-type spirit tools or arrays when he returned to his room. He had now broken through to the warrior-soldier realm, while his father was still at the 8th stage of martial artist. Such strength was indeed somewhat dangerous on the battlefield. He hoped his old man would advance to warrior-soldier soon. Greater strength meant more security. Human Base Number 2 in the Myriad Races battlefield. Mu Baoman learned that the man before him was the commander of the Number 2 Myriad Races battlefield. He explained in detail how he had been patrolling the Number 8 Myriad Races battlefield when he was discovered by a demon beast, which carried him off and dropped him into a mysterious array. There, he lost consciousness and awoke at the entrance of the demon beast base in the Number 2 Myriad Races battlefield. He recounted every detail without holding anything back. If he doesn't clarify the matter clearly, there's a strong possibility he'll be labeled as a traitor colluding with demonic beasts. What you say sounds plausible, but there's one point I find puzzling. Zhang Zile voiced his biggest doubt. You claimed you were in charge of patrol duty, but judging by your aura, you've only reached warrior-level cultivation. With such cultivation, you wouldn't even qualify as a squad leader. How could you possibly be assigned to lead patrols? This was the most suspicious point. According to his account, he had the lowest cultivation among his group, which was why the demonic beasts targeted him. But if his cultivation was indeed the lowest, how could he possibly be the patrol team leader? Mu Baoman had anticipated this question. He replied, Commander Zhang, I've been awarded first-class merit. First-class merit? Zhang Zile's expression finally changed. Even he had only ever received a second-class merit. If someone had earned a first-class merit, that would explain why someone with such low cultivation could lead a patrol team. He recalled an incident that had occurred recently in the number 8 Myriad Races battlefield. Though it hadn't caused much of a stir in the outside world, everyone on the battlefield understood its significance. At the time, a martial artist at the 6th stage had delivered crucial intelligence that thwarted the demon beast's plans. He scrutinized the person before him carefully. If his guess was correct, this was the individual who had earned that first-class merit. So it's you. Li Yuanxiu practically sang your praises to us non-stop. His imposing aura finally eased slightly, allowing Mu Baoman to no longer feel the chilling intensity of his gaze. Meanwhile, Xiaolu's expression also eased up. As long as it wasn't treason, things were manageable. Zhang Zile still wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. The next moment, he directly pushed open the window and flew out of the base. Where has Commander Zhang gone? Everything happened too quickly. Mu Baoman had no idea why Zhang Zile suddenly flew away. Xiaolu, however, knew the reason. He ushered Mu Baoman into a safer room. The third elder of the Ironhead Beast clan has arrived. That elder is a martial king-level powerhouse. Stay hidden and don't come out, or even a wisp of his aura could kill you on the spot. You wouldn't even have a chance to cry about it. Don't worry, I'll stay right in this room and won't go anywhere, Mu Baoman replied, indicating he absolutely wouldn't leave. He valued his life dearly. When a martial king-level expert makes a move, anyone getting too close would be reduced to ashes instantly. There's a widely circulated saying, when the martial king strikes, friend or foe, none survive. Though hyperbolic, this phrase has made many aware of the martial king's terrifying reputation. Hearing he's making a move sends people fleeing far away. Alarms blared throughout the base as everyone retreated to their rooms, not daring to linger outside for even a moment. Third elder, you've come after all. The elderly man standing before Zhang Zile was none other than the third elder of the Ironhide Beast clan. The third elder appeared visibly aged, his body exuding a palpable aura of decay. I've come today not to harm the humans in your base. Just hand over the fourth prince, and I'll leave immediately. The third elder wasted no time, stating his purpose outright. In truth, he had no desire to engage in combat with someone of equal strength. Stuck at the late stage of the 7th rank for many years, he knew breaking through to the 8th rank in this lifetime was nearly impossible. The man before him was also a 7th rank powerhouse. A battle between them would inevitably drain their vital energy. His lifespan would reach its end at 700 years, leaving him at most another 200 years to live. Within that time, he wished to nurture a new martial king for his clan before his passing. That was why he avoided unnecessary fights with peers. If he fell or suffered lasting damage, the Ironhide Beast clan would be left vulnerable, risking total annihilation. Hand over your fourth prince? Impossible. I specifically captured him today. The fourth prince's life is mine. Zhang Zile outright refused his demand with overwhelming confidence. He was certain that even one-on-one against the third elder, he wouldn't lose, much less now that he'd called in Li Yuanxiu as backup. Once they joined forces, this third elder wouldn't stand a chance against them. Seeing his unwavering resolve, the third elder wasted no more words and unleashed his ultimate technique. I never intended to strike, but even if you block this move, the humans in that base behind you won't survive it. A sky full of dark energy pressed down. While Zhang Zile could withstand these shadows himself, the remaining massive wave of darkness surged ominously toward the human base. The third elder finally recaptured his invincible battlefield spirit as he witnessed this scene. Back then, he had slaughtered countless humans in this very manner, performing great feats for the Ironhead Beast clan. This attack held devastating power. Those touched by the black miasma would either die or be crippled forever, stripped of any chance to cultivate again. It was viciousness incarnate. Ha ha ha, Zhang Zile, you brought this upon yourself. Since you refuse to hand over the fourth prince, since you wish for him to perish, then I'll have your entire human base serve as his burial party. As the black miasma drifted toward the base, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted, forcibly scattering the darkness. Like the sun burning away all shadows, the radiant glow purged every trace of the looming threat. Chapter 84, Twin Martial Kings. This scene instantly froze the smile on Third Elder's face. Who is it? Someone who could block his attack and repel it with such overwhelming force must be a martial king. How could this be? There's supposed to be only one martial king stationed at the battlefield of all races. Where did this new one come from? Old bastard, who do you want to take down with you? The golden light slowly faded, revealing a figure that sent chills through the entire Ironhide Beast leadership as it stood silently there. Li Yuanxiu. The third elder's face paled. Wasn't Li Yuanxiu supposed to be on the number 8 Myriad Races battlefield? And the Grand Elder was guarding that place too. How could he appear here? Didn't he fear the Grand Elder would launch an attack on human bases if he left the number 8 Myriad Races battlefield? It seems my reputation precedes me, with everyone calling out my name upon sight. Li Yuanxiu spoke as he directly delivered a palm strike. The third elder dared not take the blow, dodging with several flips as his attitude underwent a complete transformation. I won't fight you, nor do I want the fourth prince anymore, but he carries our Ironhead Beast clan's most vital spiritual artifact. May I just take that artifact back? He was a pragmatic man. If he remained stubborn or fought these two, defeat was certain. Better to swallow his pride and retrieve the clan's treasure first. As for the fourth prince, apologies would have to wait. No one's life was more important than his own. As a 7th tier expert, compared to the fourth prince's mere 3rd tier strength, the Ironhead Beasts could afford to lose a 3rd tier prince, but never a 7th tier elder like him. You're quite sensible, Li Yuanxiu commented, then exchanged glances with Zhang Zile. If Zhang Zile wanted to fight, he wouldn't mind indulging in some physical activity either. You say you don't want to fight us, fine, but forget about the artifact. That artifact belongs to the fourth prince, who's now our captive. His possessions naturally become ours. I'll hand this artifact over to find it a suitable new owner. Zhang Zile had no intention of returning that artifact. An 8th tier artifact capable of withstanding his attacks as a martial king, how terrifying it was went without saying. Such a treasure should naturally be handed over to the state for their own people's use. Since this third elder didn't dare confront them, he had no right to make demands either. Letting him leave alive was mercy enough. But, the third elder still wanted to say something when Li Yuanxiu couldn't resist delivering a few more palm strikes, sending him fleeing in panic. Damn it, 2 against 1. The third elder fled bitterly, having failed both in rescuing the fourth prince and reclaiming the spiritual artifact, while also losing all dignity. But he genuinely didn't dare fight. He knew he stood no chance against 2 opponents at once. Li Yuanxiu's fearsome reputation needed no explanation. The previous guardian monster race had been completely eradicated by him, which was why all of the Ironhead Beast tribe knew his name and lived in fear that he might one day wipe them out too. Seeing the third elder flee, Zhang Zile thanked Li Yuanxiu. Thank you. Your innate abilities perfectly counter these demon beasts' dark-type attacks. Without you, the human base would have been in grave danger. You're too polite. We're all on the same side, no need for such formalities. Li Yuanxiu waved it off. He'd come specifically to lend a hand, and now that the third elder had fled, he was ready to head back immediately. Wait up, Commander Li. There's someone from your battlefield here with me, the one who earned a first-class merit before. Take him back with you. Mu Baomin? It's him. That afternoon, Mu Qingji asked the system several more times about his father's location. Only when the system confirmed his father had returned to humanity's base number 8 in the Myriad Races battlefield did he finally stop inquiring. Leader Li Yuanxiu from the 8th Universal Battlefield gave him a strong sense of security. After their brief collaboration last time, he could tell this man had remarkable determination. Unfortunately, they had only spoken over the phone, and their only planned meeting had been missed because he had been unconscious at the time. He hoped there would be a chance to talk with Leader Li face-to-face in the future. The third elder returned to the Ironhead Beast base camp, empty-handed. His subordinates craned their necks, peering behind him, thinking the fourth prince might be lagging and would appear any moment. Stop looking, the fourth prince hasn't returned. The third elder sat in his seat, watching them still gazing outward. Remembering the humiliating sight of his own escape, his temper flared. Elder Third, did you not bring the fourth prince back? The strategist who had always followed the fourth prince stepped out from the beasts, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. His reaction was understandable, as the fourth prince's strategist, if the prince was gone, his position would be lost as well. Worse still, without the fourth prince's protection, the grand prince, who had long been at odds with the fourth prince, would undoubtedly target him. He desperately hoped that what the third elder had just said was false. All the demon beasts in the tent also turned their gazes toward the third elder. If the fourth prince had truly been captured by the human base's commander, the outcome would almost certainly be grim. Just as they would tear apart and devour any human soldiers they captured, the human soldiers would also feast on demon beasts, and in even more terrifying ways, steamed, roasted, boiled. It was utterly horrifying. Moreover, this is the fourth prince, the ruler's most cherished son and the most likely candidate to become the next sovereign. If the Lord were to learn that Elder 3 failed to bring the fourth prince back safely, Elder 3 might escape punishment, but the demon beasts would bear the brunt of the consequences. There are 2 martial kings guarding the human base, and even Li Yuanxiu from battlefield number 8 has arrived. I ordered you to rescue the fourth prince, do you dare go? The third elder knew these demon beasts secretly blamed him for failing to bring back the prince, and he scoffed coldly. The beasts below shuddered at the mention of Li Yuanxiu's name. This fearsome figure's reputation was already carved into their hearts. If Li Yuanxiu were to join forces with Zhang Zile, those 2 martial kings would prove unbeatable for anyone, not even if their lord himself showed up and had to flee from their combined might. Elder 3, how did Li Yuanxiu end up in the number 2 myriad races battlefield? Could this all be a conspiracy by the humans? The third elder's expression remained grim. All the demon beasts present at the scene had been silenced by Zhang Zile, reduced to mere piles of ashes. Even if they wanted to interrogate someone, there were no demon beasts left to question. Strategist, back when you were by the fourth prince's side, why did he suddenly leave the city? The third elder began interrogating the demonic beasts that had accompanied the fourth prince before his departure from camp, hoping they might hold some useful information. The advisor was indeed present at the time. Recalling the words of the Ironhead beast who had come to report, a sudden realization struck him. Third elder, I understand now. When the gatekeeping Ironhead beast came to report that traces of humans had been found at our base entrance, the fourth prince heard about these human traces and personally went to investigate, wanting to capture them. That's when Zhang Zile took him prisoner. This must have been those humans' scheme all along. Chapter 85, Becoming the Strongest Combat Force. First, lure the fourth prince outside our base to investigate the situation. Once he appears, capture him, then eliminate all the demon beasts that witnessed the process. The strategist's speculation made perfect sense, and although none of the demonic beasts present understood the full situation, they inexplicably felt he was right. The third elder also tacitly accepted this explanation. It must have been human trickery. First, they sent a few to attract the fourth prince's attention and lure him out of the city, then their strongest leader, Zhang Zile, captured the prince and silenced all the demonic beasts at the scene. If the fourth prince had stayed within the base, protected by the formations and the restrictions set by the third elder, Zhang Zile wouldn't have found it so easy to capture him. But the prince had ventured outside the central area to the outermost layer of the base, where there were no protective formations at all. Zhang Zile could seize him without breaking a sweat. Humans are truly detestable, with their schemes impossible to guard against. Those humans who suddenly appeared must have been lying in ambush beforehand, and the people captured yesterday were probably just part of their plan. Who would have thought they could be so vile, sacrificing over 100 of their own kind just to capture the fourth prince? The fourth prince's strategist was furious. Weren't these humans supposed to value loyalty and righteousness, especially on the battlefield? Yet to capture their fourth prince, they wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice their own. It seems humans aren't as honorable and compassionate as the rumors claim. They're nothing but a bunch of ruthless, black-hearted scoundrels. Today we fell into the human's trap. Next time we encounter such a situation, we must be more cautious. When seeing humans, don't rush to investigate immediately. Report to me first. The third elder attached great importance to this matter. Even the fourth prince had been captured. What if Zhang Zile set his sights on someone among the Ironhead beasts again? We must exercise utmost caution in everything. Compared to humans, we beasts are still too naive. The fourth prince's capture was an indisputable fact. Now, the beasts had to discuss how to handle the interrogation from their overlord. The fourth prince was born to the lord's official wife, who passed away shortly after his birth due to her frail constitution. Thus, the lord favored him above all others, showing him partiality since childhood. Even the sacred artifact, traditionally passed down only to the lord of each generation, was entrusted to him at an early age. The message was clear. The lord intended to signal to all the Ironhead beasts that the fourth prince was his chosen successor. It was precisely because of his importance that the beasts in the tent were willing to follow the fourth prince, all hoping for a bright future. But now, with the fourth prince gone cold, these beasts would likely become sacrificial offerings to accompany him in death under their lord's wrath. At this thought, all the beasts in the tent wore bitter expressions, almost wishing they were the ones who'd been captured instead. Just as the throne was within grasp, the fourth prince was captured. What a pity! The fourth prince's strategist had even prepared for how he would die tonight. Rather than being dragged to prison and tortured under the lord's punishment, it was better to die peacefully and with dignity. Perhaps, out of respect for his loyalty to the fourth prince, the lord might spare his house beasts. The third elder was unaware of the advisor's suicidal thoughts. Otherwise, he would have certainly tried to console him. Currently, the Ironhead beast clan was in a precarious situation, and no matter what, he didn't wish to see another member of their kind perish. After Mu Baomen and Li Yuanxiu returned, Li Yuanxiu guessed that he had been snatched by that demonic beast because of his low cultivation level. So, he urged Mu Baomen to cultivate diligently and not to leave the human base until he became a martial soldier. Regarding the formation he mentioned, Li Yuanxiu grew wary and planned to personally investigate after nightfall. Mu Baomen returned to his room and began cultivating desperately. Twice he had encountered life-threatening dangers twice on the battlefield of 10,000 races, all because of his low cultivation. Otherwise, why would that demonic beast have specifically targeted him? Mu Baomen resolved that he wouldn't open his room door until he became a martial soldier. A martial disciple could endure starvation for a few days without issue. Registered friend Mu Baomen is diligently cultivating, spiritual power plus 300. Registered friend Mu Baomin is diligently cultivating, spiritual power plus 400. Registered friend Mu Baomin is diligently cultivating, spiritual power plus 200. The continuous notifications of Mu Baomin's cultivation progress reassured Mu Qingji that everything was proceeding normally, otherwise, there wouldn't be such increases in cultivation attainment. Why does it feel like Dad's cultivation speed has gotten a bit faster? This thought flickered through Mu Qingji's mind before he turned to his own cultivation routine. He had already made plans for the future. Once this term ended, he intended to go to the Myriad Races battlefield during winter break. By then, his strength would have improved by several levels, making him sufficiently capable on the battlefield. Moreover, accompanying his father would allow him to keep an eye on the man and protect him when possible. After all, Dad seemed cursed with abysmal luck, constantly stumbling into danger. His mother, Zhong Xiaoyan, worked an administrative job and spent most of her time within the city walls, where powerful guardians ensured safety. But the Myriad Races battlefield meant facing demonic beasts head-on, and casualties were a daily inevitability. As a son, it was impossible not to worry. He knew that improving his cultivation wasn't just for showing off in front of others, nor was it merely about surviving the college entrance exams. The most crucial reason for strengthening himself was to fight the demonic beasts, which was why he needed to step onto the battlefield as soon as possible to serve his country. Through the system's notification, he learned that the phrase Myriad Races in the Myriad Races battlefield was literal, not an exaggeration. There truly were 10,000 types of monstrous beasts in this world. The human world was merely one of many worlds they had discovered, and this world's dimensional level wasn't particularly high, failing to attract the attention of high-tier monstrous beasts. If they were to exterminate all the monstrous beasts guarding the opposite side, new ones would take their place, and their strength would become even greater. Were this to happen too often, there was a risk of drawing the attention of those high-tier monstrous beasts, who might descend directly upon the human world, a force humanity would be utterly powerless to resist. The Great War centuries ago was precisely like this. The reason that battle was so devastating was because they completely exterminated all the demonic beasts on the Myriad Races battlefield. At the time, all of humanity thought this was a victory, but before those still basking in joy could react, even more powerful demonic beasts emerged. This new wave of creatures surpassed humanity's upper limits, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. In the end, it took the self-detonation of numerous supreme experts to force these demonic beasts back to the Myriad Races battlefield. The spatial passage these beasts required to descend became humanity's defensive line. Until these demonic beasts are eradicated, humanity's latent danger will persist. Yet exterminating this batch would only attract even stronger ones. Only when my power becomes truly supreme, so formidable that all demonic beasts fear me and dare not trespass into the human world, will I fulfill the meaning of being humanity's guardian. This is also the ultimate purpose for which you, the system, have chosen me. From the moment the system stated its purpose, he understood, having enjoyed its benefits, he must fulfill its demands. He wasn't cultivating for personal gain, he would become this world's ultimate combat force. Chapter 86, Mu Baomin advances to martial soldier. Another 10 days passed, and on November 1st, the base granted a 2-day break, allowing all trainees to return to school for midterm exams. All the students rode the training camp's vehicles, with students from the same school sitting together just as they had when they came. Different buses headed toward different schools, returning everyone to their respective campuses. Mu Qingji stepped out of the car and gazed at the familiar school before him, overwhelmed with emotion. Time had flown by so quickly, 20-odd days at the training camp had passed in the blink of an eye, and now they were approaching its final stretch. Mu Qingji calculated the dates. Today was November 1st. On October 15th, his last check had shown a spiritual power value of 910 points. Over the past 18 days, he knew that by tomorrow, he would be able to manifest the strength of a martial artist. At last able to showcase his true strength as a martial artist, Mu Qingji no longer had to count on his fingers how much spiritual power he should display each passing day. Besides him, Yi Tao had also become a martial artist, while Lu Xuanwen had stepped into the 9th stage of the martial disciple realm. The three returned to the classroom and ran into Old Wang, whom they hadn't seen in a while. Delighted at their return, Old Wang immediately pulled them aside at the classroom door and gave them a long speech, roughly expressing his hopes that they would keep striving to make the city team and represent Baiyun City in the provincial competition. Their performance data from the training camp was also transmitted in real time to their respective schools. So Lao Wang was well aware of their camp results, especially regarding Mu Qingji. The instructors had given him exceptionally high praise, saying he possessed innate advantages in both cultivation and martial techniques. Given his cultivation speed, they predicted he would instantly catch up to others once he became a martial artist. Today was the humanities exam day for the midterm, with questions more challenging than the monthly tests and a longer duration. As the undisputed top student in humanities, Mu Qingji breezed through the exam with absolute confidence that he would rank first when results came out. Perhaps keeping up with current affairs, The final essay question involved the appearance of Beast God cult members in Bayun City, first presenting a news excerpt, then asking students to share their opinions on the matter. The question was broad enough that students weren't restricted to any particular perspective, allowing multiple approaches to answer. As an actual participant in these events, Mu Qingji naturally had much to say. Knowing more details and inside information than other classmates enabled him to analyze the issue with greater depth. After finishing the exam, Mu Qingji walked out of the examination hall, took a bottle of drink from his backpack, and slowly sipped it. The day had passed just like that. Once the midterms were over and he returned to the training camp, the closing ceremony wasn't far off. The days at the training camp would soon come to an end, and after that would be the city-level competition selections. The city-level competition would be broadcast on the local television station in Bayun City, aimed at letting the locals get to know the outstanding students of the year. Ugh, today's exam was so hard, especially the last question asking for my opinion on the Beast God Society. What opinion could I have? Of course I hate them, but I had no idea how to write about it. True, we don't even know why the Beast God Society chose Bayun City for their ceremony. I guess it's because our city is small, barely a third-tier town. Holding their ceremony here makes it harder for people to notice. You're so right. Why didn't I think of that? I'm definitely losing points on this question. I'm doomed. Two girls walked past Mu Qingji, discussing today's exam questions. Listening to their conversation, Mu Qingji drained his drink in one gulp before tossing the empty bottle with perfect accuracy into the trash bin. When Mu Qingji returned home that evening, his mother Zhong Xiaoyan had already prepared a table full of dishes waiting for his arrival. Son, you're finally back. Let mom see whether you've gained or lost weight. Zhong Xiaoyan pulled him close for inspection, becoming convinced he'd grown thinner. It must be that the training camp's food was no good. Nothing beats home cooking after all. She dragged Mu Qingji to the dining table, continuously piling food onto his plate and urging him to eat more. Mu Qingji didn't refuse his mother's kindness and ate every last bite of the meal. It's really strange. My salary has gone up again recently, over 50,000 a month. And I don't even have to do much work, with chauffeurs driving me around. Back when I was earning pennies at that old job, I was running around doing all sorts of tasks. Now I get paid so much more for doing almost nothing. I'm bored out of my mind every day, just wondering what you two are up to. Zhong Xiaoyan hadn't been able to share her thoughts with anyone for a while. The moment her son returned, she poured out all the words she'd been holding in. She could understand her previous promotion and raise, but this recent sudden salary bump was baffling, especially with how much more respectful the corporate headquarters staff had become toward her lately. She truly couldn't figure out what was happening. Mu Qingji listened with an amused smile, knowing exactly why his mother got another raise. Since her company was state-owned, its leadership had probably learned about his first-class merit award and decided to increase her salary as a way to curry favor with him. Earning 2 first-class merits in one lifetime is extremely rare, let alone being the first minor in the nation to receive such an honor. Anyone with half a brain could see his future was boundless. Returning to his room, he found it spotless and unchanged from when he left. It was clear his mother had been keeping it tidy with regular cleaning. Lying on his bed, he once again heard the system notification concerning his father, Mu Baoman. Listed friend Mu Baoman has advanced to Warrior Soldier stage. Host is about to break through to Warrior Soldier Tier 2. Mu Baoman had only broken through to the 9th stage of Warrior 4 days ago, and with the accumulation of these past few days, Mu Qingji was getting closer and closer to the 2nd stage of Martial Soldier. Now that Mu Baoman had become a Martial Soldier, Mu Qingji naturally broke through to the 2nd stage of Martial Soldier. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 2nd stage of Martial Soldier. It always felt like these days, father had been cultivating day and night without rest. The notifications about his cultivation in my mind had never stopped, but the results were obvious. During this period, Mu Baoman had pushed himself hard in cultivation, advancing his realm at an astonishing speed. Now that he had become a martial soldier, he had finally entered the stage where spiritual power was measured in tens of thousands. On the battlefield, he was no longer among the weakest tier. Mu Qingji checked his own spiritual power value. His father's breakthrough had just given him an increase of 5,000 points. In the martial soldier stage, elevating each level required 10,000 points of spiritual power. He now had over 23,000 points, so it wouldn't take more than a few days to break through to the 3rd stage of martial soldier. He plans to reveal the strength of a 1st stage martial artist in tomorrow's martial arts exam, while his true power is at the 2nd stage martial soldier level. Reaching martial soldier 2nd stage during high school means he'd have no problem qualifying for the national round of the National High School Exchange Tournament with such ability. Previously, he had considered which school to attend after advancing his strength, but now he contemplates taking a different path. Given his current rate of progression, he might reach the pinnacle of human capability even before graduating from university. Entering a conventional university might actually waste his time on academic coursework and social networking instead.